Chapter 101. Think about it. If you live in a small mountain village isolated from the world. Boss, I have never been out of the city since I was a child. Let alone the countryside. And Ro raised her hand and gave him a slap. Pow Pow huddled in the corner, rubbing his head. Innocent and aggrieved, boss. You tell me, if your community has always been closed and you have never been out. Do you know everyone in the community? Of course. There are not many people in our community. Well, one day two strangers suddenly came. Would you be surprised if you saw them? Of course. Pow Pow suddenly realized. The boss said that those people kept looking at us because we were strangers? Andrew shook her head. On the contrary. They didn't stop. And there was no surprise on their faces. Ah? Then why did they look at us? Andra picked up a piece of moss from the wall and wiped it on Peo's clothes, because we are too clean. What does this have to do with the boss's analogy? Of course, it has something to do with it. And Ro also wiped her clothes dirty. They don't find it strange to see strangers. Which means that outsiders often come to this town. A town that has close contacts with the outside world. But has no mark on the map. Isn't that strange enough? Strange. It is indeed strange. When many people walk on a road, naturally someone will give it a name. Not to mention a town where so many people live. Pow Pow, then let's go check it out. And Ro nodded and stood up. If nothing unexpected happens. This is the checkpoint arranged by Chu Mo. Since that's the case, we have to find out. The town is confined to half of the mountain top and is roughly arranged in a semicircular shape. The alleys inside are very narrow and crisscrossed. And the bluestone floor is wet with water stains. There are a few signs and flags hanging on both sides of the alley. And the business is very quiet. After dirtying their clothes and messing up their hair. And Ro and Pow Pow looked like they were fleeing. But this appearance made them no longer attract attention. And Ro thought to herself that if a person didn't like cleanliness, it could be considered a quirk. But if a group of people were dressed dirty, there must be a compelling reason. Either there was a shortage of supplies, and conditions did not allow it. Or, there were more important things on their minds, and they could not take care of it. And Ro noticed that every pedestrian had an NPC name on their heads. But it was different from what she had seen before. For example, Mei Hong. When Ro first saw her, her head was Sister Hong, owner of a hair salon. Another example is Yonyan. Who was Yonyan? Owner of Yinfeng Bozi's shop. There is a name. And a simple identity. The NPCs in this town. Or more precisely, the pedestrians you meet on the road. Mostly have only a name and no identity. What kind of people don't have their own identity in society? And Ro thought of two words. Refugees. Only refugees who encounter major changes and are forced to flee will lose their social identity. From another perspective, the beggars begging on the streets of Zhongsu town will have beggar after their names. Two words. These dirty NPCs were not marked, which indirectly confirmed that their previous identity attributes were not beggars. After all, no one was begging. Pow Pow couldn't see the light screens of other people and didn't notice anything unusual. But he suddenly grabbed Ro's sleeve. Boss, there are sounds over there. It's very lively. And Ro calmed down and heard a faint noise in her ears. Her eyes fell on the wall not far from the corner. There was a wine-red flag hanging on the wall, with only two big words written on it, Tea House. The flag was already very worn out, with half of the word Lu missing. It seems that no matter where you are, tea houses are one of the most lively places. Let's go and take a look. And Ro said. Before she even reached the door, she heard a loud voice coming from inside, sounding very dissatisfied. Why do we have to withdraw as soon as the trial team comes? That's right. We are all from the same guild. And didn't we agree that anyone below gold can come to the trial field? I haven't killed a few ghouls yet. And the headquarters is already worried? Shit. I was planning to stay here for 3 days. I just arrived last night, and I have to leave this morning. It's so King annoying. As soon as I heard what was going on inside, I knew they were all players. And Ro gave up the idea of going in and pulled Pow Pow to a window. The window was half open, with one side against the wall, just enough to block the figures of two people. She asked Pow Pow in a barely audible voice, Trial field? Pow Pow shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. From the sound, there were about a dozen players inside, presumably all members of Longyan. They cursed at each other, and suddenly someone spoke up. Enough? Enough? Stop cursing. It's almost 10 o'clock. Finish this cup of tea and leave. Because of cowards like you. The higher-ups are taking us, the lower-class people, less and less seriously. Someone cursed him. How many years has this trial town been built? 15 years. Hasn't it been open for 15 years? Why is it that now that I'm an adult and can play games, it's become semi-open? Isn't it too damn unfair? Another person echoed. With a clear tone, brother. It's too optimistic to say that it's half open. With a trial group of 300 people every month. How many ghouls should be deployed to kill them? The headquarters has very high requirements for the trial plan. It is necessary to cultivate both the ability to dig out clues and the ability to practice. It is impossible to tie up ghouls and kill them at will. In my opinion, the trial group will stay in the town for at least half a month. Maybe even a month. The trial period is closed throughout the whole process. When the closed period is over, the trial group of the next month will arrive. There is no room for us to come in, even if they leave after half a month. Do you think we can come in? Don't be so naive. Clearing out the missed ghouls, repairing the trial area, replenishing NPCs, and deploying new ghouls. Which link doesn't take time. Hearing this, and Rose suddenly understood and subconsciously glanced at Pow Pow. Pow Pow was stunned. It turned out that the reason for the full blockade of the Sub-3 area was because of the trial area. The reason for all players to be distributed to the periphery of the Sub-3 area was also because of the trial area. In order to quickly train members, the Longyan Guild artificially created a trial area suitable for novices to advance. Not only were the ghouls artificially released, but even the NPCs in this town were captured from all over the place for the so-called cultivation of clue-finding abilities. No wonder they became refugees without an identity. Impossible. I don't believe it. Peopeo's reaction was so strong that Andrew didn't expect it. And Andrew didn't have time to cover his mouth. With a loud bang, the window next to him was blown away, and broken wood chips flew out against Andrew's cheek, leaving a bloody mark on her face. Several members of Longyan jumped out of the window, and others ran out of the gate, surrounding the two. In a hurry, Andrew hugged Pow Pow and choked up. It's true. Dad and Mom are dead. Sister was afraid that you would be sad, so I didn't dare to tell you. She held Peopeo's head with one hand and used all her strength to press his face on her shoulder. Peopeo's performance confirmed Andrew's previous guess that someone in his family worked for the Longyan Guild. Since they met, although he had been following her to do shady business, he often expressed his admiration for Longyan in his words. And Ro once asked him which guild he wanted to join before joining the farm. And Pow Pow chose Longyan without hesitation. Who are you? You are sneaking around and eavesdropping on us? Are you ghouls? A Longyan member asked suspiciously. With his reminder, everyone cast their eyes to identify the two as ghouls. But unfortunately, the function of distinguishing the level of ghouls was not activated. It's not a ghoul. The words of the Longyan player reminded Pow Pow of his current situation, and his stiff neck finally softened. Andrew then let go of him. And at the same time, "Ah!" she cried out, and acted frightened. Reduce everyone's favorability by 10%. It turned out to be an NPC. The Longyan members relaxed their defensive posture, and one of them stepped forward, pinching Andrew's chin with 2 fingers. Tell me, why are you eavesdropping? Andrew dragged Pow Pow behind her, with pleading tears in her eyes. Master Destiny, where is this? Why did you bring us here? Please, please, Master Destiny, let us go, she cried and begged, grabbing the sleeve of the Dragon Flame player with her dirty hands. The player pulled out his sleeve with force, causing Enro to stagger. He looked at Enro with disdain, turned around and said to his companions, "It should be the NPC that was just added. I thought I could dig up some clues before leaving. TSK. What a waste of time." Another person said, "Let's go. It's time to go down the mountain together. Let's go." Wait. How do we go? Which way did the trial group come up from? It should be the mountain road on the west. Then let's go down another way. I don't want to run into the trial group. It is said that the leader always looks down on people. I can't stand that kind of arrogance. And Ro's heart sank, and she quickly recalled the map. She and Pow Pow climbed up from the south. If this group of people also went down the mountain from the south, wouldn't the farm be exposed? Fortunately, someone said, then go from the north. There are more gentle slopes in the north, and it's not tiring to walk. And Ro heaved a sigh of relief. The members of Longyan rushed out of the alley. One of them was walking at the end. He remembered something. turned around, and his eyes stayed on Enro for a moment. Enro lowered her head and wiped her tears. The man snorted and moved his eyes to the broken window. Old Jean, you're not leaving? There are still people in the tea house? Enro secretly glanced over with her peripheral vision and met a pair of interested eyes. You go first. I have something to go back to the branch and go down the mountain from the south. The player who asked the question turned back and walked into the tea house. The south is so steep. And what's so important? I want to team up with you to go to the land of no life to kill monsters. While the two were talking, Enro pulled Pow Pow away. After turning 2 intersections, they entered an abandoned house and walked out of the back door of the house, which was a narrower dead end. Seeing that there was no one in front or behind, Enro let go of Pow Pow and looked blankly. Bow bow. Eat him when you see the destiny coming down the mountain. The player who stayed in the tea house had an ID of Sheng Jin and was a high-level silver. Since he was going down the mountain from the south, he could only blame his bad luck. Just after she finished explaining, Enro suddenly remembered that there were no surviving players in the sauerkraut building. Many employees had been hungry for several days, and Baofu had just eaten 2 souls in the morning. Forget it. It's safer to eat him directly. If Sheng Jin sees the details of the mission, the farm will be exposed, surrounded by 300,000 players. You have to think twice. After explaining, Enro had time to look at Pow Pow. Pow Pow lowered his head and looked listless. He was obviously half a head taller than her, but he looked like a half-grown child. Are you okay? Pow Pow mumbled something in a low voice. Enro didn't hear clearly. What did you say? I said. It was the Longyang Guild that facilitated the signing of the guild agreement by the major guilds. The agreement clearly stipulates that any guild is prohibited from raising goo and arbitrarily harming NPCs. It was clearly the treaty they made, but they violated every clause. Pepeo's eyes were red. My brother lied to me. Your brother? Pow Pow was silent. Enro sighed. I haven't read the so-called guild agreement, but from the content of the agreement you just mentioned, if you look at the wording, Longyang Guild is not considered to have violated the agreement. Not violated? They secretly built this town, created a trial area, captured so many NPCs and put them here, and even raised ghouls and released them artificially. Isn't this considered a violation? Pow Pow looked at him in disbelief. Enro shook her head. First, the Longyang Guild is raising ghouls, but the purpose is not to attack other forces, but to train members, and they will clean up the remnants afterwards. So it can't be considered raising goo. Second, this is a game, and the word harm in the game mostly corresponds to health points. Longyang only captured NPCs and did not harm them at the level of health points. As for their life and death, it is probably only related to the trial mission. Enro pulled Pepeo's face and looked into his eyes. Pow Pow. The adult world is only about interests, and the Longyang Guild is just playing a word game. Of course, their actions are definitely wrong, but that doesn't mean your brother is lying to you. Pepeo's eyebrows twisted together. I'm an adult. So, boss, is the relationship between us only about interests? Enro didn't expect him to ask this, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Pow Pow asked again. Although Uncle N is an NPC, he is also an adult. He can't be your father. So is there also a relationship of interest between you and Uncle N? Enro's eyelashes trembled, and she turned around suddenly. Pow Pow said from behind, as long as they are human, how can they not have feelings? So the boss is wrong. Enro slowly exhaled, turned around and smiled. We were talking about the trial area. Why did you turn here? You are off topic. No. Pow Pow got angry and started to get stuck in a rut. I admit that I worked for the boss in the beginning to survive and to make money, but it is no longer the case now. The money you gave me is enough for me to spend for the rest of my life, but I still want to play games. Every night before going to bed, I think about the farm, and every morning when I open my eyes, the first thing I think about is to go online and go back to work on the farm. Even if the farm only grows vegetables and raises fish in the future, I still want to stay on the farm. Even if the boss never gives me bonuses or dividends again, I still want to stay on the farm, because I have feelings for the farm. I like the boss. I like Brother Baofu. I like Lao Zhang. And I think of Dachui wherever I go. If someone really targets the farm one day, I will definitely be the first to rush out to stop them. I don't care about the destiny value or game qualifications. Enough. And Rose said in a low voice. This was not the first time that Pao Pao showed his sincerity. Nor was it the first time that Enro felt his warm heart. Enro was rarely conflicted. But her expression was cold. What you think is your business. In my eyes, you are a partner at best. But an employee I hired at worst. No different from Wangda, Zhangda, or those temporary workers. You are obedient, smart, and simple-minded, which is why you can stay. If the relationship between the boss and the employee is not a relationship of interest, what is it? Is it a family? And Rose suddenly smiled, even if it is in Yonian. Do you think it is not a relationship of interest? He needs a daughter. And I need to make up for the lack of family affection. Our needs just match each other. Is the exchange of feelings not an exchange of interests? Pao Pao opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. I know what you want to say. And Rose stared into his eyes. Yes, I am such a person. Everything in front of me is interest. When the benefits disappear, we will part ways. I won't take advantage of you. Since you feel that you can't get any benefits from me, you can leave at any time. Tears were rolling in Peopeo's eyes. Enro looked at him quietly, indifferent from his eyes to his expression. Pao Pao suddenly clenched his teeth and didn't let the tears fall. He turned around without saying a word and walked out of the alley. As he walked, he used the movement skill and soon disappeared. Enra clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. And she resisted the urge to look back. In her opinion, it was not a big deal that the Longyang Guild violated the guild agreement she had made. But Pao Pao could not even accept this. The appearance of Jia Xian and Chu Imo made Enro very sure that this game was hiding a deeper secret. If the secret was revealed one day, it would be even more difficult for this child to accept it with his personality. Separation was a matter of time. It was better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Anyway, Pao Pao himself said that he had made enough money. Instead of wasting his youth in the game, it was better to return to the right path and fight for the college entrance examination. That's the way he should go. Enro took a deep breath and calmed down quickly. Her passive items were all in Peopeo's item column. After Pao Pao walked, she only had the goose feather boots and fish skin armor to rely on. Those Longyang players said that the trial group was coming soon, and this town was not safe for her. Let's go back to the farm first. Enro finally turned around and looked behind her. She was stunned. Pao Pao stood at the entrance of the narrow alley and looked at her quietly. His expression was sad. His eyes were red. And he had obviously cried. But Enro could see that he was waiting for her. But because of the young man's face, he didn't say anything. The last layer of ice was shattered, melting into a warm current in her heart, rushing into Enro's eyes. She smiled all of a sudden and winked at Pao Pao. Pao Pao approached with a sad and resentful look. I've been looking for you for so long. And you're here. A voice suddenly came into Enro's ears. And it seemed familiar, making her back cold. Enro hurriedly winked at Pao Pao, and then looked inside the broken door. She had heard it right. It was indeed the Dragon Flame player, Sheng Jin. Sheng Jin crossed the 2-meter distance in one step and approached Enro. Enro then retreated, her back against the cold and damp wall. The narrow dead end was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, with only 2 exits, the back door of the broken house and the alley where Pao Pao was. Enro glanced at him with her peripheral vision, and Pao Pao was still standing at the alley without reacting. Her feet slipped on the moss in the corner of the wall and fell to the other wall. Sure enough, Sheng Jin helped her in time and ran with his back to her. The road is slippery. Young lady, please be careful. Enro had already stood firm. But Sheng Jin not only did not let go of her hand, but instead bullied her and forced her into a corner. His intention was obvious. Master Tian Mingxia, you, please let me go. If Enro had the 7 Souls sword in her hand like before, she would naturally not take the mere silver seriously, and kill if she wanted to. But now she only had goose feather boots and fish skin armor, which could save her life, but had no killing power at all. She had to pretend to be terrified. Sheng Jin naturally wouldn't let go, and his eyes moved around. Where's your brother? He ran away. And Ro's face was full of misery. He blamed me for killing my parents and left me alone. Sheng Jin wanted to look back, but when he heard the words, he turned his neck to look at Enro, and a handkerchief appeared in his left hand, which was still wet. Don't cry. You are such a beautiful girl. You won't be beautiful if you cry too long. The wet handkerchief was close to Enro's face, and Enro couldn't avoid it, so she had to let him do it. However, Shang Jin wiped not only the tears, but also the stains she deliberately wiped on her face. TSK. I told you. She is indeed a one-in-a-million beauty. Master, please let me go. Please. And Ro cried even harder, begging for mercy incoherently. Behind Shang Jin, Pepeo's brain came back to life from his depressed mood, and he quickly understood the situation in front of him. The boss has no offensive weapons, and this Longian player must be of a high level, and he needs to cooperate with him to kill him with one blow. He finally understood the boss's performance and began to approach slowly on tiptoe. And Ro cried unyieldingly, and Shang Jin was very disappointed by the plummeting favorability. He put away his handkerchief and took out a handful of gold coins. On second thought, he put the gold coins into the balance. He was leaving the trial area anyway, so why bother to please an NPC? Paving the way for the trial group? The NPC had no ability to resist in front of him, so he could force himself on her. Thinking of this, Shang Jin put away his hypocritical smile and raised his hand to slap the NPC, who didn't know what was going on. Pow Pow immediately drew his weapon upon seeing this. Andrew also secretly gathered strength, intending to use the speed of her goose-feather boots to push Shang Jin towards Pow Pow, attacking from both sides. But at this moment, a clear child's voice rang out from outside the alley. Brother, brother, where are you? The three people stopped moving at the same time. Shang Jin was about to turn around, but Andrew grabbed his hand in return. Master, let me go. Shut up. Shang Jin scolded fiercely, and when he looked back, the dark and narrow alley was empty, but the child's voice was approaching with the footsteps. Brother, if you don't come out, I'll cry. Eh? A small figure appeared at the alley. It was a little girl with messy hair and dirty face and clothes, but the big eyes looking over were very smart. And Ro was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that it was the first time she met a child in the game. Zhongsu Town. It seems that there are no children. There was a narrow light screen on the little girl's head. It was obviously an NPC. It was far away, and her name could not be seen clearly. She looked into the dead end with her dark eyes for a while, then walked in. Big brother, you can't bully me. I thought Shang Jin would rudely tell her to get out, but he actually let go of Ro's hand and turned around to stare at the little girl as she approached. He asked, What's your name? My name is Zisha. Do you know what it is? I'll write it down for you. The little girl squatted down with a chopstick-shaped blue stick in her hand and began to write stroke by stroke on the moss in the corner. And Ro could see clearly that there was a light screen as small as a label on the stick. It was a weapon. She quickly glanced at Shang Jin and suddenly realized that Shang Jin was not obedient at all, but was simply trying to determine whether Zisha was a ghoul. And now, his eyes slightly opened, and he must have discovered the weapon. Shang Jin bowed down and looked at Zisha. Where did you get the thing in your hand? Zisha quickly put the stick back into her sleeve, raised her little face, and avoided answering. That's what it says. Big brother, did you see it clearly? Look carefully. The character is on the wood side, and the character is on the grass side. Shang Jin was attracted not only by the weapon, but also by the potential clues behind it. He forced out a gentle smile. Answer your brother's question. Where did this stick come from? Zisha still used the dumbest method to avoid the setting that NPCs cannot lie. It seems that I didn't write it wrong this time. I'm so happy. She pretended not to hear, and came over along the wall to hold Ro's hand. Big sister, let's go. Shang Jin's patience ended there. He grabbed Zisha by the back of her collar and lifted her up. With his other hand, he pinched Zisha's sleeve where she hid the stick. He used so much force that Zisha frowned and was about to cry. Poor people come from poor places. I know all the cunning faces of you NPCs. You are shameless. Zisha's favorability dropped as soon as she appeared. His gentle words just now could not bring it back. Shang Jin understood that it was useless to use other methods to deal with these NPCs. It's better to use force to intimidate directly. If intimidation doesn't work, beat them until they surrender. Not every NPC has the courage to fight the destiny to the death. Tell me, where did you get the thing? Did you pick it up, or did someone give it to you? What are you doing? Let go of my sister. Another person appeared at the entrance of the alley. He was a half-grown boy about 10 years old, wearing ragged clothes. After being interrupted again and again, Shang Jin laughed. It's just right that you come. Let's see whether your sister is tougher or you. The brother are tougher. Before he finished speaking, he carried Zisha and used the movement skill to rush towards the little boy. Even an adult NPC running at full speed is far slower than the lowest level Black Iron player, let alone an NPC child. Shang Jin is still a high-level silver. And Ro felt something and looked at the roof. Pow Pow crouched, holding a Huang Wu Tang sword in both hands, and was located on the roof near the alley entrance. In the alley, Shang Jin's iron boots stepped on the bluestone slabs, making a clanging sound, and Ro quickly chased after him with the help of the Yinling boots. Trying to cooperate with Pow Pow, Karen suddenly stopped halfway. Something is wrong with that boy. There is no light screen above his head. And Ro's astonished eyes stopped at the other's face, which was slightly twisted by anger. As if sensing her sight, the little boy's eyes moved a little and looked back. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He is a ghoul. Shang Jin had already rushed over, his mind full of interrogation clues. And he didn't notice the little boy's subtle changes in expression at all. The little boy didn't resist at all, and let him lift up his collar. The dirty little hand suddenly pressed against Shang Jin's face. Shang Jin was a high-level silver player after all. And he suddenly had a dangerous intuition. His heart trembled, and his hands loosened. But it was too late. The little boy grabbed his shoulder with one hand, and the other hand had already touched his chin. Shang Jin had heard the soul-calling song once, and used the soul card in time to make up for it. At this moment, he seemed to hear the ethereal, but strange song again. But it was just as if Shang Jin woke up instantly, and there was no soul-calling song in his mind. However, a knife pierced through his head and penetrated into his chest. Hot blood spurted out of his mouth, splashing the little boy's face. Shang Jin's eyes widened, and red blood quickly spread in his eyeballs. At the last moment before his death, he saw the little boy sticking out his tongue and licking the blood on the edge of his mouth. And on that dirty little face, there was a small light screen, Ghoul A, level. Shang Jin's body fell to the ground with a bang, and the little boy and Zisha fell to the ground with him. It hurts, Zisha blurted out. The little boy turned over and tried to help her. But suddenly, a bloody Tang sword was in front of him, blocking his way. Pow Pow was startled just as he breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, what are you doing? Andra held the knife in one hand and tilted her chin towards Pow Pow. Help Zisha up. Don't touch her. The little boy looked up at Andrew, narrowed his eyes, and showed a strong threat. Pow was confused and was about to help Zisha, but he retracted his hand when he heard the sound. Thinking that something was wrong, he looked at the other party, with a startled look in his heart. Pow Pow! And Ro interrupted Peo's exclamation. Help Zisha up. The little boy gritted his teeth. Want to die? After all, it was an A-level ghoul, and it was obviously still a high IQ living dead that had not yet transformed. Pow Pow was in a dilemma. The situation was stagnant. Even Zisha forgot to cry out in pain. She looked at her brother, and in Ro timidly, and said softly, Brother, Big Sister is not a bad person. Don't talk in my head, the little boy suddenly said viciously. Zisha was stunned and her face wrinkled immediately. I am talking. But I am not talking in my brother's head. The little boy heard his sister's voice clearly, and his fierce expression revealed a trace of helplessness. Sha. I am not talking about you. I don't care. My brother is mean to me. My brother is so mean. I want to find my mother. Oh! It hurt so much. Zisha seemed to have sprained her foot. She fell down again, just after she stood up. Fortunately, Pow Pow was next to her, and subconsciously supported her. Let her go! The little boy started to be fierce again. This time Pow Pow didn't let her go, because when he supported Zisha, he received a notification that his favorability had increased. The little girl was an NPC, but her brother was an A-level ghoul. And Ro lowered her Tang sword and said to Pow Pow, Life potion. Pow Pow took out a life potion while guarding against the ghoul on the opposite side and fed it to Zisha. It was just a sprained ankle. A low-level life potion was more than enough. Zisha's tears stopped immediately, and she said in surprise, Oh! It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. She jumped twice on the spot, her little face smiling. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. Humph. My brother is mean to me. No thanks to him. Another light screen popped up in front of Pow Pow, and Andrew could probably see the content on it. Zisha's favorability towards Pow Pow increased again. Amra looked at the little boy with interest, returned the Tang sword to Pow Pow, and completely let down her guard. She walked up to Zisha, half squatted down, and touched Zisha's hair. The little boy's face sank. And Ro, you're welcome. Shasha is really polite. Let me see. Yeah. The wounds are all healed. The little girl also had some bruises on her hands, which had scabbed under the effect of the life potion. But there are scars, which are so ugly. It doesn't matter. There will be no scars tomorrow. I promise you. And Ro rolled up her sleeves and wiped the stains on Zisha's face with the clean sleeves inside. Her face was covered with tears, but it was very easy to wipe. And soon her clean and white features were revealed. Except that she was a little thin and her face was a little sallow due to malnutrition. Her appearance was as delicate and lively as her big eyes. Shasha is so beautiful. And Ro said. Zisha shyly said, Sister is more beautiful. Sister is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. The two made eye contact. And Ro was slightly startled. Her consciousness passed through a short dark tunnel. And she saw a completely different picture. A dirty white bowl, with half a sweet potato in it. From the cross-section, it was half-cooked. The picture left the white bowl and fell into the dimly lit adobe house, and began to shake towards the small figure huddled in the corner. The little girl's voice was childish. Brother. Eat. Brother. Why don't you eat? Aren't you hungry? Brother. Don't eat. Mom doesn't eat either. Dad said he went out to buy delicious steamed buns, and he hasn't come back yet. I know. Brother and Mom are afraid that I won't eat enough. So I won't eat. Right? Brother. Sasha is full. Really? If you don't believe me, look. Sasha's belly is bulging. Brother. Eat quickly. Brother. You can steam sweet potatoes for Mom when you are full. Sasha doesn't know how to steam sweet potatoes. The little boy in the corner just looked over quietly, motionless. The picture turned around and fell to another corner. On a simple bed made of hay, a woman was lying. A woman with a terrified face. She raised her neck with all her strength, and her eyes stared at me with a desire for the soul. But she was suppressed by an invisible force, and could only drool, and her limbs could not move. Mom. Eat. Brother is afraid that Sasha will not eat enough, so he won't eat. Mom. Eat and cook for brother. The shaking picture moved closer again, and the little hand picked up the sweet potato and fed it to the woman's curved lips. What are you doing? The fierce voice brought Ro back to her senses. She blinked, and the little boy came to her without her knowing when, and pulled Zisha away from her hands. Zisha raised her head and said unhappily, Brother, you should just be mean to Sasha. Don't be mean to others. And Ro immediately understood that it was not the little boy's voice that interrupted the memory she was watching, but Zisha's eyes that moved away from her. It had been so long since she had experienced this that Ro had forgotten that before she established a connection with the ghoul. The first thing she discovered was that she could read the memory of NPCs. The first and only time she read the memory was from Anyonyan. It was because of that short memory that she discovered that there was a ghoul hidden in Xiao Zhang's coal shop. But this phenomenon has never happened since that day. Until today. And Ro frowned. Could it be that this ability, like establishing a connection with the ghoul, requires certain conditions to be met? Before she could figure it out, the little boy took Zisha away, and as he walked, he lectured his sister. I told you a long time ago. Don't trust any strangers. They are all bad people. But big sister is a good person. Even good people can't do that. Then brother is also a good person. Can't brother be trusted? Why are you so stupid? Humph. I'm not stupid. Just now, when that bad guy asked me, I didn't tell him that the little blue umbrella was given to me by my brother. Little blue umbrella? Could it be that blue stick weapon? And Ro was thinking, and saw the little boy glaring back at her fiercely. He looked at his sister again. Didn't you say it now? Idiot. Ah? Zisha was a little confused. I didn't tell anyone else. I told my brother. They all heard it. Oh, but big sister and big brother are all good people. After talking for a long time, he went back to the same topic, which made the little boy angry. He closed his mouth and pulled Zisha to speed up. However, just as they turned the corner, the two saw something and hurriedly turned around and ran back. And Ro and Pow Pow were confused. When they passed each other, the little boy turned his head and glanced at Ro. Dare to expose my whereabouts. Both of you are dead. The little boy's voice sounded in my mind. It seems that someone is coming. The ghoul didn't want to be exposed in front of people. And Ro, as a fake NPC, didn't want to either. Pow pow. Clean it up quickly. Pow pow quickly put the gold coins and props on the ground into the prop column, and at the same time sprinkled a piece of gold coins to purify the blood stains on the ground. Boss, what should we do with the body? And Ro looked at Sheng Jin's body. Sheng Jin might have recognized the ghoul before he died, but he didn't see Pow Pow. For her, it didn't matter whether he kept it or not. But the scum can't be let off so easily. The question is, where can he hide it? I got it! I forgot I brought this, Pow Pow suddenly said. He dragged Sheng Jin's body to the corner of the dead end, stretched out his hand, and slid it in the air. And a pickle jar appeared in the corner. Can the old way work? He asked and Ro nodded, watching him soak the rope gold in the tank, and asked curiously, why did you bring it out? Do you think the prop bar is too empty? Pow Pow smiled innocently. I thought of it before going offline yesterday. The pickled cabbage restaurant is out of stock. I have to go to a new place today. I thought that if I go out, I can prepare some food for Lao Zhang and others. Ro, it seems that you really like Lao Zhang. Pow Pow heard the meaning of the words and frowned. Boss, you are too frivolous. And Rose smiled. Hurry up. At the corner, there were dense footsteps. Metal clanging. Obviously the iron boots exclusive to players. Pow Pow quickly covered the wooden cover, pulled and Ro up, kicked the wall twice, and crawled to the roof. A large group of Lungyan players appeared at the corner not far away. Because the dead end was too narrow, the river turned into a stream and rushed over. And Ro didn't dare to look again and retracted her head in time. The two of them lowered their breathing at the same time. Are you sure it's here? A rough and deep voice sounded from below. Captain Quang Dao. This is what Sheng Jin from Yuetan branch said. Because he encountered an A-level ghoul, he dared not go online. So he asked the trial team to help collect the bodies. Pow Pow suddenly opened his eyes wide, called up the light screen, and switched to the fate ranking list of the World Channel. Quang Dao. A great player. Ranked 99th on the fate list. He is the leader of the Longyan trial team? Pow Pow poked Enro's shoulder. And when he saw that the boss didn't react, he realized that Enro was staring at the front in a daze. Also in shock. Quang Dao, whose real name is Chui Qing, was her boss when she worked at the offline farm. The father of the coward Chui Gaoshan. Chapter 102. The late autumn sun was golden, but the weather outside was already very cold. In the warm sunroom, Enro was looking at the harvester shuttling across the fields and the faint line of cattle in the distance. A little lost in thought. Xiao Ro. Draw a card. Enro glanced at Mrs. Chui, picked up a mahjong tile, and turned it over without even looking at the suit. Excuse me, boss lady. I won. Win again? Enro saw a flash of displeasure. Mahjong tiles are physical objects that have been passed down for thousands of years. But the mahjong table is integrated with high technology, with a screen on the entire table. The other two wealthy ladies in the other seats are virtual projections. The three people each slid the chips on the screen in front of them to Enro. Xiaoro had a good hand today, and won a total of 300,000. Right? Mrs. Chui glanced at the chips in front of Enro and smiled kindly. Are you satisfied with this betrothal gift? Bride gift? Enro kept smiling. Isn't it? Mrs. Chui said. Our Gaoshan always keeps talking about Ruer, and he is afraid that you will break in his heart. You two have been together for 3 or 4 years. His father and I don't pursue a good match. Let's just go and get the certificate tomorrow. What do you think? Enro's face gradually became stern. Mrs. Chui shook her head. Listen to me first. You know best what the world is like now, and what kind of life we live in Qishan Manor. Your parents passed away early, and you are an orphan with no one to rely on. Being able to marry our Gaoshan is a blessing for your good deeds in your previous life. Isn't it? Enro said nothing, tapped her fingers on the table a few times, and exchanged all the chips for funds and transferred them to her bank account. Mrs. Chui smiled and said, That's right. Even if a girl marries into her husband's family and takes her husband's surname, she still needs some extra money to settle down. Take your mother's husband's surname. And Rose suddenly interrupted her. Her words were vulgar, but she didn't get angry. She smiled. In my opinion, it's your blessing to give birth to a loser like Chui Gaoshan. The two holographic rich ladies opened their mouths and couldn't help looking at Mrs. Chui. Mrs. Chui was also stunned and didn't react. And Ro tapped the desktop screen. Mrs. Chui. Oh, and the other two ladies. I will accept this severance pay with reluctance. Mrs. Chui's face was stiff, and Ro, don't be shameless. You are the one who is shameless. And Ro immediately blocked her mouth. Don't you know what kind of character your son is? How did his impotence get a sexually transmitted disease? It can't be inherited from the mother? I don't care if your last name is Chui or Chen. I tell you, I don't want to do this crappy job anymore. The holographic projector flashed, and the two rich ladies disappeared tactfully. Mrs. Chui's face turned pale, and she said sternly, Stop her. Two farm workers strode in, and carried in Ro without saying anything. And Ro said in a deep voice, in a society ruled by law, What do you want to do? Mrs. Chui sneered, and Qin Shan. I am the law. And Ro was locked up in the dark cellar for a whole week. And she was extremely thin. Fortunately, there were some potatoes and cabbages in the cellar. So she didn't starve to death. Mrs. Chui didn't want her to starve to death either. Have you figured it out? And Ro nodded weakly, and almost fainted. Chui Gaoshan rushed forward to support her, and was overjoyed. Mom, are we going to get the marriage certificate today? Mrs. Chui said with disgust. Let's take care of it first. It's too embarrassing to take a photo with this ghost look. That night, when it was late and quiet, and Ro sneaked into Chui Gaoshan's room. The window was open, and it was very cold inside. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and Chui Gaoshan was not there. She took out a small green glass bottle from her pocket, stretched out her hand to unscrew the bottle cap, and pointed the bottle mouth at the water cup on the bedside table. Paused for a moment, and Ro didn't think she was too impulsive, but suddenly felt that it was a bit stupid to sacrifice her life for this family of scum. There must be a smarter way. With a dim light coming in from the window, she saw the holographic game cabin on the wall. A week ago, there was no holographic cabin in Chui Gaoshan's room. But Enro heard him excitedly mention that his father finally agreed to take him to play games. And he had smoothed the relationship, and would soon be able to join the largest game guild in Seoul Song. Holographic cabin. A holographic cabin with a label on the transparent cabin cover. The breathing light was not on. And it was not plugged in. It was a brand new machine. It's a machine. There must be something wrong. Right? For example, electric shock? And Ro held the bottle and moved closer, fumbling for the plug at the end of the cabin and observing it. But she had no idea for a moment. She opened the hatch. And at that moment, Chui Gaoshan's voice rang out from outside. And the cowardly father, Chui Qing, and Ro subconsciously hid in the holographic cabin. And suddenly, she had a sudden inspiration, and threw the bottle in her hand out of the window. Then hid inside, and closed the hatch. Chui Qing was not his stupid son, so he was not easy to fool. But Chui Qing would not enter his son's room in the middle of the night. The door was pushed open, and the conversation between the two became clear. She won't let me touch her. My mother told me to use force, but I dare not. Roar is very fierce when she gets angry. Idiot. Dad, can you teach me how to make her behave? Remember I taught you how to deal with NPCs in the game just now? Remember. Use money. What if money doesn't work? Use force to subdue her? I told you I don't dare. How could I give birth to a loser like you? You are a grown man, and you can't even be a woman? Just because of your character. You still want to play the soul calling song and join Long Yen? Dad, don't be angry. Then I will try it tomorrow night. You can come to my room to help me. Okay? Just ask your mom to come. Not enough. Not enough. Roar dares to turn against my mom. Why don't you come too? Dad. And Ro's blood boiled when she heard it. She shouldn't have thrown the things away just now, but should have poured them all into the family's water cups. She held the hatch with her hand, and resisted the urge to rush out and hit someone in time. Just as she was about to put her hand down, she suddenly felt something prick her fingertips. It didn't hurt, but it was a little numb, like static electricity. Strangely, she couldn't retract her hand, and her palm was stuck to the hatch by an inexplicable suction. She held her wrist with her other hand, and pulled it back hard. The moment her palm separated from the hatch, the invisible suction suddenly increased. The electric shock ran down her arm, to her whole body, and into her brain. Her consciousness, her vision, and the words she heard all blurred at the same time. And she fell into darkness. Boss? Boss? And Ro grabbed the hand that was shaking in front of her. Pow Pow looked concerned. Boss? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? And Ro shook her head slowly. Gone? She looked into the narrow alley, and the pickle jar in the corner was still in place. It seemed that Sheng Jin's body had not been discovered. Gone. Kwang Dao concluded that the ghoul took the body away, so he didn't search. Fortunately, Pao Pao said. Kwang Dao is just as arrogant as the forum says. Many people say he wants to emulate Shikuzen Ichiming. Let's go! And Ro interrupted. Her tone light. Pao Pao was stunned, and felt that the boss was a little abnormal. No matter what the situation was, the boss had never been so out of the situation before. He took in Ro and jumped off the roof. What about the body? Carry it back? And Ro shook her head, walked to the pickle jar, and knocked on the wall. Leave it to you. Then she turned around and walked straight out. Before Pao Pao could react, he saw a head popping out of the wall from the corner of his eye. He was startled and hurried to catch up with Anru. He looked back frequently along the way. Boss, you knew it was there a long time ago. It's very smart. It knows that the Destiny person has temporary death, so it won't let this soul go easily. Anru lowered her voice. This ghoul is the smartest ghoul she has ever seen after the blood-winged ghoul in Wanda. Intuitively speaking, it looks most like a human. If there was no light screen above its head, Anru might not have discovered its true identity now. It would be even harder to find a player like Pao Pao. Pao Pao, boss. How did you know? Oh, you connected to its consciousness? And Ro, let's talk outside. The town is not big, and the two of them chose to walk in the alleys with few people. After a while, they returned to the place where they climbed the mountain before. On the way down, Pao Pao wanted to say something but stopped himself. After finally reaching the middle of the mountain, he carefully observed the surroundings and saw no sound of people. Finally, he couldn't help but be curious. Boss, where did that ghoul come from? It's disguised much better than Lao Zhang and the others. If we can recruit it into the farm. We can't recruit it into the farm. And Ro shook her head. It must stay in the town to lock the attention of the trial team. Pao Pao was puzzled. What do you mean? Wait, I have a lot of questions. One by one, Pao Pao sorted out his thoughts. The first question is, the boss left the body to it, saying that it needs the soul. Then it had contacted the Longyan player before. Why didn't it just eat it? If the soul is devoured, the body will be gone, and the trial team will not receive the player's help information, which will save a lot of trouble. It's a ghoul. It doesn't think as much as you do. And Ro explained. It just doesn't want to show its true face in front of Zisha. Zisha is an NPC, and can't see the player's body. So the moment Sheng Jin's health reached the bottom, his body disappeared for Zisha. On the contrary, if it exploded into a ball of light, Zisha should be able to see it. And Ro didn't know if Zisha understood the meaning of the destiny being exploded into a ball of light. But judging from the ghoul's behavior, it didn't want to take any risk of exposing its identity. It's a pity that it doesn't know that Zisha's subconscious mind has already discovered its identity. Otherwise, Anru wouldn't be able to read those memories. Pao Pao suddenly realized, the ghoul disguised himself as Zisha's brother to hide his identity? Then Zisha's brother. Maybe he's not dead. The ghoul is just parasitic on him, Anru said. Pao Pao nodded. Zisha is an NPC, and her brother is naturally an NPC too. If other ghouls differentiate into new ghouls in him, the level will not be too high. Maybe not even C level, let alone the current A level. Therefore, this ghoul should be a transfer parasite. No wonder its expression is so natural. It seems that it has not touched the little boy's soul at all. That's right. How can an A level ghoul be interested in the soul of an NPC? Pao Pao suddenly paused and hurried to Anru's side. Boss, should we help him and drive the ghoul out? Otherwise, even if the child's soul is not damaged, he will be a vegetable waiting to die after the ghoul leaves. Anru stopped. Why? Because the ghoul parasite has a time limit. Once the parasite exceeds 24 hours, even if the soul and body are not damaged, he will not wake up. It's similar to brain death. And Ro frowned and looked at Pao Pao. Why didn't you tell me about this setting before? This situation is rare. Pao Pao scratched his head. Moreover, many settings of the soul song are not officially explained by the official, but are summarized by the players themselves. This guide lacks this setting, and that guide lacks that setting. It's too late. And Ro sighed silently. Mengziyu was first parasitized 2 years ago. According to the setting you mentioned, he should have been brain dead a long time ago. Mengziyu? Pao Pao was puzzled. Boss, do you know his name? And Ro turned her head to look at the top of the mountain, then lowered her eyes. They had already climbed halfway up the mountain, and from this angle, they could already see the farm at the foot of the mountain. She sat down on a bare rock. Meng Ziyu and Meng Zisha are indeed siblings. The ghoul parasitized Meng Ziyu 2 years ago, and transformed their mother into a ghoul as well. I don't know the specific process in between. However, for some reason, the ghoul did not touch Meng Zisha, nor did he abandon her, but took her to hide and wander for more than a year. Until a few months ago, Meng Zisha was captured by the Longyan Guild, and the ghoul fell into the trap in order to save her, and was also controlled by the Longyan Guild. Pao Pao was shocked, and Ro raised her hand, indicating that she had not finished speaking. After they were captured by Longyan, they were imprisoned separately, and met every few days. It was not until midnight yesterday that they were reunited and sent to the trial town. Of course, the person who sent them here was not Quang Dao. But you should know his name. Meng Zisha called him Kai Shi Zai. Kai Shi, a super player of the Longyan Guild, ranked 8th on the destiny list. Pepeo's eyes widened, and he couldn't wait to speak. But Enro raised her hand again. So I guess Meng Ziyu should be the mission boss arranged by the Longyan trial group this time. And the leader Quang Dao may not know Meng Ziyu's background. After all, for a group of low-level players, A-level ghouls are difficult enough. That's why I don't want to bring the brother and sister to the farm. We don't know the details of how Longyan arranges the trial tasks. In the current situation, I don't want to attract Kai Shi here. This is the general situation. You ask? Pao Pao opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. He thought about it and picked up the most critical question. Boss, you have reached a cooperation with Meng Ziyu? And Ro was startled and smiled helplessly. Pao Pao took her smile as a consent and said admiringly, the boss's ability to control the ghouls is really amazing. Oh, and he also has negotiation skills. In a short period of time, he can make the ghouls open their hearts and lungs. More like a ghost mother than a ghost mother. If other players knew about this, they might label the boss as a ghost king. In the past, even if Pao Pao had thought about something far away, and Ro would have half-heartedly consented. But when her eyes met Pepeo's admiring eyes, she dodged unconsciously. The argument not long ago came to mind. It's not for this reason. And Ro looked away and looked at the farm at the foot of the mountain. I saw Zisha's memory. Not only the scene of Zisha persuading her brother to eat, but also all the scenes of Meng Ziyu being present at the same time after he became a ghoul. Those memory scenes overlapped. Just like Enro connected to the consciousness of multiple ghouls at the same time, without making her feel chaotic. Each section was very clear. Pepeo's expression stiffened instantly. And then he jumped up. Boss, can you also read NPC's memory? What a crazy bug. Boss, are you serious? You can establish a consciousness connection with the ghouls, and then control them. Now you can also read NPC's memory. Whoever hears these two abilities will go crazy. Right? The former is self-evidently significant. The latter, it's no longer a problem to dig out clues from NPCs. It's true. And Rose said, then smiled at him. But don't overthink it. There are many restrictions. Not everyone can do it. No matter how many restrictions there are. It's amazing. You are worthy of being the boss. I know it. You know? And Ro was quick to notice something strange. Know what? Of course I know that the boss is amazing. Pao Pao scratched his head. Oh, boss. What should we do next? It doesn't look safe here. Shall we go? It's obvious that he is changing the subject. And Ro is confused. This kid is outspoken at one moment and secretive at another. How can she be honest with him? In fact, if she continued the topic, she was going to tell him that she was an NPC. Since Pao Pao chose to stay, she didn't really want to drive him away. His NPC identity was full of loopholes, so he couldn't hide it for too long even if he continued to hide it. But Pao Pao chose to back down in front of the truth. And Ro thought about it, gave up the idea, and stood up. Whether you can leave here or not, my words don't count. You have to ask Chumo. But whether she wants to leave or not, the decision is naturally in her own hands. Because there is a mad knife in the trial group. The farm gate is open, and someone is waiting outside. Xia Xian and Bao Fu, whose big face is floating on the ground. And Ro touched Bao Fu's big forehead and looked up at Xia Xian. Mr. Xia, where is the ink removal? Xia Xian answered irrelevantly. It seems that the farmer has seen someone. And Ro cast a scrutinizing look. Who do you mean? Her tone was unconsciously a little impolite. Xia Xian smiled indifferently. Of course it is the trial group. And Ro did not let down her guard. Just a moment ago, she suspected that Xia Xian knew about the grudge between her and Kwang Dao. But is it possible? That happened in reality. However, Xia Xian's next words made Ro very sure. It is possible. Does the farmer know that the destiny value is also called luck by players in the game? It is said that players who are buried in the belly of the ghoul have very bad luck after returning to reality. The company went bankrupt. The wife and children were separated. And there might be a car accident when crossing the road. What's worse, the whole family met with an accident and was left alone. And Ro frowned and stared into the other person's smiling eyes. He must know. He was hinting that he could take revenge on Cui Qing's family through the game. What nonsense are you talking about? Boss, don't listen to his nonsense. It's just unfounded rumors. Cao Cao stopped Ro. He misunderstood, thinking that Xia Xian was accusing Ro of using ghouls to kill players indiscriminately. Cao Cao said, some people have bad luck after leaving Soul Calling Song. But it's just minor bad luck. Not as bad as he said. If it's true what he said, billions of people have played the Soul Calling Song. How many people can still survive? It's already the end of the world. I'm warning you. Cao Cao pointed at Xia Xian's nose. If you want to stay here and eat and drink for free, take care of yourself. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out. Xia Xian raised his hands. Hey, don't wrongly accuse me. I just paid the full amount this morning. How can I eat and drink for free? You? It's okay. And Ro pulled Cao Cao to the back and looked at Xia Xian. I have something to do with Chu Mo. Please show me the way. Mr. Jia? Chu Mo has always been elusive. The farm has hundreds of acres of land, and so many houses have been built. It takes too much time to find him. Xia Xian apologized. I don't know where the guy is sleeping. But I can roughly guess the questions the farmer wants to ask him. And I also roughly know his answers. And Ro waited quietly. Xia Xian smiled. As long as the farmer makes a decision that suits his wishes, he will not interfere. Is the farmer satisfied with this answer? This Ghost King is probably the reincarnation of a starving ghost. He waited here to say a few words, and then went to the canteen to eat lunch with great interest. And Ro had no appetite. So she walked alone in the farm, quietly thinking about Xia Xian's words. Cao Cao followed closely. Boss, don't take Jia's words to heart. He definitely has bad intentions. And Ro glanced at him and realized that he was referring to the luck that Xia Xian had just mentioned. Such important information, of course, must be remembered firmly in mind. But the point to remember is completely different from what Cao Cao is worried about. Except for Kwang Dao. The bad luck or good luck of other players has nothing to do with her. Just like the players who died in Zhongshu Town. If they didn't die in the farm ghoul tide, wouldn't they die in other ghoul tides? Cao Cao is right. There are so many players who have lost their qualifications. If they are really unlucky when they return to real life, the world will be quiet. The fact is that before Amber entered the game, Yondon City alone was in a mess. Is your boss's quality so bad? Amber said with a smile, pushing Cao Cao. Go and eat your meal. Didn't you say you were hungry as soon as you left the house? Cao Cao walked away, looking back every 3 steps. Amber turned around and walked into the bun shop. Her smile sank. This trip out seemed to have done nothing. But in fact, she collected a lot of information. At first glance, all aspects seem a bit confusing. But in fact, an outline has slowly emerged. Let's talk about Chu Mo first. As analyzed before, Chu Mo's purpose is very simple. Ghost Ruins. There are 2 candidates in the trial area who are qualified to open Ghost Ruins. One is the 99th ranked Crazy Blade, and the other is the 8th ranked opening. The former is a great god, and the latter is a super god. Judging from the strength, opening is most likely, but considering the overall situation, and Ro thinks that Chu Mo is interested in Crazy Blade. First, the location of the evisceration is unknown, and the Mad Knife is in the trial area. To deal with an A-level ghoul, a great god-level Mad Knife is enough. And it is unlikely that the evisceration will come to babysit the novice group at the same time. Secondly, as Cao Cao described, the Mad Knife has a rough style and a strong momentum of rise. He is called the second Qiqian Yiming. And Ro vaguely remembers that Cui Qing joined Lungyan not long after he started playing the game 2 years ago, and went to work at the Holographic Command Center. He was promoted to a great god in just 2 years. His speed can be called genius. It is not impossible for him to leap over the super god in one step and open the ghost ruins. After all, after getting rich and rising to SSS level, he devoured 2 high-level players, Old Man and Ollie, one after another. The hidden experience rewards are definitely not comparable to ordinary SSS level ghouls. After locking the target on Kwang Dao, the situation became clear. 300-person trial group. There is only one trial town, so it is conceivable that the scope of the entire trial area will not be too large to allow the entire trial group to disperse. It is difficult to kill Kwang Dao quietly without alerting others. But it does not mean there is no way. The answer given by Jia Xian on behalf of Chu Imo is very subtle. He will not intervene if it is in line with his wishes. What's the intention? Jia Xian clearly knew that she and Kwang Dao had an irreconcilable feud. But he still emphasized this prefix. This chatterbox doesn't talk nonsense. Chu Imo. I hope she can wipe out the trial group. The result of this thought made Enrose smile inexplicably. As the #1 player of Longyan Guild, Chu Imo actually wanted to use outsiders to get rid of his own guild members. It seems that he is very dissatisfied with the existence of the trial area. According to the words of the players in the tea house, the trial group was just formed recently, which means that Longyan has made up its mind to strengthen the training of members recently. Chumo's dissatisfaction with the trial group is actually his dissatisfaction with the guild's decision. The Longyan Guild, which has 2 headquarters in Lingbing City and Lingyu, is obviously the largest guild in the server. But it is still in a hurry to train new members. And Ro guessed that it was because the existing players in the guild, including Chumo, could not meet Longyan's needs. Thinking further, it involves another question: what is Longyan Guild pursuing? The 3 major guilds of Longyan, Ali, Gar, and Lingbing City are different from many small and medium-sized private guilds. They all have deep national backgrounds, and they have spent a lot of manpower and resources to study the soul-calling song tirelessly. This cannot be regarded as an ordinary corporate behavior. Competition between countries. And Ro's eyelids jumped, and a vague answer emerged in her mind. Connection. The game world and the real world are related. Just as Jia Xian hinted, she can avenge Cui Qing's family in reality by killing Kwang Dao. Just as the rumors I have heard several times, many people rise in the game and make a fortune in reality. And those who are unlucky in the game also have bad luck in reality. There is another rumor that once the Ghost King is killed, the game will end completely. The ghost ruins managed by Jia Xian must hide an astonishing secret. A secret that makes all countries sleepless. And Ro raised her hand and stared at her palm. The reason why she entered the game. Doesn't it just prove the connection between the 2 worlds? The biggest sign was actually in front of her from the beginning. It's just that out of disappointment with the real world and the mentality of making the best of it, she never thought deeply about it. And Ro was stunned for a long time before she suppressed her chaotic thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. The situation and motivation were almost analyzed. And the next question was how to break the situation. How can we completely wipe out these 301 people? And we must be able to successfully escape from the encirclement of 300,000 players of Longyan afterwards. Pao Pao hurriedly finished 2 bowls of rice. And when he rushed over to find Ro, he hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth yet. And Ro sat in the bun shop, half tilting her head. As soon as he saw the familiar posture, Pao Pao knew what she was doing, and then sat down quietly opposite, looking at Ro from time to time. And Ro suddenly said, the trial area includes 3 mountains: Sangling Mountain, Woolly Mountain, and Niauk Mountain, which are connected in pairs. The trial town is set on the top of Sangling Mountain, but the trial tasks are scattered on the 3 mountains, mainly on the inside. It is said that the Deadwood Forest at the junction of Sangling Mountain and Woolly Mountain, the mass grave on the hillside of Woolly Mountain, and the Ghost Tomb Raft building on Niauk Mountain are the 3 main task locations. Of course, the place with the highest concentration of ghouls is still the trial town, because the A-level ghoul boss will not leave the town, and it needs to constantly differentiate new ghouls to cause chaos and cover its whereabouts. Now the trial group is dispersed in small groups, a total of 50 groups. The details of the tasks in the trial town have also been released. The highest level of ghouls is indeed A, but the one that was just strangled has not reached C level. After hearing this, Pao Pao couldn't help but said, "Boss, can you still read the player's memory? Or remote?" And Ro looked down at him. Her focus was unfocused, and it was obvious that she had not yet retracted her consciousness. She smiled and said, Just discovered? I know exactly what you are thinking at this moment. What am I thinking? Pao Pao asked. Hung Bobeo. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Pao Pao's face was burning. But his mind started to work. I know. The boss connected to Meng Ziyu's consciousness? And Ro nodded. Pao Pao was surprised. It wouldn't be mixed in with the players. It's so bold. No. It took Zisha to hide under the stairs of the restaurant and ate the leftovers. Pao Pao didn't know what to say. Level ghoul. For low-level players. It can be called a local tyrant. Eating leftovers? It's too miserable. The smile on Anra's lips suddenly disappeared. And she frowned. Pao Pao asked hurriedly, What's wrong? Boss? After waiting for a while, Anra whispered, Just now. Kwang Dao came in and forced a member of Longyan to kill the waiter in the restaurant. Why? The waiter is a ghoul? No. And Ro's expression showed some hatred. That member found out that his friend had appeared at the scene of strangling the ghoul. But he didn't get any more clues. Kwang Dao is showing them that if soft tactics don't work, then use hard tactics. Damn! Pao Pao cursed and said angrily. He really wants to learn from the ruler. He doesn't learn the good, but the bad. Isn't he afraid of bringing bad luck? And Rose sneered. He used this style to rise to the great god in 2 years. His destiny is very high. So he has the capital to do so. Unfortunately, because of him, none of the 300 Dragon Flame players he brought this time will be able to walk out of the trial area alive. It's just bad luck. Pao Pao heard the meaning of Enro's words and asked tentatively, Boss, are we going to attack Kwang Dao? Enro, do you have any objection? Of course I don't. Pao Pao slapped the table and stood up, eager to try. They deserve this disaster for not treating NPCs as human beings. It just so happens that the sauerkraut jar is empty, so I can use these people to fill it up. Enro cut off the connection with consciousness. Her eyes regained clarity, and she looked at him in surprise. Pao Pao continued, Boss. It's agreed. I want to participate this time. The real kind of participation. I want to upgrade my level as soon as possible. Silver and the like are too rubbish. I feel ashamed to say it out. And Ro asked him seriously, Have you thought about it? Are you not afraid of death? Once the ghoul tide explodes, the scene will be very chaotic. At that time, her attention will definitely be focused on Kwang Dao, and she may not be able to take care of Pao Pao. If he died temporarily, it would be okay to just lose his life points. If he was bitten by a ghoul by accident, he would be done with the game. Pao Pao said firmly, I've thought about it. I won't die. He couldn't hide behind his boss all the time. As a player, he couldn't hide behind a ghoul all the time. After all, he was also a small leader of the ghoul employees. Don't set a flag casually. And Rose smiled. Sit down. Let's discuss the follow-up plan. The plan was actually very simple. First, a small wave of ghouls would be rhythmically detonated in the trial town to attract players from other mission sites to the town. But they couldn't panic and ask for help from the outside world too early. Secondly, leave clues of the top ghouls to Kwang Dao alone. With his conceited character, he will definitely track them down and disconnect from the trial group. The third and final step is to send farm workers to detonate a large ghoul tide in the town and wipe out the trial group. At the same time, let Baofu deal with Kwang Dao. With Baofu's current strength, he should be able to kill him. Since you want to participate deeply, go to the town with Zhangde. Remember to follow closely. It can help you at a critical moment. And Rose said. Pao Pao hesitated to speak. What? Is there a problem with the plan? It can destroy the trial group without destroying the farm. No problem. Pao Pao shook his head. It's just, Boss, do we have to choose the trial town as the location? There are many NPCs there. And Ro frowned. I know. They are all people captured by Long Yen from all over the place. Even if they escape from the ghoul tide, what good results can there be? As long as they stay in the trial area, they will die sooner or later. And that day won't come too late. Pao Pao moved his lips. And Andrew continued, Or do you want to send them back to their place of origin? Unrealistic. Long Yen is unlikely to capture people from other guilds' territories. And these NPCs are not captured randomly. Long Yen must have his own set of screening criteria. Even if they are sent back, they will be captured sooner or later. Boss, have you ever thought about bringing them back to the farm? Pao Pao said weakly. After the rich brother ate Ollie, his body became bigger. and the farm can be expanded to accommodate them. There are only a few dozen people in the farm now. It's so quiet. Doesn't the boss want it to be more lively? Lively is good, but it will bring more management problems. And Ro denied. Besides, have you ever thought about whether this is a safe place? If you really want to be safe, why do you have to hide during this period? Is it really good for them to bring them back to the farm? Pao Pao was silent. With his personality, if he really disagreed, although he would eventually follow in Ro's arrangements, he would inevitably argue in the process. The reason why he remained silent this time was because he felt that what the boss said was not without reason. If you meet a stray cat on the road and take it home, it becomes your responsibility. NPCs are people in the game, and their responsibilities will only be greater. Pao Pao scratched his head. I just expressed my thoughts a little bit. Hee hee. The boss is right. I will listen to the boss. Boss, when will we start? His appearance made and reside deeply in her heart. Bao Bao can't perform night travel during the day. Wait until nightfall. There are still 4 or 5 hours before nightfall. The trial group has arrived for a whole morning, and no one has come down the mountain from the south. It seems that the information obtained through Mengziu is true, and the locations of the trial tasks are all on the inner side of the 3 mountains. In other words, the farm does not need to worry about being discovered for the time being, considering that it is unknown when the action at night will end. And Ro asked Pao Pao to log off and rest in advance, and then enter the game at 5 o'clock in the evening. After Pao Pao left, she sat alone in the bun shop, always feeling a tightness in her chest. And Yongyan came over and brought a lunch box with a hearty meal. Seeing her dirty clothes, he ran to get her a set of clean clothes. Ro, the bathhouse is right next to us. I asked Sister Xiang to boil some hot water. Hurry up and go and soak in it. And Ro stared at him blankly for a while, which made Yongyan feel uneasy. What's the matter? Are there bad guys again? And Ro came back to her senses and smiled and comforted him as usual, and let him go back. She looked at the delicious food on the table, but she couldn't muster up any appetite. She kept thinking of the sweet potatoes in Zisha's broken white bowl. The clean and soft silk cheongsam on the stool made her think of the NPCs in the trial town. Each one was gray, from eyes to clothes. All lost their luster. And Rose stood up irritably. Bow bow. A circular ground crack appeared on the ground of the bun shop, and Rose stepped into the dark gap, and countless void tentacles surged, carrying her into the deepest part. The faint light surged, and the light spots as fine as sand gathered into a figure, waiting at the end. And Rose sat down in front of it, one hand on her knee, holding her cheek, quietly looking at the figure in front of her composed of soul light spots. Soul light spots, this is the name she subconsciously gave when she saw them gather into human form. The glowing white figure that seemed to be printed on the wall really looked like a soul. It was this that made Ro realize that the instinct of the ghoul to devour souls was most likely due to the desire for souls. People always want what they lack. This game's setting is very reasonable. The soul hidden in Bao Bao's body is of course Bao Bao's soul. The moment this soul appeared, and Ro felt as if she saw Wanda. The height and body shape are very similar, but it only has an outline. No facial features, no movements, and no words. The only thing that can be called a reaction is that it will appear as soon as Ro enters here. It seems to be waiting for her to come at all times. The more it looks like Wangda, the more it proves that Ro's previous guess is correct. Wangda is not a single individual. It is mixed with the will to get rich quickly. However, this soul is definitely not Wangda. It will not make her feel uneasy, but only peaceful. And Ro looked at it quietly. It didn't move, and seemed to be looking back quietly. Time passed in stillness, and Ro closed her eyes unconsciously. Her mind was drowsy. At the moment when she was about to fall asleep, she murmured in a barely audible voice, Bao Bao. What should I do? And Ro woke up suddenly, stared at it with wide eyes. Did she hear it wrong? It received her question. All the soul light spots began to flicker slowly at the same frequency, like endless breathing lights gathered together. Save them, Master. Save them, Master. Save them. Chapter 103. Pao Pao ran for a while in the luxury gym, but suddenly stopped and fell down due to the tracks. He got up, stroked his red forehead, and was still lost in thought. After a while, he clenched his fist, left the holographic arena, and returned home. Master Ming, you are back so early today? And he came up to him. You didn't have lunch. I'll go cook for you. Just a bowl of noodles. Pow Pow said. Where's my brother? Of course I'm at work at this time. Pow Pow nodded and sat absent-mindedly in the restaurant. After finishing the noodles, he remembered to take out a packaging box from his backpack and put it on the table. Auntie. Xiaoxue is going to elementary school. This is for her. Xiaoxue is Auntie's granddaughter. She will go to school in the second half of this year. Now is the time for pre-study. He bought an all-purpose tutoring machine. And it is the latest model. It comes with a micro-holographic classroom. With holographic glasses. It is not much different from taking classes in person. As the learning atmosphere in schools is declining, this machine is a great tool for self-study. But it is expensive. Pow Pow bought all the courses from primary school to high school. And the price was as high as 50,000. Andy was stunned when she saw it. And refused repeatedly. How can this be done? It's too expensive. Auntie. I make money. A lot of money. Pow Pow did not allow rejection. If you don't accept it, I can only throw it in the trash can. By the way, don't tell my brother. Auntie hesitated. Pow Pow did not look at her again. Went back to his room. And tossed and turned on the bed. Then he went to his brother's study. No. There was no trace of the trial area in all the information he could access. He didn't find a single word about such a large trial area. He sat in his brother's study, staring at the photo of the two brothers on the desk. In his hand, he held a paper. A graduation paper on whether NPCs in the holographic world have human rights. Signed by Shi Shizhen. Hypocrite. Before leaving, Pow Pow whispered and closed the study door. At 5 o'clock, the sky in the Soul world was already very dark. Pow Pow walked out of the room absent-mindedly. And when he passed the kitchen, he was called back to his senses by the lively sounds inside. Usually, there are only a few people in the kitchen. An Yonian, Li Kongfu, Xiaojia, and Mei Hong sometimes come to help in the kitchen. But now, he can recognize several people's voices just by listening. The polite manager Liang, the noisy Li Xiang, the energetic Bozi, and the chattering Qingqingaya. It's in full swing. Like a festival. All these vegetables are washed in the yard, and then sent to the kitchen. Tianrui. Go to the wine cellar, and bring out 2 boxes of wine. No foreign wine. Just White Lotus wine. Lung Hanli directed several security guards to walk into the yard. Pow Pow walked forward. Mrs. Lung? What is this? Before Lung Hanli answered, and Ro's voice came in. Kill the pigs and sheep. Prepare to welcome the guests. Farmer. Lung Hanli nodded to Enro, walked away, and continued to work. Pow Pow looked at Enro in a daze. Boss. What guests are you welcoming? What do you think? Enro turned her head and looked at the mountains outside the farm. Trial group? Pow Pow asked uncertainly. And when he got Enro's affirmative smile, he jumped 3 feet high. Boss. Have you changed the location? Long live the boss. Several security guards, who were carrying things, turned their heads to look at him. Keep your voice down. And Rose stopped him. Pow Pow was silent for a moment, and then lowered his voice and asked, But boss, even if it's not in the trial town, there's no need to choose the farm. Right? It costs so much money to build it. What if it's destroyed again? Only a few hundred people. Most of them are bronze. How much of a splash can they make? And Ro narrowed her eyes slightly. Besides, she still had something to ask Huang Dao. The action location was changed, and the entire plan of eating fish was adjusted accordingly. It became simpler. Attract all the people in the trial group to the farm, and kill them all at once. Then how to attract people? First create a ghoul tide? Pow Pow asked doubtfully. The trial locations are all on the inner side of the 3 mountains. If a ghoul tide suddenly breaks out on the outer side, will it arouse suspicion? Also, we need to capture a group of players before we can create a ghoul tide. Right? And Rose shook her head. Of course not a ghoul tide. If the players come for the ghoul tide and start fighting right away, how can she have time to ask what she wants to ask? And the group annihilation process takes too long, which will inevitably attract the attention of the Longying Guild. And it will not be convenient to escape. Mingziyu is the boss in this trial mission, and the other ghouls are differentiated by it. The simplest way is to let it use the will of the Ghost Mother to drive all the ghouls over, and then attract all the players. Pow Pow nodded suddenly. Did the boss reach a cooperation with Mingziyu? No. But soon. As soon as Enro finished speaking, the big face of Fu Fu appeared under her feet. holding her and quickly moving out of the courtyard and rushing to the farm gate. Pow Pow hurriedly used the wind step to catch up. Outside the gate, Zhangde held a small figure in one hand, lit a cigarette with the other hand, and took a deep breath. Uncle, we're done. Zisa opened her two small hands and waved them in front of her. Zhangde put her down and silently took out 2 pieces of maltose. Wow! Uncle still has some. Can Shasha eat it? Zhangde said nothing, just moved his hand closer. Zisha picked up one of the pieces, one for me and one for you. Thank you. Uncle! She licked it carefully, her face full of happiness. So sweet. So sweet. This is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. Zhangde paused in smoking. His eyes fell on the remaining maltose in his palm, and he slowly frowned. He imitated Zisha's behavior and carefully touched the amber sugar with the tip of his tongue. This disgusting taste is sweet? Uncle, is it sweet? Zisha raised her little face, her eyes expectant. Zhangde, sweet. As he uttered the word, he bent down and picked up Zisha again, retreating to the gate. At the foot of the mountain not far away, a tree was hit by something, and the shaking branches and leaves extended all the way to the foot of the mountain. Mengziyu rolled out from behind the last tree, ignoring the deep pain in his body, and rushed to the farm gate with rolling and crawling. It parasitizes in the body of an NPC child. It has more strength than ordinary children, but no player skills. It can be said that it has nothing except brains and levels. From the small town on the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, it can't catch up with Zhangde no matter how hard it tries. Finally, it gritted its teeth and simply rolled down the mountain, which would be faster. If it were an ordinary NPC, it would have fallen to death long ago. Fortunately, it was a ghoul, and in a short few minutes it rushed to the farm gate. All its injuries had healed. It just had a bloody face and looked embarrassed. Let her go! Mengziyu ran closer with an angry voice. Zisha heard the voice and turned her head. Brother, brother, you are bleeding. So much blood. Uncle, uncle, put me down. Zhangde glanced at Mengziyu and heard the sound of the door opening behind him, and turned his head, and Ro nodded to it. It put Zisha on the ground, and the little girl ran towards Mengziyu. She was tripped by grass roots halfway, but fortunately her brother held her in time. Brother, are you hurt? Does it hurt? Mengziyu wiped the blood with his dirty sleeve, revealing the healed skin. It doesn't hurt. Look, it's not my blood. Zisha stared at him for a long time, then felt relieved and handed him the maltose. Brother, eat the candy. It's very sweet. I don't like sweet food, Mengziyu said, still licking it gently. Frowning. It's not delicious at all. You eat it. It's obviously delicious, Zisha muttered. Mengziyu pulled her behind him, and looked at Zhangde vigilantly a few meters away. When it was halfway through the chase, it realized that Zhangde didn't have the smell of a soul. That's why it was even more anxious, and simply rolled down the mountain, fearing that the other party would swallow Zisha's soul in one gulp. At this time, Zisha was behind it, but it felt more and more threatened. The same kind in front of it was very strong, occupying the body of the destiny. At least A level. Ghouls don't have game screens, but ghouls with intelligence can often distinguish the strength of their own kind or the destiny based on instinctive intuition. It's you? Mengziyu's sight fell behind Zhangde. Who is it? Zisha asked, poking her head out, seeing in Ro and Pow Pow, and shouting happily, Big sister, big brother. Mengziyu pushed her head back, and Ro's voice reappeared in Mengziyu's mind. Are you sure you want to negotiate with me in front of Zisha? It shook its head vigorously, but this action obviously couldn't drive the other party's voice out of its mind. Mengziyu said viciously, Stay away from us. Otherwise, I will eat you and the destiny person next to you. Oh! And Ro took out the silver wind mace pinned on her back. You are quite confident. Mengziyu's expression was stern. Based on his experience, he could naturally recognize the extraordinary weapon of the destiny person, and the lethality must be extremely high. And Ro smiled, Don't be nervous. I don't need to kill you myself. Mengziyu turned his head suddenly. Several figures appeared around him, quietly forming an encirclement. All of them were his kind, and each of them was on par with him. No, they are parasitic in the body of the destined one, and their strength is stronger than their own. Mengziyu suddenly turned around and pressed Zisha's face against him. There was still no fear in the little boy's eyes. There were many questions in his mind. Why an ordinary person had both the Destined One and so many ghouls around him? And it seemed that the ghouls and the Destined One were her subordinates. But at this moment, Ming Ziyu could only suppress all his questions and quickly think of a way to break through. It would be difficult to rely on this parasite. The only way is to find a Destiny person to parasitize temporarily. The Destiny person named Pao Pao is the only choice. Ming Ziyu turned his head and looked at Pao Pao quietly with his peripheral vision. At this moment, its eyes were startled and widened. A look of fear finally emerged in its dark eyes. There is another one of its kind on the ground. A crazy one. The outline of its face was vague on the grass. And a huge eye was 1 meter away, with the pupil sliding slowly along the eye socket. Staring at it, Ming Ziyu felt that he was shrouded in death from body to mind. With its intelligence far exceeding that of its peers, it had no will to resist. If you think, you will die. Brother. What's wrong? Zisha tried to struggle out of his arms. I can't breathe. Ming Ziyu swallowed his saliva and said reluctantly, Don't move. It's okay. You want Zisha to see her dear brother changing wildly in front of her? The annoying voice sounded in his mind again. But this time, Ming Ziyu felt the breath of the devil from it. This woman. It gritted its teeth. What do you want? And Rose smiled. You know about that deal. 3 mountains. A total of 13 mission points. Each with 2 to 3 teams of destiny. The rest are in the town. Do you have a pen? I can draw a topographic map for you. In the bun shop, Ming Ziyu sat on a stool, bent his left leg and stepped on the stool, looking very old-fashioned. And Rose smiled and shook her head. What do I need a topographic map for? How many ghouls are there in total? 23. Including you? Of course not me. Ming Ziyu stared, questioning. Can I be like them? And Rose was surprised. 23 ghouls gathered together is also a ghoul tide. If handled properly, it may be possible to devour the entire trial group. Have you ever thought about it? Ming Ziyu sneered. The leader, Huang Dao, is one of the top 100 masters. Do you think he is a vegetarian? He has not only 300 new recruits, but also 15 powerful destiny people. Not counting the 300 people. A dozen of them are enough to wipe out those bastards. Speaking of this, its face changed slightly. The woman sitting opposite is going to wipe out the trial team. Since she can control such a powerful ghoul, she naturally won't take the fate of Huang Dao and his group seriously. Ming Ziyu put away his arrogant attitude. How do you want to deal with him? Send ghouls to every place? Based on the powerful ones he saw before, one can take on 2 or 3 trial teams. So this is possible. It's just that there aren't enough people to rush to every place and start the fight at the same time, which will undoubtedly alert the enemy. 300,000 Destiny players in the sub-3rd zone are no joke, it said. And Rose was thinking about the information it revealed. There were 15 players with good strength around Huang Dao. When she got intelligence from Ming Ziyu before, there was no such information, which made her think that there were only 301 people in the trial group, Captain Huang Dao, and 300 novice players. It seems that it is too few for A-level Ming Ziyu to think that they are strong. They must be at least silver level, and maybe some of them are gold. That's right. The trial missions are scattered, and it's difficult for Huang Dao to take care of so many people alone. It's reasonable to form a Nani group with him as the leader. Why? Are you scared? Ming Ziyu didn't get a response, and smiled contemptuously. Then let me go back as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Huang Dao finds out that I'm gone and comes looking for you, you won't be able to run away even if you want to. It's better if he finds out. I'm just worried that he won't come. Ming Ziyu was slightly surprised. What did you say? I said. And Rose said slowly. I want you to call all the ghouls under your command to the farm. With just your few men. You still want to surround them? And Rose smiled. Surround? I thought you were very smart. I just provided them with a place to kill each other. You want to divide them? With your ghouls? Ming Ziyu frowned, obviously disagreeing. No way. And Rose asked back. Do you think you are the only one who can disguise? Of course. You are one of the most successful ghouls I have ever seen. So you can't join this game without joining. Ming Ziyu thought of Zhangde who kidnapped his sister. That guy is good at disguising himself. Except that his face is a little dull. As for the other ghouls, although they are not as good as Zhangde, they are stronger in strength. Ming Ziyu has done many things to stir up trouble before, but the purpose is often to escape in the chaos. rather than to surround and kill the destiny person who is chasing after him. It can be said that he has never had such a ridiculous and arrogant idea. But from what the woman in front of him said, she is not unfamiliar with this method. That's right. Since she has a group of ghouls and such a terrifying behemoth under her command, she has the qualifications to do so. Meng Ziyu clenched his fists. Okay. I promise you. You must also fulfill your promise. After the matter is done, take me and Zisha away from Longyan's territory. And then let us go. Do you think it's a good thing for Zisha to continue to follow you? And Ro asked him. Do you think that you won't feel hungry if you don't need to eat? And your injuries will heal quickly? And she doesn't care about these things? Do you think she will always be a 7-year-old child who knows nothing? Meng Ziyu said loudly. You don't need to care about my affairs. And Ro was unmoved. The most important thing is that Zisha, who was once a head shorter than you, has now caught up with you. Isn't she? The flesh parasitized by the ghoul does not need to eat. But it also stops growing. The unique energy possessed by the ghoul can only keep the flesh alive at best. Meng Ziyu was silent for a moment, and slammed his fist on the table. I said, you don't need to meddle in other people's business. And Rose spread her hands. Okay. As you wish. Once the farm leaves the territory of the Longyan Guild, I will let you go. Meng Ziyu looked into her eyes, frankly and sincerely. He loosened his fist and sat back on the stool. When will we start? Unrow now. As soon as the words fell, noisy voices came from the street. From far to near, all the farm residents came out, moving tables and chairs from the shops on both sides and placing them in the middle of the street. Tianrui pushed open the door of the bun shop and saw someone inside. He was stunned for a moment. Farmer. No need here. The tables and chairs in other shops should be enough. And Rose said, okay. Tianrui closed the door and left. Meng Ziyu looked at Enro in confusion. What do you want to do? Didn't I tell you that you are responsible for calling all the little ghosts you have differentiated? As for me, I will prepare a buffet and entertain the guests. Enro smiled and said, I will go out and take a look. You hurry up. The way the ghost mother controls the ghouls is similar to her connection with the ghoul's consciousness. And both can be controlled remotely. Enro opened the door of the bun shop. And Meng Ziyu asked behind her, are you a destiny or a ghoul? She turned around and smiled. Is there a difference? After Enro left, Meng Ziyu sat alone in the bun shop, looking at his dirty little hands. Is there no difference? It slowly clenched its fists twice. Then, can I be a human? Tables and chairs were placed from the beginning of Yong'an Street to the end of the street, stretching for hundreds of meters. Pao Pao stood in the middle, constantly throwing gold coins on various dishes, making dozens of copies of the same dish. And then the residents took them away and scattered them. People came and went, and it was bustling. Everyone who saw Enro stopped and respectfully called out farmer. Enro walked up to Pao Pao and asked, where's Zisha? Xiao Jia is with her. She really likes Sha. Pao Pao replied, I told Xiao Jia not to take her out of the yard no matter what happens. Enro nodded. Is Hung Batong ready? He is obedient, but a little. Pao Pao pointed to his head and said, he is in a trance. Boss, I don't think he is good enough. He is not as good as Mei Hong or Leng Hanli. Enro pondered for a moment and said, let Mei Hong go. She can handle it. Compared to others, old employees like Mei Hong are the most loyal. Okay. I'll go find her right away. I'll go. You stay busy here. Pao Pao agreed and called Enro again. Boss, when will the trial group arrive? Enro pointed to the bun shop not far away. Soon. There is a crescent-shaped gentle slope halfway up Niauk Mountain, planted with green bamboo. A half circle of bamboo buildings surrounds the bamboo forest, and the bamboos on the outer walls and roofs are arranged closely, like a bamboo raft. All Longyan members who have been to the trial area know that this is the raft building, and through the bamboo forest, there is an entrance to the mountain belly somewhere on the mountain wall, which is the so-called ghost tomb. However, the ghoul is not a corpse, and it is not necessarily in the ghost tomb. The two groups of trial players arrived at the bamboo forest at the same time, and they went to the raft building first without any prior agreement, both to dig up clues and to identify the ghoul. Group 12. Spread out and search. Be careful not to miss any NPC. What are you spreading out for? The leader of another group interrupted. Group 1. Bring all the NPCs here and check them together. Team leader. This may reduce the NPC's favorability. A team member whispered. What are you afraid of? Just give money. Right, the team leader said, leaving a pile of gold coins on the ground. When the team leader of Group 12 saw it, he immediately gave a thumbs up. Team leader Batu is right. Team 12. Do what Team leader Batu said. The players dispersed, and soon found NPCs from all corners of the raft building, and gathered in front of the raft building by chasing, grabbing or dragging them. Many people received notifications of decreased favorability. Strangely, none of these NPCs cried. Most people reacted dully and in silence. No NPC spoke. Even if the players stuffed gold coins into their hands, their favorability didn't change much. Team leader Batu. We checked everything. There are no ghouls here. But if no one talks, we can't find any clues. Have you given the money? I gave it. But it doesn't work. Batu walked over and his eyes slid across the faces of the NPCs. Who is the most stubborn? He doesn't even take the money. Batu looked over and saw an old man with almost no hair, and scattered gold coins under his feet. Wrinkled dog. You don't want to drink the toast, so you have to drink the penalty? Batu grabbed the old man by the collar. The old man's dark eyes swept over his face, and he lowered his head again without saying a word. With a clang, Batu drew out his knife and pressed it against the old man's neck. Speak. The old man's favorability towards him dropped by 20%. Speak, what to say? The voice was dry and hoarse. Batu, call me Master Tianmings. The old man raised his head and looked at him again, closing his dry lips. The next moment, blood spurted out of his carotid artery, splashing Batu's face. As soon as Tyrant's hand loosened, the old man fell to the ground, and soon he turned into a piece of white sand and gradually disappeared. Some NPCs screamed, and some began to cry for mercy. Soon, the two groups found clues to the mission. There were scary sounds in the cave deep in the bamboo forest. They plunged into the bamboo forest. At the end of the team, a player whispered to his companion, the ghoul is not in the raft building, but in the ghost tomb. Isn't it obvious? Why do you still want to kill people? Shoo! The companion glanced at the front of the team nervously. He is the son of the Mad Knife. Don't you know? Don't talk nonsense. Batu walked in the front of the team, looked back at the team members, lowered his voice, and sent a voice message, Dad. NPCs turned into sand when they died, and ghouls turned into water when they died. So how can there be a cemetery? Oh, yes. There are also mass graves. What are buried in them? Kwang Dao quickly replied, do your task. Don't think about it. Batu curled his lips. He was really curious, so he threw the same question to the leader of Group 12. The leader smiled flatteringly. I guess nothing is buried. Didn't the guild build the trial area? They deliberately gave it some scary names to train the courage of us newbies. It makes sense. Batu touched his chin. Being in the dark and gloomy bamboo forest, thinking about the place he was going to call Ghost Tomb. It was really scary. He took out a prop and raised it. It's too dark. Everyone take out the flashlight. The team members looked at each other, and no one moved. Batu was surprised. Don't you even have a flashlight? The team members could only complain in their hearts. This thing is just a daily prop. Just because it is produced on Ghost Island, it is sold at a higher price than Hanwoo. Of course not. No matter what you compete with, it is not as good as competing with your father. Batu was a little complacent. Then follow me closely. I won't look for you if you get lost. The flashlight was turned on. The halo just hit a snow-white terrified face. Oh my god! Batu screamed, and the flashlight fell to the ground, and the light was buried in the soft fallen leaves. The bamboo forest darkened instantly. Everyone was startled by him, and asked what happened. Ghoul. Ghoul. Can't you see it? Are you all blind? The team members quickly activated their weapons, and the colorful skill lights instantly illuminated the nearby area. The leader of Group 12 picked up the flashlight and shone it forward. It was empty. Where was the ghoul? Batu was furious. It's right there. I can't be wrong. You, and you, both of you go and have a look. The leader of Group 12 reminded Team Leader Batu. Check the details of your mission. Batu then recalled that the light screen had flashed just now. He flipped open the history message and saw the mission details at the bottom. There are indeed 2 ghouls in the mission of looking for shadows in the bamboo forest, both of which are sea level. The details are activated, and the previous clue is invalid. He vented his anger. What? Am I right? There are ghouls. Before he finished speaking, rustling footsteps appeared not far away. Batu was startled, and his first thought was to hide behind the leader of Group 12. Everyone held their weapons tightly and waited for the ghouls. But the ghouls did not appear, and the sound disappeared. The leader of Group 12 looked at Batu. Team leader Batu, what should we do? Of course we should chase them. How can the ghouls run away when they are right under our noses? You useless people. Chase them. I heard the sound going outside the bamboo forest. Chase. 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 Chase together. A dozen people hurriedly chased after them, not realizing that they had already deviated from the direction they came from. The mountain stream under their feet passed through a hidden corner, leading them to the outside of Songling Mountain without knowing it. The shadow that appeared and disappeared in front of them suddenly disappeared. Where did you go? Find it. Look down. Everyone opened their mouths at the same time, looking down at the mountain in amazement. In their eyes, the squinting neon lights were reflected. What is that place? Is it also built in the trial area? Built in a place like this? Right. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe we can find more clues to the mission. The leader of Team 12 said. Team leader Batu, what do you think? Let's go. That place is built quite beautifully. It's completely different from the trial town. Batu smiled and said, let's go play together. Most of the two groups were bronze, and their energy was not enough after using the wind step to chase them. The remaining half of the black iron was even more out of breath. The group simply walked down the mountain, and after about half an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Originally, they were worried that the ghouls would ambush and attack in the dark. But now that their vision was widened, they all let down their guard and walked towards the farm gate with laughter. Team leader, there are words on the door. What words? Batu squinted and saw the door suddenly open inwards before he could see clearly. A graceful and slender figure walked out, smiling, and looked at everyone in shock. Under the fake smile, and Ro was also stunned. What a familiar face. Chui. Gao. Sean. Great. You are here too. Chapter 104. Next to the trial town, on the other half of the mountain, stood an armored player. Compared to his long hair and rough beard, the blood stains on his armor were particularly eye-catching. This was his record. Since he entered the game 2 years ago, he has not cleaned the blood stains on his body after every mission. The blood stains had long dried, leaving a colorful crimson on the iron-gray armor, which looked like a wild and ferocious abstract tattoo. The same is true for the iron chain gloves. Kwang Dao looked down at the direction of the town, but his eyes fell on the light screen in front of him. The light screen was frozen on the page of the destiny list, and the list slid to the bottom. The second to last line, Huagua. Kwang Dao. Lingbing City. 99. After killing that S-level ghoul a few days ago, his ID finally made it onto this list. But at the end of the list, Kwang Dao narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to smell the bloody smell left on the iron chain gloves. The strong smell was the strongest adrenaline for him. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If you kill the A-level ghoul hidden in the trial town. Kai Rib said that although this ghoul is only a level, its cunningness is even better than SSS. And it is an extremely special one. It is so special that the guild has continuously sent execution teams to track it for a year, and finally sent out the super god level Kai Rib to finally capture it. Kwang Dao doesn't think that an A-level ghoul can be that powerful. The reason why it can run for so long is nothing more than 2 reasons. The people sent out by the guild before are all trash, and the ghoul took advantage of the loophole that the guild required to capture it alive. However, it is an A-level after all. Once it reaches A-level, it is considered a high-level ghoul. After strangling, the destiny value awarded by the system may allow him to climb up a few places. Wait until this trial is over before taking action. Kwang Dao pondered, twisting his fingers in front of his nose, carefully savoring the taste on the gloves. For this trial, the instructions given to him by the guild, in addition to guidance and observation, there is another one. Do not touch this A-level ghoul. The guild does not care how many members die in the trial. On the contrary, the weight of this ghoul is much more important to the guild than the lower level members. Since he chose to join the guild, Kwang Dao would not disobey the orders of the organization. However, if an A-level ghoul accidentally changes to a mad state, that would be another matter. He was not disobeying orders. He was just clearing up potential safety hazards. A subordinate stepped on the convex rocks on the cliff and flew to the top of the mountain. He was not careful and got too close to Kwang Dao. He was almost knocked off the cliff by the smell on his body. Yu Xian quietly stepped back 2 steps. Captain, there is something wrong with the mission. What's wrong? Yu Xian hesitated and had to bite the bullet and move closer. Sharing the light screen, these are the mission details sent back by each execution group. But the missions are all invalid. Kwang Dao glanced at it. The trial operation has an assessment phase, from clue digging to strangulation. Each step will record the time and combat losses. Therefore, each execution group will report to the observation group headed by him as soon as there is progress. In the private message that Yu Xian clicked on, the font of each task detail turned gray, indicating that the task information has expired. Among them, there are task details sent back by his son. Task failure and task information failure are 2 concepts. Kwang Dao, how do you determine that the task is failed rather than completed? The subordinates are not useless, and they complete the task quickly. Isn't that a good thing? Yu Xian was choked by him and explained, Captain, that's not the case. All the details turned gray at the same time. I sent the observation team out to check, and their reply was that they didn't find the execution team on the scene. Kwang Dao finally frowned. His eyebrows were thick and black, and the center of his eyebrows was almost connected, looking very fierce. Just then, a shout suddenly came from the trial town below. Chase! We will chase them separately. We must not let the ghoul escape. In the dark night, in the dimly lit alley, several figures appeared running, rushing to the south of the town. Yu Xian observed for a moment and made a guess. Captain, I suspect that the mission failed because the ghoul left the scene, and the execution team went to chase him. So the observation team did not find anyone at the scene. Before he finished speaking, Kwang Dao had already jumped off the cliff, and the fearless blade drew a straight and sharp spark on the cliff. Yu Xian hurriedly followed, and at the same time sent a voice message to the observation team. Everyone rushed to the south of the town. The trial boss seems to be playing tricks. Playing tricks? Yu Xian looked at the female NPC waiting at the gate, carefully identified for a long time, and then confirmed that she was not a ghoul. And Ro wore a plain blue cheongsam, showing a standard smile with 8 tiny white teeth, one hand on her belly, and the other hand raised to the gate. Yu Xian only felt that he saw a flight attendant. The flight attendant said, Welcome to Yan'an Farm. Wait, it's not. Welcome aboard? Yu Xian came back to his senses and looked at the plaque above his head. Yan'an Farm? Captain, is it the Yan'an Farm? Kwang Dao was also squinting. At this time, someone ran over from the door, shouting, Dad! Here! Here! I'm here! Kwang Dao didn't move, waiting for Batu to run over. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on here? Batu reacted, followed his gaze and looked at the plaque, and smiled. Hey, Dad! It's not the Yan'an Farm in Oli's territory. I've asked. This is the farm that our club has just built to host the trial group. Why are you hitting me? Batu rubbed his head, his face full of grievance. Kwang Dao, do you think the trial is a trip? And treat you with your condition. You didn't even know you were eaten by a ghoul. Ghoul? And Ro showed a bit of panic. Sir, there are no ghouls on our farm. You can't make such jokes. Batu pouted. Dad, you scared the NPC. Kwang Dao frowned and wanted to speak, but was pulled away by Yu Xian. Captain, could it be that one? Which one? Kwang Dao said in a deep voice. If you have anything to say, hurry up and say it. Yu Xian had to explain. It was the rumor before. Isn't the Yong'an Hotel in the 8th district a special address? Later, a super large ghoul wave broke out in Yong'an Farm. Some people suspect that the 2 words Yong'an may have their own luck. So many places have quietly changed their names. I guess our guild built a Yong'an Farm in the trial area. Maybe it was also considered in this way. Kwang Dao snorted and laughed, meaning something inexplicable. Yu Xian was embarrassed. Kwang Dao, they want to get a special address for the imitation. But they didn't think of making a special NPC? Isn't the boss of Yan'an Restaurant and Yan'an Farm called in Ro? Is there anyone called in Ro here? Dad. Batu heard it and stamped his feet. I have already asked around. The boss here is called Sister Hong. Noddin. He hesitated for a moment and couldn't say the name. And Ro saw it and sneered in her heart. Coward. However, Cui Gaoshan's reaction made her aware of a subtlety. If the captain is worried, why don't you ask the association? Yu Xian asked. Huang Dao did not express his opinion. Ba Tu was surprised and said, "Ah, can I ask? When you join the club, you sign a confidentiality agreement. And when you enter the trial area, you also sign a confidentiality agreement. I thought you couldn't ask anything." Yu Xian glanced at him and cast a look at Huang Dao for instructions. Huang Dao sneered, "Have both of your brains been eaten by pigs? Even if this place was built by the club, since it is named Yong'an, what does it mean? Doesn't it mean that there are hidden tasks inside? We were sent here to carry out the trial mission. What's wrong with you reporting back to the guild now? You are shameless. I want you." Yu Xian looked embarrassed, lowered his head, and looked like he was eating shit. Huang Dao stepped on his iron boots and walked towards the farm. Ba Tu followed him like a little chicken. "Dad, is there really a mission hidden here? But I just carefully identified the NPCs I encountered, and none of them are ghouls. Dad, where do you think the ghouls are hiding?" He believed in Huang Dao's judgment. After all, his father, who was resolute, courageous and capable, was his idol since he was a child. Huang Dao glanced at him sternly. "That's a question you need to figure out. He is the leader of the observation team, not a member of the trial team." Ba Tu shrugged, and saw a buffet on the street from the corner of his eyes. And he became excited again. "Dad, the club has prepared a big meal for us. It's so rich. Not only food, but also wine. All lotus white." Behind the two, and Rose stood by the gate, quietly watching them go away, with a smile on her face. But her eyes became colder and colder. Another wave of players arrived, and Rose glanced at the IDs above their heads, all of which were gold and silver. They should be the observation group mentioned by the trial players. After counting, in addition to the great player Huang Dao, there are 5 gold players in the entire trial group, including Yu Xian. 10 silver players, all of whom are above the middle level, must also belong to the observation group. The remaining 300 players, who actually participated in the trial mission, were all bronze and black iron novices without exception. However, the number of low-level players who entered the door one after another seemed to be less than 300. And Ro politely invited the newly arrived players in and connected with Meng Ziyu's consciousness to ask. 8 were eaten, Meng Ziyu said. And Ro understood that it seemed that Long Yin did not require a certain number of people to come and go in the trial group. This trial was also an invisible elimination match. Excluding the 8 people who lost the qualification, there were 308 people left. It seemed that everyone had arrived. And Ro smiled slightly and slowly closed the heavy door. In the shadow of the wall, a circular crack appeared on the ground. And Ro glanced at the noisy street and stepped in. The figure disappeared. The courtyard, the study door was open, and Pao Pao and Meng Ziyu sat side by side on the threshold, both a little nervous. "Don't worry. The boss will do it. It's foolproof," Pao Pao said. Meng Ziyu curled his lips. So far, it knew very little about this strange farm. The farm owner, the woman who looked ordinary, could actually speak in its mind. Unbelievable. At first it thought she was a destiny person, and after discovering this, it suspected that Enro was a ghoul. But after observing all the way, it was not. She seemed to be just an ordinary person who was powerless. But this ordinary person suddenly proposed a bold deal to it. As long as it helped to kill the entire trial group, it would be free. This deal appeared strangely in its mind. Meng Ziyu was shocked and naturally did not believe a word of it, and flatly refused. Until Zisha was kidnapped to the farm by a ghoul that was not differentiated by it. And Rose showed incredible power. But it was still skeptical until she told the whole plan. Meng Ziyu only had one thought. This person is much scarier than a ghost like me. Humans are indeed the most cunning creatures. In the study courtyard, a dark crack appeared, and Ro emerged from it. And the crack disappeared. Meng Ziyu clenched his fists, not daring to let down his guard. And Ro glanced at it and looked at Pao Pao. "Everyone is here." Pao Pao walked over quickly. "Are you going to do it right away?" "No." And Rose shook her head. "I still have something to confirm. Wait for my notice." Pao Pao nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling, nervous and excited. "Boss, playing with something very new." After a while, a group of people came in from the front yard and stopped in front of Enro. "Have you greeted everyone? How is it?" Mei Hong said indifferently. "Nothing good." And Rose smiled. "That's good. Are you ready? Her eyes swept over the people behind Mei Hong, Lung Hanli, Qingqing and Aya, who changed into simple clothes. The two shampoo girls were obviously a little nervous, twisting their handkerchiefs with their fingers. They were a little late, but still followed Mei Hong and Lung Hanli to answer, "We are ready." And Ro touched the backs of their hands. "Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen." She clapped her hands, and three figures walked out of the study. Zhang De and two employees. "Wait for me to notify you." And Ro gave another instruction and stepped into the dark ground crack, connecting with the consciousness of getting rich. And Ro heard the noisy voices on the ground. Since the first wave of trial players arrived, Sister Hong took people to greet them as the owner of the farm, and informed everyone that the buffet would start at 7 o'clock in the evening. Before the start of the banquet, everyone could visit on their own. Now, except for the courtyard, the farm is full of players, with a reminder that Longyang Guild has instructed members not to enter the courtyard. None of these junior players dare to violate the guild's arrangement. And Ro wanders underground with her sudden wealth. "Our guild is really awesome. Not only did we build a Yong'an farm, but we also built it so magnificently. There is no generator in the trial town, but there is one here. No, I have to brag to my brothers." "Don't be stupid. Forgot the confidentiality agreement? I sent it to my brothers in the guild, so it doesn't count as a violation of the confidentiality agreement." "Right. Why not? The confidentiality agreement for the trial area is separate. I can't even whisper a word. My brothers are very tight-lipped." And Ro smiled slightly without stopping. She satisfied Chumo's wishes and let Bao Fu face Quang Dao directly. The promise that Jia Xian gave was naturally also in effect. With the Ghost King here, there is no need to worry about the news leaking out before Quang Dao dies. No message could be sent out. And Ro followed Bao Fu and continued to wander around, and finally heard the voice she was looking for. "Dad, I'll go over there and take a look. There's no light on in that building. Maybe there's a clue." "Yeah." And Ro asked Bao Fu to follow the footsteps. Half an eye socket quietly appeared from the tree roots in the corner of the pond, and the pupil slid across an arc and fixed on a certain place. Cui Gaoshan actually went to the staff dormitory. Just in time. The staff dormitory has been emptied, and a lock is hung outside the gate. Batu looked at the padlock for a while, then turned his head to look at the courtyard. It only said that you can't enter the courtyard, but it didn't say that you can't enter here. "Right?" he muttered and took out his weapon, following the footsteps of his idle father. His weapon is also a big knife. An orange weapon, weighing 100 kilograms. A mere bronze low-level player. Not only was he promoted to the leader of the trial execution team, but he could also afford an orange weapon. And Rose smiled contemptuously. It seems that this game is not only about Krypton gold, but also about relying on your father. The big knife knocked lightly on the padlock, and the padlock fell to the ground with a clang. Batu didn't control his strength well, and left a deep cut on the wooden door. He looked back nervously. Fortunately, no one noticed that most of the trial members were wandering on the two streets, except for his father standing not far away. There was no one else nearby. Batu felt relieved and pushed the door open. He saw darkness. There was no light in front of or inside the door of this building. He thought about it, and used half of his energy to activate the weapon's skill. The red light came on, and he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The densely packed beds, 3 layers above and below, extended from the front to the darkness on both sides. In the whole building, it seemed that only the narrow corridor under my feet was not occupied by beds. There were no pillows or quilts, and all the beds seemed to be empty. Under the red light of the weapon, the scene was weird and gloomy. But Batu quickly turned his mind, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, while breathing a sigh of relief. Obviously, this place is for NPCs to live. Presumably, the farm has just been built, and the guild has not had time to capture so many NPCs to fill in. What a ghost. I was scared. Batu waved his hand, and cut the bed in front of him in half with a big knife. As easy as cutting tofu. He blew on the blade with satisfaction. It can cut iron like mud. After letting out his breath, he began to be proud of his courage. He randomly chose a side, carried the knife, and walked slowly inside, and saw the stairs at the innermost side. Is there a bed up there? Just as he was thinking, the stairs suddenly creaked. Slowly, another creak followed. The sharp groan of the old stairs under the heavy load made Batu's hair stand on end. Someone is coming down. There is someone upstairs in the locked house. He turned around and wanted to run. But he remembered what his father said. This imitation Yongin farm must be hiding a ghoul. His father would definitely not run away if he saw a ghoul. Then he couldn't run away either. Batu swallowed his saliva, suppressed his fear, and looked up at the top of the stairs. A faint female voice suddenly covered the creaking sound. Brother Sean? Is that you? I'm Rower. Brother Sean? I'm so cold. Can you come down and keep me company? Brother Gao Sean. Batu's scalp exploded instantly. And Ro's voice. It's in Ro's voice. What clues? What ghouls? All were thrown behind his mind. He turned around and ran. Panicking. His body was hit by the wall and the corner of the bed several times. And he rushed out the door in a hurry. Dad? Dad? Unro? It's Unro. She turned into a ghost, crying for her parents. Kwang Dao believed that this place was not simple, and he didn't want to let his son go too far alone. So he waited at the end of the street. When he heard the sound, he used the movement skill and arrived in a flash. He raised his hand and slapped Batu. Shut up. Why did he care about this familiar name? He quickly scanned the surroundings and confirmed that there was no one nearby. Then he lowered his voice and asked, which Unro? NPC? Batu was a little confused by the strong slap, and was awakened by the name. No. It's her. It's Rower. Kwang Dao covered his mouth. Kwang Dao dragged him to the dark staff dormitory without saying a word. No matter how Batu struggled, it was useless. Bang. The dormitory door was closed. Kwang Dao said in a low voice, follow me. Batu's hands were shaking, but with his omnipotent father beside him, he suppressed his fear a little. After following Kwang Dao around the first floor, he went to the second floor. There was no bed on the second floor. It was empty, and you could see the bottom at a glance. Kwang Dao took him back to the first floor and checked the beds one by one, but found nothing. He stared at his son coldly. It's impossible. I heard it clearly. She's up there. Batu pointed at the stairs. Puzzled, Kwang Dao raised his toes and picked up the sword that Batu had dropped on the ground. But he didn't return it to him. Instead, he pressed the back of the sword against Batu's neck. Look at how useless you are. I've told you so many times not to mention her again. She's dead. The police have closed the case with an accidental sudden death. We watched her being sent to the crematorium, under the feet of the two men. And Ro was hiding in Baofu's body at an unknown depth. She heard every word clearly. It was as clear as a sharp knife, stabbing Kwang Dao's words into his ears. So, she was really dead. She was really dead. And her body was cremated. But the police came. Didn't they find out anything else? For example, Chishan Farm secretly planted a lot of poppies in the layers of greenhouses. For example, before she died, she was imprisoned in the basement for a whole week. That's right. Since Cui Qin dared to call the police, he must have arranged everything. If she hadn't accidentally entered the game, she would have only a pile of carbonized ashes left at this time. And Ro couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, she also felt a sense of relief. After going through so many difficulties, it would be a lie to say that she had never thought about returning to reality. And Ro had never imagined that she would wake up and return to the real world with a bank of gold coins. Although that world was dark and broken, it was real after all. Although the public security was getting worse day by day, she didn't have to worry about being killed by a player. Nor did she have to worry about the sudden arrival of the end of the world. Now, this hope was completely shattered. She couldn't be reborn on a pile of ashes. Well, just guard your farm peacefully, and kill whoever stands in your way. The chopping board, meat, and butcher knife are all in place. Tonight, let's have fun. In the night sky where the neon lights can't touch. Chu Imo stepped on the Yoshi sword and looked down quietly. A colorless water shadow appeared beside him. Chu Imo frowned, and his vision was blocked by a rippling water mirror. He glanced at Jia Xian. What are you doing? Jia Xian smiled and said, since you don't plan to help Kwang Dao, what's the point of spying on Enro's methods? Chumo lowered his eyes. With his super perception, he could feel that Baofu was following a bronze player. Indeed, the entire farm was filled with Baofu's body. But in a pseudo-lying state, its body was both real and virtual, and its head swam freely in the body without any hindrance. And Anna was in the mouth of this SSS-level ghoul. You want to help her? Chumo's voice was hoarse. Jia Xian hugged his neck affectionately. Isn't it helping you too? The Yochi sword flashed very quickly, and his arm was cut off at the shoulder. The broken arm slowly drifted to the other side, and turned into another Jia Xian. Chu Mo pretended not to see it. What did you say to her during the day? Of course I said something good for you. The two Jiazins spoke at the same time. Otherwise, how could she decide to kill Quang Dao so quickly? Chu Mo turned his head, and stared into the eyes of one of the Jiazins. There was always a smile in the other's eyes. Sincere and mocking. It seemed like he was revealing something, but also like he was hiding something. Chapter 105. Unlike other administrative districts, high walls were built on all four sides of the Sub-3 district. On the high walls, there was a security guard every meter. The security guards here were all members of Longyan. It is said that Longyan Guild has arranged a total of 50,000 members at the border of Sub-3 district. Counting the entire circle of walls, including 3 shifts, there are as many as 150,000 players guarding the district boundary. What outsiders don't know is that among the 300,000 players in Sub-3 district, another 150,000 are divided into tens of thousands of patrol teams, wandering around the administrative district all day long. It was just a secondary safety zone, but no one dared to enter. Tonight was an exception. Someone teleported directly into the only teleportation array in the area. The Longyan members guarding the teleportation array immediately surrounded him. Due to the other party's level, they did not dare to expel him by force, let alone let him leave. After a while, Kaipi arrived. Spent of it. Kaipi smiled when he saw him. I heard that you are a person who values rules. Outsiders are not allowed to enter Longyan Sub-3 zone. Don't you know this rule? Wood looked at him quietly. I know. But the person I'm looking for is inside. Who? Wood didn't answer, saying, leave as soon as you find him. Kylie snorted and laughed. Let's not talk about whether you can come in or not. Even if you want to come, you have to knock on the city gate. Right? This teleportation array only serves us Longyan. Of course, if you want to leave, you can enjoy a special treatment. Wood thought about it, retreated back into the array, and disappeared as the light of the array surged and dissipated. Kylie quietly turned on the light screen and waited for a while. There was actually a notification from the team channel. Sventovit of the Gal Guild is at the North Gate. He said he wanted to come in to look for someone. Kaiki laughed. The rumors were true. This man actually followed the rules to such an extent. He took out his weapon, aimed at the direction of the North Gate, threw it hard, and at the same time sprinted a few steps and jumped high. The double-edged sword quickly spun into a disc, carrying him to the North Gate. This was repeated 3 times, and Kaiki arrived at the north wall of the Sub-3 area and landed steadily inside the city gate. The tall and heavy city gate slowly opened, and Wit stood outside honestly. Can I go in? He asked. Kai Rib looked at him with interest, and said with a provocative smile, you knocked on the door, but the owner doesn't allow you to come in. What should I do? Wit's blue eyes stared at Kai Rib quietly. How can I get in? I have to. Kai Rib shrugged. Let your president Gal apply to our president Lu. Oh! To apply means to submit an application report through diplomatic means. Wit, time doesn't allow me to do that. Then, get past me first. The 8th on the list meets the 9th. A rare opportunity. With a double-edged knife in hand, Kaipi licked his lips, eager to try. Wit looked at the direction of the map, which was not too far away. The mountainous area was vaguely visible at the end of the field of vision. He moved his eyes back to Kaipi. Is this also the rule of your Longyan? The white gloves were folded in front of the lower abdomen, and a Western-style heavy sword appeared under the palm. The end of the heavy sword was decorated with a palm-shaped colorless gem, which emitted a gentle fluorescence in the night. Lan Wu. The hand of a gentleman. Kaisher took his eyes off the gem and smiled. My rules? On the farm dozens of kilometers away, no one knew that 2 super gods in the top 10 of the list had started fighting in the northern boundary of the Sub-3 area. The entire trial group was immersed in the atmosphere of singing and dancing. The flowing banquet started on time at 7 o'clock. Although the long table of hundreds of meters was not full of delicacies, they were all rare delicacies in the game. Even the wine was the best in the soul world. Our guild's benefits are too good. Of course not. Half of the soul-guiding song belongs to our Longyan. This little thing is nothing. It's nothing. The trial will last for more than half a month. There will be hard times ahead. Maybe the guild took this into consideration and took the trouble to cheer us up. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. We can't waste the efforts of the higher-ups. In the neon lights, people were drinking and chatting. Some people were intoxicated, while others were sober. The latter was naturally represented by Crazy Blade. He and the observation group sat on the street. Compared with the bustling other places, this place was quiet and a little depressing. It makes people lose their appetite. Of course, it is not only the silent Kwang Dao that affects the appetite, but also the strong stench of the old blood on his body. Yu Xian sat next to him, and was even more miserable. Yu Xian looked at the rookies of the trial group, gritted his teeth, and picked up a glass of wine, and said with a smile, "Captain, we have all tasted it. These foods are fine. I have been doing missions with the captain for more than half a year, and I have never sat down to eat with you. This opportunity is rare. I toast you a glass." As he said this, he gave others a look. The 5 gold players in the observation group were all members of the Kwang Dao team. They had some tacit understanding with each other and raised their glasses together. "Yes, Captain, I toast you." The other silver players were transferred from other branches in the 3rd zone to learn, and were a little slow. They only reacted when Yu Xian and others finished drinking and quickly stood up to toast. Kwang Dao didn't even bother to raise his glass. His face was cold and serious. "I asked you to be the observation group. Are you here to socialize and build relationships?" Everyone's smile froze, and the atmosphere that had finally eased a little became even more depressing. At this time, an unusually loud voice was raised not far away. "Beauty, where is your boss? Come out to liven up the place. How can you just welcome the guests in and leave them alone?" That's right. There were echoes everywhere. Kwang Dao glanced over and happened to meet Enro's eyes. Enro smiled and nodded. Kwang Dao shifted his gaze indifferently. Enro looked normal. "Master, how do you liven up the place?" she asked the player who was calling out, a rookie who was only at the bronze level. Xiao Qingtong asked for the opinions of the people around him and laughed loudly. "It's simple. Let your boss bring out those little beauties and toast each table. Is that okay?" After all, he was concerned about the guild and didn't dare to be too rude. "It's only right for the host to toast the guests." Enro replied, "Please wait a moment. Sir, I'll go and invite Sister Hong." After a while, Mei Hong appeared with 3 girls. She was still wearing a bright red silk cheongsam, which was no different from before. But the 3 people behind her changed into new clothes, with bright red flowers, willows and green, and beautiful eyebrows and red lips. It was obvious that they had dressed up carefully. All the people present were men, and they could tell at a glance that they were 2 completely different people. It was also because they were men that they quickly came to a consensus on why the NPCs were so carefully dressed. The atmosphere on the scene became more and more unrestrained. Mei Hong smiled calmly. "There is also a priority order for toasting. I wonder which master the girls and I should start with." Of course, the players' eyes all turned to the street, and were hit back by the cold air that was lingering there. The observation team is like an invigilator, so it's better to stay away. The players turned and said, "Of course, it's our handsome and most prestigious team leader Ba Tu. Captain Ba Tu is right there, not far away." Ba Tu was supported by his team members. Seeing the dense gazes from all directions, he couldn't help but straighten his chest and wave to Mei Hong. Mei Hong smiled slightly and said, "There are too many gentlemen. If I toast each one, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish before dawn. How about this? I and the girls toast separately." "Okay." "Toasting separately? You are?" A player counted. "There are only 4 of you." "No. 5. And where is the beauty just now?" He looked in the direction where Enro had left. The others couldn't wait and started to make a noise. "Split up. It's better to split up. Otherwise, when can we drink?" Mei Hong turned around and looked at Leng Hanli. "Then this side is up to you. Qingqing and Aya, you 2 take charge of that side." "Okay." Leng Hanli was as cold as ever and glanced at Qingqing and Aya. The 2 girls walked past Ba Tu and walked silently to the end of the street. The players stared at their swinging waists and whistled, but they didn't even raise their heads. Looking shy, Yong'an Street became more and more lively. Mei Hong had a very good alcohol tolerance, drinking like water, and after toasting Ba Tu with 3 cups of lotus white, she quickly toasted all the nearby players one by one, which amazed the players. No wonder the club let her be the boss of this Yong'an farm. She turned out to be a heroine. Some players who were drunk put on their courage and stretched out their hands. Mei Hong didn't dodge or avoid, but just glared at the other person. When others saw this, They became bolder and touched him as they passed by. Fortunately, everyone always remembered that the observation team was there, so they didn't go too far. After drinking countless cups of lotus wine, Mei Hong still didn't blush or feel nervous, and returned to Batu leisurely. Unlike her, Batu drank 3 cups in one go, and was toasted by the team members, and was already drunk. Seeing the slender figure approaching, he tilted his head and leaned towards the other's chest. It was so soft that he wanted to die in this gentle place. There was another round of booing. Team leader Batu, I'll toast you another cup. Mei Hong's sticky and soft voice reached his ears. Batu closed his eyes and nudged in her warm arms. Sister Hong, you smell so good. He stroked Mei Hong's hand, which was holding onto his, and pressed it against his cheek. You smell so good too. Then, an ethereal and distant song exploded in his mind. Accompanying the song was Mei Hong's still soft and soft voice. In that case, I can only toast to team leader Batu unilaterally. Batu opened his eyes and met her eyes. Under the light eyeshadow, the eyes seemed to be in a trance for a moment, and then pushed him away. Sister Hong, he shouted. But what he heard was, Sister Hong has a good alcohol tolerance. Batu was a little confused. What happened? He subconsciously wanted to look down at his hands, but the picture in his eyes did not shift at all, and was still fixed on Sister Hong. Mei Hong's smile returned, and she bowed to the players around her. The wine has been toasted. I will not disturb the wine of the masters, and I will leave first. Hey, Sister Hong, don't leave. Why are you disturbing our drinking mood? You'll spoil the fun if you leave. The players protested one after another. Batu was stunned and heard his own voice again. Are you worthy of getting involved with a woman I like? No, that's not right. I didn't say anything, Batu murmured, but he couldn't hear his own voice. The screen shook, and he saw the players' smiling faces. Not worthy. Not worthy. Sister Hong is of course team leader Batu's person. We are not worthy. Sister Hong, we will be gone later. You have to serve team leader Batu well. Stop talking, his voice was saying again. Batu seemed to have been hit by a blow and finally realized the current situation. He was parasitized by a ghoul. It didn't devour the soul. It was just a simple parasitism. But he lost the ability to control his body. His body was no longer his body, and he was powerless even for the simplest offline operation. Being parasitized by a ghoul means either having your soul devoured or losing the game qualification and going offline. If the soul is intact and no one comes to rescue, you can only wait for 24 hours before logging off. If you are parasitized by a ghoul for 24 hours, the ending is the same. You lose the game qualification. Ghouls? How can there be ghouls? Could it be? Batu subconsciously wanted to find Sister Hong, but his sight did not obey him at all. It's over. He saw himself stand up and take off the string gloves. Hear himself say, thank you brothers for your respect. I will toast everyone next. Okay? The players cheered loudly. It's over. He saw himself holding up the bottle in his left hand and the glass in his right hand, filling the glass with wine and approaching the team member on the left. Cheers! Cheers! The two of them raised their heads and drank the wine in their glasses at the same time, looking like heroes. Then, he saw his hand rubbing the team member's head, and the other's neck instantly stiffened, as if he couldn't handle the alcohol, and fell on the table. The table made boo teasingly. It's over. Before Batu could see the changes in the team member, his eyes had already shifted to the face of another team member. Drink. Drink. His hand fell on the other person's head again and rubbed it vigorously. Well done. It's over. In the atmosphere of drinking and happiness, no one noticed that several tables had quietly quieted down. Batu, team leader, has a really good alcohol tolerance. Just now, pretending to be drunk. Leaning on Sister Hong. Hey. Hey hey hey. You're the only one who talks too much. Meng Ziyu gently pressed the head of the last team member. It looked around. At the end of the street, the parasites named Qingqing and Aya have disappeared. The two ghouls brought by Zhang to also disguised themselves as the chosen ones of the trial group and mixed into other tables. The atmosphere was right. And even if they didn't persuade people to drink, people would naturally rush to drink. Near the street, Leng Hanli had also left. Meng Ziyu carefully identified Zhang De, but he didn't find him among the chosen ones. He underestimated him. This taciturn fellow was better at disguising himself than he had originally imagined. The time has come. And Ro's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ming Ziyu's sight fell on the street. Kwang Dao, one of the top 100 masters among the destined. The leader of this trial group. At this point, it still had some uncertainty in its heart. And Ro, do as I say. There will be no problem. Ming Ziyu picked up a bottle of wine, took a gulp, and staggered over. Dad? Why don't you drink here? Kwang Dao looked sideways, dodged the hand it stretched out, and frowned. Where are your gloves? Why are you wearing gloves? There's no blood on my gloves, hiccups. And there's no blood to drink with. Ming Ziyu knelt down with his chin on the table, and poured wine into the glass with shaking hands. Yu Xian, who was standing next to him, saw this and helped to steady the bottle. The wine spilled from the edge of the glass. Ming Ziyu smashed the bottle with a bang and held Kwang Dao's thin gloves. Dad, use your gloves, hiccups, to add some flavor to my glass. Okay. Then I'll drink it all in one breath. And then I can be a man like my dad. Kwang Dao's frown relaxed slightly. He knew better than anyone how cowardly his son was. But all his shortcomings were not as good as his one advantage, an indomitable ambition. He imitated himself in everything and always said, "Be a man who stands tall and proud." As a father, he could tell that this was the truth from his heart. In this case, there is still hope that the saying a good father will have a good son will come true. Kwang Dao stretched out 2 fingers and poked them into the wine glass. A faint blood color spread in the transparent wine. He raised his hand, but was grabbed by his son. Ming Ziyu resisted the nausea and sucked on the fingers of Kwang Dao that were wrapped by the thin rope. This smell, so murderous. It suddenly became excited. No wonder Dad didn't want to wash it for so long. Kwang Dao's eyes flashed with surprise. You like it? He was not blind, and he could see the expressions of people around him when they smelled the smell on his body. Thinking about it carefully at this time, it was his son who had never shown an expression of patience or disgust since he entered the game. I like it. Kwang Dao took off his gloves. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. Ming Ziyu suddenly grabbed his hand. The opportunity came more smoothly and easily than expected. It smiled and stared at Kwang Dao's slightly widened eyes. I like it very much. The parasite of the top 100 masters. Ba Tu suddenly fell down, retreated awkwardly with his hands and feet, opened his mouth several times before finding his tongue. Ghoul. It's a ghoul. My father is parasitized by a ghoul. Tearing to the point of breaking the voice. The whole audience was dead silent. A few seconds later, all the members of the observation team dispersed. From the beginning to the end of the street, the members of the trial team received the mission details at the same time. Mission name, unknown invitation. Offering a feast for the soul. Mission location, south side of Songling Mountain. Ghoul level, SSS. Ghoul number, 41 of 41. Time limit, 0.5 days. Difficulty rating, SSS. No one dared to believe their eyes. SSS level ghoul? SSS level mission? This is the trial area. Their novice trial group's mission? Double SSS level? Watch out. Ghouls have infiltrated the trial group. Yu Xian shouted loudly. The shout floated in the night sky, and Yong'an Street below was still dead silent. All players subconsciously looked at their companions. 41 ghouls? Everyone could be one of them. In front of many people, a light screen popped up to notify ghoul identification. Suddenly, unimaginable chaos broke out. Various skills lit up continuously, and the weapons whistled and slashed at their former companions. The ghouls who lost the suppression of the ghost mother began to roar and pounced on the fresh souls around them. The terrified players were able to focus on the ghouls and attack at first. But after a few seconds, they had no time to distinguish who was the ghoul. In the melee, the bloody fight intensified. In all parts of the street, the angry curses and wails of the players gradually overwhelmed the roars of the ghouls. The mission details came too quickly, and the ghoul tide broke out too quickly. The observation team was caught off guard and stood still. Yu Xian was the fastest to react. He was the deputy of Kwang Dao, the highest level on the scene, and decisively used the wind step to retreat to the farm wall. Just like this unheard of farm, the SSS level mission was definitely not arranged in the trial area. A giant weapon crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and slashed at him head-on. Yu Xian hurriedly took out his weapon to block. But the big knife above his head was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. As if the entire Songling Mountain was pressing on him. The blade drew a spark along his weapon and easily cut off his entire right arm. Yu Xian's eyes widened in fear. He recognized the knife. He also recognized the skill. The famous weapon of the Mad Blade is the green weapon. The Fearless Blade. The first skill of the Fearless Blade is the Blade of Faith and Courage. A burly man in armor appeared in front of him. And the figure flashed. And the big hand without gloves grabbed his neck. The parasite of the Great Master is really useful. It's over. At the last moment of consciousness, Yu Xian had only these two words in his mind. A ghoul with an obviously high IQ. Parasitizing the body of a great player. The entire trial group is finished. He exploded into a bunch of white spots. In a window of the business. Pao Pao stared at Ming Zio and said in surprise, "Boss." Ming Zio has become S level. At the same time, Ming Zio's voice appeared in Enro's consciousness. There are so many divisions. I eat one to replenish myself. Isn't it too much? Enro looked normal. Just don't eat the Mad Blade. Quick battle and quick decision. With Fu Fu, Ming Zio can't turn the tables no matter how much he upgrades. At this moment, there is someone else that really makes Enro care. At the moment of chaos, a man appeared at the end of Yong'an Street. Jia Xian. He sat at the end of the buffet, waved his left hand gently, and a layer of subtle water light instantly flowed across the entire street. The shops on both sides and the buffet in the middle seemed to be covered with an extremely thin transparent film. Anyone who touched it immediately slid to the sides. Any weapon skills that were affected were eliminated. After changing the location of the action, Enro was ready to spend money on repairs. But Jia Xian helped her avoid this loss. The understated means are shocking. Through Zhang Da's eyes, Enro glanced at Li Xian. However, Li Xian did not look at Zhang Da. He smiled and looked across the many buildings blocking him, and raised his glass to Enro, who was on the third floor of the business. The next moment, another Li Xian appeared in front of her. "You're welcome." He left 3 words and disappeared. And Li Xian, who was sitting at the table in the distance, was sitting at the buffet, looking at the chaos in front of him with interest, and never left. The clone is even more mysterious than the ghost clone derived from Wang Da's upgrade to SS. Enro couldn't catch his comings and goings at all. Is this the power of the Ghost King? The all-powerful God of Games? Enro suppressed her surging emotions and focused on the current situation. Zhang Da. Not far from the business, Batu curled up at the base of the wall with his head in his hands. His mind was confused, and he couldn't tell whether he was relieved or sad. He had just accepted the fact that he was parasitized by a ghoul. But he actually survived. But his father was parasitized by a ghoul again. Maybe, like himself, he was just parasitized, not devoured. Perhaps, as his father, a great player, he could still regain control of his body. Batu carefully raised his elbow and carefully looked through the gap to find his father. However, the narrow field of vision was soon blocked by a figure. Batu screamed, and the scream stopped abruptly. His body lost control again. In his field of vision, the person who rushed to him exploded into a ball of light. Obviously, the other party was also a member of the trial group. But his luck was much worse than his. When the ghoul left his body, it devoured the entire soul and completely went offline. Although he was parasitized again, Batu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was lucky, and never thought that his unique misfortune had just begun. Chapter 106. Just as Batu expected, the ghoul that parasitized his body this time did not move his soul. He stood up from the corner and looked at both sides of the street with the ghoul's vision. Yong'an Street was divided into 2 narrow passages in the middle by the flowing seats. In the passage, the players of the trial group had given up the effort to strangle the ghoul and fled everywhere with ghosts howling. Strangely, the players who tried to hide in the shops on both sides were bounced back by some invisible barrier. The players who tried to jump to the roof of the building with the movement skill slipped and fell into the arms of the ghoul in a mess. What was even more bizarre was that the extremely bloody and chaotic scene did not affect any of the buffet tables. The players who smashed the long table in the melee all slid down from both sides. And the soup on the table was not spilled. And not a drop of blood fell on the table. Not only the players, but also the madly transformed ghouls encountered the same situation. A ghoul happened to be above the buffet and began to madly transform, with all its bones breaking out of its body, as hideous and twisted as wildly growing branches. But its huge body still couldn't move the buffet at all. The skeleton roots hang down from both sides of the long table. and the sharp-boned spurs on the limbs also failed to penetrate the buildings on both sides and were forced to grow upwards. But it caught a few players who jumped onto the roof. The vision slowly swept around without any shaking. Batu's extremely nervous mood was strangely soothed by the ghoul's calmness. The scene was fixed on the street. Unlike the trial group, the observation group, teachers, faced only one ghoul, his former father, Kwang Dao. But the pressure they endured was far beyond that of other players. More than a dozen players. Each of them was injured. Some had their arms chopped off, and some had their heads bruised and bloodied. A master with high martial arts skills. How could a few gold and silver players resist? Even Batu could see that if his father had not shown mercy, they would have died long ago. This thought made him a little dazed. Would the ghoul show mercy to the players? Damn it. But seeing is believing. Batu couldn't help but start to hope. Could it be that his father was resisting the ghoul in some special way? At this moment, the screen suddenly started to move. It moved very fast, and the scenery and faces on both sides flashed by. When it suddenly stopped, a player in the observation group just took a knife from his father and staggered back, and his hand touched the back of the opponent's neck at lightning speed. The player in the observation group suddenly froze. He turned into a ghoul. He turned into a ghoul. Batu shouted anxiously, trying to remind his father, but his tongue was completely out of control. The screen flashed again, and his hand touched the back of the neck of the second player in the observation group. The vision did not stop. The scene and the figures in front of him were so chaotic that Batu could not see clearly. When he stopped again, everyone in this small area stopped moving. As far as the sight could see, all the players in the observation group were standing on the ground like wooden stakes, and his tall and majestic father stood in their encirclement, and a smile appeared in his eyes for the first time. Batu was stunned. Having been his father's son for nearly 30 years, he could not tell what that smile meant. But Batu felt vaguely that something worse seemed to be happening. The third floor of the business. And Ro disconnected all consciousness connections and scanned Yongnan Street below through the glass. With her current ability, it is completely enough to control more than 100 ghouls. If she had controlled them, the scene would not be so chaotic. But she didn't. And Ro smiled and looked at Pao Pao. Go. Pao Pao frowned. Boss, I want a real fight. Not the boss handing me a target. Others can fight with their fathers, but you can't fight with your boss? And Rose said, besides, most of the ghouls below have nothing to do with me. They are not like other employees. They will not attack you. Really? Pao Pao was skeptical. And Ro rolled her eyes. Do I have the time to lie to you? Remember, don't just kill ghosts. Kill people too. Also, don't go to the streets. Pao Pao poked his head and looked at the location of Kwang Dao, wondering why. Not suitable for children. Oh. Pao Pao scratched his head and began to get excited. Anyway, it was a large wave of ghouls. This was his first time really going deep into the battlefield. Pao Pao took out the Huang Wu-Tang sword, took a few deep breaths, ran downstairs, and appeared on the chaotic street. And Rose stared at it for a while, then moved her eyes to the mad sword, being parasitized by Mingziyu. He was already meat on the chopping board, but she would not let him die too easily. And Ro looked blankly. Let's start. Mingziyu, really want to do this? And Ro, what? Ghouls also have a sense of shame? Mingziyu sneered. I just think you humans are boring. And Ro did not comment, and turned to ask Zhangde, how long can it be controlled? Zhangde, half an hour. Except for Kwang Dao and Yuxian. It has split up all the remaining members of the observation team. 14 newly split ghouls. Controlling them at the same time. There is a certain pressure. And Ro nodded. It will take less than half an hour. You have to return to your own body within 20 minutes. The ghouls transfer and parasitize, and the original body will die within an hour. Once it exceeds an hour, Zhangde can't go back. And Ro didn't want to see Cui Gaoshan's face again after today. This guy probably learned from his father, and made the face of the game character exactly the same as in real life. It's hard not to recognize him. In addition to this reason, there is also Long Yan. Because of Jia Xian's existence, all the help messages sent to the outside world by the surviving players of the trial group were intercepted. But the players who died temporarily, and those who lost their qualifications, and completely went offline have channels to contact the guild in reality. It has been 5 minutes since the outbreak of the Ghoul Tide. No matter how slow the Longyan Guild reacts, it will surely arrive soon. The farm must be left before then. No. She overlooked one thing. The farm can be left now. And Ro connected the consciousness of a farm employee and quickly explained. On the other side of the farm gate, a temporary back door was opened. And Xiao Jia, Hung Ba Tong and a farm employee entered with a long line of people. They did not go too deep inside and stopped at an uncultivated open space. A few NPCs in the trial town were bolder and looked around, but were driven back to the team by Hung Ba Tong with a curse. After serving as the mayor for many years, his aura as a superior finally played a role, and Ro saw the scene through the staff's vision and smiled. Zhangde. Let's start. There are still 15 minutes left. You can have fun. The feeling of uneasiness is getting stronger and stronger. But Ba Tu can't do anything. It turns out that the sitting and standing and fidgeting are used to relieve uneasiness. Unfortunately, he only has consciousness in his body and can't do similar actions at all. The anxiety reached its extreme and turned into a burning flame. Suddenly, he saw the ghouls who had become the observation group move. They moved their feet in unison, approaching his father. The encirclement shrank into a small open circle, with the gap facing him, and he could see everything. Kill! Dad! Kill them! Kill them quickly! Ba Tu shouted silently. However, Kwang Dao not only did not take action, but dropped his weapon. With a clang, the fearless knife fell to the ground. Ba Tu was extremely nervous. What do they want to do? What do these ghouls want to do? With a lot of questions in his mind, he saw Ba Weng taking off his armor. Kwang Dao raised his right hand and pressed the mechanism at his left armpit. With a clang, the heavy armor that he was proud of and stained with countless blood fell to the ground. He was not wearing any underwear under the armor. The blood stains, scars and bronze skin were exposed to the air. Ba Tu murmured silently, "It's very dangerous. So much skin is exposed. It's very dangerous. Dad." But Kwang Dao didn't stop. He untied the wide metal belt. Ba Tu knew that the belt, like the fearless blade, was a high-level green weapon. Compared to the armor, it was Kwang Dao's most important defensive tool. But now, Dad threw away the belt. Not only that, Kwang Dao held the waistband with both hands, glanced at him with a slightly smiling look, and then took off his pants in a flash. Ba Tu's mind was blank. What on earth was Dad doing? A sudden female voice rushed into his mind. "Haven't you figured out the situation yet? You once wanted your dad to watch you rape me." If Ba Tu could still control his body, his hair would stand on end. Enro. It was Enro's voice. No. It couldn't be her. Dad said that Enro was dead. She was burned to charcoal by the thousands of degrees of flames in the crematorium and then ground into ashes. It couldn't be Enro. Just then, the visual field shook slightly. Ba Tu saw the dark outline of the mountain outside the farm, which seemed to be moving. It's not the mountain that's moving. It's the farm that's moving. The farm is flying. I must be crazy. Not only am I hallucinating, I'm also seeing hallucinations. Yes, it must be a hallucination. And Ro's voice. The farm taking off. The dad who is not hanging at all. They are all hallucinations. Holographic games connect nerves. It's normal to have hallucinations. Cui Gaoshan. Don't be distracted. And Ro's voice sounded again. The good show I want you to see is still to come. Pay attention. Hallucinations. Hallucinations. It must be hallucinations. Cui Gaoshan kept muttering. He wanted to close his eyes, but his eyelids wouldn't listen. The scene in his eyes moved again, gradually approaching the gap in the encirclement. His body filled the gap. Kwang Dao looked at him, and the smile on his face deepened. Good son. Look carefully. Dad will show you what a bus is. What bus? Before Kwang Dao finished speaking, there was a clanging sound around him. They are taking off their clothes. These ghouls are also taking off their clothes. Why? Why do you have to take off your clothes? Cui Gaoshan suddenly understood the meaning of those 3 words. No. Don't take off your clothes. You are not allowed to take off your clothes. Put your clothes back on. All of you put your clothes back on. No ghost could hear his gradually losing control of his shouting. Kwang Dao also couldn't hear it. He followed the instructions and turned sideways to Cui Gaoshan, bent his burly body, and held his knees with both hands. He turned his head and smiled again. See clearly. I don't want to see. I don't want to see. Dad. Please. I don't want to see. A ghoul left his position and walked behind Kwang Dao. I don't want to watch. Cui Gaoshan. Are you looking forward to it? Is it exciting to watch your proud father do this kind of thing up close? Enro. It was Enro's voice again. No. I beg you. Enro. I beg you. Cui Gaoshan looked at the ghoul desperately, as he took a step forward and joined Kwang Dao. No. The bright red blood flowed down Kwang Dao's legs. No. If despair is the abyss, Cui Gaoshan is already standing at the bottom of the dark abyss. What he doesn't know is that this abyss is far from the bottom. The first ghoul brought out a puff of blood, and the second ghoul took over. Then the third. The fourth. Mom. Mom. Come and save me. Mom. Save me. Coward. You must be calling Mom. Right? I want to shout with you too. And Rose's voice was full of regret. Why doesn't she play games? Otherwise, it would be great if all three of you could participate. It's a happy reunion. Everyone is so happy. Who wouldn't envy them? What does it mean? The whole family of three are involved. What does Enro mean? Do you think this is the end? Don't think too much. Cui Gaoshan. You are the finale. The eldest son of Qinshan Farm. Your parents' treasure. How can such a wonderful show be without you? Cui Gaoshan was horrified to find that he raised his hand. He was taking off his clothes. No! His hand slowly, but firmly took off each piece of clothing. No! He reacted where he shouldn't have. And he took a step. Stepping towards Kwang Dao. No! Enro. I was wrong. I was wrong. Ro Air. I'm sorry. Our whole family is sorry for you. But you died by yourself. I didn't touch you. My parents didn't touch you. No one touched you. Why did you do such an excessive thing to me? Enro. Enro. Enro, Enro, Enro. Please. Please. The gods did not answer his prayers. God told him to open his eyes. Use the closest distance, the best perspective, and the most determined action to commit the most beastly crime against his glorious and majestic father. In the blood, Cui Gaoshan suddenly took a step back. Enro frowned. She did not give an order. What happened? Jonda. The soul disappeared. The soul disappeared? Cui Gaoshan died. No. The soul will disappear when the player enters the temporary death state. Cui Gaoshan may have just fainted and lost consciousness. And accidentally went offline. TSK. I didn't even consider this possibility. What a disappointment. Cui Gaoshan. But it's true. This coward's psychological quality was all given by his father. His father's image was completely destroyed. And even if he returned to reality, the father and son must have left a psychological shadow for a lifetime. On the other hand, Cui Qing. Enro looked at Kwang Dao from 360 degrees through the eyes of the ghouls. And she admired him from the bottom of her heart. Compared with Cui Gaoshan, Cui Qing's sense of shame is more intense. Right? But he has persisted until now, and remained sober. Mengziyu didn't notice his soul disappearing. Enro had other ways to torture people. But she had lost interest after seeing this step. It's not very interesting. Let's wrap it up. Enro gave the order. Jonda, without wearing any clothes, used his mobility skills to fly straight into the business. And after returning to his parasite, he paused for a second while looking at Cui Gaoshan's body. He raised his knife and chopped off Cui Gaoshan's head. It lifted up Mengziyu's parasite, which was only half the height of a man, and flew back to Kwang Dao. Enro has arrived at the scene wearing goose feather boots. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, she still feels a little bit hot. Enro remained calm in front of Kwang Dao and said with a smile, Mengziyu, don't you really consider changing a parasite? He is a great god. Mengziyu's original parasite was just an NPC boy with no combat power. Compared with Kwang Dao, it is even more different. According to Enro's understanding, the ghoul not only desires the soul of the high player, but also desires to occupy the body of the high player. After all, strong power can improve their success in hunting. However, Mengziyu's answer was still a refusal. Because of Zisha? Enro asked tentatively. I can arrange for another ghoul to parasitize Mengziyu. You dare! Mengziyu shouted in a mad knife voice. You promised to let us go! He changed his face to a very different one. And his fierce expression was still the same. Enro smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? You are a great god after all. If you don't want it, I will. She motioned Zhangde to bring its parasite over. And then reminded Mengziyu, just one bite. Don't bite too much. Meng Zio sneered disdainfully, and put one hand on the boy's head. It can't return to its own parasite first, and then bite the soul of Kwang Dao. After all, Kwang Dao is a great master, and this move is too dangerous. It can only do the opposite. First bite Kwang Dao's soul, and then quickly return to its own parasite. This process must be fast. If it takes a few seconds a night, Kwang Dao's residual soul will be differentiated into a new ghoul, and it will exist in the same parasite with it, which will only lead to one result: madness. Two ghouls cannot coexist in one parasitic body. Coexistence equals co-destruction. Let's do it, and Rose said. Before she finished speaking, Meng Ziyu had already opened his eyes in the little boy's body. No. Hide. And Rose's cry reached his ears. Meng Ziyu only felt his body retreating rapidly, and his blurred vision quickly became clear. A cold knife light came towards him. Outside the north gate of the 3rd district, two super gods were fighting hard. Kaisher was confident that he was ranked one place higher than Wit, and he was confident that he could defeat the opponent. But as time went on, this confidence had been shaken. The heavy sword named Gentleman's Hand is much harder to deal with than expected. Kylie had no time to pay attention to the frequently popping light screens, nor could he hear the shouts of the Longyang guards on the city wall, until a guard sacrificed himself, rushed into the battle, and died on Kai Li's double-edged sword. Look, the message! The guard died after saying these 3 words. Kai Li, fuck. What message is so important? Wei was quite gentlemanly. Seeing this, he put away his sword and stood, holding the hilt with both hands. Just like at the beginning, Kaipi was disappointed, and turned on the light screen in a distracted manner, and was stunned. SSS level mission? An SSS level mission was revealed in the trial area. The trial member who was completely offline finally passed the mission details to him through the headquarters. At this time, the dead guard used the resurrection card to go online, covering his bleeding stomach and not caring about taking the life potion. All departments in District 3 have sent people over. Minister, you are responsible for supervising the trial area, so hurry over. Kaipi glared at him. Why didn't you say so earlier? The guard curled his lips and dared to complain in his heart. You two fought so hard, but you didn't read the news or listen to the shouting. You blame me? I also lost half of my destiny. My destiny is dropped, and my luck is bad. It seems that I can only do low-level tasks in the next period of time. That SSS level ghoul tide is out of my reach. Wit stood at a distance and didn't hear the conversation between the two. The expression of the disemboweled made him realize that something was wrong. He called up the light screen map. Sure enough, the flashing positioning point disappeared again. After leaving Yangling, Wit had no location to track, so he could only search for suspicious traces in his own Gal Guild's territory. However, apart from finding a few low-level tasks, he found nothing. He had to log off and rush to the funeral home to place his brother's body. When he waited to log on again, he suddenly found that the location had reappeared. In Longyan Sub-3 Zone. Wit rushed over quickly through the teleportation array. Sub-3 Zone is forbidden to outsiders, and everyone knows this. He was indeed stopped by Kyrie. If it weren't for Sub-3 Zone, if it weren't for Kyrie, he would have definitely rushed to the location of the location. Having missed the opportunity, Wit just frowned slightly and took a few steps to Kaipi. High-level ghoul? His tone was as gentle as ever. What level? SSS? Kaipi looked up suddenly. None of your business. Wit's eyes were calm. It's mine. The mission appeared in our territory. And you said it was yours? Kaipi naturally didn't believe it. Don't you know that high-level ghouls have territorial restrictions? It's mine, Wit repeated. Ollie died in its hands. Kyrie opened his mouth and swallowed back the sarcasm. The news of Ollie failing the ranking had already spread throughout the server. But it was common for high-level players to lose their ranking or be dropped from the entire Destiny ranking. Wit's tone was too heavy. What do you mean? Kyrie was not sure. Not a temporary death? No. According to the custom of our hometown, the burial must be within 7 days at the latest. Today is the 2nd day. Kyrie tried to connect the two things. You mean? The reason why Ollie failed the ranking. He thought of several possibilities, but none of them was as reasonable as this one, no matter what the reason. Ollie died in reality, resulting in the loss of game qualifications, and then disappeared from the fate list. But Wit answered decisively with 3 words. Because of it. It was completely opposite to Kyrie's guess. Wit didn't say much. He was the chief player of the Gal Guild, so he naturally knew many secrets. And judging from Kairi's reaction, it seemed that he knew nothing about the phenomenon of sudden death of players. Perhaps the other party didn't even know the existence of divine revelation, although Kairi ranked one place higher than himself. After all, the chief player of Longyan Guild was Chumo. Diplomatic application. Gal Guild will make up for it later. After saying this, Wei walked past Kairi and walked towards the city gate. The other Longyan guards immediately blocked their way, as if they were facing a great enemy. Although the location had disappeared, Wei was unwilling not to investigate the places where it had appeared. Seeing the guards' actions, he was ready to cause a diplomatic conflict. Unexpectedly, Kaipi said from behind, "Let him go." Wei looked back at him in surprise and nodded, "Thank you." Kaipi chased him, "Don't thank me too early. If I find out that you have ulterior motives, I will have to settle the score all over again." Having said that, he had already believed most of it. Wit's guess about how many secrets Kaipi knew was probably correct. But Wit underestimated the brain of this number 8 on the destiny list. There are no fools who can climb to a high position in the game. And the metaphysical speculation about legendary players, the ultimate battle, the Ghost King, and the Ghost Ruins in society has never disappeared. Kai Ripper had already concluded that the top management had concealed many things. For example, what Wit said, the high-level ghoul in the game caused his brother's death in reality. It's possible. From another perspective, based on Wit's character, Kai Ripper was inclined to believe that he was telling the truth. In this case, why not take this opportunity to mix up the Gal Guild with his own guild? Even if the existence of the trial area is exposed and the top management is held accountable afterwards. In comparison, Kai Ripper wanted to know what secrets were hidden above. One is ranked 8th on the list. The other is ranked 9th. Their speed of using their mobile skills is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. When the two entered the trial area, the troops sent by other Longyan branches had just arrived at the outer edge of the trial area. Not there. Kairi's first reaction was to run to the trial town on the top of the mountain, but was stopped by Wit. Wit turned to the other side, this direction. Kairi fell behind, opened the light screen and took a look. Frowning. There were too many messages, and he had missed an important information in a hasty scan before. The mission location is on the south side of Songling Mountain. How did Wit know? Kaiche suppressed his doubts, and threw out the double-edged knife to follow quickly. There was a gap at the foot of the southern side of Songling Mountain. It was a gap in the literal sense. The soil was bare, and the rocks were flat. But there was not a single weed left in such a large area. Even the mountain stream was cut off here, and the clear stream flowed into a large shallow pit, turning into a pool of muddy yellow water. It was as if a spoon that was too huge to be imagined had dug a hole here, leaving a horrifying scar in the green mountains and green waters. Wit squatted in a place where the muddy water had not yet reached him, and gently brushed his fingers across the wet soil. "Is this the place you are looking for? Where is the ghoul you are looking for?" Kylie asked. "It's gone." "Gone?" Kylie frowned. Could it be that there are really ghouls that can break free from the constraints of the territory? Wit was silent. Kylie waited for a while, and people from other branches arrived one after another. The suspicious and questioning eyes made him upset. "Fuck. Your mother's Kwang Dao. Why haven't you replied yet?" He cursed in a low voice. Pakai didn't know that it wasn't that Kwang Dao didn't want to reply to the message, but that he didn't receive any message at all. Of course, even if he received the message, Kwang Dao would have no time to reply at this moment. The incomparable shame turned into anger, and then into extreme murderous intent, making him stare at Enro. This dead woman. She was actually here, and she dared to humiliate herself like this. Damn it. She deserved to die. Chapter 107. The willpower of the Mad Sword is indeed amazing. He took advantage of the extremely short interval when Mengziyu was transferring and parasitizing, and actually activated the soul card in the prop column, instantly replenishing the soul and strangling the newborn ghoul in the cradle. At the same time, he kicked up the fearless sword and raised his hand to use the most powerful 5-stage skill, the Sword of Wisdom and Courage. The sword light bloomed like a lotus, accurately slashing the ghouls around, and even Zhongde couldn't dodge it and had half of his shoulder cut off. However, Enro's reaction was unexpectedly fast. Almost at the moment when the soul light bloomed, she pulled Mengziyu back. The tip of the knife slid past the tip of Mengziyu's nose, leaving a deep cut on the ground. After missing the first strike, Kwang Dao did not stop, and rushed over with his burly body. At the same time, he used the fourth stage of the skill Ding Yong Dao. From the man leading the knife, to the knife leading the man and the knife became one, and all distractions were eliminated, leaving only the killing intent. The diamond row was just an arm's length away, and the retreat speed was completely incomparable to him. The light of the fearless knife was completely condensed, turning into a bloodthirsty cold light on the blade. However, in Kwang Dao's red eyes, and Ro's panic suddenly disappeared, replaced by a strange smile. No! Kwang Dao immediately terminated his skill, but it was too late. A bone blade suddenly emerged from the ground, as thick as a human waist, and slammed into the tip of the fearless blade. With the level of the fearless blade, it only left a shallow mark on it. The violent collision brought a huge recoil force, causing Kwang Dao to fly backwards with the blade. He intuitively felt that there was danger under him, and immediately used a skill of Xinyong's blade to chop at the ground, trying to keep his body stable in the air. But the ground that the fearless blade chopped down disappeared. A dark and deep crack appeared silently below, like a huge mouth of the abyss, opening at lightning speed. It swallowed him up with the sword. What greeted him were endless tentacles of the void. Tentacles sank into his skin, just like Ollie in the past. Kwang Dao quickly activated the soul card and tried to take control of his body. However, there were too many tentacles. No, it was the ghouls he swallowed, whose level was too high. It was definitely not an ordinary SSS level. Another figure rushed in, immediately attracting Kwang Dao's attention. That damned woman stood in front of him with a smile. Surprise! You didn't expect I had a trick up my sleeve, Boss Cui Qing? Kwang Dao's tongue was stiff, and he couldn't speak. Unro moved closer, and only then could she see his angry eyes through the faint light of his soul. Yes, that's right. Look at me with that look. Keep it up. And Ro nodded with satisfaction, and her smile suddenly became dangerous. Do you think humiliating you will make me happy? No. 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 Cui Qing, I want you to die. Not with your eyes closed. Die with your eyes closed. He paused for each word. As the four words fell, Kwang Dao had just used up all his soul cards, and the faint light of his soul gradually dissipated. His resentful and angry eyes also froze. Bang! And Rose stretched out her arms and raised them high. Kwang Dao exploded into a bunch of flying light spots. Her smile became more and more charming, and she stepped on the void tentacles to run into the light spots and spun for several weeks. When she stopped, her eyes, which had been calm and restrained until now, turned slightly red. A grudge was left. However, although Cui Qing's soul was disgusting, it was still useful. And Rose stood there, quietly watching the soul light being carried to the depths of the void by the tentacles. When the last light disappeared in the darkness, she gently said, "Bao Bao, let me out." A faint light shone through from behind. Meng Ziyu was guarding the edge of the crack in the ground, and when he saw her come out, he looked like he had seen a ghost. And Rose's expression had returned to normal, and she smiled and said, "Why? Are you disappointed that I didn't die in there?" Meng Ziyu tightened his face and said fiercely, "You did it on purpose." "What do you mean on purpose? Your speed is not as fast as Zhangde. It didn't dodge. But you did. You had expected that the mad knife would not split." And Ro looked at him with a little surprise. "You are really smart." But she didn't explain, but glanced left and right. On the right, near the farm gate, the ghoul whose parasite was killed by the mad knife had already transformed. Under the suppression of the ghost mother Zhangde, their deformed and huge bodies could only be pressed together tightly, drooling at the battlefield on the left. On the left, there were only a few surviving members of the trial team, and the situation was one-sided. Pao Pao was besieged by several ghouls and began to struggle. And Rose stared at Pao Pao for a while and said softly, "Bao Bao." The bone blades drilled out of the bluestone floor like lightning, interlacing teeth, like a burst of rapid lightning, on both sides, except for a few farm workers. All the ghouls were strangled at the same time. Some ghouls still had the opportunity to transform wildly, but as soon as they started to transform wildly, they were hit by the bone blades again. Pao Pao held the Tang sword, standing in the golden rain, a little dazed. This was the second time he had seen this kind of scene. The first time was also at the farm, and it was also a ghoul tide brewed by the boss. A super large ghoul tide. Today, although the scale was not as large as that night, the boss used a new way of playing. The last time was the most classic chain reaction. This time, the setting that ghouls only parasitize, but do not devour souls was used. And the layout was completed. And then it was instantly detonated. Chain reactions can easily lead to the ghoul tide getting out of control. But the boss's new gameplay is obviously very easy, and he has a good grasp of the situation. The ending is settled. Peopeo's face is full of surprise and admiration. And he looks a little silly. And Rose shook her head helplessly, and walked towards Zhangde. Mingziyu followed closely. Tell me, how did you determine that the mad knife will not be divided? You, after planning the whole thing. You must have hidden important links from me. And Ro handed Zhangde a bottle of intermediate life potion. And flicked Mingziyu's forehead casually when she heard it. As a ghoul, you just need to be good at acting. Not too smart. This little guy is really too sharp. And Ro only knows one more piece of information than it. The mission details. Once the ghoul tide breaks out, Kwang Dao will receive the mission details and judge from the details that the biggest enemy is an SSS level ghoul. Mingziyu is only A level. Even if he devoured Yuxian, he is only S level. If Kwang Dao retains a bit of rationality, he will be wary of the sudden wealth lurking in the dark. Of course, after he was parasitized by Mingziyu, his life was in Ro's hands. As long as Mingziyu devoured his soul directly, Kwang Dao would not have the chance to struggle for the last time. But doing so would bring two problems. First, Mingziyu devoured the soul of the great player, and it is very likely to be further upgraded to SS. With its unruly personality, it must be a hidden danger in Ro's eyes. Besides, the souls of high-ranking players on the Destiny list are so precious. Even if she doesn't feed it to Baofu, and Ro wants to feed it to Zhangde, why did it fall into the mouth of an alien ghoul? The second problem is to remove the ink. The premise for Chumo to agree not to intervene is that she and Baofu will join forces to deal with the high-level players. Baofu didn't even show his face, and Mingziyu casually ate Kwang Dao. Chumo would definitely not agree. Who knows what tricks that elusive guy will do next? And Ro guessed that it is likely that the Kaishur from the sub-3 area will be attracted here. And Ro really has no way of predicting what the situation will become after killing Kwang Dao and Kaishur. When doing business, you have to do it one order at a time. So according to her plan, humiliating Kwang Dao to the utmost can not only vent her anger, but also gradually wear down the other party's rationality. Killing two birds with one stone. After that, it was the sudden attack of Fu. Mingziyu was hit on the forehead suddenly, and his two little hands subconsciously covered his forehead. Jumped up and shouted, "If you dare to touch my head again, I will eat you in one bite." Although the soul fragrance on Ro was a little lighter, it could smell it clearly. You try it. And Ro glanced coldly. Mingziyu looked at Zhangde, then looked at the ground, and closed his mouth. There is a saying in human beings that is quite right. A good man does not fight with a woman. Moreover, it didn't know whether the person surnamed was a human or a ghost. As a good ghost, it was too lazy to fight her. Ghouls have the ability to heal themselves. With the effect of the life potion, muscle fibers quickly grew on Zhangde's horrifying wound. The shoulder that was missing a large piece recovered visibly. Pao Pao ran over happily. But when he got closer, he suppressed his smile. "Boss, why did you suddenly let Brother Baofu clean up the battlefield?" "I haven't killed enough." "Haven't killed enough?" And Ro glanced at the light screen above his head and smiled. "If you are really tired of living, you can feed yourself to Zhangde. Anyway, you two have a good relationship, so it's better to keep the money within the family." Zhangde just lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke after hearing the words, and looked at Pao Pao with his bloodshot eyes. Pao Pao waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. No. Lao Zhang and I are so familiar with each other. How could he possibly do that?" "I can," Zhangde suddenly said. Pao Pao was startled, and quickly hid behind Ro. Looking at her, "You'll see me if you look up or down. And you'll hurt my heart if you say that. Lao Zhang, I'm still your boss." And Ro pushed him away with her elbow. "You have upgraded to gold, so you are naturally more attracted to Zhangde." Pao Pao was stunned and scratched his head embarrassedly. "I wanted to tell the boss in person." Hee. "Thank you, boss." And Ro smiled sincerely. Pao Pao followed her. And the upgrade environment was not unique. But it took so long to upgrade from bronze to gold, which shows how difficult it is to upgrade the player level. Although LV50 is only the threshold for gold, it is a high-level player after all, and it is worth celebrating. And Ro's smile quickly faded. She walked to Pao Pao and said, "Show me the attribute panel." Pow Pow turned on the light screen as he was told. Destiny value, 1308000. Peo's destiny value had indeed jumped to a higher level. The last time it jumped significantly was when he was upgraded from bronze to silver, when his destiny value jumped from 10,000 points to 120,000 points. Theoretically, even if a player has never died since entering the game, his destiny value when he is promoted to the lower silver level is only tens of thousands points. But when Pow Pow just stepped into the silver threshold, his destiny value was higher than the theoretical value of high-level silver players. This time, I was promoted to the lower level of gold, and my fortune increased tenfold. Similarly, the destiny value of 1.3 million points far exceeds that of high-level gold players, and it is very likely to exceed the theoretical value of low-level masters. It's too high. And Ro frowned. Don't you think your destiny value is a bit abnormally high? It's normal, Pow Pow said proudly. This thing is luck. I can meet the boss, which means I have good luck. I went from bronze to gold in more than a month. It would scare people to death if I told others about it. And Ro did not agree with this statement. Sia Xion's words lingered in her mind. Lingering. It is said that players who died in the belly of the ghouls had very bad luck after returning to reality. I just felt that fate value, or luck, was not a good thing. And Ro thought of a way to verify it. Recently, when you were offline, help me search for news. Pow Pow thought she changed the subject and asked. What news? News from Qinshan Farm in Yongnan City. Lang Hanli removed her heavy makeup, changed into her usual clothes, and walked out of the courtyard. According to the farm owner's instructions, they returned to the courtyard after leaving the buffet, and no matter how loud the noise was outside, they could not take a step. Until just now, the farm owner sent someone to pass on the message. The matter is over. This casual sentence shocked Lang Hanli. 300 Destiny people. All dead? The residents on the farm had never heard of the super large ghoul tide. But Lang Hanli heard her husband mention that he had sent a 200 Destiny army to kill Ro. And Ro not only survived, but also moved so many people and so many buildings to the farm in a way that ordinary people could hardly imagine. It is easy to imagine what happened to the 200-man army. However, imagination is not as good as seeing with one's own eyes. She saw the 300 Destiny people who visited the farm tonight. Such a huge force was easily swallowed by Ro. Not even a trace was left. Lang Hanli silently led the long team to Yongnan Street and subconsciously glanced at the ground. So many people of Destiny. Not even a drop of blood was left. The buffet had not been cleared yet, and the farm residents shuttled between the long table, picking up the leftovers left by the people of Destiny. When the table was clean, Tian Rui led the security guards to bring basket after basket of food boxes. The steaming hot food once again covered the table. Lang Hanli heard the rumbling of stomachs in the team behind her. It was said that these people came from an unknown town on the top of the mountain. Lang Hanli felt that this was not true. She had been the mayor's wife for many years, so of course she could recognize that they were all homeless refugees. She looked at Ro with a complicated look. How could a murderous farmer be so kind? Ro approached with a gentle smile, and Lang Hanli stepped aside tactfully. Welcome to Yongnan Farm. Ro's welcome speech was brief, and then she changed the subject. I know you all have nowhere to go, so from now on, you can regard this place as your home. It's not easy to run a farm, so I hope you all cherish it. To this day, this is all her kindness left. No matter who wants to leave the farm, or who disobeys the rules and wants to make trouble, there is only one outcome, death. Whether it was the previous residents or the new residents, she didn't want anyone to become a hidden danger or a clue for other players to capture. Of course, the old residents all knew how to recite the employee rules, and the new residents had to remember them word for word. Ro's eyes were deliberately oppressive, and the NPCs from the trial town avoided her unconsciously. Even if they looked lively and full of questions, they didn't dare to ask anything. Besides, they hadn't had a full meal for many days. With such a sumptuous feast in front of them, who would have time to pay attention to other things? Ro looked at Yonyan. Dad, you've worked hard. Yonyan looked at her with pride, and he had shed tears several times. Don't worry, Ruru. He patted his chest and answered, and walked to the front of the team in small steps. Are you all hungry? You've suffered so much. Sit down and eat quickly. Eat as much as you want. There's more after you finish eating. Yonyan, Qiujia and others began to invite new residents to take their seats. Since leaving Zhongsu town, the farm has not held a large-scale banquet, let alone a flowing banquet that stretches for a mile. New residents are lucky enough to participate, and old residents are naturally eligible to participate. With Enro present, the old residents showed a warm and hospitable attitude and each stepped forward to greet a group of new residents to take a seat. Every table is filled with new and old residents, which makes it difficult to form cliques and factions, and also helps new residents to integrate into this unfamiliar environment more quickly. Enro nodded with satisfaction and looked at Mengziyu. You two brothers and sisters hide and hide. So you rarely have enough food. There are so many delicious foods. Why don't you make Zisha happy? Mengziyu's face was tense. You are sugarcoating a bullet. Enro was stunned. There is actually a word in the game? That's right. No matter how mysterious the soul-calling song is, it was designed by modern people. So it's not strange to have any words. But it's a bit out of place when it comes out of the mouth of a ghoul. Enro couldn't help teasing it. Do you think, in Zisha's eyes, is delicious or you, her brother, more important? Of course I am important, Mengziyu answered angrily. But before he finished speaking, his sister's crisp voice sounded behind him. Wow! There are so many delicious foods. It was Zhongda who came over with Zisha. Mengziyu subconsciously wanted to shout, let her go. And Zisha broke free from Zhongda's hand. The little girl ran to the table, her eyes wide open. Wow! She turned her head and looked at Zhongda. Uncle, can I eat it? With Zhongda's taciturn style, silence means consent. But this old ghoul was uncharacteristically stopped lighting a cigarette, raised his eyebrows and looked over. Okay, it said. Great. Thank you. Uncle! Zisha climbed up the chair with her hands and feet. Mengziyu took a few steps towards her and slowly stopped. If you don't take Ziyu away, she will be in trouble. And Rose said, why? You can't bear to let her go? Mengziyu glared at her angrily and ran over to sit next to his sister. Brother, look! They are all delicious. This. Oh, and this. Wow! There are so many delicious things I have never seen. Mengziyu, idiot! Zisha pouted. Why are you scolding me again? Mengziyu, eat quickly. The childish voices of the two people came into Andrew's ears intermittently. Andrew smiled silently and was about to look for Pao Pao when Jia Xian appeared. With his usual faint smile, he looked at the banquet. We held 2 banquets and did not receive an invitation from the farmer twice. This is not the way to entertain guests. Isn't it Mr. Jia's style to come uninvited? Jia Xian turned his eyes and shook his head helplessly. And Rose smiled and said, I mean, the master saved me a lot of trouble. Mr. Jia, don't think too much. The farmer's words always have a profound meaning. Mr. Jia taught by example. If Enro doesn't understand, she is not worthy of seeing the master again. Isn't it? Jia Xian pointed at her from a distance. You. What does the farmer want to ask this time? Enro also got straight to the point. Where does Chu Mo want to take us this time? Did he show up after Kwang Dao died? Jia Xian asked back. Of course not. That guy just disappeared. As he was talking, Pao Pao came over. Enro acted like a host. Mr. Jia, please take a seat. She stopped looking at him and walked towards Pao Pao. Boss, the spoils have been counted. There are 134 bodies left, all of which have been soaked in the pickle jar. 12.68 million gold coins and 576 items have been put in the warehouse. Enro was a little surprised. So many? The trial group consisted of low-level bronze and black iron players. The most they could become ghouls was C-level, so the system would not give them too high a reward. Enro expected that the gold coin reward would be at most 2 or 3 million, including the money and goods leaked from the temporary deaths of more than 100 people. Unexpectedly, she only guessed a fraction. I didn't expect it to be so much, Pao Pao said. That's normal. Not everyone can join Longyan. There are probably many rich young masters among this group of people. And Rose suddenly realized that it was no wonder that everyone said that the poorest people were wild guests. How much money you earn in the game is one thing, and how much money you bring into the game is another. She still had tens of millions of unused balances in her account. So she asked Pao Pao to store the gold coins and props she had earned into the warehouse. The daily operation of the farm also requires money, so let Pao Pao take it as a reserve fund. There are more than 100 NPCs in the trial town. You can study how to resettle them when you have time. Just rebuild whatever is missing. The money for the warehouse can be used as the resettlement budget. You can do whatever you want. It won't cost that much money. Pow Pow laughed. Didn't Brother Baofu cut off a lot of buildings in the trial town before he left? Repairing is much cheaper than expanding. And Ro nodded. Repair it a little bit. The houses in the trial town are too shabby. And they are not suitable for people to live in. Compared with those black buildings, the buildings on the farm can be regarded as luxurious villas. Pow Pow agreed and asked, Boss, where are we going next? Did Chima give us another place? On Sangling Mountain, tens of thousands of Longian players piled up on the top of the mountain, surrounding the trial town. Shocked and silent, the trial town disappeared in a circle. The root of the building where the building used to be has become a shocking huge scar, like a dry moat, surrounding the entire town. The buildings in the moat were still there, but every one of them had turned into ruins. The collapsed ones collapsed, and the ones that didn't collapse had hideous cracks all over their surfaces, as if someone had chopped them with a knife. Although it was small, it was still a town. So how big a knife would that be? Such a horrible destructive power must be at least a blue weapon. Many people returned to the country and looked towards the center of the ruins, the tallest but crumbling building. Kyrie stood on the roof of the building, looking around, his face becoming more and more gloomy. It's a big deal. The price he paid for fighting Svindovite was too damn high. The trial group was completely wiped out, and the trial town was completely destroyed. The most important thing was the Mad Knife, who had just rushed to the fate list, but failed. Kaisher seemed to see the severe accountability of his superiors. He suddenly rushed to Wit, tiptoed and grabbed the other's collar. What kind of ghoul is it? You must know. He had another crime for bringing members of the Gal Guild into the trial area. Sorry. Wit's expression was sincere. I want to know too. A message popped up on both of their screens at the same time. Kylie looked at the screen hesitantly for a while and clicked it. Sure enough, the president ordered him to log off immediately. Kylie looked at Wit resentfully, but saw the other party's blue eyes looking at him. China. I will also attend the emergency meeting of the Holographic Command Center. The joint meeting of the two countries. Kylie sighed. Well, it's a big deal. Chapter 108. China. Holographic Command Center. After Kaichu crawled out of the game cabin, he didn't even have time to take a shower, and rushed over wrapped in a bath towel. The neural sensor stuck to his hair, which made him look a little pitiful compared to the others in formal clothes. There were two people sitting next to him, in the middle, and their ranks were obviously much higher than his. One of them wore silver-rimmed glasses, gentle and cold, and was the president of the Lingbingqing headquarters of the Longyang Guild. Shi Shizhen. Game ID, Lu. The other person had a much more serious expression. He was the leader of the Dragon Breath group. Wei Gang. He sounded like a team leader, but he was in charge of the logistics of the entire guild, and was on the same level as Shi Shizhen. He was said to have been a super god, but he had long since left the game, and no one knew his ID. The three of them sat in silence, and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. In the middle of the conference table, the indicator light of the holographic projector lit up, and two figures finally appeared on the empty opposite side. In front of the two people, the emblem of the Gal Guild floating in the air slowly rotated. The two guilds' formal contact was a secondary diplomatic act at the moment. Shi Shizhen nodded to the recorder in the corner, signaling the start of the meeting. Before he spoke, Wei Gang spoke. We should have heard the general situation from both sides. Before the negotiation begins, I will first say a few things that you need to know. The real-time translation headset transmitted his words to everyone's ears. First, Chui Qing, also known as Crazy Blade, is dead. He has not quit the game yet, and his brain nerves are completely necrotic, which meets the criteria for sudden death. Kyrie's eyes suddenly widened. Kwang Dao was dead. He thought Kwang Dao had just lost his game qualification, but he was actually dead? However, he was the only one who was shocked. Shi Shizhen, President Gar, and Svindovite all had calm expressions. This prevented Kyrie from asking any questions. He suddenly thought of Ollie. It said that Ollie was dead. The meaning of his words was that his brother died at the hands of that unknown ghoul. Now Kwang Dao met that ghoul, and died too. A chill crept up Kyrie's back. Wei Gang glanced at him inadvertently and tapped the desktop with his finger. Second, Chui Qing's son Chui Gaoshan, Game ID Ba 2, has been diagnosed by the doctor as crazy. We have not been able to get any effective clues from him yet. Kaidu swallowed his saliva. Going crazy playing games. Has this happened before? He couldn't help but observe the expression of the person opposite him. President Gao frowned. And Wit's expression was more subtle. But he also frowned. It doesn't look normal. Fortunately, Kaidu was relieved for no reason. Third, Wei Gang said again. After the incident, we sent people to their residence to investigate. I just received the news 3 minutes ago. He paused, attracting everyone's attention. Shijing also turned his head to look over. He was not aware of the third situation mentioned by Wei Gang. And Wei Gang's perfect pause indicated that there was a major discovery. The Dragon Breath group did not find any clues. But when they left, they encountered the police from Western Province, who came and blocked the Qishan farm under Cui Qing's name and arrested his wife. What? Kaidu blurted out. He had never thought that this would be such information. Shijing also asked, Xi Province? What crime? Wei Gang, the Xi Province police just busted a drug manufacturing den this morning and found out the source of raw materials from the criminal group, including Qingshan Farm. They did find a poppy field on the farm. Now Cui Qing's wife and all the farm employees have been controlled by the police. And some employees have confessed to the charges. Maybe it's just a coincidence? President Gao asked thoughtfully. Whether it's a coincidence or not, you need to investigate, Wei Gang said. The above 3 points are what I want to say. You guys can talk about the next thing. The meeting room was silent for a while, and President Gao looked at Shijing for a few times, and said carefully, about the trial area. We will talk about the trial area alone after we meet. Shijing interrupted him. The reason why I invited you two here is to discuss the subsequent mission execution plan. President Gar, mission? Shijing, yes. Kai has reported the details to me, including what happened to Ollie. According to the data recorded in our country, there has never been such a close connection between sudden death cases. So, Long Yan formally invited Gar to form a mission execution team to investigate the SSS-level ghoul. The door of the dance hall was closed. The colorful lights were flowing. And Ro and Pao Pao sat together, flipping through the light screen. Kwang Dao failed the list. And the game forum was unexpectedly quiet. After flipping through several pages, I only found 2 posts. There were not many people replying to them. And there was no useful information in the posts. Kwang Dao has never been on the Destiny list before, so not many people pay attention to him. Pao Pao analyzed. After all, people pay more attention to people with high rankings. Also, although Lengyan has a huge influence, its style has always been very low-key. Unlike other families, when a member is on the list, they can't wait to beat the drums and send notices all over the world. Makes sense. But Enro is more concerned about Kwang Dao's offline situation. To see if the ending hinted by Jia Xian really becomes a reality, we have to wait until Pao Pao searches for news offline for this. Pao Pao asked the question again, Boss, where are we going next? We just killed a mad knife. Although the impact is not too big, we can't continue to stay in Longyan's territory. Right? And Ro remembered Jia Xian's words. Chu Mo didn't show up, which meant that he had no intention of controlling the farm's destination. She shook her head and said, No. According to our original plan, we will go to the land of no life. Finally, we are leaving here. I will be worried every day I stay in Lingbing City. Pao Pao breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Longyan sends someone to investigate, they won't be able to find us. He ran to the window and looked out. Yong'an Street was decorated with lights and was very lively. But the sky above was pitch black and he couldn't tell the direction at all. Boss, Brother Baofu has been flying for so long. He should have flown out of Lingbing City. Right? Whether it was out of consideration for national interests or for Wit's wishes, President Gao had no reason to refuse. Longyan and Gao jointly established a task execution team, and the composition of the team members was decided on the spot. The leader of the Gar group is naturally Wit, while the leader of the Longyan group is Kaipi, making up for his mistakes. The two selected 5 members from their respective associations as members. Shijing and President Gar jointly commanded. Of course, with Longyan's strong position and the first proposal to establish a joint group, Shijing has already led this operation. Let's analyze the important clues we have at hand first. First, in the area on the south side of Songling Mountain, a large area of land was stripped off, and many buildings in the town on the top of the mountain were also cut off. Although we don't know the reason, we can tell one thing: this ghoul is very large and is a crazy ghoul. Secondly, This is not the first time a similar phenomenon has occurred. A week ago, after a super large ghoul wave broke out in Jiangsu Town, District 8, many buildings in the town disappeared, judging from the traces at the scene. It was also cut away by a sharp weapon. Just like cutting a cake. Based on the above 2 points, this ghoul is most likely the same ghoul boss as the one in Jiangsu Town. It is huge and has a sharp bone blade, which matches the description of the disqualified player in Jiangsu Town. After listening, President Gar thought President Lu's analysis makes sense, but it does not conform to the game settings. Why can this boss escape the territorial restrictions and not be recovered by the system? Sure, Shijing, this is the next investigation target of the joint team. One more thing, President Gar said. Except Cui Qing and his son, all other Longyan players involved in this mission are still alive. Can they confirm the appearance of the ghoul? Sure, Shijing shook his head. Everyone said that they didn't see the SSS level ghoul. This is the clue I haven't mentioned yet. There are other ghouls at the mission site, and at least one of them is A level. This is also consistent with the Jiangsu Town mission. So we are not tracking a single ghoul, but a group. It may be a small ghoul wave. Wit said. That's right. We asked Mantis when we reviewed the Jiangsu Town mission. He is a great player, and was disqualified in the mission. He did not see the SSS level ghoul boss at that time, but encountered an A-level ghoul and a B-level ghoul. Sure, Shijing's expression was calm, but his eyes gradually became serious. Both ghouls are parasitic in the players' bodies. They are very good at camouflage, and their IQ is significantly higher than that of ghouls of the same level. And, he paused, before Mantis went offline. Both ghouls were upgraded. The A-level one was upgraded to S-level, and then it devoured the soul of the great player. I'm afraid the final level will be more than S-level. With thought, President Lu means that it could also be the SSS level ghoul we are tracking. 2 SSS level bosses appeared in the same mission? This inference made Kaisher, who had been silent, startled. It's not that he was afraid, but it was rare, and had never seen it before. Fortunately, his own president shook his head lightly, although the level of ghouls is not divided in detail. It can be roughly estimated. A level has just been upgraded to S level, skipping SS and going directly to SSS. Just relying on a Mantis is not enough. Mantis is just a low-level player of the great god. Kaisher breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, this mission is tricky enough. SSS level ghouls ignore territorial restrictions and wander around with several high-level ghouls? Aren't they just going to kill wherever they go? Besides, our own president said that their IQ is very high. In short, this is not an ordinary SSS level mission. We must pay enough attention to it. Sure, Shijing gave a preliminary conclusion and looked at Wit. The above are the clues we have at present. Wit, you can track all the way to the sub-third area, so you should have grasped important clues, right? Wit lowered his head and wrote something on the table, then raised his hand. The tablet in his hand was also projected into a holographic image. There were 4 lines of text on the screen. The top 2 lines were in foreign languages, and the bottom 2 lines were translated into Chinese by the software. Quest clue, my traveler. What are you looking for? A mysterious paradise with elusive whereabouts? Related task. Night boat relevance 20%. You actually have a clue. Why don't you show it to us earlier? Kylie suddenly got angry and stood up by slamming the table. It's a pity that he is surprisingly short in real life, and he is not as tall as he is when he is sitting. Compared to the tall and strong Wit opposite him, he really has no momentum at all. Wit showed a sincere apology on his face. Sorry. This mission involves the cause of Ali's death. I didn't mean to hide it. Sure, Shijing raised his hand and pressed Kyle's shoulder. Kylie retracted his angry gaze and jumped onto the leather chair with a muffled voice. Sure, Shijing, Night Boat? There is an ancient book with the same name in China. I have read it. Wei Gang interrupted. Night Boat. Mysterious paradise. These 2 words combined can roughly explain the large-scale traces left by Tsongling Mountain. It is consistent with the huge size of the ghouls we analyzed. In addition, one possibility is ruled out. Sure, Shijing said. Those land and buildings were not swallowed by the ghouls, but were cut and then moved to its body. Oh, right. Sure, Shijing tapped his fingers on the conference table a few times, and a translucent holographic light screen appeared above the conference table. This is the layout of Yan'an Farm that we restored based on the data we collected when we reviewed the Jiangsu mission. He brought up another screen. This is a map of Dongsu Town drawn accurately according to the game, including the mayor's mansion. A total of 45 buildings in Jiangsu Town disappeared, and 22 buildings disappeared in the trial town this time. Sure, Shijing pondered for a moment and said slowly, if the ghoul is compared to a ship, it will be an unparalleled cruise ship. No, not a cruise ship. It is a mobile farm comparable to a satellite town. Yan'an Farm. Yong'an Farm? Others opened their mouths wide. President Gao, impossible? How could the farm in Jiangsu Town come to your Lungyan's territory? It's not the farm that has legs. It's the ghoul that carries the farm. Wei Gang followed Sure Shijing's analysis and thought. Shijing, there is a place that cannot be said. Sure Shijing stopped him with his eyes in time. Sure Shijing said decisively, it is Yong'an Farm. I believe in my judgment. He didn't give others time to refute. And looked at the opposite side. Wit. There is no location information in the clues you provided. I want to know how you tracked it to the third zone. Wei was silent for a moment, and answered truthfully, Yali's teleportation card. Sure, she was suddenly enlightened. However, the others looked puzzled. It's not their fault. The background of the soul-calling song is complicated, and the props are even more complicated and numerous. Among them, the teleportation card, as an auxiliary prop, is unfamiliar to many people. First of all, the number is rare. The teleportation card is produced in the spirit realm, and the production process is complicated. The output is small, and it is scattered to various camps, which is even more difficult to find. Secondly, the market price is high. A pair of cards costs 100,000 gold. But it is a one-time item. Most people would rather use the communication card to communicate, and then go to the place where their companions are through the teleportation array or other means. Therefore, few people know that in addition to the one-time teleportation, the teleportation card has a hidden function, positioning. When two players bind a pair of teleportation cards, it is considered activated. As long as the teleportation card is not used, both parties can check each other's location on the small map. When Sure Shijing finished explaining, President Gal immediately rebuked Wit in a low voice. Such an important clue. Why didn't you report it? Wit lowered his eyes. I hope to find out the cause of Ali's death by myself. President. I'm sorry. It's human nature. You don't have to blame Wit too much. Sure Shijing tried to smooth things over. Wit provided the two most important clues. So next, the joint team will track the ghoul by positioning. The light and shadow of the dance hall intertwined. Two foreign wine glasses collided together. The cups collided, and the ice cubes in the cups hit the glass again, each of which was crisp and pleasant. The farm has electricity, and the ice machine in the dance hall can also be used. Cheers! Pow Pow cheered. From now on, we can go wherever we want, and we don't have to worry anymore. And Ro poked his forehead. You wish. How many days can Zhang eat more than 100 souls? If the rations are gone, don't we have to find a way to earn them? Oh. Pow Pow scratched his head and drank the whiskey in the glass in one go. Then he choked several times and coughed until his face turned red. He was so embarrassed that he immediately poured himself another glass and said stubbornly, I just turned 18. I can drink more after practicing. And Ro didn't say anything, just looked at him with a half smile. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Pow Pow didn't know what she was thinking, and took a sip of wine. Pow Pow. And Ro suddenly called him. Pow Pow took a sip of wine and turned his head to look. Your brother is the president of Longyan, right? Pow Pow was choked again, this time more severely, and it took him a while to calm down. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Ro. Boss, I didn't hide it from you on purpose. And Ro widened her eyes. Really? Pow Pow was dumbfounded. After drinking? Even his eyes were blank. Boss, are you cheating me? And Ro quickly suppressed her surprised expression and shook her head with a smile. Not really. I guessed half right. I don't know anyone in the holographic command center. After thinking about it, I can only think of one person. President Long Yen. So I just tried it. I didn't expect it to be true. Even I was cheated. Pow Pow muttered in a low voice. Are you angry? Pow Pow looked at Ro with resentment. No. In fact, even if the boss didn't ask, I was ready to tell you. It's uncomfortable enough to have a layer of belly between people's hearts. They are distanced by the so-called secrets. And he doesn't like this feeling. His words didn't surprise Ro. They just got over a difficult time. And it was the time when their nerves were most relaxed. They were drinking in a place like a dance hall. and the atmosphere was suitable for exchanging some secrets. And Rose smiled and looked at Peopeo's eyes. I saw your brother on TV. His name is Shishijin. Right? What about you? Sure Pao Pao? It sounds terrible. Pao Pao was not happy. My name is Shishiming. Boss, just remember the 3 words Shishiming. Don't remember it as Chairman Longyan Shishijing's younger brother. Nice to meet you. Shishiming. And Rose stretched out a hand. My name is Enro. Your boss? An NPC. Pao Pao stared at the hand and continued to be unhappy. Boss. Don't mess with me. And Rose smiled. No kidding. I'm really an NPC. Not a player. No location now. Sure, she frowned and looked at Wit. Why? Night ship. Wit said. Last night and tonight. The positioning function of the transmission card failed. I guess it's because the movement skill of the ghoul has the function of blocking positioning. Ghost technique. Sure, she was thinking and reading out 2 words. Among all the people present, only he and Wit could keep up with each other's thinking. Even Wei Gang, because he had been out of the game for too long, didn't think clearly about the meaning of the 2 people's words. The higher the level of the task, the more information is revealed in the task clues. But it is also more vague. Sure, Shijing thought for a while and nodded. Wit, your guess should be correct. In some high-level task cases, the ghost arts of high-level ghouls can indeed play a role in shielding positioning and transmission. The Yong'an farm in Jiangsu town disappeared at night. And the ghoul tide in Songling Mountain today also occurred at night. In addition, you said that you lost the location of Ollie last night. Combined judgment. It can be basically confirmed that this ghoul has a ghost art related to movement. And it can only be performed at night. We completely agreed, so we can only wait until dawn and wait for the location to reappear. Sure, Shijing. The premise is that the other party has not found the transmission card tonight. Wit, it shouldn't happen. Ghouls can use props, but they can't identify the hidden functions of props. Sure, Shijing. No. It's possible. You may not know much about the super large ghoul tide mission in Jiangsu town. Yong'an farm has not disappeared, which means its owner and Ro has not disappeared either. She is an NPC. Sure, Shijing subconsciously omitted an adjective, special. Not long ago, he had privately mocked the Orly Guild, saying that the so-called special address and special NPC did not exist. At this moment, although Sure Shijing was a little shaken, he still did not admit the specialness of this NPC rationally. After all, Enro had always been accompanied by a player, and a little investigation would reveal it. The so-called special was probably caused by this player, in some unknown way. Since the joint team was sent out, the team members needed to know themselves and the enemy. And Sure Shijing told this information. There are still players on Yong'an farm. Are they wild guests? Ghouls? NPCs? And players? The 3 most important roles in the game coexisting peacefully in one place. Which is inevitably surprising. It is indeed a wild guest. And the ID is Pao Pao. Sure, she was writing this ID on the desk. And the 2 words appeared on the light screen together, with a translated foreign language. I once thought he had died in the ghoul tide in Jiangsu town. But now it seems that there is a high possibility that he is still in the game. Kairi whispered, since you know the ID, why don't you find a reason to issue a wanted order for the entire server? Sure, Shijing rejected it. Changing the ID is just a matter of changing the name card, which is not very meaningful. Since we are talking about this, I need to emphasize that the mission of Yong'an farm must be kept confidential. My secretary will send you a confidentiality agreement later. This mission is not only high level, but also involves the cause of the player's sudden death, which is very serious. President Gao will naturally not object. Kairi finally reacted belatedly. Being able to participate in this negotiation and serve as the leader of the Lungyang group, he finally stepped into the core of the secret. In short, the sound of Sure Shijing's knuckles hitting the table brought Kaipi back to his senses. We don't have a location yet, and we don't know where to start. It's just right to take this time to complete the preparations for the joint group. He glanced at Wit and Kaipi respectively. With your level, I believe you have the ability to deal with top-level ghouls. But I want to solemnly remind you that no matter what situation you encounter, you must not take it lightly. Because your opponents this time are not only high-level ghouls, but also players who know how to hide their strength. According to Mantis's confession, the wild player named Pao Pao is not of high level. Sure Shijing is deeply suspicious of this. Sure Shijing's brother, who is facing a great enemy, almost dropped his jaw at this moment. Pao Pao found his voice after a long while. Boss. What did you say? You are an NPC? This? That NPC? Same as outside? And Rose's smile was still faint. And she blinked. Now, have all the things you couldn't figure out been figured out? It is because she is an NPC that she needs to be cautious everywhere. It is because she is an NPC that she never needs to log off. It is because she is an NPC, as part of the entire game system, that she can see through other people's light screens, connect with the consciousness of ghouls who are also NPCs, and master so many amazing bug skills. Figured out? Pow Pow nodded hesitantly, then shook his head violently. No, it didn't work. Why? How did the boss become an NPC? The boss is clearly a real person in terms of his words, actions, and the feeling of getting along with him. He is also his fellow villager. And Ro looked away and took a sip of wine. The moving colored lights made her expression flicker, and it was hard to see clearly. I don't know why, she whispered. And when she turned her head, a smile appeared on her face again. For me or you. The past is not important anymore. In short, I am now a fragile NPC with only 100 health points. Sure, Shiming. This is my biggest secret. I'm telling you. Pow Pow couldn't ask any more questions. He stared at Ro in a daze, and realized belatedly that it was because of his childish quarrel with the boss in the trial town that she revealed this secret. He wanted to cry a little. The boss was not as cold and heartless as she said. As if Ro had expected it, she stuffed a glass of wine into his hand. Don't cry. You are an adult man. You have no right to cry. Pow Pow sniffed and held back his tears. Yes. The victim didn't cry. And Ro burst out laughing. What victim? What's wrong with the Soul Realm? I own such a large farm, and a mountain of gold and silver. I am so happy. I wish I could hang all the props on my body, and show off my wealth every day. Pow Pow also laughed, which was uglier than crying. Now that we have left Lingbing City, there are no outsiders around. So I can show off my wealth every day. I will go find some passive props now. He put down the cup and walked out. But Ro grabbed his collar from behind. How can you say that wind is rain? And Ro shook the glass. It's late at night. Finish this glass of wine, and go offline to sleep. Officially inform you. Sure, Shiming. Since I know your little secret, there are also tasks offline. What task? Oh, to find out the news of Qishan Farm? That's just one of them. The more important thing is to get to know Long Yan's movements through your chairman. Pow Pow drank the whiskey in one breath. And this time he didn't cough. Patting his chest, leave it to me. The negotiation was basically over. And Sure Shijing's secretary knocked on the door and handed in 2 drafted agreements. Cooperation Agreement between Longyan Guild and Jiar Guild Joint Execution Group and Mission Information Confidentiality Agreement. President Jiar glanced through it roughly, raised no objections, and hurried off the line to submit for review. Sure Shijing instructed his secretary to go through the special approval process immediately, and then looked at Kai Guy, who was hesitant to speak. I know you have a lot of questions to ask, but I can't. Frankly speaking, letting you serve as the leader of the Longyan group is beyond my authority. And I still need to make up for the approval. President. Sure Shijing shook his head. Since you have already participated, you will know what you should know sooner or later. Go and prepare. At dawn, you must bring your team members to meet up with Gar. As for the team members, the secretary has a list. You can choose from it yourself. Kylie felt very uncomfortable. Sure Shijing's words were very clear. Who can know the secrets is strictly screened. The problem is, with his ranking of 8th on the Destiny list, he was not included in the so-called list? Could it be because the background check failed? Kai-Tu thought and left the meeting room. Wei Gang looked at his unusually short stature. And when the person disappeared, he shook his head and said, he is a little smart. LV. To be honest, I don't think this candidate is a good choice. Sure Shijing didn't care. He can bring Wit into the trial area without permission. And many things can't be hidden. It's better to just pull him into the game. Wei Gang thought about it and nodded. Your concerns are correct. But what you said is not quite accurate. As the 8th on the list, he has already been in the game. Sure Shijing forced out a bitter smile. Seeing this, Wei Gang changed the subject. What happened just now? Although the possibility that the night ship is Yong'an Farm is high, there is one thing that doesn't make sense. Are you so sure? What is it? You are asking even though you know the answer? Wei Gang unconsciously lowered his voice. I have received the video report of the trial team. You should have seen it a long time ago. Right? If it is really Yong'an Farm, how could there be no trace of it in their description? Sure Shijing shook his head and said, no. Just because there is no trace of it, it just shows that there is something wrong with their report. Do you suspect they are hiding clues? They are all low-level players. What is their motive? Besides, is it possible for more than 300 people to collude in such a short period of time? No way. They didn't intend to hide it. Wei Gang frowned. What do you mean? Everyone described the incident very clearly. But no one, not a single one, mentioned any names. No one knew the names of the people we met at the mission site, the buildings or shops we saw, and even the street where they said the banquet was held. Most people watching the video focused on the incident. And Wei Gang really didn't notice this detail. He didn't understand for a moment and cast a puzzled look. Then let me ask you another question, Sure Shijing said. Many members claimed that they had sent out messages for help, but no one in the outside world received any of them. Why? Isn't it because of the ghost magic of the ghoul? Just like blocking the location, blocking the message? There is this possibility. Sure Shijing nodded, and a strange look appeared on his usually calm face. I am more inclined to think that the details of their memory have been specifically erased. Wei Gang was startled and stood up. Shinchi. This sudden death case involves Shinchi? He slowly sat back in his chair and said suddenly, no wonder you interrupted me. If Gar knew your guess, I'm afraid he wouldn't easily give up the leadership of the task. Sure Shijing sneered. They have to give it up even if they don't want to. But the guild level can't coordinate, which will definitely delay the progress of the task. There's no need. Wei Gang agreed, and his tone suddenly rose. Then it's definitely not enough for you to just send out the disembowelment. To be on the safe side, Chumo was also allowed to join. Although the guy's personality made him unsuitable for being a team leader, he could be an extra staff member. With him, the mission would be much easier. I have already informed him. But he is an extra staff member, Sure Shijing said. It's just that Chumo has not replied. But Sure Shijing is not worried at all. He is the only one who knows Chumo's plan. Since there is an SSS level ghoul, Chumo will not be absent. Chumo stood in a black fog. The black fog rolled like a dark cloud, and a white lightning flashed from time to time. Chumo stepped on the flying sword Yoshi, and his body changed position accordingly. No lightning, or more precisely, the bone blade of Baofu, could touch him at all. The ghost art of night travel was not that Baofu simply carried the farm and flew with the weight, but more like the void externalization, wrapping the entire farm in it. This was Baofu's domain. However, it could not hurt Chumo even a hair. Even so, Baofu's efforts never stopped, as if he was tireless. Similarly, Chumo did not show any boredom. Lightning flashed at his dark eyes, allowing him to easily penetrate the black fog and look at the hustle and bustle below. A banquet in a mile. Hundreds of people drinking together. Cups and plates in a mess. There is a sense of joy of a great harvest. In the neon, colorful smiles climbed onto more and more gray faces. Chumo shifted his sight and fell on the light screen in front of him. It was Lu's message, which was within expectations. Lu chose to block the news and carry out the mission in secret, which was also within expectations. However, Mong Yen and Gar formed a joint execution team, which exceeded expectations, but not to the extent that he was surprised. Ali's brother Svensovit is the top player in Gao. It's normal for Vit to insist on investigating the cause of his brother's death. The next question is what he should do, and how long he can delay. Sia Xian's annoying voice sounded beside his ears. Can the order of the immediate superior be handled coldly? Sia Xian pretended to be surprised. Whatever. You have to reply with received or okay. Right? For such a boring question, Chumo was naturally too lazy to respond. He closed his eyes and turned off the light screen. Sia Xian had no awareness of being boring, and smiled. Isn't this kind of happy ending scene exactly what you want? We have to go down and have a drink anyway. If the residents know, 1 cup for each. The number 1 on the destiny list will definitely get drunk tonight. I didn't ask her to bring it to the farm. Jia Xian raised his eyebrows. That doesn't suit your wishes. Why don't you settle the score with her? Chumo didn't say anything. Jia Xian smiled knowingly. I know your little tricks. Isn't it because the two of them, one man and one ghost, are invincible together? So you want her to have more burdens? Chumo, you have learned bad things. Chumo glanced at him without any emotion and disappeared in the thick fog. As soon as he left, The rich bone blade also stopped. This treatment. Jiet Xian stroked the long hair hanging down from his forehead. And for a moment, he didn't know whether he was treated preferentially or unfairly. He looked down and sighed softly. She still has a bit of a bodhisattva's heart. I really didn't see it. It sounded like there was some gloating hidden in the sigh. The buffet finally ended. It wasn't too late. The fluorescent wall clock on the wall of the dance hall just reached 10 o'clock. After Pao Pao left. And Ro had been drinking alone until now. When she heard the voices outside gradually dissipate, she opened the door and looked out. Yong'an Street was shrouded in colorful neon lights. And the street was clean. It was cleaned up so quickly. It should be the new residents who helped. It's a good thing that the old and the new get along well. The buildings moved from the trial town will have to wait until Pao Pao goes online tomorrow to be repaired. So let the new and old residents squeeze in tonight. With Tian Rui and his men watching, there is no need to worry about anyone doing something dirty. However, there were many people and eyes in the courtyard. So Ro planned to spend the night in the dance hall. She finished the last sip of wine, put down the wine glass, thought for a while, and took out a bottle of unopened foreign wine from the wine cabinet. Bow bow. And Ro stepped into the crack in the ground with a bottle of wine. The tentacles of the void surged and gently sent her into the deepest part of the void. Along the way, soul light spots emerged from the ends of the tentacles, lighting up a dream corridor dotted with broken stars for her. Compared with before, the soul light spots were obviously brighter, probably because they swallowed the soul of the crazy knife. And Ro stopped, supported the soft tentacles with one hand, and sat down. Her upper body tilted slightly, and her beautiful face was slightly flushed because of the wine. And the area around her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of peach pink eyeshadow. There was a hint of drunkenness in her eyes. The light spots surged, and a pure white figure appeared in front of her. And Ro pinched her thumb and index finger. Bow bow. Pencor. The figure scattered and turned into countless light spots again. After surging again, it was pieced together into a huge heart. And Ro reached out and pressed it. She couldn't describe the feeling, but she felt it was softer than any cotton or down in the world. But she began to shake her head. No. Bow bow. This heart is wrong, it won't beat. It's not a real heart. As soon as she finished speaking, the pure white heart suddenly shrank and then expanded to its original position. And Ro was surprised. One more time, she said. One more time. No. 100 times, she said again. In the empty space, a huge heart began to beat for her. Not only that, the light spots on Ro's head, sides, and back, and other void tentacles began to combine one after another, turning into hearts of different sizes. All the hearts beat for her with the same rhythm. And Ro's smile suddenly disappeared, replaced by a blank look. Everyone has a heart. She remembered that when she was a child. She read a prose on the balcony one morning, and there was a sentence in it. There are thousands and thousands of hearts in the world, but only one can beat for you. You have to find it. The father, a teacher, heard this and criticized this view seriously. At last, he said to her, "And Ro, a person's heart can only beat for himself. And so does yours." When she was young, she thought she understood what her father meant. But when her father donated everything to rebuild the school, she felt that she didn't understand. Until her parents died, and she met Yin Shou, who lived across the street and stayed with him for 10 years. She felt that she understood again. But Yin Shou left without saying goodbye, and all her beliefs collapsed. And Enro didn't understand again. But it doesn't matter anymore. She felt that her initial understanding of her father's words was correct. Humans are selfish animals. Each chest cavity is destined to allow only one heart to beat. A person's heart can only beat for himself. This belief was implemented for the next 5 years. Until now, a crack as thin as a spider web appeared again. Hundreds and thousands of hearts are beating for her. At this moment, she understood the sentence in the essay and her father's words at the same time. They are all right. No one is wrong. A person's heart beats for himself, but a monster's heart does not. And Ro opened her arms and hugged the largest white heart in front of her, rising and falling slightly with the rhythm. Bow bow. Is your heart beating for me? Yes, master. Chapter 109. Pao Pao drank so much alcohol for the first time in his life. Feeling dizzy, as soon as he quit the game, he suddenly sobered up. The conversation that took place in the farm dance hall seemed like a dream. Now, the dream is over. He sat in the holographic cabin wet and stunned for a long time. When he came to his senses, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Pow Pow took a quick shower and rushed home. The house was quiet, and my aunt had already gone home from get-off work. There was no one in my brother's room or study. Not back yet. Pow Pow frowned and muttered. Are you really busy investigating? He opened his phone and searched for Chishan Farm. Except for a few economic news, he found nothing. He couldn't sleep tonight. So Pow Pow thought about it and decided to go there. Chishan Farm is in the western suburbs of Yong'an City, close to the mountains. The navigation shows that it takes 2 hours to drive there. There are few cars in the middle of the night, so it's fast. Just right. He can't drive, so he can only take a taxi. He waited for a long time before calling a taxi. Master, please check the ID. Young man, what about yours? With today's public security, taking a taxi is not safe. And it is even more dangerous in the middle of the night. It is a routine operation to check each other's ID before getting in the car. Both parties' IDs are fine. Running into the car, looking at the dark or bright night scene outside the car. His eyes slowly lose focus. Chishan Farm. What is the relationship with the boss? Why investigate it? The boss built Yong'an Farm in the game. Could it be that Chishan Farm was also built by the boss? When he came to his senses, Pow Pow was shocked to find that he had fallen asleep and was woken up by the driver. Are we there? He was about to open the car door, but it was locked. Pow Pow immediately became alert and stared at the driver in the front seat. The driver said, Young man, this place is in the wilderness. It's not safe. You better not get off. Look, there is a police seal on the door. Pow Pow looked over and saw a seal on a gate not far away. And there was a cordon 1 meter outside the door. Is this Chishan Farm? Pow Pow suspected that the driver had taken him to a place suitable for robbery. I am not lying to you. The driver turned on the high beam, and the strong light illuminated an oval rock standing upright, with 4 blood-red characters on it. It was Chishan Farm. Pow Pow hurriedly opened his phone and looked at the map. The location was correct. Chishan Farm was not only closed, but also sealed by the police? What happened? Pow Pow felt more and more that the boss had a close relationship with this farm, and was almost certainly the owner of this farm. The driver was very enthusiastic. Young man, what are you doing here? If you want to find someone, it seems that there is no hope. If you want to ask for information, there is a gas station not far away. You can go there to ask. The old ones are the wisest. And Pow Pow really asked the right person at the gas station. It was just sealed tonight, and everyone inside was taken away. Wow! More than a dozen police cars are full. Just like a wedding car team. Hey, whoever gets married with such a grand ceremony will not have to worry about being robbed for 10 years. Seeing the gas station attendant start to act rash, Pow Pow quickly brought the topic back to the topic. What happened? Why is there so much noise? I don't know what crime it was. Anyway, that farm is not a good place. Everyone from the top to the bottom is as fierce as a bastard. Oh, yes. About a month ago, the police also went in. Why? I heard that a girl died in an accident inside. She was taken away after being released for 2 days. Peopeo's heart skipped a beat. Girl? How old is she? What kind of accident? What kind of accident? I think she must have been abused to death by her son. The gas station attendant had a deep prejudice against Chishan Farm. I've seen the girl several times. She was very pretty and loved to laugh. Alas, what a pity. The taxi started to return. Death at Chishan Farm under similar keywords. Pow Pow could not find any news. Not even a single piece of news. Accidental death in Yong'an City. Once the scope was expanded, there were too many news reports, one after another, but none of them mentioned Chishan Farm as the place of death. He turned off the screen of his mobile phone, leaned his head against the car window, and felt more and more depressed. He had guessed wrong. The boss was not the boss of Chishan Farm. The boss died in Chishan Farm. Young, beautiful, and smiling, the person described by the gas station attendant was so similar to the boss. It turned out that the boss could not log off because he was dead. As for the cause of death, I am afraid no one knows except the people in Chishan Farm. If the boss had not admitted that he was an NPC and asked him to pay attention to the news of Chishan Farm, he would not have known. A good person died without a sound. Andy always came early, and she pushed open the gate of the villa before dawn. She was startled by the figure sitting on the steps. Master Ming? Pow Pow looked up at her, and then lowered his head again. Why don't you go into the house? It's so cold. Auntie hurriedly took out a blanket from the house and covered him. She pulled him into the house again. Master, didn't you sleep all night? Then go to sleep later. I'll make some ginger soup and porridge right away, and you can go to sleep after it's warm. After drinking the ginger soup, Pow Pow recovered and asked her, Where's my brother? Is he working overtime? Auntie was busy in the kitchen and replied, Of course he is. He called me last night and said he would not be back because he had urgent work to do. Anxious work? It's true that his brother often works overtime, but it's rare for him to work all night. He must be investigating last night's mission. Long Yin kept the trial area so tight that the entire trial group was accidentally wiped out inside, and a great member died. Auntie, pack up a portion when the meal is ready, and I'll send it to my brother. Central City. President Long Yin's office. Sure, she was sitting behind his desk. Looking up, have you chosen the people? Okay. 1 great god. 4 golds. Kite Eye sent the list. Sure, she looked at the message on the screen. Hummed, you and Svidovit are close in rank and strength. And the Gal Guild is also similarly equipped. But there is one less great god. Before Ali died, the Gal Guild had 3 players on the Destiny ranking. 1 super god, and 2 great gods. Yali is dead, and there is still 1 great player left on the list. This does not mean that the Gal Guild has no other great players, but the Destiny value is not high enough, and they have not climbed onto the Destiny list. But the Gal Guild did not even send a great player who is not on the list, which shows that the degree of attention is still not enough. It is a good thing that Long Yin has the right to speak and the strength of the action. Sure, Shizhen glanced at the time. There is still half an hour before dawn. The Gal group has arrived at the central city. You take people to meet them. Set off as soon as the location appears. And don't forget to report in real time. After that, another message popped up on the screen. It was sent by the logistics members downstairs and had nothing to do with the joint team's actions. Sure, Shizhen frowned and looked at Kaipi. Go. After Kaipi left, he went offline and walked out of the holographic cabin. The secretary was standing by and handed him a bath towel. Sure, Shizhen glanced at the neural sensor stuck on his body and said, Bring him in. The special police at the command center quickly brought the person in. Sure, Shizhen frowned and looked at his brother. What are you doing here? Pow Pow picked up the lunch box in his hand. I'm bringing you lunch. Andy kept complaining early in the morning that she was worried that he would be too busy with work to eat. I'm tired of hearing that. The secretary took the lunch box. Sure, Shizhen scolded lightly. Since you got up early, go to school early, or study at home. Don't waste time in the future. Oh! Pow Pow scratched his head. Brother, you stayed up all night playing games? I thought you just worked overtime too late and slept in the office. Is there important work? Don't ask nonsense. Sure, she blocked his mouth as usual and looked at the special police. Send him out? Pow Pow pouted and turned around with the special police. Sure, she asked behind his back. Do you have money? Don't take the subway. Take a taxi back. Forget it. He said again. Xiaoqin. Send a car to take him back. Yes. The special police replied. When the special police closed the door, the secretary had already opened the lunch box. Sauerkraut porridge, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and a poached egg. President, please have breakfast first. It's still hot, the secretary said. Sure, she was about to return to the game immediately. But after taking a look, he walked to the table and sat down. Contract approval progress of the joint team? It has been completed and stamped with the anti-counterfeiting electronic seal an hour ago. Gar said it will be sent back before 7 o'clock. Yes. Confidentiality agreement? Together. There are also separate confidentiality agreements for our Lungyan members, which have also been signed. President, do you want to take a look? No need. After I go online, take some time to check it carefully. You may encounter many foreign forces while tracking Yong'an's use. Don't miss any possible leaks. Okay. Don't worry. It was late in the winter, and the streetlights were still on. The dim light just covered Peo's shocked expression. He was wearing headphones. If he wasn't so familiar with his brother's voice, he would hardly believe his ears. Tracking Yan'an Farm? How did he know about Yan'an Farm? Did the trial area leave traces? Pow Pow understood it very well. Hundreds of trial players visited the farm, and there was a plaque at the door. It was not surprising that Long Yan knew it. The key is tracking. His brother did not say investigation, but tracking. He knew Shi Shijing's character very well, and his words were always rigorous. Long Yan must have found a clue. A very clear clue. No. I must tell the boss immediately. Shi Shijing ate in a gentle manner, but he was very fast. He finished the breakfast brought by his younger brother in just 5 minutes. My stomach felt warm. There are no 4 seasons in the Soul Psalm game, but time is synchronized with the real world. There is still a quarter of an hour before dawn. He lay back in the holographic cabin and saw an unexpected person as soon as he opened his eyes. Chu Imo stood beside the sofa and opened his eyelids as he woke up. Sorry. I took your place. Shi Shijing made a joke and got down from the sofa. You have been away for so many days. Which mission have you been doing? Chu Imo didn't say anything. Shi Shijing waved his hand and said, Forget it. I will talk to the logistics downstairs in a few days and ask them to write a report for you. Let's focus on the mission at Yandon Farm today. Kaishir just left. Have you met? Chumo still didn't speak. Shi Shijing frowned. Something? Chumo, how is she? Shi Shijing was buttoning his shirt sleeves. He paused for a moment and smiled. I have to apologize to you. I've been too busy recently and forgot to ask someone to update the latest situation. I'll send someone as soon as I finish this mission. Law. Chumo's hoarse voice lowered. What happened to her? Shi Shijing met his dark eyes and sighed softly. This guy is not easy to fool. Reporting her recent situation once a month was an agreement from the beginning. He has been troubled by this matter these days. I thought that Chu Imo was away these days, so it could be delayed for a while. Sorry. I will reply to a message first. Shi Shijing turned on the light screen, closely monitored Chumo's signs. Immediately, the recipient was the logistics downstairs. He used silence to delay for a minute, then sat on the sofa. Fingers crossed, I can tell you. But Chu Imo, you should control your emotions and don't get excited. Can I? An ominous premonition was lingering in Chumo's heart, becoming stronger and stronger. At this time, silence made his momentum more compelling. Sure, she was bearing the invisible pressure with his usual calmness. Another minute passed, and the medical team should be in place. He sighed and said softly, Chumo. And Ro died. It was an accident. What responded to him was not a question or a follow-up question, but a violent bang. The rubble fell. Smoke and dust filled the air, and a gap appeared on the ceiling, which just destroyed the pattern of the teleportation array. The array pattern burst into a bright light, then suddenly shrank and went out completely. The remaining lightning in the air was still flickering. Shi Shijing raised his hand to block the falling stones above his head, sighed, and turned on the light screen again. The logistics department quickly responded. Life signs fluctuated, but stable. He breathed a sigh of relief and his eyes fell on a newly formed channel, Long Yangar Joint Execution Group. Unro. He felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Some strange, but more of a sense of loss. When Shi Shijing first heard the name of the owner of Yong'an Hotel, he was surprised, but he didn't think much about it. There are a large number of NPCs in the Soul Calling song, and it is normal to have the same name as a real person. But Shi Shijing still sent someone to investigate Ro's identity, and the result confirmed that she was an NPC, and her family background and growth trajectory could be verified. There was indeed no problem. It was just that her name coincided with the person that Chu Imo cared about the most. So Shi Shijing couldn't ignore it. Shi Shijing specifically asked Chu Imo to go to Zhongsu town to investigate the situation. If this NPC could improve Chumo's mental state, it would be a good thing. Unfortunately, Chumo refused. Shi Shijing was still a little regretful until a super large ghoul wave broke out in Zhongsu town. The mission location was exactly the farm owned by Ro, and Chumo also appeared there. He thought that Chumo finally saw the name of this NPC and rushed over. Then, Ro's life or death was unknown. Chumo did not return to the central city, but his vital signs were always stable. When reviewing the Zhongsu town mission, Shi Shijing even vaguely guessed that Chumo rescued Ro and stayed with her all the time. However, this possibility was rejected by him after the incident in the trial area yesterday. Chumo is a member who has made great contributions to the guild, and it is impossible for him to let the trial group be wiped out by the ghouls. Regardless of whether NPC Anru is in the current Yandon farm, Chumo will not be in Yandon farm. Chumo came here today and just confirmed this judgment. However, Chumo has learned that the real Enru is dead. If NPC Enru is still in Yondon Farm for this task, I am afraid that Chumo may not be the right person to execute it. Shijing stood up, waved away the Longyan members, who came over after hearing the noise, and paced slowly in the office. Should we send another super god? Before he could figure out the result, the message from the joint team arrived. Kylie, President. The location has appeared. A black line rushed straight into the sky, paused imperceptibly at the highest point, and flew to the outside of Lingbing City with the force of thunder. The gust of wind hit his face, but Chu Imo was unaware. And Ro is dead. And Ro is dead. And Ro is dead. She was the only bargaining chip in Long Yan's hands. It was because of her that Long Yan was qualified to cooperate with him. Shijing had no reason to lie. And Ro was really dead. Why? He asked Long Yan to ban female players from entering the game, hoping that she could stay away from the soul-calling song and live a good life. But she still died. Why on earth? It must be him. It must be him behind the scenes. He killed Enro by some means, and created another Enro in the soul world. He was mocking. He was despising. He was playing with him. He deserved to die. The heaven of this world should have died long ago. Does he still think he is the omnipotent creator? The Yochi sword suddenly burst out with dazzling lightning. The anger in Chumo's eyes was completely restrained and turned into ice. Okay. You have achieved your goal. Now, I will kill your creation. In the central city, Sventovid walked into the teleportation array, felt something in his heart, and looked up at the sky. What is that? Kaiche saw the stream of light, and was startled. Chumo would look down at the location on the light screen, and was slightly puzzled. His direction is the same as ours. No way. The president didn't say he was also involved. Which shared the light screen. And Kaito frowned. It's true. But that guy has always been a loner. And the same direction does not mean the same mission. Don't worry about him. Let's set off quickly. Wid nodded, and led the members of the Gal group into the teleportation array. 5 minutes later, all the members were divided into groups of 2 and teleported to the westernmost town in Lingbing City. The teleportation array is fast, but it is limited to the Lingbing City. From here on, they have to rely on movement skills to catch up with the target. 2 super gods, 1 great god, and 7 golds. All of them move very fast. And they arrived at the city gate in a short while. After stepping out of the city gate, Wick confirmed the direction of the positioning and subconsciously looked at the sky. The stream of light disappeared. It may have run ahead of them. Or more likely, the target of the ink removal, and theirs was not the same. How far? Kyrie asked. Wick shared the light screen. The speed is slower than expected. About 310 kilometers away from us. Only moved 10 kilometers in 15 minutes? Then we can catch up before noon. Kylie said, as he slowly exhaled and raised his hand. Everyone move at the fastest speed. Let's go! And Rose slept very deeply. But she couldn't get rid of the headache after the hangover. She tapped her forehead and sat up. Opened her eyes. And saw the white figure in front of her. And she couldn't help but be stunned. Called. Figure again. Not quite. When it first appeared, it looked like a shadow on the wall. A 2-dimensional plane. Now it has become 3-dimensional. More like a semi-finished, glowing holographic portrait. However, the head is like a peeled egg, without facial features, and the body lacks many details. Bao Bao? And Ro called out tentatively. Master. Thousands of souls answered together. And Ro smiled. Then frowned and pressed her forehead. Why am I? Hazy memories flooded into my mind. The bright starry sky. The beating hearts. The slow and steady rhythm. And Ro opened her mouth, and was called back to her senses by a soul light that surged over. A life potion was held by several void tentacles, and sent to her. And Ro moved her fingers. Hesitated for a moment before picking it up. And squeezed out an unnatural smile. Bao Bao. You can also hide your private money. Tell me the truth. What other good things have you secretly hidden? As she spoke, she opened the life potion and drank it. Successfully concealed the embarrassment. Who knew that the soul light spot suddenly trembled. The void tentacles surged. And many items appeared around. Broken bricks and tiles. Broken weapons. Props that could not be seen originally. And soil. Broken branches and weeds. Only a very small part, like the life potion in his hand, was intact. The potion in his mouth almost sprayed out. And Ro hurriedly wiped her mouth and pointed around. Bow bow. Even if you like to pick up rags, pick up some good ones. Right? What kind of garbage is this? Clean up? Clean up? Get all the mess in your stomach out. A crack appeared in the uncultivated wasteland behind Yongyan Street. After sending Enro away, the crack disappeared and appeared in a place farther away. Then, with a crash, a small mountain of garbage appeared out of thin air. Have you vomited it all? Bao Fu gurgled. But the sound did not come from underground, but from outside the farm wall. Enro was stunned. And then she realized that it was dawn, and the farm was not in flight. The dust and weeds on the ground were trembling with a very small amplitude. But she didn't feel it under her feet. Enro stepped on her goose feather boots and ran to the wall in a few steps. The wall was too high to jump up, and she was too lazy to go around. Just as she was about to get back into the belly of Baofu, the sound of Pao Pao sounded behind her. Boss. Pao Pao ran over quickly, panting, Boss, where are you hiding? I've been looking for you for a long time. Enro asked curiously, how big is the farm? Can you run like this? Why is the voice hoarse? I'm calling you. There's no time to explain. Boss, something big has happened. Long Yin is chasing us. Enro frowned. What's going on? Speak slowly. You can't speak slowly, or we'll be caught up. They have ways to track farms. Pao Pao calmed down and spoke quickly. I overheard the conversation between my brother and the secretary. Long Yin sent an executive team to track Yan on Yongya. From the tone, it feels like a big battle. The more anxious you are, the less clear you can explain. And Rose said, you eavesdropped on your brother. How did you eavesdrop? Is it important? Of course it's important. The cleverness of the eavesdropping method determines whether what you hear is true or not. It seems to make sense. Pao Pao scratched his head. My brother worked overtime all night, and I went to the holographic command center to deliver breakfast to him. I hid an old mobile phone in the interior layer of the base of the thermal lunch box. Boss, don't worry. The phone is silent and the vibration is turned off. It will definitely not be discovered. Who would dismantle the base of a lunch box when eating? And Rose smiled. You are quite smart. It seems that what he overheard was true. Are you sure you heard Yan'an farm? Yan'an? I am sure and for sure. Pao Pao nodded heavily. It seems that it is indeed the matter of the trial area, and he has been tailed. And Ro frowned and thought, how did Long Yin track Yan'an? Could it be that Bao Fu was discovered during his night walk? Then Long Yin should have caught up with him a long time ago. And it is unlikely that he would wait until dawn. Bao Fu's flying speed is not as fast as some high-level players running at full speed. What are the original words you heard? Tell me. Pao Pao thought back, and was a little confused by the news in the car. But he had a good memory, and quickly repeated the conversation between Shishijing and the secretary word for word. Before Enrose said anything, he immediately realized that he had missed a very important piece of information, the Gal Guild. Enro nodded, from what your brother said. Long Yin and Gal formed a joint group, and their target is indeed our farm. He also specifically emphasized the confidentiality agreement. Is the guild so strict in doing tasks? Everyone who participates in the task needs to sign a confidentiality agreement? As long as you join Long Yin, you have to sign a confidentiality agreement, Pao Pao said. When encountering some important tasks or important situations, you also have to sign an additional confidentiality agreement, which is considered a patch. The trial area should also have it. And Rose said, it seems that our Yan'an farm should be an important task. At the same time, she felt urgent and helpless. Before the old farm was rebuilt, and Ro had never thought of developing the fish-eating business and creating a quest copy. After the fish-eating business was launched, she also tried to clean up the farm as much as possible, and never thought of making it a quest copy. However, due to various reasons, the farm has brewed a super large ghoul tide. Now it has not only become a copy, but also a high-level copy that the Longyan Guild treats with caution. Since Longyan already knows the existence of Yan'an farm, he must have learned from the members of the trial group that there is a top-level ghoul here, and there are several A-level ghouls. No wonder. Speaking of which, this matter should be blamed on Chu Mo. If it weren't for him, the farm would have moved into the land of no life long ago. How could it cause so much trouble? Boss is smarter than me. Think about what went wrong. Did we leave clues in the trial area? And Rose shook her head. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the bodies left by the trial team? Do they have anything with positioning function? Pao Pao, I suspect so. So I asked Lao Zhan to check it out as soon as I went online today. But they were all in a state of temporary death, and couldn't find anything. Wait! And Ro interrupted him suddenly. Gar Guild. What happened in Long Yan's territory? What does it have to do with Gar? Why did Long Yan form a joint team with him? Pao Pao was stunned. Yes. Long Yan's strength is several times that of Gar. There is no reason for him to cooperate with Gar. Besides, this mission involves the trial area that Long Yan has kept secret. How did Gar know about it? And why did he intervene? And Ro thought about it carefully for a while, and slowly shook her head. There is only one reason to explain why Long Yan would cooperate with Gar. The Gal Guild has been targeting us before Long Yan, and they have key clues that Long Yan doesn't have. Ollie? Pao Pao frowned, puzzled. If Ollie loses his qualification, he will definitely report to the Gal Guild. We all thought of this. Could it be that he left some tracking props on the farm? He glared. And Ro also thought of it, and looked at him. Teleport card. Pao Pao immediately took out the teleport card from the prop column. Since he put away this prop, he has not had time to take it out to study. At this moment, in the complex array pattern engraved on the black card, there is a very subtle light flowing along a line, from beginning to end, circling back and forth. If you don't pay close attention, you really can't catch it. It must be it. Pao Pao pinched the two ends of the card and broke it hard. On the deserted black land, a rapidly moving smoke suddenly stopped. Kaiche stopped beside Wit. Why did it stop? Wit shared the light screen. The target speed is slowed down. On the map, the green cursor is Wit's own position, and the white cursor is the position of the teleportation card. At this time, the white cursor is still to the west of the green cursor, and has not changed direction from beginning to end. Kaipe looked at it for a while, but did not see any changes. How far is it from us? He asked. We used the map's built-in measurement function to pull it. Less than 100 kilometers. In the past hour, the distance has been shrinking faster. Kaipe patted his shoulder. Maybe he feels that he is far enough away from Lingbing City and thinks it is safe. It's a good thing for us. How about this? I'm the fastest. I'll chase after them and investigate first. You lead the two groups to continue chasing at the current speed. Seeing that Wit didn't agree, Kairi smiled and said, Don't worry. Our cooperation is decided by the higher-ups. I won't steal your mission. Now we only know that we are chasing Yong'an Farm. Who knows what Yong'an Farm looks like? Knowing ourselves and the enemy, I won't act rashly. Wit finally nodded. Be careful. Okay. Kairi took out the double-edged knife, activated the skill, threw it forward, then caught up with it at the maximum sprint speed, and jumped steadily onto the spinning double-edged knife. The double-edged sword took him away quickly. Let's go! Wit and the other team members used their movement skills to catch up. But the way Kairi moved was obviously several orders of magnitude faster than them. After a while, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Traveling in the land of no life is a very boring thing. All you can see is the unchanging black soil, weeds, and a few dead trees. Sometimes wandering low-level ghouls appear around, smelling the scent of the soul, and rushing over in anger and excitement. If it were a low-level player, it would be a tough fight. But the team was full of high-level players above gold, and they were too lazy to use the skills of strangling at random when they were rushing at full speed. Anyway, the low-level ghouls couldn't catch up with them. The team stopped for 30 seconds every 10 minutes for the team members to replenish various potions to maintain the best combat status. When they stopped for the third time, we received a message from Kairi. Kairi, damn! I was fooled. Wit, what's going on? LV, what's going on? Kaipe sent a voice message directly. We are exposed. They put the transmission card on a demented ghoul. There is no trace of the farm in the vicinity. The team members looked at each other in bewilderment. Even though they had learned about the mission background in advance, they did not expect that the target ghoul's IQ would be so high. Wit, is there any clue on that ghoul? Kaipe, nothing. If you must say there is. After I killed it, it dropped an identity card. Our Lungyans. It seems that the more than 100 bodies lost in the trial area are all in Yong'an Farm. Law, Kai, you and Wit are not together. Kai, I am fast and went to investigate in advance. Sorry, President. I will report it first next time. Sure, Shijing did not pursue the responsibility. Kai and Wit are both top players, both in terms of strength and mission experience. It is impossible to ask them to report everything. Otherwise, it is equivalent to tying their hands and feet, which is worse than too much. Law, Wit. Did you find anything else on the way? Wit looked at the team members on both sides, and everyone shook their heads. He was about to reply, but his sight suddenly stopped. He caught a glimpse of something unusual. Wit took a step a few meters away, squatted down, and gently placed his fingers on the ground. Wit, the target did pass by here, and there are traces on the ground. Others came over and found that there were holes on the surface of the land, the outline of which was like an upright eye, and the middle part was as wide as a fist, because the soil on the land of no life was soaked with the poison of the ghoul corpse. It was dark black, so it was not conspicuous. Wit, these holes are very deep, which can be used as evidence that the ghoul is carrying heavy objects. The distance between the front and back is about 5 meters long. Wait a moment. Kai, is there anything unusual? Wit, no. Wait a moment. He walked forward along the traces for a while, then deviated from the direction, and walked further and further away. Kai, what did you find? Everyone else? Are you all dumb? A team member hurriedly sent a voice message back. We don't know what team leader Wit found. He walked away. LV, Kaipi. Be patient. Kaipi held back his temper and said nothing more. After waiting for a while, Wit finally sent a message in the channel again. Wit, about 200 meters away, there is another row of holes, parallel to the holes found at the beginning. President Liu, fellow companions, now we can be sure that we have found the target traces. The team members looked puzzled. Kaipi took a breath. This thing is so big? Can the distance between the two legs be 200 meters? Sure, Shijing also sent a voice message. That's why it can support the entire farm. We have measured the ruins of Songling Mountain. Although the edge contour is irregular, the shape is roughly between round and square, with a diameter of up to 320 meters. Wit, what shape is the trace? Wit, it's not a human footprint. It should be the mutant organ of a ghoul. Sure, Shijing, that corresponds to the ghoul tied in Jiangsu town. The ghoul boss at that time was also a crazy ghoul. You can follow the trace and try to track it. 2 extremely long traces extended all the way west, in the same direction as the opening, which led the team to continue forward, while the opening returned along the same route. The opening was fast, and soon joined the stagnant joint team. What happened? The traces were cut off here. All the puncture holes disappeared. The opening cursed. Could it be that the thing flew again? Wit thought. President Liu's analysis should be correct. The ghoul cannot use flying skills during the day. The traces must have been deliberately erased. Not only this, he became more and more convinced that Sure Shijing's analysis of Yandon Farm was all correct. There were not only ghouls there, but also people and players. And Ro took a chair and sat on the edge of the farm, eating a meat bun while cheering for Pow Pow. Pow Pow ran on his 2 legs on the lifeless land about 20 meters below the farm. He scattered handfuls of gold coins while running, repairing the traces left on the ground by the rich, and was exhausted. From Peo's perspective, he could just see the space below the farm. Under the nearly 10-meter thick soil layer, there were 2 rows of thick and long white bone blades. 24 bone blades were like centipedes, supporting the entire farm to move forward steadily. Boss, take a break, Pow Pow shouted. Enru asked Baofu to stop, but did not let the farm land. A rope was set up on the edge of the farm for Pow Pow to climb up and down. As soon as he got up, he drank energy potions and physical potions. I'm so tired. This is really not a job for humans. You're the only one in the farm who can do this. And Rose smiled. It's because we don't have a game panel. Pow Pow sighed. When will it end? I can't let the rich brother control the ghoul all the time. Right? It's just a sea-level crazy ghoul. And it was soon caught up by the joint team. Originally, Pow Pow wanted to destroy the teleportation card and throw it away, but was stopped by Enro. Temporarily split a ghoul and put the teleportation card on it. Enro ate the last small piece of bun and narrowed her eyes. We've been caught up, Pow Pow shouted. Not even breathing, I said. We should let the ghoul run north. We should go south and the ghoul run north, which can lead the joint team further away. Enro shook her head. If you were the joint team, the target you were chasing was originally in the west, but suddenly turned to the north. You caught up, but missed, and found that you were fooled. South, east, west, north. If you were asked to chase in another direction, which direction would you choose? Pow Pow thought for a moment and scratched his head. South. Why? Pow Pow already understood that the boss was calculating the inertial thinking of the joint team. He stopped complaining and hurriedly grabbed a bun and finished it in 2 or 3 moves. He asked vaguely, "Then boss, what should we do next? If we keep running south?" He opened the light screen map. It will take about 2 or 3 days to reach the Empty Valley. Empty Valley? Empty Valley is one of the 4 major camps. A sky city built on a high tower. And Rose's finger hovered on the light screen and drew an arc. Don't go to the Empty Valley. Nor to the Spirit Realm. Go around Limping City for half a circle. And then go east to Ghost Island. Pow Pow was puzzled. Why go to Ghost Island? No reason. Just to give the joint team more detours. She didn't believe that the joint team could find the right direction in such a large land of no life. Of course, whether they can escape depends on whether Chu-Mo allows them to escape. He hasn't shown up yet. Who knows what bad things he has in mind? However, where is that guy hiding? She searched all the corners through the sudden wealth, but didn't find him. Chu-Mo was in a certain invisible but closed space at a very high place above the farm. He had already used the Yoshi sword, and his short black hair had turned silver white, with lightning patterns flashing. He stared at Jia Xian coldly. "You want to protect her? You can't kill me without entering the ghost ruins," Jia Xian said. Chu-Mo, you won't forget the original intention of making a deal with her, right?" Chu-Mo's murderous intent did not subside at all. Jia Xian put away his gloating smile and shook his head helplessly. "Okay. I'm tired even if you're not tired. You just want to kill her. I'll give you a chance. Your so-called joint team of Long Yen and Gar has been fooled by her. I'll lead them here for you." A translucent hand with a watery globe pressed on Chu-Mo's shoulder. "This little guy under your feet can't beat 2 top super gods anyway. You should know this very well," Jia Xian's clone said. "Life or death. It depends on her ability. How about it?" Chapter 110. Enro went to the warehouse. During the 3 days when Ollie was not there, Pow Pow hid in the warehouse every day when he went to work, picking out the props piled up like a mountain one by one. He asked Baofu to move a few shelves from the business. And after remodeling, several rows of iron shelves divided the warehouse into rooms like archives. Each shelf was labeled according to active, passive, offensive, defensive, functional, potions, auxiliary cards, other auxiliary props, and other classifications, and arranged all the items clearly. She is indeed the running secretary in the mouths of the residents. And Ro thought with a smile. She walked straight to the shelf of medicines and stuffed all the energy, physical and mental medicines on it into the bag. There were low-level and medium-level ones, and only half of the bag was filled in total. They were all money goods leaked by players when they died, and rewards exploded after ghouls were strangled. When she went to Guangyuan town to sell items, and Ro estimated that the demand for life potions was relatively large, so she replenished a lot of stock. But the other 3 potions were not bought because the stock in the warehouse was enough for a long time. Unexpectedly, in order to let Pow Pow cover up the footprints left by Baofu, they were consumed so quickly. It was not a good idea to be chased by the joint team all the time. And Ro could not think of any good strategy for the time being. The most urgent thing was to find a place to replenish the potion. Bow bow. A dark crack appeared on the floor of the warehouse. Even when carrying the farm on his back, Baofu's head could move around in his body. And Ro put the bag in, take it and run. The crack in the ground disappeared before Enro walked out of the warehouse. She told the ghoul employee guarding the door, "Watch the door." The employee bowed his head respectfully. Mengziyu stood outside the warehouse. Seeing Enro coming out, he raised his chin with a cocky look. Enro couldn't help but smile. "How did you know I was here?" Mengziyu pointed his chin in the opposite direction of the farm's movement. "You let him run for so long. Even the cow will be tired. Even if the destiny is a cow, he still has to eat grass." It squinted at Enro. "Are you in trouble? Do you have an idea?" Enro's smile became meaningful. "Oh, yes. You have been chased by Long Yen for 2 years. You should have a lot of experience in escaping." Mengziyu's face darkened, and he said loudly, "No. Besides, even if I have a way, why should I help you?" Enro said indifferently, "Then you came here to leave?" "That's right." "Did Zisha agree?" Mengziyu's expression froze, and he said stubbornly, "I am her brother. I can leave if I say so." "What? Do you want to go back on your word?" "Why should I go back on my word? 2 less mouths to feed. Zisha is easy to raise. But you, a ghoul, are not. Who asked you to raise one? And Ro dusted off her hands and interrupted him. Would you like a drink before you leave? After all, we have known each other for a while. So I'll give you a lesson. Dance hall. Meng Ziyu stared at the amber liquid in the glass. His eyebrows twisted into a ball. And Ro raised her glass and clinked it with his. Smiling, there was once a ghoul who could smoke and drink. And most importantly, he was not as averse to human food as you are. Well, maybe it's because it's of a high level. Who said I reject it? Meng Ziyu drank it all in one gulp, holding back the pungent smell in his mouth. It tastes good. What level is it? And Ro thought for a moment and smiled. SSS level. Meng Ziyu put the cup heavily on the bar. You're lying. It's a crazy ghoul. It has no IQ. How could it not reject human food? I didn't say it was violent. And Ro said indifferently. So it's an SSS level ghoul that hasn't transformed? Meng Ziyu looked doubtful. And Ro poured him another glass of wine. There is something I am curious about. How do you judge the level of a ghoul? Meng Ziyu is a ghoul. And ghouls are also NPCs in a sense. And many sensitive words are blocked. And Ro naturally thought that the level of a ghoul was also one of the sensitive words. But the facts show that it is not. Wangda and Zhangda have both shown level recognition in many details. It's just that Wangda is gone. And Zhangda is not good at speaking. And can't explain it clearly? Meng Ziyu sneered. Such a simple thing. You can know it at a glance. And Ro, intuition? Meng Ziyu rolled his eyes. And Ro smiled. I see. Strength is intuition. And the corresponding level is the cognition after learning. In other words, the ghouls know that they are divided into CSS levels, which is the result of acquired learning. Come to think of it, it makes sense. The NPCs in the game also don't have light screens, but they know the ghouls' levels. Ghouls with intelligence have been lurking in the crowd for a long time, and they will naturally find their own position after being subtly influenced. For Meng Ziyu, as long as he knows what level he is at through the reaction of the Destiny person, and then uses himself as a reference, he can judge the strength of other people of the same kind by instinct, and roughly judge their level. So when it was surrounded by farm employees, and Baofu also appeared, it quickly decided to cooperate with her. The strength of the two sides is too different. Meng Ziyu digested in Ro's words, and turned his eyes away involuntarily. This woman is too scary. If she were of the same kind, she would definitely have the highest IQ among the same kind. Without saying anything, it looked at Enro quietly again. Could she be parasitized by an SSS-level ghoul? So even though she is smart and hates the Chosen One, she still retains the taste of a bland soul. As for why the soul did not disappear after being parasitized for more than a day, it is very simple. As long as the SSS-level ghoul moves to parasitize for a while every day, and then parasitizes again, it will be fine. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. The ghoul she was talking about who doesn't hate human food is basically talking about herself. What are you thinking about? And Rose suddenly caught its furtive gaze. Meng Ziyu shuddered and took a sip of wine to hide the fear in his heart. Nothing. What can I think? In Yongnan Farm, I am just a weak and helpless S-level ghoul. Am I right? Meng Ziyu jumped off the chair. I told you not to get into my head. It was obvious that the momentum was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. And Ro, did I get into it? Meng Ziyu. No. Of course I did. If you say there is, then there is. And Ro said indifferently, and then showed an interested smile. Since you are so scared, why don't you think about changing your body? If you find a random person to parasitize, the strength you can exert will be stronger than now. Meng Ziyu's eyes were full of suspicion. You are beating around the bush just to keep Zisha. I just feel sorry for you. S-level ghoul. Awakened ghost arts. Right. With the parasite of the person of destiny. Wouldn't it be better to protect Zisha? You don't have to run away every time when facing Long Yan's person of destiny. And Ro's words were sincere. Meng Ziyu didn't see the clues, lowered his head, and climbed onto the chair. My awakened ghost art is useless. Oh! And Ro became interested. Why? Meng Ziyu thought about it, and said frankly, my ghost art is called Tonshin. What a weird name. It has only one function. To obtain the memory of the parasite. It doesn't plan to change the parasite. So it's useless. Tonshin. Huang Tonshin? And Ro thought, no wonder you are so vivid in disguise. It turns out it's because of this ghost art. First it was Wangda, then Meng Ziyu. And Ro vaguely grasped a logic. What kind of ghost art will the ghoul awaken after upgrading to S level? And the signs have already appeared at A level. The first ghost art that Wangda awakened was hovering. And when it was still A level, it could make objects float. Meng Ziyu's ghost art is Tongchen. As the name suggests, it can perfectly hide in the crowd. So even if it has not been upgraded to S, it can disguise itself more like a person than the ghouls of the same level. According to this logic, can we analyze in advance what ghost arts Zhangde and other employees can awaken in the future? Back to Meng Ziyu. The ghost technique Tongchen can obtain the memory of the parasite, which sounds similar to her ability to read other people's memories. For this reason alone, Enro wanted to keep Meng Ziyu. Don't underestimate your ghost technique. Enro had just finished half of the sentence when she found that Meng Ziyu was looking at her with a strange look. She smiled suddenly. You got Batu's memory? What do you know? Tell me. I can help you analyze the use of ghost techniques. Meng Ziyu rarely showed caution. You were killed by them? I told you. This woman is abnormal. She can still jump around after death. She must be an SSS level ghoul. No. Where does the smell of soul come from? Enro also has her own thoughts. Meng Ziyu said. Was killed. From this point of view, it didn't see the scene of its own death at all. You know it from the conversation between Batu and his father? Enro asked. Meng Ziyu did not deny it, but asked, you are already dead. How did you come back to life? Could it be that one of your ghost arts is to revive the dead? Its eyes were very conflicted. Enro captured two pieces of information from it. First, in the memory received by Meng Ziyu, not only was there no scene of her death, but there was also no scene of Chui's father and son calling the police to deal with the body. This means that the memory it can obtain from the parasite is limited to the game world. Very reasonable. Second, Meng Ziyu is struggling whether to revive Zisha's real brother. Enro thought for a moment and decided to skip the ghost arts and continue the conversation on the topic of resurrection. She smiled noncommittally. You want to revive Zisha's brother? It's a best of both worlds solution. Zisha doesn't lose her brother. And you can choose another parasite of destiny and leave openly. Who said I'm leaving? Meng Ziyu said unhappily. Then, do you want to protect two people at the same time? Enro looked at this ghoul with new eyes again. It's not a ghost. It's obviously a bodhisattva. Ask any NPC on the farm in Lingbing City. Who would protect a pair of helpless siblings in such a chaotic world? Meng Ziyu put on an expression that said, it's none of your business. However, he couldn't be rude because he needed help. Can you revive him? Enro smiled. I won't help you with anything that's not clear. What do you mean by clear? First, tell me how you parasitized Zisha's brother. Meng Ziyu suppressed his impatience and remained silent for a while before completing the incomplete memory that Enro had obtained from Zisha. The matter was not complicated. It was originally an A-level ghoul lurking in Long Yan's territory. During a hunting trip, its whereabouts were exposed and Long Yan tracked it all the way. During this period, it killed 2 or 3 teams of Destiny with its cunning IQ. But it did not escape, but attracted the master of the Destiny list who was stronger than it. In the process of escaping, it abandoned the parasite of the Destiny and transferred it to the body of Zisha's father, thus escaping. Originally, it wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but unexpectedly, Zisha's mother came to find it. When the man and the ghost returned to the dilapidated home, it finally couldn't bear the hunger after the differentiation, transferred it to the body of Zisha's mother, and swallowed the father's soul in one gulp. However, for an A-level ghoul, the soul of an NPC is far from enough to fill its stomach. So when Meng Ziyu brought his sister back home, it transferred its parasite to Meng Ziyu's body, and then pounced on the panicked mother. Before it finished eating the mother's soul, it was pulled by a pair of small hands. It saw Zisha's extremely pure big eyes. It heard Zisha calling softly, brother. Inexplicably, it suddenly felt sick. It felt extremely sick about the matter of devouring souls. It gave up the soul it had not eaten, endured extreme hunger, and locked itself and Zisha in the leaky adobe house for 2 whole days. This little human that could be crushed to death with one hand made it very uneasy. But inexplicably, it was very attached to him. 1 day later, it completely occupied Meng Ziyu's parasitic body. 2 days later, it opened the body and followed the clues. And it fled with Zisha without hesitation. 2 months later, after constant struggle, it became Meng Ziyu. During the 2 years of his escape, except for the emergency when he needed to transfer his parasite to escape the pursuit of the Destiny, He had always played the role of Mengzio. This mask could no longer be taken off. If Mengzio resurrects, can you watch Zisha call someone else brother? And Ro's question made Mengzio silent. And Ro shook her head secretly. This simple story was not much different from what she had imagined before. But she still felt it was strange when she really listened to Mengzio's story. A ghoul would. Food. Emotional? Unbelievable. Starting from Mengzio. It is very likely to touch the core setting of the soul-calling song. And Ro raised a question. So, you are very resistant to devouring souls now? Mengzio sneered. Who said that? The souls of those destined ones are very fragrant. However, because it was afraid of being discovered by Zisha, it was often in a state of starvation. No wonder it stayed in A level for a long time and failed to upgrade to S. I have told you everything you want to know, Mengzio asked. Can you restore his soul? And Ro shook her head. Sorry. I can't help. I've said I'm not a ghoul. And I don't have any ghost skills. You said you could help. I just said I'm willing to help. But there's nothing I can do if I can't. You lied to me. Mengzio bared his teeth. And the rich big mouth appeared on the ground at the same time, letting it take back the white teeth. But he was still very angry. Mengzio jumped off the chair. Stop the farm and let us go. Mengzio. This is a land without life. Full of wandering ghouls. With your parasitic body. It is no safer than Lingbing City. Don't worry about it. If it weren't for Zisha, I wouldn't bother to care about you. And Ro said, stay on the farm for now. And take Zisha away when we reach a safe place. Mengzio sneered. Safe? If the farm is safe, why are you running so hard? And Ro didn't persuade him anymore. What Mengzio said made sense. Just because the Longyan Guard joint group didn't catch up with them, for the time being doesn't mean they will never catch up with them. And Ro did not dare to underestimate the strength of the two top super gods. Moreover, according to Mengzio, it was Kai who designed to capture the brother and sister. Mengzio was not strangled after being captured because Longyan wanted to put him in the trial area as a task boss. Now that the trial area is destroyed, it is unknown whether it will be reopened. And Mengzio's weight is also unknown. If Kai finds out that Mengzio is also on the farm, the new and old grudges may not be able to keep him alive. In the Black Wasteland, the giant moving castle stopped again. Pao Pao stood at the edge of the farm, drinking the potion and wiping his sweat, and whispered, Boss, is it really okay? A few steps away, Zisha's hand was held by Mengzio, and the other hand was wiping tears. She had already cried when she learned that her brother was going to take her away. However, Mengzio slightly frowned and scolded her, and she stopped talking. Zisha suddenly remembered something and looked back, but her sight was blocked by the farm wall. She raised her head timidly and asked in a choked voice, Brother, can I say goodbye to Uncle Zhang? Mengzio frowned, agreed, and glanced at Ro. And Ro's eyes were blank for a moment. A figure jumped out of the wall and flew in front of Zisha. Uncle Zhang. Zisha hugged the other's legs and resisted the urge to burst into tears. Uncle Zhang. Sha is leaving. Zhang stepped back and squatted down, with something in his hand. A pack of maltose wrapped in oil paper. He had no expression on his face, and clumsily opened the oil paper package and handed it to Zisha. After Zisha picked up a piece, she clumsily rewrapped the oil paper and handed it to Mengzio. Mengzio took it with a look of disdain. Zisha, however, was crying with maltose in her mouth. Uncle Zhang. Zisha rushed to Zhang again, but was grabbed by Mengzio. And Ro came over, led Zhang to take Zisha down. The farm is so high. How can you jump with your small body? Pao Pao. Take Mengzio down. Zhang held Zisha. Pao Pao grabbed Mengzio by the back of the collar and jumped down from the farm. Zisha circled Zhang Da's neck and refused to let go. Mengzio jumped up and slapped Pao Pao on the forehead. Why do you have to pull my collar when there is no place you can't pull? It made it look very weak. Pao Pao didn't dodge when touched by the ghoul's bare hands, but just smiled. After they really got to know each other, he didn't regard this half-grown boy as a ghoul. Pao Pao took out a bone-burying shovel and handed it over. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. I'll give it to you for self-defense. Although it's just a red weapon, it was the first weapon the boss gave me, and I've never been willing to throw it away. Mengzio's face was full of disgust. It's so clumsy and heavy. How can you let me carry it? The knife you used yesterday is much more convenient and easier to use than this. Pao Pao realized that it was the NPC's body that was parasitized, and there was no item bar to store weapons. He grabbed the Huang Wu-Tang sword with his left hand and handed it over. Meng Ziyu was startled, then frowned and took the bone-burying shovel. Pao Pao, don't you want the sword? Meng Ziyu, the shovel is useful. If you encounter someone you can't beat, you can dig a hole and bury yourself. Oh! Pao Pao put away the sword and scratched his head. If you can't beat them, notify the boss, and we will rescue you. Who asked you to save me? Meng Ziyu glared at Enro with a sullen face. Don't sneak into my head anymore. Enro rolled her eyes. Who wants to get into a bag of stinky water? You? Meng Ziyu was angry again, and walked over to grab Zisha's hand. Don't cry. Let's go! Unless you want to sleep in the dark at night. I don't want to sleep in the dark. Zisha hurriedly wiped her tears. Zhang De put her down. Uncle Zhang. Big sister and big brother. Sasha is gone. Brother is gone too. Shasha will miss you guys. Brother is bad? Uncle An said he would make delicious sweet and sour pork ribs for me in the evening. But Shasha didn't get to eat it. It's all brother's fault. The two little figures walked farther and farther away, gradually turning into tiny black dots on the desolate land. Boss, is it really okay? Pao Pao asked worriedly for the second time. With Meng Ziyu's parasite, even the weapon skills can't be activated. And Rose smiled helplessly and tapped his forehead. How do you think it has kept Zisha alive for so long? The little guy is very useful here. Looks fierce and reckless. But in fact, he is very shrewd and very good at observing the situation. I wonder if this camouflage is because he has obtained the memory of the real Meng Ziyu. To be honest, just because Meng Ziyu also has memory-related abilities, and Ro also wants to keep him to discuss together. However, he insisted on leaving. So forget it. The farm set off again. Pao Pao took out a handful of gold coins and patted Zhang De on the shoulder. Old Zhang. Let's go! Unexpectedly, Zhang Da's figure flashed and chased in the direction where the brother and sister left. Pao Pao was startled and shouted to Anru on the farm. Boss! What happened so soon? Anru shook her head and smiled. Zhang De wanted to give it a ride. Let him give it a ride. I don't know whether this little girl Meng Zisha has a special attraction to ghouls, or whether Zhang Da's IQ and emotions have evolved to a certain point. If it is the latter, it is exciting. After finishing one urgent matter after another, Anru finally had time to think about the new changes in the farm. The buildings moved from the trial town are still piled up in a mess. I originally wanted Pao Pao to renovate them today, but it seems that I can only postpone it. As for where the new residents would live, and Ro thought that the two main streets were empty anyway. Many shops were originally open on the first floor, and people lived on the second floor. So why not take this opportunity to move people in? It was just right to vacate the courtyard and give her some peace and quiet. However, she was used to the hustle and bustle of the courtyard for so many days. And if everyone was vacated all at once, she would be fine. But An Yongmian might not be used to it. Forget it. Let them stay like this for now. The original soil layer of the farm was only 5 or 6 meters thick, just enough to cover the pond and fish pond. When leaving the trial area, Enro took a fancy to the stream flowing down from the mountain, and simply asked Baofu to cut it out. The farm area was expanded again. The soil layer was thickened to 10 meters, and the stream was completely preserved through the farm. The stream dried up naturally, but it was only a matter of scattering gold coins to restore it. When Pao Pao has time, let him reshape the stream, make it go around the farm, and then divide some branches to flow to the two ponds, and build some waterscape arch bridges. With flowing living water, the farm has improved the living environment and can also be more lively. Kill two birds with one stone. In addition, Sangling Mountain is a rocky mountain, and there is a thick layer of rocks in the soil layer that has been cut. Rocks are definitely not worth much. Why not copy more and pile up a small mountain on the farm? And Rose stood on tiptoe unconsciously, as if she was already standing on the top of the mountain, looking far away. A pretentious cough suddenly entered her ears, and Rose glanced over and was relieved. He smiled. I'm sorry to disturb the farmer's good mood. If it weren't for the emergency. Before he finished speaking, Zhang De flew over. Sent them away? After receiving Zhang Da's affirmative answer, and Rose looked back at Jia Xian. What's the urgent matter? Mr. Jia? Jia Xian glanced at Zhang De and smiled. The same thing. But not the same thing. And Rose suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Jia Xian said lightly. Xiao Ming and his sister were captured by Long Yin. And Ro looked at Zhang Da fiercely. Didn't you say they were sent away? Zhang Da's dull face also revealed an expression of disbelief. And Ro understood. It takes time for Zhang Da to go back and forth. And Ming Ziyu and his sister were caught on the way back. What a coincidence. She immediately connected with Ming Ziyu's consciousness and heard the boy's familiar angry shout, "Don't touch her." And Ro didn't look or listen much. It was enough to confirm that Jia Xian was telling the truth. She narrowed her eyes. Her eyes dangerous, joint team. To remove the ink? That dying number 1 on the list really caused trouble for her again. Chapter 111. Using the teleportation card to divert attention and erase the traces of the farm along the way. And Ro didn't believe that the joint team would catch up so quickly. But Ming Ziyu's brother and sister were caught. They had no mobility skills. And they were caught so quickly. Which means that the location of the joint team was not far from the farm. Is it possible? Unless the joint team has other clues that can be used for tracking. But Enro thinks it is impossible. Judging from Jia Xian's performance these days, he is willing to be a mouthpiece for Chumo. He gave the news. But Chumo was the one behind the scenes. And Ro looked around and finally fixed her sight on the gray-blue sky of the Soul Realm, where there was no one. I don't know if Chumo could hear it. Why do you think I would risk the entire farm to save a ghoul? And Ro sneered. Because of Meng Zisha? I would risk my life for an NPC. There are nearly 200 farms. And Ro's tone turned heavy. Chumo, as the number 1 on the list, why do you use such a dark and useless trick? Why don't you just bring the joint team? Her eyes finally fell on Jia Xian. Jia Xian acted innocently. The farmer can do whatever he wants. I'm just a messenger and won't interfere. He left after he finished speaking. It seemed that he went to the other courtyard to find food. Zhang Da stood aside and didn't say a word. But his body had turned in the direction where the brother and sister left. It turned around and looked at Enro silently. You want to save them? Enro could already read the subtle changes in its eyes, and said lightly. No. Boss. Zhang Da rarely called her. And didn't say anything else. But this call was enough to express his persistence. Enro was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. And said directly, Bao Bao. A deep roar of Bao Fu came from the ground of the farm. Zhang Da clenched his teeth, and his pupils trembled slightly. At this time, Pao Pao ran over. Boss. Why did you stop again? He noticed Enro's solemn expression. What happened? Enro, it's okay. Keep on going. As the farm started, the surface of the pond in front of them was once again slightly rippled. Enro walked along the plank road over the water into the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Xiaojia was sitting in the pavilion sewing shoe soles. When she heard footsteps, she looked up and hurriedly stood up and greeted, Farmer. Enro did not respond. Her eyes fell on the soles in her hands. It was not even as long as a palm. Not the size of an adult. Xiaojia smiled and explained. It was made for Shasha and Zio. The shoes of the 2 children were broken a long time ago. They have no father or mother. And they must have suffered a lot outside. They have left. Xiaojia was startled and wanted to ask when it happened. She saw them at noon. And Ro had already turned and walked away. This familiar irritable mood just happened yesterday. At that time, Pao Pao and Enro had a quarrel over whether to save the NPC in the trial town. Enro couldn't help but think of a place. Only there could she calm down. Bao Bao. She stepped into the dark crack. And the void tentacle surged, wrapping her into the deepest part of the void. Enro frowned immediately. The soul light spots around were flashing. And all the tentacles contracted and expanded at the same frequency. Repeating a sentence in unison. Save them. Master. Just like yesterday. Enro got angry and turned around immediately. Let me out. The tentacles did not wrap up. They surged from both sides to the front of Enro with the faint light of the soul. The dense light points gathered into a white ball. And then split into 2 balls. The 2 balls of white light gradually condensed into half-human high figures. One of which was half a head taller than the other. They were 2 children. They must represent Meng Ziyu's brother and sister. Even the sudden wealth began to go against her decision. And Ro's eyes turned cold. And she glanced at the 2 white figures and walked around them. But she suddenly stopped. No. If these 2 figures represent Meng Ziyu's brother and sister, the taller one should be Meng Ziyu. But the figure in front of her is not a boy. She has a high ponytail. And is obviously a girl's slender figure. The other figure has short hair. And although his face cannot be seen clearly, He also gives people a tiger-like feeling. Obviously it is a boy. This pair of figures are not brother and sister, but sister and brother. And Ro glanced at the empty light spots around her. Bow bow. What do you mean? Just after she asked, the two figures began to change. The elder sister became shorter and shorter, while the younger brother grew taller and taller. The height and age of the two people were completely reversed. Master, save them, Bao Fu said again, and Ro turned around, and Bao Fu's humanoid soul appeared. It stood there woodenly, repeating only this sentence. I ask you what you mean. Master, save them. And Ro took a deep breath and connected with Bao Fu's consciousness. Just like what she tried 2 days ago. Nothing was gained. Bao Fu and Bao Fu's soul should be one in theory, but they are not completely one. From the past to the present. And Ro can give Bao Fu instructions through consciousness and language. And Bao Fu can understand and complete them. And Ro can also understand the meaning of its roar and grunt. But its soul has a communication barrier with her. It is like a grown-up person who is still babbling and only knows simple words. But it was like a mature and gentle adult, able to capture all of Anru's subtle emotions. In turn, Anru could also understand its mood. Just like now. Anxious, begging, but unable to explain the reason. And Bao Fu, a crazy ghoul, seemed to be completely unaware of the existence of the soul in his body, let alone explaining it on its behalf. Anru was so anxious that she wanted to get angry. The two children dressed in pure white came over and stood in front of her again, motionless. Master, save them. And Ro's frown suddenly relaxed. And she thought of an incredible guess. You mean, Meng Ziyu and Meng Zisha are not siblings, but sister and brother? How is it possible? NPCs will not lie. Meng Zisha keeps calling. Brother. How can she be Meng Ziyu's sister? There is no need for Meng Ziyu to lie. Besides, and Ro witnessed Meng Zisha's memory with her own eyes. However, Bao Fu gave the answer, yes. Master. All the light spots repeated, yes. Master. Instantly. And Ro thought of yesterday. She stared at Bao Fu's soul. You asked me to save them yesterday. Meng Ziyu and Meng Zisha. Not other people in Trial Town? Bao Fu, yes. Master. Pao Pao was called to the dance hall by Zhangde. And as soon as he entered the door, he saw Jie Xian swaying his wine glass slowly. He frowned slightly and walked to Enro. Boss. What's the matter? The brother and sister were caught by the joint team. Don't worry. Listen to me. Enro said, looking at Jie Xian. Mr. Jie has the location of the joint team. Not far from us. I have a preliminary rescue plan and would like to hear your opinion. Pao Pao didn't even bother to drink the potion, and said in a deep voice, Boss, you decide. He also glanced at Li Xian, his eyes showing vigilance. Jie Xian spread his hands. If you mind, I can avoid it. No need. And Rose said, this is a question from Chu Mo, and it has nothing to do with Mr. Jie. As for Chu Mo, since he has already given the question, he will not interfere in the problem-solving process. She went through the plan carefully. Let Zhangde go. Pao Pao frowned and said, players all know that when they meet someone in the land of no life, they must first identify whether it is a ghoul. Letting Zhangde approach the joint team will be too easy to be exposed. Boss, I'll go. And Ro did consider it. She looked into Peo Peo's eyes. Are you sure? There is Long Yen in the joint team. Yes. He is not here. Anyway, Kai Chuan doesn't know me, and I don't know him. No problem. And Ro thought for a while and nodded. Okay. You go. Meng Ziyu and you will work together inside and outside. And we will provide backup. Kai Kai was lying on the branch of a dead tree, oblivious to the ping-pong sounds under the tree. Kai Kai, all teams report. Wit, 12 o'clock direction. 5 kilometers radius. No discovery. Jincha, 9 o'clock direction. 3 kilometers radius. No discovery. TSK. Kai Kai was a little annoyed, including the team leader. The joint team had a total of 12 people, divided into 6 groups, 5 of which were sent to search in all directions, while his group stayed where they were, responsible for guarding the cage. The person in the cage was Meng Ziyu. The joint team found that it was just an accident. After losing the target location and traces, the joint team had to adopt a radius search method, wandering around in the wilderness like a headless fly. A team member suddenly found a ghoul running fast, ignoring the soul of the Destiny person, and thought it was abnormal. So he chased it to see what was going on. This chase lasted 3 hours. From one person chasing, it became the whole joint team chasing. Unexpectedly, the ghoul lost the chase, but found the two siblings. Meng Zito was originally captured by Kai Chu himself as a trial tool. He knew very well how cunning this ghoul was. The trial area was destroyed, and the culprit fled to the land of no life. Meng Zito happened to appear in the land of no life. No one would believe him if he said he did not participate in the ghoul tide last night. The most important thing is that Meng Zito's level has risen to S. From a level to S level, it must have devoured the souls of high-level players. And there may be more than one. It must know the whereabouts of Yondon Farm. Wit has a different opinion. It is not ruled out that Yondon Farm deliberately sent a ghoul to lure us to find it. Meng Zito might be another smokescreen to delay time, giving the farm more time to escape. Kylie didn't think so. Based on his understanding of Meng Zito, such a cunning little thing is unlikely to tolerate being used by others. Furthermore, even if it knew, what was it for? Repaying a favor? The little thing regarded its NPC sister as more important than its own eyes. So how could it put its sister in danger for repaying a favor? When Kylie saw the brother and sister, he immediately took out a cage from the prop column and locked Meng Zito. As expected, Meng Zisha cried and told everything when she saw her brother was locked up. Children look at the world from a completely different perspective than adults. In her fragmented complaints, she did not mention ghouls at all. They were all kind-hearted older brothers and sisters. Uncle Zhang, who was taciturn and looked like her father, and other uncles, aunts and aunts. In addition, she revealed the most important clue. The older sister's name was Enro. It was indeed Enro, a special NPC who rose in Zhongsu town and was well known. In addition to this, Zisha's words also greatly completed the task clues. The clues that Wit first took out were task clues, my traveler. What are you looking for? A mysterious paradise with elusive whereabouts? Related tasks, night boat relevance 20%. The completed clues became task clues, my traveler. Are you looking for Yeoman Farm? A peaceful and beautiful paradise? Related tasks, night boat relevance 60%. A peaceful and beautiful paradise. How ironic. It was because of this paradise that more than 300 players lost their game qualifications overnight. And even one died and one went crazy. So far, all of President Lu's speculations about Yan'an Farm have been confirmed. Yan'an Farm is indeed a place where people and ghouls live together. They can fly at night and move on the ground during the day. According to Zisha, there is a row of very long legs under the farm. Stupid child. You still haven't recognized that it is a huge and terrifying ghoul. But it's understandable that she was disemboweled. After all, she was raised by ghouls. Except for the NPCs that existed when the game was released. Other small NPCs did not have innate knowledge of ghouls. And in order to conceal his identity, Meng Zito could not teach her relevant common sense. In short, catching the brother and sister allowed the joint team to make the first major progress in this mission. Wit said nothing more and followed the instructions of President Lu to search nearby. Because the stupid little NPC completely forgot which direction he came from. Not to mention her. If the player does not have a light screen map, he will not be able to tell the directions in the land of no life. And Meng Zito clenched his teeth and did not utter a word, but kept hitting the cage. What did you do to my sister? Let me out. The sound was buzzing. I was used to hearing the disembowelment, and it didn't sound noisy at all. He glanced under the tree. Meng Zisha was lying quietly beside the cage, unconscious. Compared with Meng Ziyu's meaningless noise and useless threats, the crying of the child made him feel annoyed. Fortunately, she was just an NPC, and a simple pinch would shut her up. In the airtight cage, Meng Ziyu was already covered in blood. Some of the blood came from resisting capture, and most of it came from hitting the cage. Because of the lack of oxygen, it felt dizzy and swollen. The self-healing ability of the ghoul could heal wounds, but it could not make it resist lack of oxygen. It did not fall into a coma with a will. Meng Ziyu regretted it very much. He should have listened to Enro and transferred his parasite to a destiny person. With its current S-class strength, it can still escape even if it can't win against Kai Kai. Or, it should have stayed on the farm with Zisha. Or, it shouldn't have used the bone-burying shovel before leaving, but the Tang sword instead. But no matter how much it regrets, it's meaningless at this moment. Kai Kai understands it. And it also understands Kai Kai. It knows that no matter how much it struggles, Kai won't let it touch Zisha. But Mingziyu has no choice. Only by constantly hitting the unbreakable cage and the pain from the new wounds can it stay awake. As long as you stay awake, you can wait for the opportunity. Bang! After another collision, it can feel its shoulder blade cracked. And the pain is getting worse. Very good. Consciousness is also clearer. Sha. Mingziyu shouted hoarsely. And just as he was about to continue the collision, a voice sounded in his mind. It's me. Don't stop. Keep going. Is it her? Is it Enro? Mingziyu continued to hit. Listen to me carefully. But don't stop. Don't arouse the suspicion of the joint team. For the first time, Mingziyu loved the voice in his head. Let me out. It yelled. And at the same time yelled in his head, good. On the dead tree, Kaitu suddenly stood up. And the dead branches could not bear the weight and broke. Kaitu fell steadily to the ground. His eyes always looking in a certain direction without deviation. Team leader. It's a living dead. Team member Shabi narrowed his eyes, and saw the typical horrified face of the other party. Not even sea level yet. Unleveled ghoul? Unlike the extremely fast ghoul that was chasing before. This one just ran straight towards them, obviously smelling the fragrance of the player's soul. Kaitu shook his head in boredom. You go ahead. Shabi rushed out with 4 pins, passed by the ghoul, and chopped off its head. After the ghoul's transformation was complete, he attacked again and strangled it easily. Kaitu picked up another branch and jumped on it. In the cage, Mingziyu's most concerned question was finally answered. Zisha is just outside the cage. She's fine. Maybe she fainted. Mingziyu paused in his collision. Fainted, and you call it fine? And Ro, 1 life potion will heal her. If something really happened, she would have disappeared. NPC death will not leave a body. Mingziyu did not say anything, but continued to hit the cage. And Ro, there are only 2 destiny outside. One of them is Kai. Kai will leave later. And Pao will come over. You should be ready to cooperate with his actions. Before the ghoul outside was strangled, she barely saw Kai's ID, but could not see the other one's name clearly. But judging from his appearance, he should be a member of Long Yen. In Enro's judgment, since Long Yen has already sent out a top super god, it is unlikely to send another one. The level of the Dragon Flame member can't be too high. As long as Kai Chong is led away, the difficulty of rescuing people will be much smaller. Mingziyu, how did you lead that guy away? Enro, don't worry about this. From now on, don't hit too hard. Otherwise I'm afraid that even if I rescue you, Zisha won't be able to see her brother. Outside the cage, Kai Chong was about to close his eyelids when the light screen popped up. Jincha, report. Traces of the farm were found. There are indentations on the ground, and the range is very large. Yong'an farm has stayed here. Kaipi immediately jumped under the tree, looked back at the vibrating cage, and patiently waited for more news. After a while, Wit, who rushed over, also sent a message. Wit, the farm did stay here, but not for too long. Otherwise the indentation would not be so shallow. What suggestions does President Liu have? Liu, Wit's previous speculation is somewhat possible. The whereabouts of the farm were discovered by chasing the abnormal ghoul. The possibility of the other party sneaking in cannot be ruled out. Wit, what do you think? Without waiting for Wit's reply, Kairi interrupted. Wait for me to go over and take a look. I'll be there soon. He looked back at the cage and told Shabi C, watch it. Yes. Kairi threw the double-edged knife and quickly disappeared in front. But a figure appeared in another direction. Shabi C immediately became alert, stood in front of the cage, and watched the person coming. The person was not fast at first, and when he saw Shabi C under the dead tree, he immediately trotted over, and his steps seemed unsteady. Stop! Shabi C shouted loudly, concentrating his attention. The ghoul identification function was not activated, so the other party was not a ghoul. Shabi C turned to look at the other party's situation. He was obviously a player, with a large blood stain on his clothes, which was half-dried. His face was dirty, and he was holding a broken knife in his hand, looking very embarrassed. It fits the image of a wild guest who came to the land of no life to try his luck after being desperate. Brother, Pao Pao shouted weakly, and his ID was lit up. I just want to buy a potion from you. There is no guild emblem in front of the ID, so he is indeed a wild guest. It seems that he is lucky. He encountered a high-level ghoul in the land of no life, and fought a fierce battle. It is estimated that it must be a B-level ghoul. Otherwise, it would not make a silver wild guest suffer so miserably. I really just want to buy a potion. Not to do anything else. I have run out of potions. I really have no choice. Brother, can you help me? If Shabisi was a member of another guild, he would have told him to get out. But Longyan, as the guild's big brother, has always been known for his friendliness towards wild players. After all wild players are potential candidates for Longyan's membership. Before entering the joint group, Shabisi also led a team, and 2 of his brothers were wild players. He did not dare to leave the cage too far, took 2 steps forward, and waited for Pao Pao to come over. Pao Pao came over, and was very tactful not to look around. Shabisi took out 2 bottles of low-level life potions, enough for you to heal your wounds. Pao Pao took them with many thanks, and after drinking them, he breathed a sigh of relief, showing an embarrassed look, and asked again, "Do you have physical potions and energy potions?" "I have used them all. Don't worry. I won't take them for nothing." His toes slipped, and a small pile of gold coins appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Shabisi snorted and laughed, took out the potion, and threw it over. Low-level potions are not worth much money. According to Longyan's style, he would help in such a situation without asking for compensation. However, since the other party offered money on his own initiative, he had no reason to refuse. The gold coins in the game can be exchanged with real money. Shabisi's eyes fell on the gold coins, and he also raised 1 foot to step over them. A sudden sense of danger arose. A steel net flashed with cold light, and it covered his head. Kaipi stepped on the double-edged knife and arrived at the place quickly. In the vast black land, there was an inconspicuous shallow pit, the depth of which was about the length of an adult's finger. The edge of the shallow pit was uneven, but the area was large, which was consistent with the ruins at the foot of Songling Mountain, which stood in the center of the shallow pit. And the other team members also rushed over and scattered around to search for clues. Kaipi landed beside him and asked, "Did you find anything?" Which shook his head. "We searched around first, especially focusing on tracking the footprints of the farm. The footprints were very short and disappeared quickly. So I went back to check the details. Could it be that the ghoul was tired and laid down to rest for a while? Maybe." The 2 of them didn't know that their conversation was heard by Enro without missing a word. Deep underground, Enro stood in the void and looked up. The scattered soul light points were reflected in her lifeless eyes, like 2 bright stars. The land of no life is a vast wasteland, but it is not a flat plain. Yong'an Farm is just behind the gentle slope a few kilometers away. The only ones hiding here are her and Baofu. If the goal is simply to rescue Mengziyu and his sister, the method is actually very simple. Baofu's ghost technique can travel on any surface, sneak past quietly, and swallow the area where the cage is located in 1 gulp. However, in order to rescue people and ensure the safety of the entire farm, it is necessary to take a detour. The first step is to deliberately leave traces of the farm. Considering that Baofu is a ghoul boss and has territorial restrictions, the farm must be hidden as close as possible. The second step is to use the traces on the farm to lure away the disembowelment and attract the attention of everyone in the joint team. This is only temporary. After all, there are no other clues left on the traces. Once the joint team expands the search range, the farm will soon be exposed. So there is a third step. Once Pao Pao starts to rescue people, Andrew and Baofu will appear in front of the joint team, completely lock their attention, and stay away from the farm again. The 4th step is also the last step. Using ghost magic to ambush again, take Pao Pao and Mengziyu away, and sneak back to the farm. And Ro did not overestimate the members of Longyan guarding the cage, nor did she dare to underestimate them. Pao Pao, a low-level gold player, and Mengziyu, who was parasitic on the NPC and could not use any skills, might not be the opponent. At the last step, the soul world should be at night. At that time, Baofu could directly use the ghost magic night walk and escape. And Ro's lifeless eyes suddenly narrowed. "Hold on. We'll be there soon." She used her consciousness to remind Mengziyu, and at the same time connected with Baofu's consciousness. "Bao Bao, let's go." The shallow pit was very large, but everyone present was a high-level player, and they quickly searched it carefully with their mobile skills. As expected, nothing was found. Disembowelment, everyone. Follow the previously divided teams and expand the search range. The team members saw the instructions sent by the team leader in the team channel at the same time and stopped their actions. Before the light screen disappeared, a dull roar like an ancient dragon came from under their feet. On the black ground, the remains of the lifeless grass and the dust trembled together. They were all experienced high-level players, and they immediately reacted. Ghoul. Top level. Everyone heard the exclamation, and another light screen popped into their field of vision. Mission name. Do you think it has left? No. It is just dormant. Mission location. Lifeless land. Yawn-on farm. Ghoul level. SSS. Ghoul number. 9 of 9. Time limit. None. Difficulty rating. SSS. A huge monster rose from the ground in the distance, as if a piece of land flew into the air. It shook off the dust on its body, tilted its head and looked over, and roared again. Chapter 112. Having risen to the high-level gold level, the rich mission experience has endowed Shah by C with a fighting instinct that is ingrained in his bones. As soon as the danger intuition appeared, he instantly activated the movement skill and dodged to the side. The square net of the fine steel net expanded to several meters, but it didn't scratch him at all. But it doesn't matter. Sneak attacking Shah by C is not Pepeo's main goal. At the moment when the fine steel net fell, he had untied the weapon, bound the Tang sword instead, activated the skill, and chopped at the cage. The fourth stage of skill. Air Slash. This is the most powerful final move of Huang Wu Tangdao. The blade disappears, and only the scabbard remains. The invisible blade crosses a distance of 10 meters and hits the cage. The cage made of fine steel is a solid wall for Ming Ziyu, who is parasitic in the body of the NPC. But under Huang Wu's attack, it is like a piece of tofu. One side of the cage wall was easily cut open, and Ming Ziyu crashed out. It didn't pay any attention to Pao Pao and Shabi C at all, and went to find Meng Zisha first, and soon found her on the other side of the cage. Meng Zisha was still in a coma. Meng Ziyu was extremely anxious, but he also knew the importance of the matter. Seeing that his sister's life was safe, he turned his attention to the battlefield. Pao Pao was no match for Shabi C. Under the attack of the opponent's long whip weapon, he was caught in a dilemma, and could only dodge as much as possible. He didn't dare to hide too far, so he had to fight back from time to time to prevent the opponent from freeing his hands to deal with Meng Ziyu. The opportunity was too difficult to find, and every time he fought back, he was injured. Meng Ziyu was very calm. He saw the situation clearly in a few seconds, and his eyes fell on the fine steel fishing net on the ground. It could see that the weapon was good, but it was a pity that with its current parasite, it could not fully exert the power of the weapon. Just as Meng Ziyu tried to reach over and pick up the fine steel fishing net, and Ro's voice rang in his mind, "Hold on. We'll be there soon." In addition, there was a reminder, "Meng Ziyu, you can be a human, but don't forget that you are a ghost. An S-level ghoul." Meng Ziyu's mind cleared up. It gritted its teeth. First dragged Meng Zisha behind the cage and hit her, then rushed to the other side, and after pulling more than 10 meters away, it shouted to Pao Pao, "Come to my side." Pao Pao was trapped in the middle of the endless whip shadows, and he quickly glanced over when he heard the words. Although they had only known each other for a short time, he understood Meng Ziyu's intention tacitly. Pao Pao quickly bit a life potion into pieces, risking a whip, and ran and rolled towards Meng Ziyu, looking extremely embarrassed. The short fight allowed Sha Bizi to figure out Pepeo's level, obviously more than silver, but not much higher. At most low-level gold. This wild guest must have used a disguise card. Even his ID and level were fake. Dare to play with Longyan. Sha Bizi laughed grimly, and the flying whip suddenly became straight, and the water drop-shaped metal whip head pierced Pepeo's chest. Glass fragments, unfinished life potion, and burning blood spurted out of Pepeo's mouth. But Pao Pao didn't stop, and pulled himself out of the whip, bent his legs, and made a final pounce. Meng Ziyu stretched out his arms, and pounced towards him. A man and a ghost touched each other in the air, and the two bodies, one big and one small, stopped at the same time. Sha Bizi reacted immediately. Not good. He thought very quickly, consuming half of his energy to activate the final skill of the 6th stage of the long whip. The group of pythons walking at night. Instantly, Pao Pao heard thunder above his head. In his vision, the sky and the earth were dark, and countless hideous and tangled huge trees appeared, with wild vines entangled in the trees. No, those were not vines, but countless pythons spitting out their tongues, making heart-pounding hisses. High-level martial arts space. The long whip in Long Yan's hand was a high-level martial arts. And it was a high-level martial arts with elemental bonuses. He smelled a strong vapor. Pow Pow was about to remind Ming Ziyu when he saw a flash of light. The high-level martial arts space was shattered. Another high-level martial arts space was splashed like a watercolor painting, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and battle flags everywhere. He heard his own voice. With such a good thing in my pocket, I should have used it earlier. With a hint of teasing smile, Pow Pow suddenly understood that this high-level martial arts space came from another weapon in his prop column. Qing Wu. Sea of corpses and blood spear. Before setting out to rescue people, he hurriedly dug it out from the warehouse. Because high-level weapons consume a lot of energy and mental power. In order to delay time and wait for the boss's support, he did not dare to use it. At this moment, the person holding the blood spear is him, and not him. To be precise, it is Ming Ziyu who is parasitic in his body. A line of blood rushed out from Sha Baixi's left arm. After 2 seconds, the severed arm left his body and fell into the illusion of the pile of corpses. If he had not reacted quickly, it would not be his forearm that fell at this time, but his head. His health value dropped a lot. Fortunately, the armor in the clothes activated the passive defense, offsetting a lot of attack power, and the remaining health value was 2/3. Sha Baixi's head was still calm. After being injured, he did not immediately look for the broken arm, but quickly and vigilantly looked at Ming Ziyu and turned on the light screen. Yan'an Farm sent an accomplice to rescue this ghoul, and the ghoul transferred to parasitize the accomplice. An S-level ghoul with high IQ, occupying the body of a high-level player, and holding high martial arts. Sha Baixi didn't think he couldn't beat the other party, but he thought that he had to inform everyone of this news. Catching this ghoul and his accomplice was equivalent to catching the clues of Yong'an Farm, with his left hand broken and his right hand holding a weapon. The situation was urgent, so Sha Baixi could only communicate by voice. But Meng Zio rushed straight at him with a spear in his hand. It didn't attack violently, so Sha Baixi could easily dodge it. However, when he passed by, he saw the provocative smile in Meng Zio's eyes, as if to say, "Are you admitting defeat by looking for help so eagerly?" Meng Ziyu propped up his spear and landed steadily behind him, looking leisurely, as if he was not in a hurry to attack. It raised the tip of its spear, and a broken arm flew towards Sha Baixi. It turned out that the target of the previous attack was not him, but his broken arm. This ghoul was brave enough to wait for him to recover. Sha Baixi gritted his teeth. A gold player who was only one step away from becoming a great player naturally had his pride. The sky was getting darker. On the black wasteland, a madly transformed ghoul that was big enough to block out the sun and the sky was running. The scene was earth-shaking, but there was no sound that shook the earth. It looked like a beetle with countless gastropods, and its white legs were so fast that people couldn't see its movements. It looked like a huge spider, and every jump was extremely agile. Everyone in the joint team chased it desperately, but the speed of the madly transformed ghoul was even faster than the god-level team members Jinsha, and was only a little slower than the super god Kaishar and Vit. Kaipi was faster than Wit, and the short-distance flight after the double-edged knife was thrown showed its advantage. After a few ups and downs, Kaipi was already close to Baofu. The next time he jumped, he could climb onto Baofu's extremely spacious and flat back. "Don't run away. Aren't you very powerful? You killed a super god and 2 great gods in a row." Kaipi was belligerent and couldn't suppress his excitement. "The old man is the 3rd on the list, and I'm only the 8th. What are you afraid of?" His voice was very light, more like talking to himself. He held the middle of the double-edged knife, raised his arm back, exerted force suddenly, and rushed out with his body. This time, the double-edged sword circled and rushed out in a direction higher than the previous times. Kylie stood on the double-edged sword, and the double-edged sword flew above Baofu. "Come on. If you have the guts, you can eat me too." Kylie jumped up from the double-edged sword, but his upper body suddenly dropped down, grabbing the blade with a diving momentum. Light emanated from the double-edged sword, half black and half white. Hidden Moon Blade. 3-stage skill. Moon Wheel Slash. The black and white lights quickly blended, and a round moon with obscure colors shot out from his hand, aiming at Baofu's back. At the critical moment, the sudden well stopped. In Kaida's vision, an eye suddenly appeared on the huge back of the crazy ghoul, at the target of the moon wheel slash. The eye was extremely wide and round, But the pupil was extremely small, and most of the eye socket was filled with lime-colored white. But it gave Kaito a strong intuition. It was looking at him. It was like a beast staring at its prey. However, the time this eye appeared was extremely short. Almost a quick glance, and the ghoul's entire body disappeared. The moon wheel/mist, leaving a deep cut on the ground. Kaipi fell down and knelt on one knee. What happened? How could it suddenly disappear? It didn't disappear. The ghoul hid underground. Wit also chased after it and stared at the cut on the ground. Don't forget, it appeared from underground. Kaipi came back to his senses and got rid of the slight palpitation. This feeling made him feel very embarrassed. He said anxiously, "Then how to chase it?" Wit turned on the light screen. The mission details did not disappear, which means it didn't run far. Wait, that's not right. At this time, Shincha, the highest-ranked member of the team, also arrived. Shincha's breath was a little chaotic. Team leader, Shabisi just sent a voice message. Empty. Nothing said. Blank message? The ghoul is making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Kaitsai's question and Wit's judgment came out at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Kaikai also reacted, almost shouting an order. Everyone hurried back immediately. After drinking an intermediate life potion, Shabisi's broken hand has been connected. If a player below the gold level has his arm cut off by a high-level warrior, he will have to be a one-armed warrior from now on. But Shabisi is a high-level gold player, with high physical strength and recovery ability, and he can reconnect his broken arm in time. However, a circle of indelible red scars is inevitably left on his left arm. He stared at Mingziyu and glanced around with his peripheral vision. This ghoul actually took the initiative to withdraw from the high-level warrior space. No matter how many buffs are stacked, it is just an S-level ghoul after all. How dare he be so arrogant? Shabisi twitched his lips. There were at least 8 S-level ghouls who died at his hands, if not 10. Mingziyu shook the long handle of the blood spear. Since the parasite was transferred, his smile was frivolous from beginning to end. Have you rested well? I can start anytime. He really deserves a beating. Shabisi moved his wrists and thought. However, it successfully ignited his fighting spirit. Shabisi shook his right hand lightly, and the long whip python that fell to the ground was taken back into his hand one by one. He carried the python behind him, raised his newly healed left hand, and made a "please" action. Gold high level versus S level ghoul. High level versus high level. Chinwu crazy python versus Chinwu corpse sea blood spear. Also high level versus high level. Under the gloomy sky, the aura of the Grandmaster's duel spread out from the two of them. Mingziyu did not make a move, but his frivolous smile finally subsided and his expression became serious. Shabisi did not make a move either. It was rare to encounter such a strange high-level ghoul. He did not despise the other party, but secretly tried to figure out the ghost technique suggested in the ghoul level identification. What kind of ghost magic could it be? Could it be the reason why this ghoul is so arrogant? After playing for many years, Shabisi gave a ghoul the greatest respect for the first time. Both sides tightened their weapons, narrowed their eyes, and stared at each other, becoming more and more focused. Finally, Mingziyu moved. It kicked the end of the long handle of the blood spear. Shabisi let go of the crazy python, and the long whip fell to the ground one by one, as if facing a great enemy. He saw a smile suddenly bloom on Mingziyu's solemn face. Flirtatious, just like before. Shabisi frowned, as if he had noticed something, and lowered his head slightly. He caught a glimpse of a dark crack under his feet. The crack appeared silently and expanded as fast as thunder. It was like a giant shark lurking in the sea. Once it has identified its prey and found the right time, it will suddenly open its bloody mouth and swallow the prey in one gulp. Shabisi heard a low and faint roar. The moment he discovered the crack, his feet had already lost their balance. Even if he wanted to use the movement skill, he could not find any support point. He instinctively activated the python and tried to wrap Mingziyu's body with the whip. But Mingziyu had expected it and jumped to the side. The smile on its face grew bigger and bigger. Not just a faint frivolous provocation, but full of malicious ridicule. The long whip missed, and the sand pen fell into the void. At the last moment, when the darkness engulfed his vision, he finally realized that he was fooled. He was fooled by this damn ghoul. The closing speech he posted in the Soul Song game only had one word. Fuck. The soul light spot collapsed in the void. and Ro was wrapped by tentacles and emerged from the depths of the void. Finally, it was the third step of the plan, and the results of each step were very ideal. It can even be said that with the cooperation of Mengziyu, the third step was much easier than expected. No need to entangle. The battle was resolved cleanly and neatly. In terms of acting skills, no ghost can compare to Mengziyu. And Ro breathed a sigh of relief. The only thing left was the last step. Sneaking back to the farm and running away quickly. Bao Bao. Let them in. Here they come. The dull and gentle voice of Bao Fu's soul interrupted her. And Ro was startled. And a faint light suddenly appeared above her head. A crack appeared in the void. And from her angle, she could just see a rapidly approaching dim light in the sky outside the crack. And Ro recognized this unobtrusive but strange skilled light. Open the chest. They caught up so quickly. No. And Ro had no confidence in letting Bao Fu fight two top super gods directly, and had to use a pseudo-ambush to sneak underground immediately. Bao Fu didn't wait for her order. The tentacles of the void surrounded Ro and went deep into the void. The crack above disappeared and reappeared from the front, expanding rapidly. With a crash, a lot of things were swallowed in. Wild grass, black soil, dead trees, cages, and human figures covered by light dust. Pow pow. Mengziyu and Meng Zisha were scattered in 3 places. Bao Fu didn't have time to swallow them one by one, so he simply bit off a large area in one bite. Outside the void, the open chest in the air witnessed this amazing scene with his own eyes. Smoke and dust rose up, and he saw the white and huge body of the ghoul again. Where are you running to? Kaichu shouted, and shot out a small bottle in his hand, and at the same time activated the skill of the double-edged sword to blow the bottle into pieces. Some liquid was sprinkled on Bao Fu's back. Bao Fu did not stop for a moment, and immediately used a pseudo-ambush to sneak underground. On the ground, there was a clear concave area. Kaichu fell to the ground, turned his head and shouted, Jincha. Wei was almost there, and when he heard his voice, he immediately turned around and grabbed Jincha, and then rushed to Kaichu's side. Smell it. Jincha took out his weapon. The flower stick. The stick was hollow, with vertical lines all over it from the middle to the end. As the skill was activated, the vertical lines turned into cracks, and the back half of the stick opened up like a morning glory. Jincha pointed his nose at the tip of the stick, held the flower stick and turned it around, pointing in a certain direction and said, There. Underground. Everyone chase. Use skills to attack the ground. Smash as deep as you can. Kaiche gritted his teeth. We can't let it run away today no matter what. Meng Zio transferred the parasite back to himself, asked Pao Pao for a bottle of life potion, and was about to feed it to Meng Zisha when a bright light suddenly appeared above his head. Murderous aura and skill light poured in from above. It hurriedly picked up Meng Zisha and rolled to the side to avoid the skill. What's going on? And Ro and Meng Zio shouted at the same time. The void that was broken by the skill quickly returned to its original state. But the next moment, another hole was broken in a certain direction. It was obviously an attack by the joint group. The soul light spots on all the tentacles flashed together. Here it comes. Meng Zio jumped up and hugged his sister tightly, not daring to let go. Pao Pao was also startled and rushed to Enro, staring at the tentacles. It was the first time for one person and one ghost to enter Bao Fu's body, and they had never seen such a beautiful and strange scene. The soul light flashed again. Here it comes. Pepeo's eyes widened. Boss. Is Brother Bao Fu talking? And Ro had no time to explain. Connected to Bao Fu's consciousness, frowned and said, Bao Fu has already hit. The joint team has been chasing, and we are being tracked again. Meng Ziyu, check if there is anything on you and Zisha that can be located. Bao Bao. Dive deeper. The external attack did not break through the void. Meng Ziyu looked at the tentacles around him, then looked at Enro, and let down his guard. It seemed that these strange tentacles were not threatening. It quickly checked itself and Zisha, and shook its head. Nothing strange. It had nothing in its pocket, and Zisha only had a bag of maltose. Pao Pao. What about you? And Ro asked. Pao Pao, I don't have any either. There's nothing in my pocket. The props in the prop column are all the props I brought with me. Boss, no skills are coming in. Did Brother Bao Fu get lost because he went too deep? And Ro shook her head. No. They have been attacking, but they just can't reach the depth. She has been in Bao Fu's stomach, so it's impossible for her to be tracked. But Pao Pao and the other two have nothing either. So there is only one possibility left. The thing that can be tracked is on Baofu. Is it the teleportation card again? No matter whether it is or not. There is no time for Baofu to stop and check. Bao Bao. Can you go deeper? Baofu grunted. The answer was no. It seems that the depth that the pseudofu can dive is limited. Enru made a quick decision. Bao Bao. Go around them. If you don't get rid of the pursuit, you can't go back to the farm. But you can't go too far from the farm, so as not to leave Baofu's territory. You can only circle around the farm. Before the voice fell, the soul light in the void suddenly trembled, and another skill light broke in from above, just falling on Enru's head. Fortunately, Pao Pao was right next to her and quickly pulled her away. The light brushed Enru's shoulder and sank into the ground below. Wherever it went, the attack tentacles disappeared. There was a gap on the ground that was densely packed with tentacles. All the soul light spots dimmed at the same time, and Rose stared at the place where the skill disappeared for a few seconds. This color of skill light is disembowelment. Disembowelment weapons not only penetrate the deep strata and break the void, but also penetrate the void. I smell it, Meng Ziyu suddenly shouted, pointing at the gap in the void above his head that had not yet closed. Smell? The smell of ghoul corpse fluid. They tracked by smell. And Ro and Pao Pao looked up and carefully identified the smell in the air. There was no stench of ghoul corpse fluid at all. But Enro did not question Meng Ziyu's words. Many ghouls have a sense of smell and hearing far beyond that of ordinary people, such as Baofu and Wangde. However, Enro still had a question. Isn't soil the best way to cover up smells? Baofu dived so deep, and with such a thick layer of soil, how could the joint team still track the smell? She figured it out quickly. It was the joint team's continuous attacks. Through Baofu's 5 senses, she could sense that the joint team was attacking desperately. Although most of their skills failed to reach the void, they must have made many air holes on Baofu's head. Enough for the joint team to capture the smell of being tracked. Damn. When did the joint team sprinkle the ghoul corpse fluid on Baofu? They were so careless. However, judging from the current situation, only Yali's skills can reach the void. The situation is critical. But as long as Baofu can hold on, it is not too dangerous. At worst, we can play hide-and-seek with the joint team underground. And Ro quickly analyzed it, disconnected the consciousness connection, and explained the situation to Pao Pao in detail. And Ro, it is definitely not possible to stop to clear the smell. Once we stop, we will be besieged by the joint team. The soil layer will be thinned, and other skills will fall on Baofu. We can't keep going. Although the farm is under the watch of Zhongde, it will soon be night, and no lights can be turned on. I'm afraid the NPCs will make a mess. Pao Pao, is there any way to stop the joint team without knowing the smell? In terms of planning and response, Enru is much better than Pao Pao. But when faced with a difficult dilemma, Pao Pao's role becomes prominent. He understands the game, and any subtle game setting may be a breakthrough in the dilemma. Pao Pao frowned and paced back and forth in the void. There is only one way to get rid of the tracking without removing the thing being tracked. And to get rid of the tracking. And to trap the joint team. But is there any way to trap the joint team? The more than a dozen people in the joint team are obviously all high-level players. Pao Pao touched his chin for a while, scratched his head for a while, and when his eyes swept across the messy garbage mountain, he suddenly stopped. Got it! He pointed at the dead tree that was swallowed by the sudden wealth. It can trap the joint team. What are you talking about? Soil? Or tree? Meng Ziyu hugged his sister, full of doubts. Can this thing trap those destiny people? You might as well say that the cage can do it. And Ro walked forward and carefully observed the fallen tree. The trunk is very long, standing about 3 meters high, but the branches are very brittle, and the lower branches have already broken when they fell on something as soft as the tentacles. Obviously, the tree has long been dead, and there is no moisture in it. It can be used as firewood without drying. With this, can it trap a joint team with high-level players per capita? Chapter 113. When she reached the door of the unit, and Rose stopped and looked to the side, Ling Ling, who lived in the same community, hugged her mother's arm, walked with a jolt, and chattered about interesting things that happened in school. Her mother heard something, poked her forehead with her finger, and scolded her in a low voice. But her eyes were full of doting that could not be hidden. The mother and daughter turned a corner and walked into the next building. And Ro retracted her gaze, pulled the straps of her school bag, and walked into the door. Before the elevator opened, she smelled the cold atmosphere of the house. And Rose stopped in front of her house, turned around, and inserted the key into the door of the neighbor opposite. As the lock clicked, she put on a smile. Yen Shou, I'm out of school. Guess what else I bought besides the buns? And Rose took out the bag behind her. Happy birthday. The voice stopped abruptly. The bright house, the sunset shining in from the window, and the tidy living room made her think she had gone to the wrong place. She glanced at the key in her hand. Yes, it was Yen Shou's house. But it wasn't Yen Shou's house, which was a mess everywhere and required her to spend half an hour to clean it up after school. Suddenly, and Rose's heart was grabbed by an invisible hand. And it was a very bad premonition. Yen Shou? No one was in the living room. Where are you? No one was in the bedroom either. And the quilt was neatly folded. And Rose ran to the bathroom. But she didn't find a familiar figure either. She felt something empty under her feet. And the floor was collapsing. She took out her cell phone. The receiver came. No number. The broadcast. Every floor collapsed. And Rose couldn't help falling down. She looked at this familiar yet strange home. Yen Shou's home. And also their home. She felt like she had entered a parallel world. In this world, in this house, every piece of furniture and every decoration looked familiar to her. But there was no familiar smell. Newspaper. The most important thing is newspaper. Yen Shou, a freak in the eyes of the uncles and aunts in the community, had no money to buy newspapers. Something that had long been eliminated by the information age, but had never been extinct. He likes to pick up newspapers from the trash can and pile them all over the house. Wardrobe, cupboard, under the bed, under the sofa. And Rose threw down the cake and searched everywhere. Nothing. Not even a piece of paper. The hand on her heart was getting tighter and tighter, until she was almost used to this palpitation, and then suddenly loosened. And Rose felt like she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Boss. Boss. When Pao Pao called her back to her senses, and Rose was sweating all over. Pao Pao and Meng Ziyu looked over without blinking. The former's eyes were full of worry. The latter's eyes were more of inquiry. That's right. Pao Pao was parasitized by Meng Ziyu. With the help of the ghost technique Tanshin, it should have obtained all of Pao Pao's memories in the game. Even if the sensitive words that the ghoul cannot receive are excluded. It is enough for Meng Ziyu to have many speculations about his true identity. And Rose shook her head to suppress this thought and whispered, I'm fine. Are you all okay? Pao Pao shook his head. The hallucination produced by a tree is ineffective for both of us. And Rose stepped back a few steps and carefully looked at the dead tree in front of her that was rejuvenated. Pao Pao said there was only one kind of grass on the land of no life. The no-life grass. There was also only one kind of tree. The nightmare tree, which, as the name suggests, could make people fall into nightmares because it exuded an invisible but hallucinogenic smell. Pao Pao used 10,000 gold coins to reshape it and gave it a new life. Unexpectedly, the first person to be fooled was Andrew herself. At the beginning, when Pao Pao said that this tree could trap the joint team, Andrew was skeptical. Now she is convinced that the effect is great. More real than a dream. Meng Ziyu turned his attention back to the tree and frowned. Is this thing really that magical? It looks no different from the trees in Lingbing City. It's because they are no different that it's easy for people to get trapped. Pao Pao explained. You have been in Lingbing City since the beginning of the division. No wonder you don't know. The nightmare tree is equivalent to the weapon of the ghouls in the land of no life. The hallucinogenic effect is ineffective against ghouls. Only against humans. If someone accidentally falls into the nightmare, if there is no help from others, they can only wait to be eaten by the ghouls. Meng Ziyu's eyes widened. As if to say, there is such a good thing? Then it will take Meng Zisha to find a place to live in the future. Plant a row of nightmare trees at the door. Wouldn't it be worry-free? And Rose saw through his little thoughts clearly. At the moment, and Rose didn't have time to pay attention to it, and asked Pao Pao, with Baofu's size, how many nightmare trees are enough? Pao Pao scratched his head embarrassedly. Brother Baofu can carry more than 100 acres of land on his back. I can't calculate it for a while. Anyway, the more the better? Dusk fell. And night fell. The lifeless land, which should have been pitch dark, was illuminated by a long dragon of various colors. After losing Shabi 4, the remaining 11 members of the joint team rushed across the wasteland, constantly using the most powerful skills to attack the ground in front. Everywhere they passed was full of potholes, and each pit was bottomless. The head of the dragon was composed of 3 people: Kagan, Wit, and Jincha. Jincha's task was to track the targets sent through the Wanhua stick, while Kagan and other members were responsible for attacking the target's position. Only Wit was slow to take action. When the ghoul appeared and was being chased, Wit successfully activated the ghoul identification function and learned the names of the 3 ghost arts that the ghoul possessed. After the ghoul sank into the ground, its speed dropped significantly, and he could even split his attention and communicate with the 2 commanders while chasing. LV, it has been confirmed that Shabi C is not dead. Wit secretly breathed a sigh of relief at the message from President Liu. He was basically sure that his brother Ali died at the hands of this SSS-level ghoul. So as one of the leaders of the joint team, he was under extra pressure. I was afraid that a team member would be devoured by the ghoul and lose his soul in reality. President Liu brought good news. Liu, one of the ghoul's ghost arts is to swallow the elephant, which should be the skill when swallowing the entire ground. The second ghost art is to pretend to be hidden, which is the current skill of sneaking underground. The third ghost art is to fly at night in disguise, which is most likely a skill of flying at night. Liu, Wit, Kai 2. It's dark now. Beware of the ghoul using the night walk to escape. Wit, I understand. Kai 2 finished performing the skill again, opened the light screen and took a look, and sent a voice message: "Don't worry, President. We are keeping a close eye on it. It can't escape today." His double-edged blade, Hidden Moon Blade, is a blue weapon that consumes a lot of energy. Even with his super god-level energy and spirit value, he can't support frequent use. Kai drank a bottle of high-level energy potion and shouted to Wit, "Why don't you do it?" Wit shook his head. The 2 had just fought once yesterday, and he knew the power of Kaitsai's skills very well. Kaitsai's attacks were ineffective, so it didn't matter whether he attacked or not. The purpose of the current attack was just to let Jincha continue to track. The attack of the team members was enough to achieve the effect. "You should also save your strength," Wit said. His voice was not loud, but it could be clearly heard by Kairi. The energy of the ghoul is limited, and it is impossible for it to stay underground forever. Kairi, we should wait patiently for it to come out, and then join forces to give it a fatal blow. Kairi disagreed. That Mengziyu was so cunning when he was still A level before, and now he has been promoted to S level. He will only be more cunning. It is mixed with SSS level ghouls. Who knows what they are up to? We must fight quickly and not delay. The voice was blown away by the night wind. Kaichan used his skill again, and the double-edged sword flew forward, transforming into several phantoms, sinking into the ground together. A dull and angry roar suddenly sounded from the bottom of the bottom, and every member felt the tremor under their feet. Matcha, the ghoul is speeding up. Kaichan took back the double-edged sword, turned his head and looked at Wit, with an expression of as expected. "Wit, you can get ready." Wit flipped his arm and took the heavy sword. Kaito turned his gaze back to the front, raised the corners of his mouth, and pulled out a determined smile. "Baby, hide and seek should be over." As if responding to his inner voice, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out from the ground a few hundred meters away. It did not appear in the state of ghost magic. The previous few times it appeared on the surface, the body of the ghoul seemed to be switching between reality and illusion, and it did not cause much noise. But this time, it was like a giant whale going out to sea, and it pushed up a huge wave. The ground under his feet shook violently, and the thick soil exploded and splashed in all directions. The winding cracks tore the earth apart, rapidly extending in all directions, including the ghoul itself. It seemed as if a mountain had broken out of the earth on the land of no life. The earth-shattering movement did not affect the speed of the high-level players. "Fan-shaped encirclement," Kairi shouted. The 11 players quickly changed their formation and surrounded the mountain under the night sky. No one knew that there was also a crack on the top of the mountain. In the crack, Mengziyu poked his head out and looked at the 2 people on the edge of the crack. Beyond its arm was the huge eyes of the rich, and Ro connected with Bao Fu's consciousness. It should be less than 500 meters. Pao Pao rubbed his hands nervously. "Closer." And Ro immediately said, 300 meters. The top player's speed was really amazing. But Pao Pao still gritted his teeth and said, "Closer." There was only one chance, and he was really worried that he would not have enough gold coins. And Ro, 100 meters. Pao Pao. In Bao Fu's field of vision, about 100 meters away, 2 figures jumped up. Its night vision was very strong. enough for Ed Rowe to see the faces of the two people clearly. One was disemboweled, and the other was taller, with a high nose and deep eyes. Obviously a member of the Gal Guild. Spintabit. Come on, little darling. Do it again. The roar of disembowelment suppressed the crazy laughter. Hidden Moonblade. Moonwheel Slash. He stood on the double-edged sword. This time, Wit jumped higher than him. Wit also used the displacement function of the weapon. He swung the sword with both hands twice, then released one hand, letting the huge inertia of the heavy sword pull his body into the sky. Wit squinted at the high mountains below, and the most powerful final move was used. He suddenly saw a blur in front of his eyes. On the dark and endless land of no life. It seemed as if someone suddenly splashed a bucket of dark green paint, blurring his vision. No, that's not paint. It's trees. Trees on the land of no life. Nightmare trees. Many nightmare trees gathered together to form the Nightmare Forest, which was listed as the top forbidden land of no life by players. And the forest that was spreading now was larger than all the nightmare forests he had seen. It was like a raging tide, swallowing up all the team members on the ground, who were outflanking in an instant. Another trap. Swallow. For the first time, Wit lost his gentle character, and yelled at the swivel not far away. At the same time, his body's upward inertia had been exhausted, and he began to fall. Wit gritted his teeth, and twisted the heavy sword hard to get rid of the hilt. The heavy sword fell down vertically. He pressed his hands on the hilt. Blue Woo. Gentleman's hand. The final skill judgment. The heavy sword and Wit's figure suddenly expanded countless times, as if Panga was holding a giant axe, slashing towards the center of the Nightmare Forest. The top of the mountain a moment ago has become a dent like a volcanic eruption. It is obvious that the ghoul has used ghost magic to sneak into the ground again. But it may not be so fast. The giant sword is like a pillar of heaven, sinking into the forest until the hilt. At the same time, the figure of the slasher plunged into the forest with the Moonwheel Slash. Then, there was no movement. The giant sword in Wit's hand was not hindered by anything. Run away. Or let it run away. Jincha. No one responded. Slasher. Still no one responded. Such a large-scale nightmare forest. Such a strong hallucinogenic atmosphere. If he had not transformed into a giant, he would have been trapped in the nightmare at this time. Wit wanted to crush all the nightmare trees with his giant feet, and wield the heavy sword to flatten the entire forest mountain. But he couldn't do it. The giant sword transformed by the gentleman's hand could only touch the ghoul. As a giant, he could only touch the ghoul besides holding the sword. Neither of them could cause any damage to entities other than the ghoul. For a moment, he couldn't find the real T in the nightmare forest. No matter where the ghoul fled, he could no longer track him. Hope fell into huge disappointment in an instant. Wit raised his head and roared unwillingly. A few kilometers away, in a crack that appeared quietly, and Ro looked at the giant in the distance with her eyes. Compared with Wit at this time, the temporary mountain was just a small mound. It was right not to choose a head-on confrontation without knowing the details. With the 8th and 9th on the destiny list, and Ro didn't think that Baofu could withstand their attacks. The rescue task given by Chu Imo was not as easy as it seemed at first. Boss, it's scary. Is that Svintavit? Pao Pao heard the thunderous roar. Isn't he said to be the most gentlemanly person in the server? He sounds violent. And Ro agreed. The calmer a person appears on the surface, the more intense the suppressed emotions are inside. It's just to make his brother lose the game qualification. Is it necessary to pursue him so closely? At Ali's age, he shouldn't be in school. Is it wrong for me to send him back to school? Pao Pao looked complicated, and nodded after a pause, yes. Then he became worried. Boss, what should I do? Nearly 50 million gold. All spent at once. And Ro was furious. Just tell me how you learned math. Huh? It only costs 10,000 gold to save a tree, and 20,000 gold to copy one. In such a small place. You planted 2,500 trees at once? I have never planted trees before. How do I know how much space should be between two trees? Pao Pao felt a little wronged. Besides, the more trees there are, the stronger the hallucinogenic effect will be. He was also worried that if he planted too few trees, he would not be able to completely trap the high-level players in the joint team. And Ro's account balance had been emptied, leaving only a few thousand gold coins. And she returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. Forget it. Forget it. We will fight back if the enemy comes, and cover the water with earth. We will avoid a disaster if we escape it. She shrank back into the gap. Let's go back to the farm first. A large mass of black fog emerged from the ground, blending perfectly with the night, and flew towards the farm. The electricity was turned on, and the neon lights spread like flowing water, and the farm finally came alive. During the time when Enro was away, all the residents were shrouded in anxiety and waited on the spot. Enro first said a few words lightly, and then asked her father to take Lung Hanli, Mei Hong and others to continue to comfort the new and old residents. She went to the warehouse herself, and then took Ming Ziyu to the dance hall. Pao Pao also came, but Enro did not let him in. The people have been rescued. You should go home and have a rest. Oh, boss, where are we going next? Ghost Island? Enro thought for a moment. Let's talk about it when you come online tomorrow morning. She held Pepeo's hand and transferred 4 million gold. You just put your own money in it. Right? This is the reserve fund in the warehouse, which is just unused. So I'll give it to you first. Ah? No need. Boss, I also want to save people, and the money will be regarded as the cost of farm operation. I am a partner, and I should pay. You're keeping the accounts wrong. And Ro poked him on the forehead. One thing for one thing. Besides, I'm not really poor, and there are still so many props in the warehouse. Get off work quickly, and stop talking nonsense to me. Pao Pao scratched his head and left, and Ro closed the door, turned around, and saw Meng Ziyu leaning against the wall, revealing that inquiring look again. Meng Ziyu, partner. 5% dividend? This little brat really got Pepeo's memory. And Ro didn't respond, and walked to the bar to pour 2 glasses of wine. Meng Ziyu didn't mean to ask further questions, and brought up another topic. Well, you spent so much money. Thank you. And Ro was quite surprised. The ghoul also understood the meaning of money? That's right. It wandered with Zisha for so long, and it was bound to be hungry, so it naturally knew the value of money. However, Meng Ziyu's tone suddenly became as hard as before. But we were caught because of Yan'an Farm, and those people were chasing you. You spent money and effort to settle the trouble. It's right. After saying that, he even said him. And Ro couldn't help laughing. Meng Ziyu, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Long Yin and Jiar formed a joint team to chase Yan'an Farm. The conversation between you and Pao Pao is in my mind. Word for word. Yes. And Ro nodded and took a sip of wine. Since you are so direct, I won't hide it. Meng Ziyu, you and Zisha can't leave the farm from now on. Meng Ziyu put down the cup with a bang. Why? Just based on the memories you got from Pao Pao. You know too much. And Ro said as a matter of course. Is that enough? Do you think I'm a loudspeaker? I know exactly what to say and what not to say. Before Meng Ziyu finished speaking, and Ro slapped his face unexpectedly. It was not hard, so it was not a slap. And Ro, don't call me old man. Kid. Meng Ziyu was angry. His eyebrows twisted together. His dark eyes were fierce. And Ro, I warn you. It's useless to pretend. I already know you are not a ghoul. If you dare to touch me again, I will eat. And Ro patted it again without hesitation. Meng Ziyu was startled and pounced on it. But unexpectedly, a warm hand pressed his forehead. There are people like you on Yongnan Farm, and your sister will have no worries about food and drink. What's wrong with staying? I have been here for so long, and I can only be a guest. Meng Ziyu glared at it fiercely, and took 2 steps back. I know you. Jia Xian. It pointed at the young man in white robe and black hair and frowned. Strange. Didn't Pao Pao say you are Zhan Xingsa, the destiny of the spiritual realm? Why don't you smell like a soul? Jia Xian reached out and pressed his hand on its forehead again. And Meng Ziyu quickly stepped back. It didn't see how the other party came over at all. Jia Xian had already stood in front of it and pressed its forehead firmly. Jia Xian leaned over to its ear and said, Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Meng Ziyu's hair stood on end. This guy didn't wear gloves. This guy has no soul. Could he be the SSS level ghoul that Enro said doesn't hate human food? There are 2 top level ghouls on the farm? Jia Xian stood up and smiled and looked over. What do you think? Do you want to stay? Stay. Meng Ziyu couldn't help but spit out a word and swallowed his saliva. I'll go see Zisha. Escaped from the dance hall in a panic. And Ro watched the interaction between the 2 quietly, and secretly sighed. Ghost King versus S-level ghoul. Is this blood suppression? She didn't ask. but smiled and said to Jia Xian, I brought it here on purpose. And I haven't asked what I want to ask. But Mr. Jia scared it away. Oh! Jia Xian brought himself a glass of wine. The farmer asked me about the ghoul. And I told him everything I know. And Ro thought quickly. She wanted to ask Mingziyu about the sister and brother to see if she could get more information to solve the mystery that Baofu couldn't explain. Jia Xian is the Ghost King. From what he said, it is possible that she can understand the truth in a few words. Not only that, but also her doubts about Baofu's soul. The crazy ghoul Baofu and the soul in Baofu's body seem to be one. But after contact, they are like two individuals. I am very curious about where Mengziyu's feelings for Zisha come from. And Rose smiled and said, it occupied Brother Zisha's body and inherited Brother Zisha's memory. Can I understand that it has replaced Brother Zisha's new soul? Jia Xian was quite surprised and laughed. The farmer's imagination is too rich. Ghouls are just parasites. When they get tired of staying on one parasite, they will switch to another. Will the farmer's soul abandon his body and get into someone else's body? And Ro, Mengziyu can't bear to part with this parasite. That's because it was trapped by the ghost technique. Jia Xian didn't care. It has long been at the bottleneck of A level. And there have been signs of ghost technique in dust. Mr. Xie is saying that its feelings for Zisha come from the memory of Zisha's brother. Without memory, how can there be feelings? Jia Xian's explanation makes some sense. But Enro is skeptical. Mengziyu's self-narration of the past did not receive Zisha's brother's memory in the first place. In addition, according to Enro's previous speculation, the sign of ghost technique and dust lies in Mengziyu's ability to disguise as a living person. Disguise is the prelude. And reading memory is the ability after the ghost art awakens. Jia Xian seems to be perfunctory to her. And Rose smiled slightly. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Sir. Jia Xian shook his wine glass. The farmer has other doubts. Why not ask them all at once? Forget it. Talking to Mr. Jia is like solving a puzzle. Too tiring. I'm tired enough today. I don't want to use my brain anymore. Jia Xian watched her walk out of the dance hall. Thinking, really? He picked up the bottle of wine, took a step out, and was already on the roof. A dark figure sat on the roof with his head down, like a silent stone statue. A glass of wine floated quietly in front of the stone statue. You agree that she solved the problem I asked. Still want to kill her? Jia Xian didn't wait for an answer, took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, what is the meaning of a world without her? Shuemo, join forces with me. Not only will I not stop you, but I will also help you kill her. Bang. The wine glass floating in front of Chuemo shattered. The glass fragments and the wine mixed together, still floating, without falling to the ground. She likes that world. The hoarse voice left, and the stone statue disappeared. The sky gradually brightened, and the gray light sprinkled on the dense forest. After traveling all night, a 100-man army arrived at the Nightmare Forest, and found Wit standing quietly outside the forest. President Liu. I'm sorry. His voice was hoarse and low. Sure Shijing patted his shoulder. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Don't be discouraged. Besides, Yan'an Farm didn't run away. The transmission card can no longer be tracked. You have already put a new tracker on the ghoul. Sure Shijing smiled and took out a prop. It's dawn. Look. It really works. Chapter 114. In the afternoon, the curtains were drawn, and the golden sunlight came in, and Rose squinted her eyes. Yen Shou. I'll sell my house. Or you sell yours. I heard that the house price has been falling, and it will be worthless if you sell it too late. Hey, are you listening? I have 1 semester left before the college entrance examination. If I sell the house, I can still go to college. I don't know what school I can go to. Hey, if I get into a university in another city, I'll leave you alone at home. Hee hee. I'm just kidding. I'm only going to Yongin University. You can't stay at home alone. When the time comes, we can sell the house and rent a small studio near the university. And I won't live on campus. How about that? Life is so good. This world is so beautiful. Yen Shou, did you hear that? Did you fall asleep again? Turn around and look at me. 3, 2, 1. The thin and silent figure moved and slowly turned his head. And Rose suddenly woke up. She sat up from the bed, looked around in panic, and after a moment, she slowly exhaled. It was not the illusion of the nightmare tree, but just a dream. A dream that she hadn't had for several years. Fortunately, the person in the dream didn't turn around. Fortunately, she woke up in time. And Ro didn't want to see that face again. Even if it was just a dream. Just a memory. He was her nightmare. A nightmare that shattered her world. She had broken free for a long time, and didn't want to go back in at all. It was still dark. And the light in the room was dim. And Ro stared at the wall clock for a while. And suddenly remembered that the clock didn't move at night. The ghost magic of the rich man walks at night. Like an independent space. Where time stops. Because of this, the first thing Pow Pow does every day when he goes online is to tell the residents the current time and let them adjust their clocks. And Ro emptied her mind and connected to the consciousness of the rich man. So hungry. So cold. The familiar background sound in the consciousness valley quickly calmed and Ro down. Then, she heard some rustling noises, and the crisp sound of gold coins hitting each other. Who is it? Bow Bow. Take me there. And Ro got out of bed, wrapped herself in a windbreaker, and stepped into the crack in the ground. Bao Fu took her to the edge of the farm wall. Pow Pow? And Ro recognized the familiar figure. Why are you online in the middle of the night? Why is the boss still awake? Is he also suffering from insomnia? Pow Pow walked over quickly. Insomnia at such a young age? And Ro gave him a strange look. Looked at the wall, and then looked back at the quiet street with lights on. No. I remember the wall was not so far away. Did you move it out? I don't have this ability. It's Brother Baofu who helps me. It knew it as soon as I came online. Baofu can move the buildings on the farm at will. The wall was expanded outward, and the original length was not enough. So Pow Pow just used the reshaping skill to repair it. And Rose smiled and said, you two can communicate without obstacles now. Pow Pow scratched his head. It's not that I'm good. It's that Brother Baofu seems to be more humane recently. Boss, don't you feel it? Although he had entered the void inside Baofu, he was only at the shallowest place, and did not go deep to the end. So naturally he had never seen Baofu's soul. There are too many mysteries in the soul of the rich. If you need help, Pow Pow is undoubtedly the most suitable person. And Ro couldn't help but weigh whether to tell Pow Pow about the existence of the rich soul. But Pow Pow changed the subject. Boss, let the new residents move out tomorrow, so that the courtyard won't be so crowded. And Ro was startled and looked to the side. The dilapidated buildings disappeared. She then discovered that there was another row of buildings behind Yongnian Street, with lights on. But the lights were much weaker than those on the two streets. You remodeled all those houses? With your own money? Pow Pow scratched his head again. For million gold can't build a very good house. But it should be enough for people to live in. Wait until some props are sold, and then do a good job. Boss, don't use the reserve money in the warehouse for now. Just in case it's needed for emergency. Seeing that Ro didn't say anything, he hurriedly added, I am willing to spend this money. If you refuse again, you will treat me as an outsider. And Ro smiled and tapped his forehead. You are very cunning. Okay. I will increase your dividend to 10% in the future. Boss. That's not what I meant. I meant this. And Ro didn't give him room to refuse. Since you also have insomnia, I have something to ask you. Just treat it as a chat. She sat down on the spot. When she wanted to ask about Long Yan's whereabouts, she immediately said, my brother didn't come back at night again. I went to the holographic command center. But this time, I was stopped at the gate and couldn't get in. I guess he is in the game. And Ro nodded and smiled. I didn't want to ask this. What does the boss want to ask? And Ro pondered. The youngest person I have seen in Zhongxiu town should be Baozi. 14. I have never seen a child younger than him. Don't the NPCs in the game have children? Boss, do you think Xiaoming and his sister are too young? Pow Pow understood and explained. NPCs also have children. But they can't have them whenever they want. The decision is in the hands of big data. Big data? It's the game system. After the soul guiding song was launched, the first batch of NPCs appeared in the game. As the number of players skyrocketed, the number of NPCs also needed to increase accordingly. For example, NPCs like Hungbobeo, who are only 18 years old, are actually the children born by the first batch of NPCs. The pause in running made Rose smile silently. She is 23 years old in real life, and the same age as Hungbobeo in the game. Only 18 years old. Since Hungbobeo is a child born by an NPC, then she is also a child born by an NPC. NPCs dissipate into a ball of data when they die, leaving no body behind. But birth is the same as in reality, with a pregnancy of 10 months before the baby is born. And Ro couldn't help but think of Enyonyan's simple smile, and the face of her mother before she became a ghoul in her memory. It felt a little strange. Go on. Oh! There is a balanced ratio between the number of NPCs and the number of players. But I don't know where the ratio is. In short, taking Zhongsu Town as an example, there are two ways to supplement the number of NPCs in the town. One is newborns, and the other is the influx of NPCs from other places. The two methods coexist. When there were many players, there were also many children in the game. As more and more people lose their qualifications, the number of online players decreases year by year, and the number of NPCs exceeds, making newborns a rare existence. I have read an analysis article that says that the balance between the number of NPCs and players is not at the level of the whole server, but regionally. Let's take Zhongsu Town as an example. Suppose Zhongsu Town is a relatively closed town. There is little population mobility, resulting in too few NPCs. When there is no sufficient influx of foreign population, newborns will appear in the town. Of course, who gives birth to the child should be random. And Ro nodded. So Mingziyu and his sister were born in a remote and closed place. Zone 3? Pao Pao didn't know. But it was meaningless to find out where the brothers and sisters were born. Pao Pao suddenly remembered something. The article also said that the 4 major camps in the game, Lingbing City, Spirit Realm, and Ghost Island are not too closed. So newborns are rare. But the valley is a very closed dungeon, with a small area and many players. And there are many children in it. And Ro, I heard that even players can't leave Kongu. Yes, the Kongu Guild is very strict in controlling its members, and they are eager to split off and become a separate game. Pao Pao said, Boss, we can't go to Kongu no matter where we go. The farm is so big that we can't hide there, and we will be targeted by the guild there as soon as we arrive. And Ro agreed. Boss, are we going to Ghost Island next? And Ro sighed. I haven't thought about it yet. One thing is certain. We can't stay in the land of no life for long. We need to find a place to replenish supplies. There are less than 9 million gold left in the warehouse, and various potions are about to run out. Although we have temporarily escaped from the joint group, we don't know when we will meet again, so we have to prepare bullets in advance. Pao Pao frowned. I can sell props on the dark web after I go offline, and the price is 20% to 30% higher than the pawn shop. However, the private transaction has a small shipment volume, and it has to be delivered online. Oh, if the shipment is too frequent, it will be targeted by various guilds. I can only go to the official store. And Ro also felt that dark web transactions were not acceptable. I can't go back to Lingbing City, the official stores of other camps. Pao Pao paused for a while and stood up. Boss, I don't know much about other camps. I'll go offline and check the information right away. Why bother? Jia Xian appeared next to Pao Pao out of nowhere, scaring him. Jia Xian smiled and looked down at Ro. Doesn't the farmer often ask me questions? It's a bit awkward to go to such a small matter. Is it not too much for Xie to be called a soul world know-it-all? Know-it-all? Pao Pao couldn't help but roll his eyes. John Xingsa, you are just a gold like me. You are too arrogant, aren't you? Xie Xian, what did you call me? John Xingsa, the second headquarters of Lingyu Longyan. Pao Pao was confident. I tell you, your identity has been seen through. Xie Xian laughed and looked at Ro. And Ro was afraid that he would say that he was the Ghost King. So she hurriedly said, Then trouble Mr. Jia. Pao Pao, sit down. Pao Pao sat back down, waiting for John Xingsa to start showing off. Xie Xian shook his head helplessly and said, The props in the hands of the farmers are all ill-gotten gains. Selling them to the official store is the wisest choice. The first sentence angered Pao Pao, and Ro had expected it, and pressed the back of Pao Pao's hand in time. As the Ghost King, Xie Xian really knows the 4 major camps. The reason why Ro is the wisest to sell props to the official store is that the official store never asks about the origin of the props when purchasing them, and takes as much as it can. Moreover, there is no need to worry about hidden traps in transactions and being robbed. Each camp has a different form of official store. Lingbing City is a pawn shop. Lingyu is Wanwafang. Kongu is a sky store. And Guidao is a black market. The first 3 are shops opened in public places. There are no scams in the store, but there are scams outside the store. Many small guilds and skilled and daring wild guests will secretly wait outside the store, Anyone who stays in the store for too long will be easily robbed as soon as he comes out. And Ro is not afraid of being robbed. But even if the other party fails to rob, it is easy to leave clues and attract the Longyang Guard joint group. Only the black market on Ghost Island does not have this doubt. There are a total of 678 islands in Ghost Island, and only 8 black markets, which change their location along with the archipelago, because there are few black markets and they are only open at night. There are many players who go to the island to trade every night, so the black market is very large. Each black market occupies an entire island. Not only can you trade with the official on the black market island, you can also trade with other players. Generally speaking, private transactions between players will be ranked before official transactions. After all, the official bought low and sold high, which was too ugly. Therefore, Enro wanted to sell a large number of props, so that she could sell them to players at a higher price, and sell the remaining ones that could not be negotiated to the official at once. The same batch of goods can bring back the most funds. In addition, because the black market is only open at night, it can also minimize the risk of exposing her tracks. Sia Xian spoke clearly, and Enro listened carefully, and had to admit that his advice was right. The Ghost Island black market is the most suitable place to sell props in large quantities. Peopeo's tone was a little sour. How can you, a Spirit Realm player, know so much about other factions? Oh, that's right. You just hang around without doing quests all day. Enro opened her mouth. Is it that Jia Xian doesn't want to do quests? Or does everyone want to do his quests? She asked Jia Xian. Mr. Jia knows Ghost Island very well. Don't you happen to have a map of Ghost Island? Jia Xian did. The map of Ghost Island not only marks the Black Market Island, but also has the daily circulation path of the Black Market Island. I can give it to you. Jia Xian changed his tone and said with a smile. However, the farmer is a businessman. He will definitely not accept it for free. Right? What are Mr. Xia's conditions? It's definitely not money. What does the Ghost King need money for? The whole game belongs to him. Although Xia Xian's conditions are not money, it doesn't make much difference. Yesterday's 10,000 consumption money has not been paid yet, so use it to offset it. Of course, considering the current value of the Ghost Island map to the farmer, it can't be offset for just one day. How long? Xia Xian pretended to think about it. Until I get tired of it? Deal? And Ro was straightforward. Even if she was short of money, she didn't look down on Jia Xian's daily spending of 10,000 gold. After sending Jia Xian away, Pao Pao immediately said, Boss, that guy must have bad intentions. And Ro agreed with his judgment. I know that he gave this map away for free in a roundabout way, so we must not go to Ghost Island. Do you have any better suggestions? I'll log off and check the information right away. Before 7 in the morning, Pao Pao went online again before dawn. Looking depressed, he spent half a night looking up all the information he could get his hands on. It turned out that what Jia Xian said was true, and his advice was the most reasonable. And Ro was selecting props to sell in the warehouse. Seeing his expression, she knew what was going on. She smiled and said, He didn't offend you. Why are you so repulsive? Even if he could stay on the farm for 10 years, he couldn't compare to you. He is an outsider after all. Pao Pao thought about it, and it was right. His mood turned from cloudy to sunny. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Boss, how could I worry about this? That smile suddenly stopped. Unro, what's wrong? Pao Pao said. Hung Bobeo came out. He vaguely heard the sound outside. When the sound faded away, the two immediately walked out of the warehouse. It was dawn, and they saw Hung Bobeo walking by the pond. The little girl's left hand was hanging straight down, and her right arm was around her waist, grabbing her left forearm. It was a standard girl's reserved action, but she didn't say it too reservedly, and she chirped around Jia Xian, like a bird that got up early and jumped. Stop! And Ro was startled by Peopeo's sudden shout. Pao Pao was already playing at a high level, and rushed to Hung Bobeo with a few taps of his toes, deliberately not looking at Jia Xian. Hung Bobeo, you are still under house arrest. Why did you come out without permission? Although Hung Bobeo was locked up for a few days, he had been well fed, and his little face was as rosy and cute as ever. Hearing the question, she glared. Nothing special. I go wherever I want. Why do you care? Brother Jia. Let's go and ignore him. On one side was the harsh ordinary, and on the other side was the intimate and ambiguous brother Jia. Pow Pow was so angry that he blocked the way with his arms. He suppressed his anger and looked at Jia Xian coldly. John Qingsa. Hung Bobeo is a farm employee. He was confined because he did not complete the boss's order. You are an outsider. You can't mess up the rules of the farm. Right? Hung Bobeo was unhappy and pushed him. What outsider? Ordinary, you are the outsider. Brother Jia already lives in the farm. He is one of us. Ms. Hung. Don't be angry. Jia Xian's light words made Hung Bobeo stop and walk back to him obediently. Jia Xian looked at Pow Pow with interest. The order you said is to recite the employee code. Right? Ms. Hung can recite it already. Pow Pow, I don't believe it. Hung Bobeo. Recite it to me. Hung Bobeo. Humph. Why should I recite it to you? I will only recite it to Enro. Pow Pow, the boss is here. Hung Bobeo turned around and found Enro coming over. His face wrinkled, and he became even angrier. She had always considered Enro as her friend. But Enro locked her up for several days. However, now the whole farm belonged to Enro. And Hung Bobeo had no choice but to recite the rules with a stern face. You heard it clearly. Not a single word was wrong. Humph. Brother Jia. Let's continue walking. Enro smiled helplessly, while Pow Pow looked stunned. Whenever he had time, he would persuade Hung Bobeo to recite the rules. And Hung Bobeo often gave him a cold look. And he didn't know how many pieces of paper with the employee rules were torn. How did you suddenly memorize it? And so skillfully. Without pausing, Jia Xian deliberately fanned the flames. Miss Hung stayed up half the night last night to achieve such an achievement. Shouldn't you two praise her? And Ro was speechless. Are you a ghost king so idle? If you have nothing to do, you can summon some ghouls from the land of no life. Kill one and you will get a reward. Pow Pow was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised his voice. You two stayed together so late at night? His voice was almost broken. Hung Bobeo, humph. What do you care? He dragged Jia Xian away. After being speechless, Andrew just felt funny. With Peopeo's temper, he rarely loses control like this. His jealousy is enough to fill the pond. Andrew patted Pow Pow on the back. Don't worry. Nothing happened between them. Pow Pow was about to cry. How do you know? Andrew, even if something happened, there would be no result. Jia Xian deliberately pissed you off. Pow Pow was angry. Are you saying he was playing with Bobeo? And Ro shut up. Yeah. I can't persuade her. But Pow Pow wouldn't let her go. Boss, can't you see through the light screen? What's the favorability of Hung Bobeo towards him? Isn't it enough to form a contract? And Ro was speechless. Where did the Ghost King get the light screen? No. This nonsensical question reminded her. Like the ghoul, Jia Xian is also an NPC to some extent. Right? Is there also a favorability setting between NPCs? Hung Batong used to hate her and wanted to kill her. An Yongyan, as her father, has always been doting on her. How different can the relationship between NPCs be from that between people in the real world? It's just that there is no intuitive notification of favorability like players. She can read the memories of An Yongyan and Meng Zisha, but not the memories of others. Maybe this invisible favorability is a prerequisite? No. It's not just about favorability. It's not just about whether others like her or not. There is another prerequisite, ghoul. The memory she read from An Yongyan and Zisha both had ghouls. The former was a living dead man in a coal shop, and the latter was Meng Ziyu, who was parasitized by a ghoul. So An Yongyan's memories were only very short fragments, and Zisha's memories were intermittent, like a piece of paper with many holes punched in it. Complete and broken. Boss, did you see it? The sound of running interrupted Enro's contemplation. His head and shoulders collapsed at the same time. Boss, tell me directly. Has Bo Bao's favorability towards him reached obsession? Infatuation. It was very difficult to say the word. What are you thinking about? Do you look down on yourself or Hung Bobeo? And Rose smiled, thought about it, and made up a value at random. It's only 70%. A friendly state. Seeing that Pow Pow didn't believe it, and Ro pointed at the two people in the distance with her chin. We didn't even hold hands. How high do you think the favorability can be? Pow Pow didn't cry, but his expression was no different from laughing after crying, including the new residents from the trial town. The farm NPC has approached 200 people. No matter how big the dining hall of the courtyard is, it can no longer accommodate everyone. The dining tables are set up all the way from the dining hall to the front yard. Every meal is like a buffet. spectacular and lively. Among these people, only a few old residents such as Mei Hong and Leng Hanli know that every bite of food they eat is money. After leaving Zhongsu town, the farm was rebuilt not long ago. No matter how powerful the reconstruction skills are, crops cannot be planted early and mature late. Most of the grain, meat and vegetables are copied by running around and spending money. After the farm was connected to electricity, Enro asked him to rebuild the only refrigerator. Hundreds of years ago, the refrigerator was small and bulky. It took 5 million gold to reshape it to 100 times the size. It was hidden under the kitchen and became part of the cellar cold storage. The decision to cut off the mayor's house was definitely the right choice. Hung Batong knows how to enjoy life. The food at home is rich enough to open a buffet restaurant. There is no shortage of cattle, sheep, pigs and poultry, not to mention vegetables, grains and fruits. You don't even need to buy seeds. You can copy them and plant them in the field. If each crop is planted separately, the existing more than 100 acres of land on the farm will not be enough. The importance of gold coins became more prominent after losing all the account balances. Before breakfast in the morning, Enro called everyone to the gate of the other courtyard. Tian Rui brought a wooden box with a note written on it. New and old residents were added together, and each person drew lots to decide where to live. Of course, Enro did not think of absolute fairness, and eliminated some people who did not need to draw lots. For example, and Yongnian and Xiaojia naturally lived in the other courtyard. Leng Hanli, as a housekeeper, also lived in the other courtyard with her daughter, manager Liang, Xiang Sa and Li Xiang, who were previously responsible for managing the bathhouse. Returned to the bathhouse, Mei Hong and Ro returned the small Western-style building to her. Under Leng Hanli's organization, both new and old residents drew lots. Those who used to be security guards also took off their uniforms and joined in. Some people had good relationships with each other, and after seeing each other's residences, they began to discuss swapping in a low voice. And Ro did not stop them. On the premise of obedience, this little freedom should still be given. In addition to deciding where to live, work assignments must be made. You can't let them idle around and eat. Human beings, as creatures, will do evil once they are too idle. The division of labor cannot be forced, but should be combined with each person's wishes and specialties, and done after breakfast. Everyone sat down to eat breakfast. It was lively, and Ro walked into the dining hall, but instead of going to the main table, she sat down at a small table in the corner. There sat Hung Bo Bao and Jia Xian. Hung Bo Bao was chattering with Jia Xian, glanced at Ro, and immediately turned his eyes away, but unexpectedly saw another person. Zhang De also sat down opposite her. Many people said that Zhang De was a ghoul, and he was taciturn. Although Hung Bo Bao was not afraid of him, he was still a little scared of him. Hung Bo Bao looked back at Ro, is there something wrong? Pretending to be polite after being angry. Ro smiled slightly, thinking, try to get a good impression. Since I found that I have the ability to read memories, I have to figure out how to use it. Right? Chapter 115. Ro and Hung Bo Bao met when the latter helped Yunyan out. Since then, Ro asked herself whether she had retained some goodwill towards this rich girl, who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. It was not much, but it was rare for Ro. Even though Hung Ba Tong frequently provoked trouble later, Ro had to fight back. In her heart, Hung Bo Bao was the only person besides Pao Bao who was close to her friends. Otherwise, after moving the mayor's house to the farm, how could she easily expose her hatred for Hung Ba Tong and Leng Hanli? So after Ro initially determined that the ability to read NPC memories was linked to invisible favorability, she was somewhat disappointed. Before sitting at the table, Ro specifically found in Yongnian and Zi Sha to verify it. She stared into their eyes, and indeed read fragmented memories again. In those memory scenes, there were figures of ghoul employees, and Yongnian was her father. So the favorability naturally exceeded the scope of friends. Zi Sha was a simple-minded child, in a world of black and white. As long as she determined that the other person was a good person, she would be open-hearted and heartless, looking at the other people on the farm. Except Hung Bo Bao. Ro really couldn't think of anyone who could catch up with the two of them in terms of favorability towards her. Even Xiao Jia was more in awe of her. But Hung Bo Bao. Ro stared at the angry eyes across the table. She didn't read Hung Bo Bao's memory. Does that mean Hung Bo Bao didn't like her enough? Is it simply that the favorability represented by friendship is not up to standard? Or does Hung Bo Bao not regard her as a friend at all? if she was still in school, if Yin Shou was still around, and Ro would probably keep her doubts in her heart. But today, she is no longer a self-defeating personality. Bo Bao, do you consider me a friend? And Ro smiled, and got straight to the point. Hin Bo Bao did not expect Ro to ask such a question, and wrinkled his nose. Humph. You don't consider me a friend. Oh. Why do you think so? Will a friend lock me in a room? Will a friend boss me around and order me to do this or that? Even my father only locked me up at home, and didn't lock me up in a small room. Not even in the yard. And Ro nodded, and seeing that she was still not satisfied, he smiled and said, continue. Hung Bo Bao was also straightforward. So he just said, and Ro, I thought you were different from Mei Ling and Mei Qian. You would teach me how to protect my father's reputation. You would think of me when there were delicious food, and you never had to pay for meals in your restaurant. I really regarded you as a friend. But not now. You are the owner of the entire Yandon farm. You have terrible ghoul employees under you. And you let everyone call you farmer. You know. Even my mother asked me to change my words in private. And Rose suddenly realized. Hung Bo Bao was born to be a superior person. And he was used to being pampered. But his mind was not mature yet. It was impossible for him to become a subordinate like Lung Hanli, and quickly recognize and accept the reality. Have you changed your words? And Ro asked. Hung Bo Bao frowned. Why should I change my words? I won't. I insist on calling you Ro. What did I say? And Ro asked again. Hung Bo Bao's expression froze, and he opened his mouth. And Ro sighed, and said slowly, your father used to be the mayor of Zhongsu town. Everyone called him mayor. Bo Bao. Do you think that's wrong? I am now the owner of Yong'an farm. Everyone calls me the farmer. Do you think that's wrong? If that's the case, you're not sincere when you say you treat me as a friend. Friends won't be so partial to one another. Hung Bo Bao waved his hands. I don't mean that. What does that mean? And Rose smiled with sadness. You know exactly how Hung Ba Tong treated me in Zhongsu town. To tell you the truth, if it weren't for Bo Bao, I would have killed him long ago. And I wouldn't have wasted food to feed him. Every bite you eat here is money. Don't you know? Hung Bo Bao opened his eyes wide. And Rose sneered. Not only me, but how many people on the farm want him dead? Do you know? Manager Liang. Your housekeeper Liang. How much suffering and insults he suffered under your father. Do you know? He can be a man under my command. But he is at most a dog under your father's command. Do you know that? After he and your father had a falling out, he was worried every day. Afraid that your father would send someone to kill him. Do you know that? A series of do you know that made Hung Bo Bao speechless. And Rose sighed again, but he never said anything from beginning to end. And never asked me to kill Hung Ba Tong. Why? Isn't it because of you? He watched you grow up with his own eyes. And he never married in his life. In his heart, he already regarded you as his daughter. Bo Bao. He and I both put you first in our hearts. So we put our hatred aside. Hung Bo Bao's eyes were already filled with tears. Beside her, Jia Xian looked at Enro across the table and laughed. But Enro didn't care about Jia Xian. She stared into Hung Bo Bao's eyes. The tears blocked her vision, making her unsure whether her words had achieved the desired effect. Tears flowed down. And Hung Bo Bao didn't take the handkerchief handed over by Enro, but wiped his tears with his sleeves. Enro, I'm sorry. The moist eyes finally met Enro's sight. Enro's eyes darkened, and a huge and messy memory fragments flooded into her mind. All the fragments overlapped in an instant, like a stack of papers, becoming orderly. Yes, it was Hung Bo Bao's memory fragments. In every scene, there were ghoul employees, some of whom might not even be known to Hung Bo Bao as ghouls. There were also fresh memories in it. Zhang De, who was sitting opposite Hung Bo Bao at the moment. Refutation, questioning, evidence. After a series of words, Hung Bo Bao's favorability towards her obviously rose a big step. In fact, and Rose still had half of her words left to say. About the difficulties faced by the farm, and the threats brought by the Destiny people like Ollie. But the effect had already reached the expected level. In the future, if you want me to do something, just tell me directly. Why do you have to let others convey it? As if I am unimportant. Hung Bo Bao complained and felt wronged. Whispering. So there was another reason for her dissatisfaction. And Ro reached out her hand, and wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief. Saying softly, I didn't think it through. I won't do it next time. Be good. Don't cry. If there are any misunderstandings in the future, just solve them in time. Jia Xian cast a meaningful look. And Ro pretended not to see it and rubbed the back of Hung Bo Bao's hand. Take your time to eat. I have something else to do. What is it? I can help. Hung Bo Bao stood up hurriedly, and even forgot about Jia Xian. Daytime and night travel was no longer effective, so the farm changed to ground movement. Hung Bo Bao saw this scene for the first time, and was surprised and excited. And Ro took out an empty sack, put a hand in it, and the sack quickly bulged. And Ro, what are you doing? There are bad guys chasing us. We need to remove the traces of the farm's movement. Hung Bo Bao heard the knocking sound of gold coins in the bag. Can we remove the traces with money? And Ro nodded. Hung Bo Bao grabbed the sack. I have money. I'll do it. And Ro didn't let go. Shook her head and smiled. Your money is not needed. Hung Bo Bao, aren't we friends? At the insistence of the eldest lady. And Ro let go of the sack. Hung Bo Bao followed her example and put his hand in. The sack was quickly filled up by half. And it was too heavy, so it fell to the ground with a bang. She continued to pour until the sack was bulging. The mouth of the sack was golden, and she couldn't hold it in. And Ro was speechless for a while, and asked, how much is it in total? Just less than 50,000 gold. Hung Bo Bao said generously. I still have several million in my account. You have so much money? Originally, I only had 200,000. But my parents came over a few days ago and said to give me all the money. So I have so much. No wonder. And Ro is not a saint. From the moment Hung Bo Bao snatched the sack, she immediately thought of a source of money, the savings in the accounts of the farm NPCs. Who is the richest among all the NPCs? Of course it is Hung Batong, the former richest man in Jiangsu. If the gold coins are still in Hung Batong's pocket, and Ro can grab them without hesitation, no matter whether he lives or dies. But he actually has a fatherly heart and gave all his property to his daughter. It is somewhat unkind to steal money from the straightforward Hung Bo Bao. And Ro just rejected this idea, only to hear Hung Bo Bao say, and Ro, if we are friends, don't be polite to me. The farm costs a lot of money every day. I know. And I also want to contribute. And Ro stared at her quietly for a moment, revealing a sincere smile. First, the farm is indeed short of money at the moment, and food and coal cannot be cut off. Pao Pao clearing the farm tracks is a necessary expense. The money in Hung Bo Bao's hands solved the urgent problem. Second, Hung Bo Bao, as an NPC who is greedy for money, took the initiative to contribute money, which shows that her favorability towards him has surpassed the weight of money. Just like Pao Pao used sweet words to cheat Mei Hong of all her property with a high favorability. From another perspective, Hung Bo Bao's favorability towards her must have exceeded the scope of friendship. This made Ro feel a little embarrassed. After all, she had just done some PUA. And Ro, how can I use this money to remove the traces? Hung Bo Bao took a cautious step forward and stood at the height of the farm. The height of more than 20 meters made her feel dizzy, and she quickly retreated. However, she saw a familiar figure below the farm. Ping Ping Wuchi is also here? What is he doing? Why is he running down there? Hung Bo Bao asked. And Ro smiled and said, he is the man of destiny. In addition to money, we have to rely on him to remove the traces. Brother Jia is also a destiny man. And so is Brother Mo. Hung Bo Bao disagreed. They all look much better than being ordinary. But they don't want to do this hard work. They just run around and don't mind the hard work. It's the most down to earth. And Ro grabbed a handful of gold coins and scattered them outside the farm. It's okay to scatter them like this. Maybe once every 10 seconds. Oh! Hung Bo Bao counted the seconds, scattered a handful of gold coins, and said to himself, it seems that being ordinary also has its advantages. Before he finished speaking, Pao Pao climbed up the rope. Boss, don't throw money down. I have money in my pocket. The moment he saw Hung Bo Bao, his voice stopped abruptly, and he put on a sour face. Hung Bo Bao also snorted and scattered his own gold coins. And Ro hurriedly gave Pao Pao a look. This kid. How could he waste her assist in finding the right opportunity? Pao Pao scratched his head and said uncomfortably, you are here too. Hung Bo Bao was not to be outdone. Can you come? I can go wherever I want. Do you still want to restrict me? Pao Pao didn't know what to say. His eyes swept across the sacks on the ground, and he looked at Ro in confusion. And Ro blinked. Pao Pao scratched his head. Then I'll go get busy first. The voice was muffled, But his hands and feet were fast. And he was obviously full of energy compared to before. Men and women work together. And work is not tiring. He began to feel proud. Under Ling Hanli's assignment, the farm residents were assigned to work positions. Most of the old employees under Unreasonable returned to the shops they were in charge of. And other shops were also reopened one after another. It's not for making money. Just for something to do. In just 2 days, the whole farm entered a communal operation mode. They no longer ate from a big pot, but went to Ling Hanli to get supplies every day. Hung Batong was transferred back to the other courtyard from the orchard. And his coordination ability acquired over many years of business was fully utilized. Each resident decided one day, in advance, which store to go to for dinner the next day. And the store went to Ling Hanli early in the morning to apply for ingredients. Hung Batong assisted from the side. And as long as he heard the number of people, he could accurately judge whether the number of materials requested was reasonable. Enra does not restrict residents' food, clothing and daily expenses. If they want to have a big meal, they can go to Yong'an restaurant. If they are tired of eating, there are also a number of newly opened snack shops, such as the steamed bun shop and the yuanshao shop. If you want to wear a suit or cheongsam, you can go to the merchant's shop to get it. If you are not comfortable with it, you can change back to ordinary clothes. Of course, the premise is to complete the work at hand. Whether you are responsible for farming or managing a shop, the living expenses are the same anyway. And no one looks down on anyone. Everyone works hard at their jobs. Because everyone has discovered that life on Yong'an Farm is a life they have never imagined. I have been to Lingbing City for many times, but I have never heard of a place where people can live so comfortably. The new residents were originally refugees from the trial town. After the work was assigned, they also regained their identities. And Rose saw this and asked Pao Pao privately if this meant that the system recognized the existence of Yong'an Farm. Pao Pao said decisively, "Of course, Yong'an Farm has always existed." Tracing back to the origin. Wasn't it left by the boss's grandfather? He also took out a map to testify. "Boss, look, our farm is a moving landmark on the big map." The zoomed-in mini-map also has the names of the 3 streets. After the buildings in the trial town were remodeled, they were moved behind Yong'an Street. So the farm had a 3rd street, considering that there were no shops on this street. And Ro decided to name it Lane. And Yong'an was stubborn and insisted on using Ro's name, and named it Yanru Lane. I didn't do anything. But it became a street. Ro worked so hard for everyone. How could I hide it? And Yong'an said this with a proud look on his face. And Ro agreed. Yanru Lane. A nice name. This made Ro walk through the lane every day. On the 3rd day, she found a whole row of cherry trees in the lane, planted from the entrance to the end of the lane. The pale pink cherry blossoms fell, giving the old building, which was a little dark due to insufficient repair, a gentle and romantic color. Ding ding. Pao Pao suddenly jumped down from the cherry tree. Surprised or not, unexpected or not, boss, cherry blossoms bloom in the cold spring, and are best planted in the Soul Realm. I found this in the garden of the other courtyard. And Ro put away her smile and frowned. It's enough to plant 1 or 2. And to copy dozens of them. Let me make it clear first. Your own decision will not be included in the farm cost. Pao Pao smiled and said, I didn't spend a penny. It was all raised by the residents. And they even wanted to give me hard work fees. And Ro was stunned. They raised money? Yes, boss. Everyone has a good life. They are all very grateful to you. The fact that the NPC, who was greedy for money, took the initiative to pay money shows the weight of gratitude. And Ro always felt that she was unworthy of it. Whether it was the old residents or the new residents. She didn't want to bring them to the farm from the bottom of her heart. Providing them with living supplies was just out of the mentality of taking responsibility after bringing people here. As for giving them enough supplies to make them feel happy. And Rose simply felt that, based on the current situation, the farm did not need to develop the economy. And communal operation was the most appropriate. The reaction of the residents was totally beyond her expectations. That night, and Rose sat alone on the edge of the farm, looking at the endless lifeless land in the darkness. Chu Mo had not yet appeared, and there was no sign of the joint team tracking her, which made her feel the long-lost peace on this farm she built with her own hands. In a trance, and Ro felt that she had returned to the time when she first discovered the abandoned farm. In order to avoid the news of Zhongsu town, she and Bao Fu hid in the farm. At that time, Bao Fu was far less huge than he is now. with a diameter of his back of at most 2 or 3 meters. She often lay on its broad and flat back, hooked one hand around its neck, and stared at the gray-blue sky of the soul world in a daze. It turns out that sometimes the boundary between poverty and wealth is not clear, and Ro lay down and gently stroked the land around her. She suddenly felt that even if there was no farm, no Anyonyan, no Papao, and no NPCs with various backgrounds on the farm, as long as there was Foo around, it would be enough. The faint sound of the whistle woke her up, and Ro sat up suddenly and looked in the direction of the sound. It was too dark to see clearly. She turned to connect with Bao Fu's consciousness and looked over. A circular viaduct appeared on the land of no life. On both sides of the circle, 2 trains whistled and drove towards each other. But after entering the viaduct, they turned to the side. After going half a circle, they went in the direction they came from. It turned out that Bao Fu flew over the track of the T-23 train. That's right. T-23 is running between Lingbing City and Ghost Island, and the farm is now heading to Ghost Island. So it's natural that they might meet. The next day, Pao Pao said while eating breakfast, "It seems that we have already covered half of the distance. If we hadn't taken a detour to avoid the joint team, we should have reached Ghost Island long ago. And there would be no need to spend so many days." "Half of the distance?" "Yes, boss. You see, the circular elevated track is the track turntable, right in the middle of Lingbing City and Ghost Island. T-23 of the 2 camps sends a train every day, but there is only one track, and there is no track turntable to make room. So the 2 trains collided with each other." And Rose suddenly realized. Pao Pao sighed, "It's also my fault that my level is not high enough, and all the attributes are not enough. Otherwise we would have reached the Ghost Island. Except for the life potion. The other 3 potions have been basically exhausted." He ran after Bao Fu every day during the day. In the morning, he could barely keep up. But in the afternoon, he was exhausted and had to let Bao Fu slow down. After 3 days, his skin was visibly darker, compared with other players who carefully pinched their faces. He looked more and more ordinary and indistinguishable. But Pao Pao loves this job so much that he can't help grinning when he thinks about going to work after breakfast. Andrew teased, "It seems that your relationship has progressed rapidly. The farm moves so slowly in the afternoon. Could it be that you are dragging Bobeo with you?" The last mouthful of soy milk choked Pao Pao to death. "Boss, what are you talking about? She and I are pure." He brought up the light screen. "Look, it's all your fault. You choked on the soy milk and lost 5 health points." Andrew couldn't help laughing. And at the same time, she admired Hung Bobeo. The idea of scattering gold coins on the edge of the farm was originally intended to pull Hung Bobeo away from the troublesome Jia Xian, and to create an opportunity for her to have more contact with Pao Pao. "I thought that Hung Bobeo would only last 1 day at most for such a boring job before going on strike. But I didn't expect that Miss Hung worked for 3 days without complaining. Yesterday at noon, she came to the kitchen to pack a large and sumptuous meal, and happily sent it to Pao Pao." Hung Batong also noticed the changes in his beloved daughter, and found Andrew. But he hesitated and didn't say anything. Not long after he left, Lung Hanli came over, and Ro thought she would object to Hung Bobeo and Pao Pao being together. But unexpectedly, Lung Hanli's first words were to thank him. "Hung Batong and I don't want to hand Bobeo over to the Destined One. But I have seen the character of Secretary Pao Pao. If Bobeo can be with him, it will be a good destination." And Ro laughed and said nothing more. While she was happy for Pao Pao, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Pao Pao is a living person in the real world after all. He grew up, matured, got married, had children. He has an ordinary life to go. Even if he and Hung Bobeo are in love, how long can they stay together? Seeing that the Ghost Island is getting closer and closer. Before Pao Pao left work that day, and Ro took him to study Long Yan's movements as usual. The forum was the same as usual, and no abnormalities were found. The waves caused by Ali's failure to pass the exam have dissipated, and Quang Dao's failure to pass the exam is like a stone thrown into the water, without any splashes. Similarly, and Ro did not find anyone mentioning the Sub-3 area, let alone the trial area that Long Yan kept strictly confidential. The Gal Guild must have been bribed by Long Yan. Peo's expression turned into disdain, and then into doubt. "Boss, since we left the trial area, my brother has not returned home. Not at night, not during the day. I went to look for him several times, but was blocked at the door. Do you think Long Yen encountered something more important and gave up tracking us? I hope so, and Rose said. But her intuition told her that it was unlikely. And Rose said, you can get off work and travel another day. We should reach Ghost Island tomorrow night. The black market is just opening, and we will need you to work overtime then. Pow Pow opened his eyes and walked out of the holographic cabin. He didn't have time to take a shower, so he picked up his phone and made a call. It was his brother's secretary who answered the phone. The president is busy and can't answer the phone for the time being. The secretary still had that sentence. Pow Pow pouted. What on earth was he so busy that he didn't go home for several days? He never thought that it was his fault that made his brother so anxious that he couldn't log off. Somewhere in the land of no life, a group of Long Yen members held searchlights and moved slowly in the darkness. In the game, this portable searchlight is extremely expensive, and the batteries produced in Ghost Island are even more expensive. The price of each one is enough to buy an orange weapon. They have already used up hundreds of them. Where the dozen searchlights illuminate is a forest. A slowly moving forest. When she led the 100-man army to arrive. This nightmare forest had no other abnormalities except that the trees were dense. When the army entered the forest to search for the joint team, the abnormality appeared. The forest began to move. It seemed to come alive, like a giant creature growing out of a lifeless land. Its countless roots were its legs and feet, wriggling in the soil, carrying the trunks and crowns on the ground, slowly shifting from their original positions. Countless roots were like tillers, leaving a kilometer-wide mound behind it. If the soil had not been tainted with corpse poison, it would have been possible to grow vegetables. Shijing immediately ordered the Logistics Dragon Breath team and the Game Operation and Maintenance Department to conduct research. But the result was that there was no result. A nightmare forest wandering in the land of no life? This has never been seen before in the 23 years since the game was released. No one knows better than the Dragon Flame Guild that the soul-calling song may seem mixed, but it has no bugs. Yong'an Farm is indeed related to divine revelation. The special thing about this nightmare forest is not only that it moves, but the density of trees is also far higher than other trees, which makes the search and rescue work extremely difficult. First, the vision is blocked, and if you are not careful, you will miss the members of the joint team who are lost in it. Second, the concentration of hallucinogenic gas is extremely high, and even the expensive barrier helmet produced in Ghost Island can hardly resist it completely. The search and rescue team had to withdraw and wake up for a while after searching for an hour. In addition, there was another point that greatly hindered the search and rescue progress. Every tree in the forest looked exactly the same, obviously copied by gold coins. Even if the search and rescue team left good marks along the way, it would be easy to get lost. In this way, the entire search and rescue process was full of difficulties, and time was delayed day after day. It's not that there is no faster way. Mobilize more Dragon Flame members to cut down all the nightmare trees. However, the secret operation of the joint team could easily leak out, which would lead to the spread of news about Unreasonable Farm being associated with Shinchi. Guilds in various countries all knew about the existence of Shinchi. On the other hand, Shijing also hoped to keep the moving nightmare forest for subsequent research. Fortunately, after continuous efforts day and night, the search and rescue work finally came to an end. Because the forest was newly generated, there were no ghouls in it, and no casualties occurred during the search and rescue process. This was the best news. Another rescue team came out of the dense forest holding searchlights, and one of them supported a member of the joint team. Yulata, in the slightly swaying light, would recognize the other person's appearance and walked forward quickly. He inhaled too much hallucinogenic gas and has not yet escaped from the nightmare. A rescue member said, "We have fed him various medicines, and he will wake up soon." The medicine he mentioned refers to life, physical and mental medicine. After falling into the nightmare for too long, Yulata has not eaten, and his physical and mental values have been exhausted. Once these two attributes are reduced to zero, the life recovery effect brought by the player's level will be offset. Looking at Yurata's appearance, not only was the recovery effect completely offset, but the life value also dropped a lot. Wei waved his hand back, and the members of the guard group came over quickly and took Yurata from the rescuer. Wei walked back to Shijing's side and looked at the forest under the dark night. The nightmare trees were so dense that even the rescuer's searchlight could not penetrate the treetops. "The only thing left is to disembowel her," he said. Shi nodded, and saw the message pop up on the light screen. With a look of joy, we found Kyrie. Not long after, the last rescue team helped Kyrie out of the forest. Unexpectedly, everyone in the team was injured. Some had blood stains on their helmets, and some had big holes in their clothes. With blood stains. What happened? The Kyrie chief may be in a nightmare, and he attacks everyone indiscriminately. The Longyan member who answered was holding Kyrie's weapon in his hand. It was because they took great pains to grab the double-edged knife that they successfully subdued the man and brought him out. For this, one of his companions died once, losing half of his life value. Shi Shijing frowned and nodded, and called Jinsha, a member of the Longyan group, to take over the opening. The opening was in a daze, and suddenly bit an elbow and hit Jinsha, shouting, "You are the dwarf. Your whole family is dwarfs." Jinsha reacted very quickly and activated active defense. The opening elbow hit the defense light shield, and after feeling the pain, he woke up immediately. When he saw so many eyes looking at him, he immediately realized that the scene just now was just a nightmare. Fuck. Fuck. He cursed fiercely and struggled to get rid of Jinsha's support. Shi Shijing, open up. Kai's ferocious expression immediately relaxed, and he said seriously, "I was accidentally tricked by the ghoul. Don't worry. There won't be a next time." Shi Shijing smiled helplessly, dismissed the search and rescue team, called another person from the team, and walked slowly behind the nightmare forest with all the members of the joint team. This is Pai Xia, a high-level gold player, replacing Sha Bai Si. Shi Shijing briefly introduced the replacement team members, and then said, "We have wasted too much time, so I won't let you rest first. Let me briefly talk about the current situation. In the past few days, Wit and I have restored the entire process of tracking and fighting. All signs show that our analysis of Yandon Farm before the mission began was correct. The opponent faced by the joint team is not only the ghoul, but also the wild guest named Pao Pao. In order to rescue Meng Ziyu, the other party changed the game ID when approaching Shabi C. It may be a name change card or a disguise card. It doesn't matter. What's important is Sha Bai Si's judgment. This wild guest's level may be in the middle and low gold level, not high. In a one-on-one fight, anyone in the joint team can easily beat him. So, we can draw a conclusion here. He can't be the initiator of the Yong'an Farm mission. If the Yong'an Farm mission is regarded as raising goo, there is someone else who raises goo. Maybe it's Enro. Maybe it's someone hiding in the dark and never showing up. This needs you to dig out. In the first fight, our joint team suffered a defeat. I believe that everyone will start to face the opponent next. Don't be discouraged. This battle was not fought in vain. First, the mission clues have not expired. Second, although we have lost the location of the transmission card, we have created a new tracking method. Shi Shijing glanced at Wit. Wit turned his palm over, and a transparent glass bottle appeared in his palm, similar in size to the potion. But the bottle was not filled with liquid, but a small amount of white fine sand. The bottle was obviously a closed environment, but the fine sand seemed to be blown up by the wind, flying in the same direction one after another, hitting the glass and sliding to the bottom of the bottle, and then being blown up again, over and over again. Kyrie glared. Soul-chasing sand? How come it's in your hand? Shi Shijing glanced at him indifferently. So far, the performance of everyone in the joint team is obvious to all. After unanimous discussion between me and President Gao, we decided to cancel the grouping and let Wit be the leader of the joint team to command the next action. He looked at Kyrie. Kyrie will be the deputy leader and follow Wit's command. Kyrie suddenly took a deep breath, but was sealed in his chest by Shi Shijing's cold gaze, and he couldn't vomit even if he wanted to. The members of the Gao team looked at Wit proudly with joy on their faces. The other members of the Longyan team had complicated expressions. They did not dare to look at their own president, nor did they dare to look at the disembowelment that was in a bad mood. Wit said nothing. His tall figure was as calm as marble as always, but his eyes were drooping. None of the fellow gals present knew his heavy mood. In order to find out the cause of his brother's death, he had betrayed his country. Shi Shijing took the soul-chasing sand from him and said, "This prop is a pear with a corpse fluid sprinkled on the ghoul. The ghoul is in the direction where the sand flies. The advantage is that it ignores distance, but the disadvantage is that it is impossible to estimate the distance. However, it is enough." He handed the soul-chasing sand to Wit again. The joint team has already wasted a lot of time. According to the previous movement speed of the ghoul, it will take at least 1 day and 1 night to catch up. Without further ado, Wit, lead the team to set off. Wit, yes. President Liu. After soaking in the neural sensor for a few days, every inch of his skin was wrinkled and bloodless. Sure, she had just started taking a hot bath when Wei Gang rushed to his office. Team leader Wei. The president hasn't finished washing up yet, the secretary said. It's okay. Wei Gang waved his hand and walked straight to the bathroom door, leaning against the frosted glass door. Shizheng. What's going on? Sure, Shizheng stood under the shower, letting the hot water soothe his tired nerves bit by bit. Hearing this, he smiled and said, everyone has been rescued, and there is no new situation. Wei Gang, I mean the ink removal. Did the ghoul named Meng Ziyu deliberately lead the joint team to catch him? Sure, Shizheng opened his eyes and did not answer. In the whole review process, only this link cannot be reasonably explained. A ghoul so fast that even the top super gods can't catch up. Even if the ghost technique comes with a movement bonus, the level must be at least S level. Right? After bringing the joint team to the place, it disappeared. And because of the long distance, the joint team was unable to activate the ghoul level identification function from beginning to end. Sure, Shizheng and Wei Gang thought of Chu Mo at the same time. Maybe the joint team didn't find a ghoul at all, but him. But why did Chu Mo do this? After learning about the death of Enro in reality, Chu Mo left angrily. If he had already discovered Yong'an Farm, sure, Shizheng fully believed that he could complete the entire mission by himself. If he chose to stand by NPC Enro, why did he guide the joint team to track the farm? Wei Gang outside the door didn't wait for a response, but understood. He lit a cigarette and persuaded Sure Shizheng. He hasn't replied to your message yet. Right? That guy has always been weird, and it's hard to figure out what's in his mind. It's good that he wasn't allowed to join the joint team. I've already mentioned it to the higher-ups. How can we put the future hope of the whole country on a dead person? Old Wei. Sure, Shizheng interrupted him. Don't talk nonsense. Who is the dead person? Wei Gang tooted. Sure, Shizheng's thoughts couldn't leave his complaints. The word dead person made him think of Enro. Could it be that Chu Mo couldn't bear to kill the NPC with the same name as Enro? So he adopted this roundabout way to help the joint team carry out the mission? This is the most reasonable explanation at the moment. You've been so quiet lately. Have you calmed down? Looking at the entire soul world, no one can match Jia Xian in finding people. With a little thought and a step forward, he was next to the person he was looking for. Jia Xian followed Chu Mo and also lay down on the roof. He held a handful of peanuts in his hand and threw them into his mouth one by one. His image was very different from the Jia Xian that Chu Mo knew. He was pretending. Chu Mo still didn't even look at him. Jia Xian smiled and said, she has some skills. If I continue to play with you, I also want to find a job on the farm. You tell me. With my appearance, what kind of job is suitable for me? Shopkeeper? Accountant? Or a clerk selling antiques and calligraphy in a business? Well, none of them are suitable. The best job is still a teacher. But it's a pity that they didn't build a few schools and private schools in the Soul World when they first developed it. The Soul World has everything. Why is it missing this? Chu Mo, do you know that world? Do you know the reason? It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. Anyway, there is no such thing. Otherwise, I'll suggest to her someday to build a primary school on the farm. Well, it doesn't make much sense. There are only 2 children in such a big farm, and one of them is a ghoul in human skin. No, the children in that world study until they are at least 18 years old. Right? By this calculation, including Buzi, Xingqing, and Xiuya, there are a total of 4 students, enough to open a private school. Chu Mo never spoke, but his brows were already frowning above his closed eyes. Jia Xian has been getting more and more noisy these days. Finally, Jia Xian brought up something serious. The problem I gave you will soon have the 2nd level. Are you looking forward to it? Chu Mo moved slightly, turned his pale face to the other side, where the streetlights could not reach, and disappeared into the darkness. When the pale sun once again fell below the horizon, the distance between Ghost Island and the farm on the map finally shrunk to the length of a finger. Boss, Ghost Island is less than 30 kilometers away. If you go further, you may encounter Ghost Island players who come to the land of no life to kill ghouls. Then stop here. And Ro asked Bao Fu to stop, considering to avoid leaving traces as much as possible. The farm was not pressed on the ground. Bao Bao dealt with the marks behind, climbed up the farm, stood within row, and looked into the distance. In the far distance, between the dim sky and earth, there was a faint blue light. It was a huge light shield covering the entire Ghost Island. Chapter 116. The 4 major camps of Cold Soldier City. Ghost Island, Spirit Realm, and Empty Valley are the 4 copies of Soul Song. They coexist under the same game mechanism and are related to each other, but they are very independent. Many players spend their entire gaming careers in a certain camp and have never been to the outside world. First, the geopolitics brought into the game from reality makes it difficult for players to do tasks in other camps. Second, the background settings of each camp are very different, making it difficult for players in other camps to compete with local players. After all, they have the home advantage. For example, Cold Soldier City and Ghost Island. The former is backward in technology and cold weapons are prevalent, while the latter gathers most of the black technology in the game, and players usually use hot weapons. The living environment of Ghost Island is also very different from that of Cold Soldier City. Ghost Island is composed of 678 islands of various sizes. The total area is far less than that of Cold Soldier City, but the structure is much more complex than that of Cold Soldier City. The island is not formed purely naturally. At the beginning of the copy, there are a lot of traces of artificial transformation. Each island has a huge metal pillar at the root, which is connected to the main trunk submerged under the water in the center of the archipelago. Figuratively speaking, it is like an overripe broccoli. Every cauliflower exploded. Some islands have tall buildings, which look cyber-style. Some islands have few buildings and few people, like forgotten Garbage Islands. But for Ghost Island, Garbage Island is also an indispensable member. All islands are connected to the main trunk. The huge and unimaginable metal structure sunk under the sea is like a perpetual motion machine, moving them all day long. Only 8 power islands and 8 pack islands are fixed. Power islands are scattered all over the archipelago. The thick smoke from the tall chimneys makes Ghost Island shrouded in gray fog all year round, without sunlight. Tua Island is a transportation fortress, all located on the west side of Gui Island near the coast. 3 of the 2 islands are connected to the railway, leading to the other 3 camps respectively. The remaining 5 Tua islands are for shipping. Not ships that go into the water, but thermal ships flying in the air. Thermal ships are the counterparts of the teleportation array in Lingbing City. They are only suitable for short-distance commuting, and are also the main way for players to travel between islands. If Enro wants to go to the Black Market Island, the first stop she must arrive at is Tua Island and take a thermal ship. The plan to sell props on the black market of Gui Island is much more complicated than she imagined at first, because the black market was open at night. Enro originally thought that she only needed to let Bao Fu fly to the top of the Black Market Island and then go down with the props to trade. However, the information collected by Pao Pao after being offline these days told her that it was not that simple. First of all, the Ghost Island was covered by an opaque light cover all day long, which had an anti-peeping effect. Not to mention at night, even during the day, you couldn't see the scene inside. Secondly, although the Ghost Island map given by Jia Xian had the circulation path of the Black Market Island, it did not point out when to flow to where, so it was completely useless. If you want to go to the Black Market, you still have to take the thermal boat like a bus and get off at the Black Market Island station. Therefore, Enro, who found that she was tricked, didn't look at Jia Xian in a good face during these days. Not only that, the guide to the Ghost Island that Pao Pao found also said that the Ghost Island would enter a closed state at night, and only people could leave but not enter, in order to prevent someone from breaking in from the air. Powerful thermal weapons were deployed on each island, and they could randomly shoot into the sky at any time. Sudden wealth can't even hover in the air. After much thought, Anri could only let Baofu carry the farm and stay in the lifeless land 30 kilometers away from the Ghost Island. The trip to the black market was completed by her and Pao Pao. Peo's prop bar had limited space and could not carry too many props. Anri simply picked some small props and put them in the backpack for him to carry. The black backpack was picked up in the lifeless land. It was tattered, and it cost hundreds of gold coins to restore it. The design style was very modern, and it was obviously not a living prop in Lingbing City. Pao Pao was probably left behind by a Ghost Island player. Many players kill low-level ghouls in the land of no life. In order to earn more money, they often stay for several days and bring many daily necessities. If the prop bar is not full, They carry an extra bag, with a backpack, and a set of clothes similar to the Ghost Island style. Pow Pow has become a Ghost Island player, in order to fit the image. And Ro also took off her cheongsam, and changed into a clean and neat set of clothes. Her long hair was also changed into a ponytail, and she looked like a local NPC on Ghost Island. The two rushed all the way through the land of no life, and finally arrived at the entrance of Ghost Island before the night fell completely. This is a wide metal plank road, with the sea water surging under the tide. The entrance of the plank road is built on the coast, and it is a kilometer away from the vast blue light cover behind it that is as big as the sky. There are still many players who want to return to Ghost Island at night, and a long queue has formed at the entrance of the plank road. There is a row of players on each side of the plank road, ranging from gold to bronze, holding guns of various shapes in their hands, and wearing uniforms similar to those of security guards. Are they not from the same guild? And Ro asked Pow Pow in a low voice. The uniforms of the two rows of security guards were different colors, and the badges on their heads were also different, and Ro couldn't see the specific badges from a distance. Pow Pow followed her gaze and answered, the dark green uniforms belong to Atten, and the khaki uniforms belong to Faili. They are the largest guild on Ghost Island. Like Ollie and Gar, they often fight each other. And Ro nodded. Even the entrance guards had to send half of their people, which was evident. About 10 minutes later, it was their turn. There was a long table at the entrance of the plank road, and behind it sat two guards. One was Atten, and the other was Faili. Guard Atten looked up and glanced at Pow Pow. ID. Pow Pow showed his ID. The guard wrote it down on a piece of paper and asked, from outside? Which camp? No. I'm from Onigashima, and I'm out to kill ghouls. Pow Pow patted his backpack with his backhand, feeling a little nervous. The bag was full of props, and whenever the guard asked to check it or activated a perspective card, the huge wealth would be exposed. Fortunately, there were many people with backpacks in the team, so the guard did not conduct further inspection. Where do you live? Number 47. Level 1 Island. The guard looked at Pow Pow again. Level 1 islands are very expensive, and it is rare to find a wild guest who can afford to live on a level 1 island. Pow Pow took the opportunity to pull and row behind him to the front, and her. My NPC companion? The guard looked suspicious. Take your companion to the land of no life? Pow Pow showed his ID again, and this time, the level behind the ID was also displayed. She was clamoring to go and open her eyes. There was nothing we could do. A doting tone. The golden wild guest, no matter where he went, could not be ignored. The guard's expression immediately eased. Please come in. And Ro took the opportunity to increase his favorability by 5%, so that he could dispel the last bit of doubt. A kilometer of plank road is very long for ordinary people, but for players, it is only a matter of a few minutes. Pow Pow used the movement skill and stopped at the other end within Ro in the blink of an eye. A towering light shield stood before his eyes. Two thin sticks were inserted into the black metal ground. For some unknown reason, a gap was opened in the light shield for people to pass through. And Ro walked in, turned her head and asked, does this light shield have attack properties? Coincidentally, a very tall player followed behind and touched the light shield with his head. Two Atten guards suddenly rushed out from behind in Ro. After finding that it was an accidental touch, they scolded the player with a stinky face. And Ro understood that the light shield did not have an attack, but it could notify the guards that someone broke in. In addition, there is also a peeping function. Standing inside and looking outside, the view is completely unobstructed, just like the one-way glass in the interrogation room. Go, Pow Pow said. Wait. And Ro looked at the sea plank road outside the light shield. They arrived late and were near the end of the team. At this time, the last few players also came in. The two thermal ships flew to the entrance of the plank road and slowly descended. After the guards of Atten and Philistin boarded their ships, heavy mechanical creaking sounds rang in the air. The metal plank road was broken into two parts, each of which sank into the sea. A surge of electric light appeared on the sea. As the guide said, the entire Onigashima Sea area is full of high-voltage electricity. This protective measure consumes an astonishing amount of electricity. No wonder 8 power islands are set up. It seems that in an emergency, jumping into the sea and running away is impossible. The sea plank road connects to a 2 island, which is brightly lit and has many lighthouses dozens of meters high standing far and near. Onigashima is probably the place in the entire Soul world that is least short of electricity. And Ro thought. The blazing white light of the lighthouse illuminated the large and small ships. The large ships gathered on the left, and the right was almost all small ships. Other players who entered the island walked to the left one after another, and got on a thermal ship that was as big as a bus. In front of them, a thermal ship had already taken off, with yellow light shining through the thermal ball and a whirring burning sound. This kind of large ship carries many people, and is very slow, so it is not in Ro's target. She and Pow Pow walked towards the neatly arranged small boats on the left, and an NPC came to meet them. Qian Wang, a shipping leasing employee. The name is somewhat inconsistent with the cyber scene of Guidao. Qian Wang smiled hospitably. Sir or miss, do you want to rent a boat? The boat rental business of Guidao may be comparable to the car rental business of Lingbingcheng, and it is even more deceptive than Lingbingcheng. Lingbingcheng car rental is charged by day, while Guidao is charged by hour. 500 gold per hour. Pay after use. But you need to pay a 10-hour deposit first. Pow Pow didn't want to act like an outsider, so he interrupted him and paid the money directly. There were rows of thermal boats to choose from, and Pow Pow picked the nearest one. Qian Wang pulled down the boarding ladder and politely invited the two to board the boat, then turned around and greeted the other side. Guests are coming. A figure appeared in the corner and walked slowly over. It turned out to be a listless player with a straightforward and interesting idea above his head. CG. Pow Pow was studying how to start this thing, and was stunned when he saw this. Then he remembered that renting a thermal boat comes with a driver. Maybe he was afraid that the driver wouldn't know how to drive. Or maybe he was afraid that the driver would run away with the boat. After all, 5,000 gold can't buy a thermal boat. The driver didn't take the boarding ladder, but jumped onto the deck easily, nodded to the two casually, and sat at the bow. He skillfully operated the buttons and joysticks, and the hull trembled slightly, and there was a roar around. The sound was much smaller than that of a large thermal boat, and there was no thermal ball raised. Seeing in Ro's eyes hovering in the middle of the hull, Pow Pow explained in a low voice, the airbag of the boat is hidden in the hull. And Ro nodded suddenly, although she didn't understand. It was undeniable that she was tempted. I want to get a few back to the farm. Pow Pow is worthy of being the boss's secretary. He guessed her thoughts again and added, transportation tools are not life props. The prop bar can't fit. It means that it's impossible to sneak a few thermal boats out of the ghost island without attracting attention. And Ro sighed with regret. The thermal boat took off, and CG asked without turning his head, where are we going? Black Market Island. Pow Pow answered immediately. Which Black Market Island? CG glanced back. His eyes swept across his backpack, and said to himself, I heard that the official purchase price of the number 7 Black Market Island is high recently, and it is very popular. Where to go? Pow Pow and Anra looked at each other, and saw the same question in each other's eyes. Official stores purchase props. And there is a price difference? Unheard of. And it is not mentioned in the Ghost Island strategy. The hesitation of the two made CG see the flaw, and he said in a light tone, you are not from the Ghost Island camp, right? No wonder you don't know. Ghost Island has the least number of official stores among the 4 major camps, with only 8 Black Market Islands, and it is normal for the supply to be unbalanced, but it is rare to cause price differences. So you are lucky. Pow Pow didn't respond. His eyes were alert. CG smiled to himself. Don't worry. I'm a knight, not a security guard. I just want to earn this salary. I don't care where you come from. Okay, let's go to Black Market Island number 7, Andrew said. She quietly grabbed Peo's hand and wrote the word bronze on the back of his hand. Pow Pow was relieved a little. He was already a gold player, so there was no need to be afraid of a bronze knight. Andrew sat down near the bow and chatted with CG, just like a player. CG didn't doubt it, but he was listless and incoherent. He looked like a social animal who had lost his temper due to life. That's right. A player who works as a driver in the game, not doing tasks, but working for NPCs. It would be strange if he had a temper. CG laughed at himself. The commission is 20%, and I can get 100 gold for an hour, and I can get a few hundred for a day, excluding the monthly rent of the holographic cabin. I can earn at least 1,000 or 2,000 a day. Where can I get so much money offline? And Ro was surprised and said, 20%? The commission is very high. What's so high? A silver player doing this job will get at least 10% more than me. I'm just a broken bronze player. Well, I also want to do tasks to improve my level. But there are many small players in this ghost place called Ghost Island. So how can there be so many tasks for everyone to share? I see many people go to the land of no life to gain experience. There are many low-level ghouls there. But if you are unlucky, you will encounter C-level and B-level ones. And you will be killed if you are not careful. Why bother? It's better to stay on the island and drive a boat. At least it's a job. And Ro agreed with him and asked again, NPC is willing to give the driver such a high commission? What can I do if I don't want to? CG patted the joystick. Do you like this thing? Don't talk about you. I still like it after driving it for so long. And I want to steal a boat and rob it from time to time. Everyone has this idea. They are afraid of death. Right? They can only ask the Destiny to help take care of it with a high salary. And Ro understood that it seems that the driver of the thermal boat is not just a driver, but also has the responsibility of taking care of the boat. She looked at the high-rise buildings slowly flying by on both sides, and felt that the Ghost Island was completely different from what she had imagined. It was strange yet familiar. You didn't come to Ghost Island just to go to the black market, did you? You want to stay and find a job? CG asked a rare question. Work? Yes. Don't foreign factions come to Ghost Island to find a job? There are many large and small equipment produced here. They are not weapons, but are much more expensive than weapons. Players can use them in many places. The higher your level, the higher the salary offered by the NPC. And Ro followed up with the question, are all these devices made by NPCs? They are all gold buns. So the Grayed Out Guild is not tempted? What's the point of being tempted? The game setting is for us to kill ghouls, not to do business. The guild can't take them away. CG's answer was vague, but his next sentence answered in Ro's curiosity. Take Lingbing City for example. Doesn't the Longyang Guild know how to make a generator? Of course they know, but they can't make it outside the Grayed Out territory. What is produced in what place is already set in the game. There is no reasoning. You don't look like a novice. How could you not know this? And Rose smiled and changed the subject. Why haven't we reached the Black Market Island yet? CG. The number 7 Black Market Island is turned inside. A little far away. It will probably take an hour. And Ro couldn't help but look at him twice more. So this is where the petty intentions are buried. Tricking them to go to the farthest Black Market Island, thereby extending the rental time and earning more commission. She smiled silently and didn't care. Those who only want to earn a stable salary in the monster-killing game are most likely to have the burden of supporting their families. When we arrived, it was already 8:15 at night. The Black Market Island is different from other islands. The whole island is covered by a bright blue light cover, and the scenery inside cannot be seen clearly. CG introduced that this is to ensure the privacy of trading players. In addition to the Black Market Island, many core islands in the Ghost Island also have light covers. The light cover is not big, and the height is average. I guess there are no high-rise buildings inside. The island area is also the smallest in the archipelago. The thermal ship stopped near the edge of the island, slowly descended, and sank into the light shield. The light shield of the Black Market Island is different from other places. It has a prohibition order effect. Anyone who breaks in during non-trading hours will have their life value cut in half. And this debuff will last for a week. If you stay on the island after the market closes, you will also be affected by this negative effect. Hurry up. And Ro nodded. The opening hours of the Black Market Island are from 8 to 10 p.m. There is still more than an hour before the market closes, which is enough time. However, it took CG 10 minutes to find a berth. As he said, Black Market Island number 7 attracted many players because of the high purchase price. And it was very popular. The places around the island for berthing ships were all packed. Do you want me to take you there? CG asked. No need. And Ro refused. If CG knew that they were selling so many props, it would be strange if he didn't get tempted by the money. The island was bustling with people everywhere. The further you go, the louder the noise and the brighter the lights. The innermost row of curved buildings is the official trading area. Pow Pow whispered in her ear, while vigilantly glancing around. Other players who didn't go to the official trading hall should have traded privately. They gathered together in small groups, whispering, inspecting goods and bargaining. Outside the official trading area, there are free trading areas. Boss, are we going to ship in the free trading area? And Ro frowned and looked around, a little hesitant. She could see everyone's ID and understood the situation faster than Pow Pow. In the free trade zone, guild players and wild guests. Low-level players and high-level players are mixed together, which can be called a mixed bag. If Peopeo's level is not raised, she will be worried. But Pao Pao is already a gold high-level player. Try it. And Rose said, one by one. Don't make a sound. Pao Pao was eager to try. Understood. Uncle Zhang. Play with me for a while. Uncle. Zisha held the small whip in one hand and pulled the whitened trouser leg with the other hand. Looking pitiful. There was a wooden top lying crookedly at her feet. Zhang De made the toy for her. So she decided that only Zhang De and herself could play with it. Playing a top requires some skills. And Zisha couldn't master it. So she kept pestering Zhang De to teach her. No one else could teach her except Zhang De. Not even her brother. Ming Ziyu sat on the doorstep angrily, unable to listen anymore, and turned to glare at Zhang De. What's wrong with you playing with her? Zhang De was indifferent. The boss wants us to take care of the farm. Although he said so, he never broke away from Zisha's hand. Ming Ziyu, what are you looking at? Who can see you outside in the middle of the night? It's a waste of time, since being forced to stay on the farm. And Ro personally assigned it a job, training manager, responsible for training ghoul employees in disguise skills. However, the bodies in the pickle jar have been cleared out, and no new employees have been differentiated. The old employees are all A level, although Ming Ziyu's level is higher than theirs. He is not as good as them in a real fight, and he dare not take this job too seriously. So far, it is not much different from a commander without troops, and it is very bored. Before Enro left, she asked it and Zhang De to be responsible for the safety of the farm. It was very annoying to work with Zhang De, a sawmouth gourd, especially when Zisha pestered Zhang De and refused to leave. Uncle Zhang. Zhang De still did not agree, and a piece of hemp candy appeared in his lowered hand. The little girl immediately threw the spinning top behind her and smiled happily. Less than 100 kilometers west of the farm, a team traveling in the dark stopped quietly. Wit took out the soul-chasing sand from the prop bar. The white sand was shining, and was blown forward by the invisible wind in the glass bottle. A black shadow quickly turned back. Kyrie, why don't you go anymore? Are you going in the wrong direction? Wit shook his head slowly, and shared the light screen. Go forward to the Ghost Island. I know. So what? The player density of the Ghost Island is much higher than that of the Cold Soldier City. Wit's words revealed a hint of worry. Kyrie understood and said sarcastically, why? You want to change your sponsor just 2 days after surrendering? Want to remind Philip or Aden? Go ahead. I won't stop you. President Liu merged the groups and appointed Wit as the leader. It's impossible for him to do it without a purpose. After he figured out the deep meaning of the opening, he has been in this attitude. He used to admire Wit's character. But now? Haha, to be honest. This guy is a traitor who puts personal hatred before national interests. Wit did not argue. Put away the light screen, and said lightly, let's go! Since the forum and President Liu did not give any news about the abnormality of Ghost Island, the Guild of Ghost Island should not have discovered Yondon Farm yet. Otherwise, the subsequent actions will involve the diplomatic level, which will be troublesome. CG held back a yawn, and looked at the brightly lit official trading area in the distance. Most of the players who come to the Black Market Island to trade are hoping to buy low and sell high. And free trading is the first step. Those two will not come back too soon. He left the driving seat and laid down in the middle of the deck. Every day, the online time is too long, and the nerves are always tired. The low-level mental potion that costs 10 gold a bottle is useless, and the effective intermediate mental potion is too expensive to drink. 5,000 gold is enough for him to work for several days. CG thought to himself, and his gradually blurred consciousness made him not notice the rustling around him. Philippine Guild. Trader number 7. Execution Team. Quindy, the support team is in place. Benlar, the investigation team reports the situation. Hasi, the investigation team has dispersed, and there is no abnormality for the time being. Benlar, clue analysis, the target ghoul is very good at disguise. The investigation team pays close attention to the players in the free trade zone to prevent the other party from ambushing the ghoul tide secretly. Also, pay attention to the number of Yatin members, and don't let them snatch this mission away. The trend of free trade between players is very popular in Ghost Island, which makes Enro secretly relieved. Everyone abides by the rules. If the price is agreed, the money and goods are paid, and if it is not agreed, they turn around and leave. In addition, and Ro did not want to sell every item at the highest price. So in just half an hour, a lot of goods were sold smoothly, except for a few daily carrying items. The running item column was basically emptied, and a total of more than 2 million gold was recovered. They sold things one after another. To avoid attracting attention, they moved to a new place after each sale and kept their distance. Their footprints covered half of the black market island without them noticing. There were only a few lighthouses in the free trade zone, and the light was not as bright as in the official trade zone. The two found a relatively hidden corner. Pow Pow put down his backpack and planned to put the props in the bag into the prop column to replenish the stock. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. "Where are you two from?" Hossie noticed them 10 minutes ago. These two people mixed in the crowd, changing places every 1 or 2 minutes to trade with other players. Judging from the expressions of the two parties after they separated, it was obvious that every transaction was completed. There are 3 types of players who will bring a large number of props to the black market for trading. First, the guild ship in bulk. Most of them set up stalls in a high-profile manner, hoping that everyone will come to bid. These two people are obviously not. Second, high-level players ship and go out to complete several low-level and medium-level tasks. But in order to deter the scoundrels, high-level players want to show their levels throughout the process. Neither are these two. Third, robbers, corpse stealers, and other players who specialize in dirty business are often very vigilant when shipping goods, and they want to sell one for another in the black market. It is very similar to the style of these two people. Although this trip to the black market island was for the mission, Hossie still activated a perspective card involuntarily. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. Their backpacks are full of props. How many corpses did they steal, and how many people did they rob? He was immediately furious. Ghost Island is a place that values public security the most. There is no place for such a dirty and ugly criminal. And Ro and Pow Pow were also startled by his sudden questioning. Peopeo's hand quickly pulled out the backpack and closed the bag. But his vigilance soon turned into a smile, because Hayes showed his ID. The level is not high silver level, but there is a shining guild emblem on the front. The identity of the Failey Guild is Hayes' greatest confidence. Pow Pow also showed his ID. I came from Island 47, and she is my companion. What can I do for you? Hayes was stunned by the identity of the golden wild guest, but he soon sneered. The other party's words undoubtedly admitted that he was a criminal. Hayes heard clearly before he approached. The woman asked the wild guest, "How many times do you need to fill this bag of props in your prop column?" Props. But it's a sensitive word. This woman is not an NPC at all, let alone a companion. The most prosperous first-level island actually hides a gold-level corpse thief and robber? No wonder they were able to get so many props. Any criminal behavior can never be forgiven, let alone the extremely harmful golden wild guest. Hossie suppressed his anger in his heart and said calmly, "I am responsible for the security of the Black Market Island. Seeing that you are unfamiliar, I will ask you according to the regulations." He stepped back, turned his back, and turned on the light screen. He hesitated. To capture these two criminals, the fastest way is naturally to notify the mission execution team on the island. But in this way, the ghouls may be alerted, and the mission may fail. Instead of using the mission execution team, he notified the Sky Patrol team. It would take some time for the patrol team to arrive. He had already asked the criminals questions. Given their sneaky nature, they might escape immediately. Hossie didn't hesitate for too long and chose the latter. At the same time, he decided to keep an eye on the criminals before the patrol team arrived. But he met his death. The Tang sword entered Haas's neck from behind and pierced through his Adam's apple. Hossie's passive defense lit up for a second and then went out. Then, a spike pierced his back and pierced his heart. After the passive defense was broken, and Ro used the basic attack power of the spike to give him the final blow. Hossie's eyes widened in disbelief and fell to the ground, but was caught by Pow Pow in time. Pow Pow and Ro exchanged glances and dragged his body into a dark corner. Pow Pow tore off a piece of Haas's clothes, spent money to reshape it into a large piece of cloth, and wrapped Hossie tightly. "It's a pity that I didn't bring the pickle jar this time. Boss, what should we do? Even if no one finds the body, the people from the Philistines will arrive soon." "Wait, boss, why do you want to kill him? He has become suspicious and is about to call the patrol team." And Rose said, "Also, he came to the Black Market Island to carry out a mission." Pow Pow was surprised. There are ghouls on the island. And Ro nodded. The mission code is Traitor number 7. The specific content is unclear. In fact, and Ro only saw the name Philistines on the summons list. Traitor number 7. Execution team. The team channel speculated that the ghoul was on the black market island because of the word traitor. There is no better word than this for black market trading. The Faley Guild may not have dug out the details of the mission. Otherwise this guy named Hossie would not have the leisure to observe us. The ghoul is likely disguised as a player. And his level is not low. Thinking of this, and Ro did not analyze it further. This trip was for gold coins. And she didn't want to cause trouble. Let's go. Sell all the remaining things to the official. And then leave immediately. Unexpectedly, she didn't want to be involved in trouble. But trouble came to her. In the official trading area, Pow Pow hadn't put his backpack on the counter when Andrew grabbed his arm. Andrew stared at the NPC behind the counter, as if facing a great enemy. There was no ID above his head. Ghouls? Actually parasitizing on the official trader. Boss? Andrew calmed down and let go of her hand. Pow Pow squeezed to the counter and started to take out the props from his backpack. The trading counter is a long row of transparent glass cabinets, with a variety of props in the cabinets, and a trading tablet similar to a weight scale on the counter, which is an exclusive prop of the official store. The trading process is divided into 2 steps. Inspection and payment. Inspection. According to the buying and selling classification, the trader or player puts the props on the tablet, and the tablet will display the weapon attributes and recycling price. Payment. Both parties have no objection to the price, and the player puts his hand on the tablet to collect or pay. And Ro remained calm and watched Pow Pow put an item on the tablet. Orange weapon. Recycling price 20,000 gold. Pow Pow looked at Andrew and asked. And Andrew nodded. Pow Pow pressed the tablet with one hand, and the money was received, and the props disappeared. I guess the trading tablet has its own balance account and storage space. Sure enough, it's a blood loss, he muttered, and was about to take down an item, when the trader spoke. It smiled and said, Sir, due to market fluctuations, the recycling price in this trading area has increased by 20% based on the official price. I will pay the difference. It raised its hand and stretched it out. Pow Pow was delighted and immediately reached out his hand, but was pulled back by Andrew. The difference will be paid by it? That requires touching hands. Andrew suddenly figured out the reason why the recycling price of Black Market Island number 7 was raised. This ghoul was using this method to differentiate new ghouls. What does it want to do by attracting so many players and differentiate so many new ghouls? Andrew didn't think deeply, nor did she want to care. Right now, she just wanted to leave this place of trouble. We have urgent matters, so we won't sell the rest. Boss? And Ro pulled Pow Pow away without saying anything. The light around them suddenly changed, and the golden light was dazzling. And Ro squinted her eyes and barely saw the surroundings. An empty house, from the ground to the walls, was made entirely of gold coins. She turned around suddenly and met the trader's interested eyes. This gold coin house was an illusion created by the ghoul, and it was most likely its ghost magic. Boss! Boss! Pepeo's voice changed from doubt to shock, and Rose saw the light screen in front of him from the corner of her eye. Mission name: buy food in the sun, sell souls in the dark. Life is just a transaction. What do you think? Mission location: Black Market Island number 7. Ghoul level: SSS. Ghoul number: 455/455. Time limit: none. Difficulty rating: SSS. Ghoul level has reached SSS. Not only that, the number of ghouls has approached a super large ghoul tide. Ah. So calm. You really found me. The trading counter and the players trading at the nearby counters all disappeared, and the ghoul took a step and walked straight over. It closed its eyes and took a deep breath. Strange. The taste of your soul is lighter than water. Is it a human or a destiny? And Ro did not answer. The weapon slipped out of her sleeve and was held in her hand. It was still the spike, the red weapon piercing the shadow. Don't play tricks. She stared into the ghoul's eyes. Your parasite is not a destiny. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win or lose. Without player skills, the biggest threat of the ghoul is ghost magic. SSS level ghouls have 3 kinds of ghost magic, and the gold coin space in front of them is obviously one of them. However, this space does not seem to be aggressive. It is a good thing. But the ghoul did not stop. It approached step by step, with a playful smile on its face. Really? Your companion doesn't seem to mind lending his body to me. And Ro was shocked and felt the pull on her hand. After the task details popped up, Pow Pow didn't say another word. And Ro then realized that his eyes were wide open. And the room was full of golden light reflected in his dilated pupils. No. It was the light of the gold coins that got into his eyes in some form. He was bewitched by the ghost technique. And Ro didn't let him break free. And slapped him with all her strength. At the same time, her own sight never left the ghoul's eyes. And the focus spread and closed in an instant. The ghoul stopped. Peopeo's screams rang out at the same time. He woke up, and immediately pulled in Ro behind him, and confronted the ghoul. Ghoul SSS level. The light screen for level identification made him swallow his saliva involuntarily, and hold the silver wind mace tightly. The green gun silver wind mace is undoubtedly extremely threatening to the ghoul's parasitic and ordinary people's bodies. But the ghoul ignored the green gun, and looked at Ro with a gloomy look over Peopeo's shoulder. Its playful smile was gone, and it covered its forehead with one hand. What did you do? Just now. There was a sharp pain in the brain, which made its ghost technique unstable, and its deceptiveness decreased. And Ro answered irrelevantly, I'm not interested in you. You go your way. I go mine. Okay? Not interested? The ghoul had seen too many insidious and cunning tricks of the destined, so he naturally didn't believe it. Its smile appeared on its face again, not just teasing, but also revealing a hint of madness. No matter where you come from, or what tricks you use. Since you're here, join the carnival. Before he finished speaking, the crazy smile on his face froze for a moment, and quickly turned into a hideous one. What are you doing? It stared at Ro, gritting its teeth, and Ro half raised her head, her eyes unfocused, and said lightly, I said, I'm not interested in you. Don't want your carefully planned plan to fail. Let us go. On the Black Market Island, the circular building representing the official trading area has 2 floors. The first floor is the counter, and the second floor is said to be the residence of the official traders. During trading hours, the first floor is brightly lit, and the second floor is completely dark, since it was reported a few days ago. Official recycling price. After the news of the increase, the flow of people on the number 7 Black Market Island was double than usual. Every night, thousands of players go to the island to trade. It was just after 9 o'clock when the most people came. However, no one expected that in the dark room on the second floor, countless pairs of eyes driven red by hunger were looking at them through the glass. A few seconds ago, the suppression force from the ghost mother suddenly disappeared, and all the ghouls thought it was time to find food. But then, another huge suppression force spread throughout their bodies, making them unable to move. That kind of suppression force came from the ghost mother, but it was not entirely from the ghost mother, mixed with another will. That will was so strong that even if they turned around and attacked the ghost mother, they could not hesitate at all. Trading area on the first floor, and Rose saw the bustling crowd outside the building through hundreds of eyes. Her lifeless eyes turned to the direction of the SSS level ghoul, and she smiled calmly. In the next second, I can let your descendants line up to die, and your hard work will be in vain. Also, I'm sorry, I just killed someone a few minutes ago, and the Faley gang will be here soon. Oh, that's not right. The Faley people are here. Trader number 7. They are here for you. However, their support will arrive soon. Continue to fight with me or let him go. You'd better think it over. Chapter 117. Under the eaves, Zhang suddenly raised his head, frowning on his dull face. Zisha saw it. Uncle Zhang. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mengziyu turned his head to look. Zhang, it smelled the destiny. Mengziyu interrupted immediately, turned his head and shouted, Xiaojia. Xiaojia. Zhang was designated by Enro as Nyonyan's bodyguard, and lived in the same yard with Nyonyan. Zisha was deeply loved by Xiaojia, and Xiaojia took her to sleep together these days. So Mengziyu also moved in, and lived in the same room with Zhang. Hearing the voice, Xiaojia walked out of the next room quickly. Mengziyu, take Zisha to bed. Xiaojia knew Zhang Da's identity, and after getting along with Mengziyu, she probably guessed the true face of this half-grown boy. Seeing Mengziyu's serious face, she didn't ask the reason, took Zisha by the hand, and coaxed her back to the room. As soon as the door was closed, Baofu's big face appeared on the ground in front of Zhang. Baofu grumbled in a low voice. Meng Ziyu didn't understand, and looked at Zhangde. What did the big brother say? Zhangde, it's a familiar smell. Join team? Meng Ziyu's face changed. How far is it? Zhangde, there's still some distance. But it's moving very fast. Meng Ziyu jumped up. What are you waiting for? Run! Bao Fu grunted again. Zhangde shook his head. The boss told us to wait here. Meng Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the woman was a bit annoying, her decision was still reliable. Have you notified her? It asked. But Zhangde shook his head silently. Meng Ziyu suddenly remembered that it was always Enro who took the initiative to get into its mind without saying hello. And it couldn't do it the other way around. Zhangde was so rich that it must be the same. His tone was hanging again. Meng Ziyu was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Are you stupid? She asked us to wait here when there was no trouble. The joint team has caught up with us. And we are still waiting. Waiting to die? And Ro's ability to establish a consciousness connection with the ghoul has always had a prerequisite, looking directly into the ghoul's eyes. From connecting one to connecting multiple at the same time. This premise has not changed. But Wang Da's gentle touch on her neck before his death gave her 3 breakthroughs. First, the number of ghouls she could communicate with at the same time increased exponentially. On that night of the stay, she had connected with the consciousness of thousands of ghouls at the same time. Second, the communication method of negotiation, coercion and inducement was changed to a more direct control. The control effect varies from ghost to ghost. For example, Meng Ziyu, who was only a level at the beginning, could not be controlled successfully. Third, the way to connect with the consciousness of ghouls has become more flexible. The ghost mother is equivalent to a relay station. As long as the consciousness of the ghost mother is connected, the consciousness of all the ghouls that it differentiates can be indirectly connected. Tonight, 3 breakthroughs were used on the traitor at the same time. Quietly connect to the other party's consciousness and try to control it. After all, the other party is an SSS level ghoul. Although he failed to control it, he weakened the confusion of the gold coin space and let Pao Pao regain consciousness. Then through the traitor's identity as the ghost mother, control the 454 ghouls that it differentiated. The level and IQ of these ghouls are obviously not high, but they all succeeded. The traitor still has 2 ghost skills that have not been used, which are difficult to deal with. They are the biggest bargaining chips that Enro has won. The other party is hiding in the black market island, deliberately attracting so many players and dividing so many ghouls. Obviously, there is a bigger plan. Maybe it wants to turn the entire ghost island into a real ghost island. It will not give up these ghouls easily. Sure enough, the gold coin space disappeared, and the sound of players bargaining at other counters came nearby. The ghoul trader stood quietly behind the counter and turned back into a polite NPC with a smile. His eyes were just a little red. Slowed down, it said, and Ro did not even look back, and pulled Pao Pao out of the trading hall, fearing that she would attract attention. Her expression and steps did not show any panic. The negotiation conditions agreed by both parties were that Enro would not interfere, and the trader would let her and Pao Pao leave the ghost island. It took less than 5 minutes to get from the trading hall to the location where the thermal ship was moored, through the crowded free trading area, and then use the movement skill. Enro gave Pao Pao a look, signaling him to calm down, and then they merged into the crowd. However, at this moment, there was a sound of glass breaking overhead. It sounded like a naughty child smashed the window with a stone. Enro was startled and looked back. On the 2nd floor of the trading hall, a window was broken, and the night wind came into the building, lifting the half-covered curtains. Behind the curtains were silent shadows. Who is so brave? Dare to smash the glass in the official trading area? Don't you want to leave the black market alive? Some people around started to curse. Destroying official objects would greatly reduce the destiny value. The curses were immediately covered by a scream. Ghoul. Schwa. Wherever Enro's sight reached, a series of light screens popped up. The mission details no longer belonged to Pao Pao alone, but appeared in front of everyone. SSS level ghoul? SSS level mission? A ghoul tide of 455? Everyone was stunned. Enro activated the goose feather boots without hesitation and pulled Pao Pao out of the crowd. Questions popped into her mind uncontrollably. Who smashed the window? It couldn't be the traitor. His target was all the players on the black market island. Even if he wanted to do it, he would make all the ghouls attack at the same time. It was impossible to alert the enemy in advance. The important thing was that the smash happened at the critical moment when she was about to leave. And Ro's eyelashes trembled. The answer was obvious, Jia Xian. It was Jia Xian who guided her to the ghost island. And Ro paused and stared at the dimly lit parking area. The driver of the thermal boat. CG. He is Jia Xian. But there is something that doesn't make sense. The NPC who rented the boat obviously knew CG. No. For the Ghost King. This is not a problem at all. Jia Xian is not like a ghoul. But no one stipulates that he cannot have the skills of a ghoul. Parasitism. Boss. Why stop? We're almost there. Pow Pow urged. The two had already rushed out of the crowd at the fastest speed. After the players behind them reacted, the riot spread rapidly. Everyone turned around and ran away in panic. The fastest group of players were approaching. And Ro frowned and shook her head slowly. Jia Xian and Chu Mo are in the same boat. They won't let us go. Jia Xian? Pow Pow was puzzled. What does Jia Xian have to do with it? Before Ro could answer, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the parking area. They were all players from the Fei Guild. The one running in the front was a familiar face. Hasi. Hasi also recognized them, and raised his arm suddenly. It's them. The hateful criminals. Hasi! Captain Bilar glanced at Anru and the others with disgust. And said to Hasi, mission first. Set up the blockade and wait for support. The support he mentioned was no longer the support group in the execution team, but the large number of members and high-level players that the guild would send extra. It is impossible for his team to complete the SSS level mission alone. Waliza must come. And it would be best if Anka came too. And they have to be fast. And arrive before the Yatin Guild. After completing this SSS level mission, Waliza, who ranks 18th, will definitely be able to make further progress. And Anka, who is stuck at the high level of the Great God, will also have a great hope of being promoted to the Super God. By then, the open and secret struggles between his own guild and Yatin will have a clear advantage. The order of the leader is above all else. Hasi gritted his teeth and retracted his gaze. He followed his companions past Anru, and set up a blockade a few meters away. Bilar asked again, has the guild not responded yet? Hasi, not yet. Bilar, everyone must hold the line to prevent the spread of the ghoul tide. The execution team spread out in an arc. And all the non-profit members showed their IDs and shouted loudly, don't panic. We are the non-profit guild. Compared with the SSS level ghoul tide, the defense line established by the execution team of less than 20 people is obviously very weak. But Ro understood the meaning behind it. Through a defense line, the players can calm down and distinguish between ghouls and players. The players hiding behind the defense line will not necessarily rush to leave when they see that the non-profit guild is well prepared. Instead, they will stay and try to get a share of the pie, thus strengthening the strength of the defense line. A very wise strategy. Unfortunately, they were completely unaware of the ghoul's magic, since they knew that it was Jia Xian who was behind the scenes. And Rose simply stopped running and dragged the trembling runner to watch the fire. More and more players rushed to the back of the defense line. Most of them stopped, and only a few continued to run to the berthing area and jumped onto the thermal ship. The drivers on the thermal ship were far away and didn't know what was going on inside. When they heard that it was an SSS level ghoul tide, they quickly took off. But they were horrified to find that they couldn't get out. Looking from the inside out, it seemed as if an invisible and intangible light shield had sealed them in. One driver didn't believe it, and after descending a little distance, he suddenly turned on the maximum firepower and tried to break through the light shield. Where the two collided, a dazzling golden light suddenly lit up. The golden light spread to the entire island in the blink of an eye, filling the sky, the ground, and all directions. And Ro immediately covered Peopeo's eyes. Don't look. Pow Pow realized it, and quickly closed his eyes. Is it the ghost magic of the ghoul? Yes. And Ro was also shocked. It turned out that the gold coin space that traders could create could expand to such a large size. After a few words, the golden world fell into silence. On the black market island, thousands of eyes glowed with golden light. And the owners of the eyes in the Fei execution team had lost their consciousness. With Jia Xian present, the so-called rescue message of the Fei Guild would most likely not be sent out. All of them were meat on the chopping board. And there was no escape. In the land of no life. Wood raised one arm and stopped. The whole group stopped. The front of the stab turned around with a double-edged sword and frowned. What happened again? I passed by. Wit raised the soul-chasing sand. The target is in the opposite direction. The direction of the white fine sand surging changed from east to west. The stab looked back. I didn't find anything unusual along the way. Don't forget. The ghoul has a ghost art of flying at night. The ghost art can block the location of the teleportation card, which is very likely to be an independent space with a camouflage effect. After saying that, Wit turned around. Jincha. Jincha activated the tracking skill of the Wanhua stick and shook his head. I can't smell the scent. I'm too far away from the target. Wit turned around first and still used the movement skill, but the speed was much slower. He stopped again. It's here. The white sand in the bottle lost its direction and scattered in all directions. Like a mini tornado. Everyone lit up the light of their weapon skills. But the surroundings were still a dead land, and no abnormalities were found. We may have stood on Yong'an Farm. Wit judged. It's just that I didn't get the permission of the space owner, so I can't see the real scene. Shincha. Try again. The Wanhua stick bloomed. Shincha jumped away from the spot. It's here. The corpse fluid of the ghoul was sprinkled where his fingers were. The open chest reacted very quickly, and immediately activated the skill of the double-edged sword to pierce the ground. With his attack power, it penetrated very deeply. But Shincha turned to point to the sky up. It flew up. Directly above. The distance was still getting farther and farther. Kylie threw out his double-edged sword and jumped up. Wit threw out his heavy sword, which flew into the air with huge inertia. The two of them once again used their most powerful skills at the same time. Gentleman's hand. The final skill. Judgment. Wit's whisper drifted in the wind. Somewhere in the gold coin space, a huge explosion sounded. All the ghouls swarmed out, pounced on the prey, and enjoyed the once-in-a-lifetime buffet, with the official trading area as the center. The number of players who lost their minds was rapidly decreasing. They exploded into a bunch of white light spots, as if it was snowing. It was so beautiful that it was shocking. The heavy snow was spreading outward, and Ro's eyes became darker and darker. She might have guessed the trader's purpose correctly, but she had misjudged the means to achieve the purpose. Originally, it was thought that the trader wanted to turn all the players present into ghouls and trigger a super large ghoul tide. In fact, the ghouls under his command had no intention of dividing the players at all. They would swallow up any soul they touched. And Ro glanced at the running light screen. SSS 454. The mission level and the number of ghouls have not changed. The level is because it has reached the top. The number, because of the SSS level cover of the trader. It seems that there is no change. But in fact, the levels of these ghouls are rapidly increasing. It does not want to create a large-scale ghoul army, but an elite force of high-level ghouls. How many players are there? 5,000? 10,000? Is it enough for every ghoul to be upgraded to A level? Imagine that more than 400 A level ghouls with high IQs are scattered, devouring souls while continuing to upgrade. I am afraid that Onigashima will soon usher in the end. This has nothing to do with Enro. She just wants to know what Jiaxian or Chuemo wants her to do. Let her die. No. Either of them can completely destroy the entire farm. Not to mention her as an NPC. In this case, when there is only Pow Pow by her side, why lure her into a dangerous trap and face an SSS level ghoul who is more of an enemy than a friend? Ghoul. And Rose suddenly had an idea. And all her motives returned to their origin. Chumo's purpose, Ghost Ruins. After the breakup with the Union Group, Chumo let her run away with the farm. The reason behind this is probably that she and Baofu alone are not the opponents of the two top super gods in the Union Group. Wit and Kairi are two people. The hidden experience of Baofu, Zhangde and other employees is not enough for them to share. Failure to be promoted to legend means failure to open Ghost Ruins. Therefore, the traitor is their extra mission experience. But Chumo doesn't want her to be on the same side with the two top ghouls at the same time. So he deliberately guides the traitor to oppose her. No. These are not the most important. The most important thing is that the joint team is caught up, and Ro immediately connected to the consciousness of the rich man. But at the same time, the traitor flew out, rapidly approaching, and Ro's intuition of danger forced her to disconnect the consciousness she had just connected to, and pulled Pow Pow back. The traitor at this moment had obviously changed into a player's parasite, and his speed was far beyond that of ordinary high-level players. After a few breaths, and Ro was forced to stop by the opponent, and the cold and hard hull hit her back. Humans are all untrustworthy. The trader's smile was ferocious, and his eyes were full of disgust. And Ro knew where its anger came from. Jiet Xian had hidden in the dark and smashed the window, forcing it to act in advance. This account was undoubtedly hers. This time, it was difficult to settle peacefully. In the berthing area, the thermal ship that fell from the sky destroyed a large area of ships, and many places were on fire. The violent collision and the flames did not wake CG up. He lay quietly on the deck, and beside his sleeping face, there was a pair of cloth shoes with white soles and black surfaces, without a speck of dust. Jiet Xian retracted his gaze, cast his gaze towards the side of the ship, and asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied with this set of questions?" Chu Mo's eyes were focused on the slaughter in the distance, and he did not answer. He did not even care about Enro, who was in danger. However, the slightly sliding Adam's apple did not escape Jiet Xian's eyes. Jiet Xian chuckled, "Don't worry. If they didn't die at the hands of you, me or her, these people are all lucky." He turned his head and looked at the western night sky, where an anti-aircraft gun just shot out, like a burning fireball, sinking into the darkness. Well, the little thing finally moved, and it's quite anxious. 20 kilometers west of the coastline, the giant transformed by Wit stepped down. He was 100 meters tall, like Kwafu. But the sun he was chasing was nowhere to be seen. There was nothing unusual under his feet. In the air about the height of the giant's knees, Kaichu stood on the spinning double-edged sword, holding Jincha in one hand. The farm disguised as invisible suddenly burst into high speed, and with Jincha's god-level movement speed, it couldn't catch up. Only Kaichu could help. Jincha focused on tracking the smell. The tip of the Wanhua stick was against his nose, and he pointed to the front and shouted, "In front. Right in front." Less than 100 meters. The other team members were far behind and couldn't catch up at all. Fortunately, there was Wit. At this time, Wit could take a step of hundreds of meters, and his giant foot followed Jincha's guidance and stepped down suddenly. He missed again. Very close. Less than 100 meters. Before Jincha's shouting faded, he suddenly found that the smell captured by the Wanhua stick was rapidly fading. The target actually accelerated again. The speed increased again and again in a short period of time, but the direction never changed, indicating that the target was not to escape. This top-level ghoul was in a hurry to get somewhere. He couldn't help but look far away, and at the end of his sight, a bright blue light appeared. "Ghost Island," Jincha shouted hoarsely. "It wants to go to Ghost Island." At the highest point of the farm, on the western-style round roof of Yongning Commercial Bank, Ming Ziyu couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The ghost art of night travel is similar to the light cover of Ghost Island. The outside can't see the inside, but the inside can see the outside. It saw very clearly that the Bigfoot just now almost fell on the edge of the farm. "Brother, speed up. Speed up," Ming Ziyu shouted to the ground. There was no big face of Baofu on the ground. It didn't need to remind him. In the short half-second of connecting with Anra's consciousness, Baofu began to move. In the void, all the soul light spots were flashing wildly, repeating 4 words. "Master! Danger! Master! Danger!" Its speed increased again and again, and the white light emitted by the soul light spots gradually dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Boss! Don't open your eyes!" Peopeo's scream and Anra's scolding sounded at the same time. The moment the trader stretched out his hand to pinch her, she pushed Pao Pao aside with all her strength. At the same time, she used the shadow breaker to meet the trader's hand. The trader was still a little afraid of her, and did not take it head-on, but activated active defense, and launched Anru backwards with the thorn. Fortunately, the gold coin space was just an illusion. Behind Anru, who seemed to have nothing, there was still a smooth hull. She slid along the hull for a while, and except for the burning pain on her back, her life was not in danger for the time being. Under the impact of the skill, internal injuries are inevitable. A sweet and fishy taste came out of her throat, and blood flowed from the corners of her lips. The life potion was on Pao Pao. However, Enro did not have time to drink the potion. She half lying on the ground, holding onto a part of the hull with one hand to prop up her upper body, staring at the trader's eyes. The trader's mind felt a sharp pain again, and this time he understood that this hateful human was trying to control himself in some way. Ridiculous. Really too ridiculous. No one can control it. Even its ghost mother was killed by it long ago. The trader had a ferocious look on his face. and he didn't avoid Enro's gaze at all. And he approached step by step. Its eyes became redder and redder as it resisted control. Enro's eyes were even redder, bleeding, and looked horrible. But she suddenly laughed. You haven't noticed yet. As a top ghoul, you are too slow. The traitor finally realized something and turned his head suddenly. The snow was lighter. No. It was the speed at which the destiny was devoured that dropped significantly. This human, seemingly trying to control himself, actually aimed to control his army. Among the ghouls that spread into the crowd, nearly half stopped, turned around slowly, and walked towards the place where they appeared. That was where the official trading area was. The traitor tried to make them turn around, but as a ghost mother, it failed. It turned its sight back, and its red eyes stared at the petite but hateful human a few meters away. With a splitting headache, anger was about to erode its reason. However, for some reason, it suddenly calmed down. Facing Enro, it continued to take a step forward, with a bloodthirsty smile on its twisted face. Ah, I was almost fooled by you again. Since I learned to think, you are the first person who can fool me more than once and survive. So what if you can control them? Kill you, and everything will be solved. Enro stood up little by little and smiled back. Oh? Do you want to see what they are doing? Damn human. Do you want to lie to me again? The traitor's face changed again, and he was furious. You all deserve to die. All humans should be our food. Enro's emotions became more and more stable. First of all, I have never lied to you once. Are you really not going to look back? She actually threw away her only weapon and spread her hands. You also saw that I can't hurt you at all. Are you really not going to look back? Don't try to lie to me again. As the traitor roared, the entire gold coin space suddenly trembled. Tremors came from the soles of its feet. It subconsciously cast its eyes toward the ground. The ground covered with gold coins did not change at all, but it clearly felt that the ground was tilting a little bit. A tooth-grinding metal creaking sound came from behind. The gold coin space it created should have isolated all external sounds. I told you to look back earlier. If you had stopped it in time, this situation would not have happened. Enro sighed and shook her head, then smiled. Now the entire Black Market Island is about to collapse. What should you do? The traitor looked at her in disbelief. The soul tasted extremely bland. But she was indeed a human being. She did not show any ability of a destiny person in her actions. And she was still a weak human being. But that face, under the blood and tears, had a smile brighter than a gold coin. It was like a demon. And even it could not help but feel a little palpitation. The demon's smiling voice was full of gloating, mixed with a long metal groan, and entered its ears. There is high voltage electricity on the sea surface of the black market. Can the little babies you have worked so hard to differentiate survive? Chapter 118. With Enro's ability, it is no problem to control hundreds of ghouls at the same time. The reason why her mental load was so great that her eyes bled was because she spent most of her attention on controlling the traitors, to conceal her true purpose. The Ghost Island is not a naturally formed archipelago. All the islands are connected by giant machines under the sea. So where is the connection point? With her most basic knowledge of physics, she can also judge. It must be in the center of the Black Market Island. If we consider the Black Market Island as a circle, the pillar that supports the island must be at the center of the circle, just below the official trading area. She controlled hundreds of ghouls to return to the official trading area and use their skills to dig. Even if the gold coin space was not an illusion, it would be difficult to stop hundreds of skills from focusing on a certain place. The golden water light was everywhere in the world, which was a sign of unstable space. A space hole appeared below the trading area, revealing the rocky ground of the Ghost Island. Stone chips flew everywhere, and a dozen meters deep, there was a metal knocking sound. This is the sound of weapon skills hitting the pillars. The situation is more optimistic than Enro imagined. The pillars are not too thick, with a diameter of about 3 or 4 meters. The metal material is obviously specially made, and it is safe and sound even after taking hundreds of skills. The reason why the ground of Black Market Island tilts is that there are 6 huge metal leaves around the pillars. It looks very much like a sunflower. It is these metal petals floating on the sea that support the weight of the entire island. And the connection between the petals and the pillars is not as strong as a solid pillar. After the intensive skills fell, the petals slowly separated from the pillars, causing the entire Black Market Island to show signs of splitting. Each fragment sank into the sea surface bit by bit, either fast or slow, tilted or stable. This was a tactic of destroying both sides. But Enro's reaction was calm. She stood up with the invisible hull and looked at the top ghouls a few meters away leisurely. At this moment, the mental burden on the traitor was no less than hers. It needed to be distracted for several purposes. One was to use the ghost technique of gold temptation with all his strength to stabilize the gold coin space to prevent the island's destiny from regaining consciousness. Enro snatched away a small portion of the newly differentiated ghouls, causing the overall devouring speed to drop significantly. And at this time, most of the ghouls were still alive. Second, it tried to take back control of the small portion of ghouls, because Enro made it aware of the danger. It seemed that once the island was destroyed, they would turn around and attack it. The mother ghost. Third, the pain in its mind never disappeared, and it had to continue to resist Enro's erosion of consciousness. This was the most important point, with its attention divided into 3 parts. Even the top ghouls had no time to make other moves, even though it knew that it could solve the dilemma by killing the vulnerable human in front of it. It was powerless. The red bloodshot in the traitor's eyes became more and more dense. And finally, like Enro, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed. Enro walked slowly to Pow Pow and held his hand. In Pow Pow's hand was the silver wind mace. "Boss, don't open your eyes," Enro said. "Change to a tang sword." Pow Pow was startled, but the silver wind mace has higher damage. "Change to a tang sword," Enro repeated. Pow Pow had no choice but to take back the silver wind mace and take out the Huangwu Tang Dao. Enro pinched the blade with 2 fingers, pulling Pow Pow to change direction little by little until the tip of the blade was facing the traitor. "Right here. Use the air slash." Air slash is the ultimate skill of the Tang Dao, with an attack power of 1,000 points, which is not too high. At Pow Pow's current level, it is enough to perform dozens of times in a row. The blade became invisible, leaving only the handle. Pow Pow raised his hand, and the knife fell, and it felt like chopping a hard stone. "Boss? It's okay," Enro smiled and said. "In the same direction. Do it again." "No. Do it 10 times. A shallow bloodstain appeared on the traitor's right shoulder. The top-level ghoul parasitizes the player's body, and the parasite is fully strengthened, combined with the player's own passive defense skills. This knife, even if the opponent stands still, the actual damage caused is estimated to be less than 200 points. Even if it's only 100 points. It's okay. Repeat 10 times. It will be 1,000 points. Very impressive." Pow Pow swung 10 times in a row. The bloodstains became more and more obvious, and the blood went from seeping to flowing. And when a clear groove appeared on the shoulder, it turned into a gush. The traitor's self-healing ability amazed Enro. 10 slashes in the air with a total attack power of 10,000 points. But they couldn't cut off the opponent's arm. Seeing the wound stop bleeding quickly, and the muscle fibers growing visibly, Enro smiled and said, 20 more. Pow Pow swung the Tang sword again, a thin layer of sweat seeping from his forehead. When he swung the last sword, he felt his hand loosen. The traitor's shoulder finally fell off, and the wound, self-healing fibers flowed out along with the blood. It gritted its teeth and stared at Enro, wishing to eat her alive. Enro was surprised. "You don't even resist? Your mind is really tough enough to make people admire. It seems that you really can't bear to part with those children. Poor parents in the world." She had already anticipated the traitor's choice. There is only one basis: the territorial restrictions of the ghoul boss. The traitor is undoubtedly the big boss of this ghoul tide. Regardless of whether the ghoul tide succeeds or not, its fate is doomed: die in the hands of the high-level players who come, or be recycled by the system. Baofu had faced this fate before, but Enra didn't know about it at that time. Later, they found out that they had left Zhongsu town, but Baofu was safe and sound. Enra guessed that this was related to the overall relocation of Yan'an Farm. Baofu's place of residence was not Zhongsu town, but Yan'an Farm. Therefore, in the subsequent actions, she didn't dare to let Baofu go too far away from the farm. Nor did she dare to change the name of the farm easily, even though the 2 words Yan'an could easily expose his identity. But the traitor in front of him is different. Its homeland is obviously Black Market Island number 7. It has only one way to go: stay on the island and spread the ghoul tide to the entire archipelago as the island's location changes. Its territory will expand wherever the mission goes. Ghouls may not have the cognition of homeland, but they should be able to perceive it subconsciously. So for the traitor, this island cannot be destroyed. And the ghouls it divides can be sacrificed in part. But not all. After Pow Pow chopped off the first blow, the traitor did not dodge or fight back, which just confirmed all of Enro's guesses. She stopped the ghouls who were destroying the pillars, leaving the island in a state of sinking, leaving the traitor with a glimmer of hope. This also dispelled the other party's idea of destroying both sides. In this state, it became a live target that could not fight back. Enro pinched the blade and let the Tang sword shift to the left. Next, how about beheading? The entire Black Market Island was not wrapped in the gold coin space. In the berthing area, the thermal boat under Xia Xian's feet seemed to stay outside the space, and it seemed to have created a space within the space. He raised his hand and casually wiped it in the air, wiping away a large piece of golden light. The scene of Enro and the traitor confronting each other became clearer. It seems that this question is not difficult for her. The little guy is almost playing to death. Xia Xian looked back and smiled. What do you mean? Chumo's dark eyes stopped at the thin figure holding the blade in the distance, and a thought involuntarily floated in his mind. A fact that he had long recognized as a fact. She, after all, is not her. His Anru can never be cruel. Pow Pow felt like he was dreaming. Although he couldn't see it, an SSS-level ghoul stood there for him to chop? The feel was very real, but it felt very unreal. That was a top-level ghoul, and he led a large wave of ghouls. God knows. When the other party rushed over, Pow Pow was ready to block the knife for the boss and lose his game qualification. But the boss pushed him away, facing danger. Once again, he was pushed away from danger. Pow Pow hadn't gotten over his feelings when he suddenly felt the tremor under his feet. He had no idea how the boss did it. He only knew that the top ghoul was firmly controlled with just a few words. The boss was omnipotent. The boss was his god. The god said, chop off the head. He used 100% of his strength and swung the Tang sword desperately. His other hand was not idle either. After handing the boss a bottle of life potion, he drank the last bottle of energy potion in the prop column. The recoil from the handle was stronger than before. The top ghoul's head is really hard. I chop. I chop. I chop. 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 After chopping countless times, the ghoul finally let out a howl of extreme pain. Pow Pow didn't dare to be negligent and kept swinging his knife. Chop the ghoul's parasite to death, and take the boss away while it changes wildly. This should be the boss's plan, right? However, the boss's smiling voice came into his ears. Children, let the island sink. The faint metal creaking sound suddenly rose, and the ground was sinking rapidly. The traitor finally lost control and rushed over with a roar. Pow Pow hurriedly grabbed Enro and flew backwards, still not daring to open his eyes. His back also hit the thermal boat. Pow Pow didn't know where to run, and hurriedly said, Boss, open your eyes. As Enro spoke, the traitor's roar stopped abruptly. Pow Pow carefully opened a slit of his eyes, and saw a golden water light spreading, and the ghost space created by the ghoul collapsed, and the traitor stopped in front of him, only one step away from him. It couldn't move. There was a shocking crack in the middle of its forehead, from top to bottom to the tip of its nose, turning it into a veritable middle-parted hair. Brain matter and blood covered its face, and one could vaguely see the look of pain and struggle in its distorted face. What made it suffer was not the physical pain of a broken brain, but the uncontrollable fear deep in its consciousness. After layers of coercion, repeatedly inflicting pain on pain, Enro finally waited for the opportunity to take advantage of it and control the traitor from the inside out. This kind of control is not easy. From the beginning to the end, Enro's mental burden has never been reduced. It's just that the traitor really didn't have the energy to notice that although she seemed to be lifting a heavy weight lightly, in fact, the blood and tears in her eyes never stopped flowing. At this moment, it was even worse, and she even had difficulty speaking. Pow Pow was frightened by her appearance and hurriedly took out another bottle of life potion. But Enro clenched her teeth and didn't open her mouth. The ground was constantly tilting and sinking, and Pow Pow vaguely heard the sound of heavy objects entering the water. This island is really going to sink. As the gold coin space collapsed bit by bit, the thermal ships in the berthing area gradually showed their outlines, like small boats made of gold. Pow Pow supported the outer wall of the hull and used his memory to find the thermal ship where Ciji was. There was no way. He couldn't drive this thing. Pow Pow locked the suspected ship a few times and went to pull Enru. Enru didn't move. She stared at the traitor's bloodshot eyes, unable to open her mouth. and could only speak with her consciousness. Your territory is about to collapse. If you don't want to die, don't make any more meaningless resistance. I have a way to save you. The traitor did not respond. I don't know if he was in a rage and his reason had not returned, or if he refused to let himself fall into the hands of others. Those who have power have the capital to be proud. Even ghouls are the same. In the silent confrontation, the golden light around them became fainter and fainter. In the berthing area of the outer ring of the Black Market Island, thermal ships slid down the sea one after another. There were many collapsed places near the center of the island, and the players on them fell into the ocean together. There were dense and piercing sounds in those holes, crackling and flashing a light completely different from the gold coin space. A bright blue high-voltage electric light. However, those ghouls, who were not controlled by Enro, had not eaten, since they were differentiated and reborn by the traitors. The feeling of hunger was like an insatiable black hole, making them completely ignore the dangers around them, and still greedily pounce on one delicious soul after another. Some ghouls even followed the players into the collapsed area, and the parasites were instantly electrocuted to death. After the crazy transformation, the mutant organs that emerged from the sea further cut the island into pieces. And those mutant organs also fell back to the sea surface helplessly because of the high voltage. There is no doubt that the seawater of Onigashima is a forbidden zone that no one or ghoul can violate. The Black Market Island is falling apart, carrying all the people and ghosts on it into hell. This scene is certainly not the ideal situation that Enro expected. She just took advantage of the ghouls' need for the Black Market Island to further exert mental pressure and wait for an opportunity to control him. The only difference is that she didn't expect that the metal structure supporting the island was already on the verge of collapse. A slight touch, and it fell apart. Now, it was too late to regret. So she could only continue to persuade. Your ghoul army may not be saved, but you can still be saved. No matter what you want to do, you must survive first to have hope. It was still an ineffective persuasion, and Ro's patience had been exhausted. So she simply gave up commanding those ghouls and focused on controlling the traitors. Run to that pillar. And Ro used all her strength to command, and a stream of blood flowed from her ears. Suddenly, there was nothing under my feet. The ground they were standing on also collapsed. The giant led the way, and the joint team stopped at the coast. Across the dark sea, a kilometer away, there was a huge blue light shield. The dome was almost as high as Wit. The target is heading towards the ghost island, Jincha shouted. All the team members looked up at the leader at the same time. But Wit was too high, so they could only turn to look at the opening. In front was the ghost island camp, and the Yatin Guild and the Philistin Guild dominated this archipelago. Whether it was Long Yen or Gar, forcing their way in would trigger a series of diplomatic conflicts. But everyone knew how important the Yondon mission was. Shinsha asked Kai hoarsely, "Do you want to ask the president first?" Kaitsai's molars creaked, and after a few seconds of silence, he cursed. "What do you want to ask? By the time the process is over, Yondon will have already run away," he shouted to Wit. "The three of us will chase him." Wit agreed. This was the closest he had ever been to Yondon Farm, and he was unwilling to give up. As we all know, the surface of the Sea of Ghost Island is full of high-voltage electricity, and the damage is so strong that even super players dare not offend. No one in the team has the flying skill. Only Kairi and Wit can cross this kilometer of sea surface. Kairi has a double-edged sword. Wit is a giant. The ant and the elephant retreated a distance at the same time and sprinted at the same time. After Kairi jumped onto the double-edged sword, he quickly picked up Shinsha and rushed to the light shield on the opposite side. He can only take one person with him. No more. Wit's giant body is illusory, and he can't take anyone with him. He can only jump suddenly by himself, like jumping over a stream. The other team members looked at each other, silently turned on the light screen, and clicked into the team channel where the presidents of the two families were, unable to cross the sea to help. These high-level players were a little frustrated. In the night state, no matter how fast the wealth flies, everything on the farm is as safe as a mountain. The residents slept, chatted in the middle of the night, and no one knew that their farm owner was in danger except in Yongnian and Qiajia. And Yongnian paced back and forth in the room, while Qiujia gently patted the sleeping Zisha and cast a worried look out the window. They were all familiar with Zhangda, and Zhang Da's sudden nervousness inevitably made people think too much. Could something have happened to Ro? And Yongnian was worried. Qiujia could only comfort him softly, with Xiao Ro's ability. Everything will definitely turn out well. Don't worry too much. And Yonyan shook his head. No. I have to ask. He strode into the yard, squatted down, and shouted at the ground, Bao Fu. Xiao Bao Fu. Come out quickly. The big face never appeared. The edge of the farm. Zhang De bent down, squinting at the lights flashing below. It didn't know where Enro was, but its ghost mother knew. It just needed to be ready for battle. Behind it, all the ghoul employees were summoned and stood side by side in silence. Meng Ziyu was next to it, lying on the ground overlooking the brightly lit and densely packed high-rise buildings, and said in surprise, Is this the Ghost Island? It has a small area and a large population, and the structure is complex. It is simply the most perfect place to hide in the city, compared with other people or ghosts. Meng Ziyu is the least worried about Enro. How could such a scary woman die so easily? Counting this time, Enro has been on the verge of death for the third time. The black waves of the sea almost brushed against the soles of her shoes. Fortunately, Pao Pao never let go of her arm, and in the process of falling, he quickly inserted the Tang sword into the rock next to him. He didn't care about catching his breath, and used the movement skills one after another, pulling Enro up to the island. But the ground under his feet was also shaking, and it couldn't hold up for too long. Boss, we have to leave now. The surrounding thermal boats were sliding outward, carrying the player driver, who had not yet regained consciousness on the boat, and fell into the abyss. Pao Pao dragged Enro to the nearest thermal boat. No matter whether he can drive or not, let's float first. But Enro refused to get on the boat. It's useless. After no longer having to bother controlling the ghoul, she could barely speak. Jia Xian led us here and won't let us go. Pao Pao didn't understand, but he confirmed that the boss mentioned Jia Xian for the second time in a short period of time. What did that guy do? He was so anxious that he almost collapsed. Enro didn't have the energy to explain, and her eyes moved around. Where is the traitor? It's there. Pao Pao pointed to a place. Just now the ground collapsed, and it ran away. That direction happened to be the center of the Black Market Island, where the pillars were located. In the chaos, Enro didn't catch the other person's figure. She soon realized that the traitor had regained his sanity, and even accepted the reality, recognizing the only way out at the moment. Pillar. Each pillar on the island is unique. As long as the pillar does not fall, Black Market Island number 7 will not disappear, and it will not be annihilated with the territorial restrictions. If the core program is likened to genes, this may be the survival instinct engraved in its genes. Enro gritted her teeth. After all her efforts, she thought she could control the traitor, but she didn't expect that the sudden collapse forced her to cut off the consciousness connection, and her efforts failed. In theory, the life threat brought by the top ghoul has been lifted. However, Enro raised her trembling hands and said word by word, We will go there too. Pao Pao opened his mouth in disbelief. Enro, don't ask why. We must go there. Pao Pao closed his mouth obediently and took a deep breath. Although the gold coin space that confused the mind disappeared, the players on the Ghost Island had not yet regained consciousness. They either died in the mouths of the hungry ghouls or fell into the sea and became corpses burned by electricity. Occasionally, there were players who woke up faster, but they only had time to let out a scream before entering a state of death. Thousands of players. It's not an exaggeration to call it a hell on earth. It reminded him of the night in Zhongshu town. Pao Pao had seen in the guide that no matter what the reason was for a player on Ghost Island to fall into the sea, there was no chance of survival because of the existence of 10,000-volt high-voltage electricity. They couldn't use the resurrection card to go online immediately. After all, the body was soaked in the seawater, and going online was tantamount to seeking death. It was similar to the pickle jar on the farm. They could only wait for the corpse recovery team sent by Ghost Island to salvage the body and then revive. This process would take at least 3 days. The problem is that Pao Pao has time to wait. But Anna doesn't even have the chance to wait. She only has one life. At this time, the Black Market Island has been broken into pieces. To run from his position to the center, he has to cross the bumpy ground and fall if he is not careful. If there is a flying sword. If it is a higher level. Silver Wind Mace. Silver Wind Mace has flying skills. Emmer's reminder reached his ears in time. Peopeo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took out the Silver Wind Mace. The third stage skill, Silver Bird Flying High, requires 200 energy points. Dozens of air-breaking slashes almost emptied Peopeo's energy bar. and the remaining energy points were just enough. A little silver light lit up, and the silver wind mace took the two people off the shaking ground and flew to the center of the Black Market Island. Fearing that he would be splashed by sea water, Pow Pow deliberately raised the altitude of his flight. The ground below collapsed. The waves piled up, and the lightning flashed like a spider web. The remaining players finally woke up. But what greeted them was the black waves of death. And screams came one after another. Suddenly, Pow Pow caught a different sound. The humming sound of the engine. He turned his head and saw a thermal ship rising into the air. With the help of the electric light, he vaguely recognized the panicked person on the ship. CG. It turned out to be CG who brought them here. This guy is lucky. But Pow Pow recalled the thermal ships that fled in panic before the gold coin space covered the entire island. Those ships crashed into something and crashed. Pow Pow hurriedly shouted, "Be careful above." CG must have heard it. The thermal ship suddenly stopped rising and swung left and right. "Pow Pow. Ahead," Enra said in his ear. Pow Pow turned around and suddenly saw a figure. In the center of the Black Market Island. In front of the Ark building. In a huge pit. There was a dark pillar. On the pillar was a traitor. Pow Pow couldn't see its eyes clearly, but his intuition told him that it was staring at him. It raised its hands and paddled hard in one direction. The roar of the engine was approaching rapidly. In an instant, Pepeo's scalp exploded. He looked back hastily and saw CG's thermal ship rushing straight at him. CG didn't listen to the advice at all, but lost control of the thermal ship. Ghost magic. It must be another ghost magic of the traitor. A ghost magic that can control objects in the air. The turn came too quickly. Pow Pow didn't have time to think about it, and hugged Enro in his arms. The thermal ship suddenly hit his back. The impact was too strong, and a line of blood spurted out of Pepeo's mouth. Not only did the silver wind mace fall out of his hand, but he also failed to hold Enro. A silver light, and two figures scattered in three directions, like a kite with a broken string. He turned his head with all his strength and chased Enro's figure with difficulty. He glimpsed below, and saw a wave being swept out of the sea by an invisible force, and attacking Enro. It was a traitor. It wanted to take the opportunity to kill Enro. "Boss!" At the critical moment, a deep roar overwhelmed Pepeo's heart-wrenching shout. Pow Pow opened his mouth wide, and tears burst out uncontrollably. Brother who got rich overnight is here. Chapter 119. Attention. All islands. An intruder has been spotted. Attention. All islands. An intruder has been spotted. Attention. All islands. An intruder has been spotted. Countless broadcasts gathered into a huge sound wave, resounding through the sky. Instantly, all players and NPCs on the island stopped what they were doing. In fact, they had spotted the intruder without the broadcast, because his unparalleled size meant that there was no tall building to hide him. After a brief pause, everyone started moving. According to the rules of the two major guilds on Ghost Island, anyone who contributes to the capture of invaders can receive a reward. On each island, dense crowds of people poured into the streets. But they soon stopped. In various places, people gradually recognized the giant holding a sword in the air. Sventivit. That's Sventivit of the Gal Guild. 9th on the destiny list. Who dares to stop it? Not to mention capturing it. Watching the giant go straight from the outer ring of the archipelago to the inner ring. Countless people couldn't help but raise their arms and dodge in panic every time the giant foot stepped down. Fortunately, the giant that Sventivit transformed into was like a phantom, causing no damage to anyone or any building. But he was so huge that no one noticed that at his waist there was a black shadow flying between the tall buildings. This way. Shincha used the Wanhua stick to point the direction. At the edge of an island, a double-edged knife was thrown towards an island 1 kilometer away, and the black shadow flashed away. In front of the farm, a little blue light was approaching rapidly. It was a light shield covering an island. Meng Ziyu lay on the edge of the farm, his eyes widening. Big brother. Where are you going? It's almost hit. It's almost hit. The whole farm sank suddenly, and shoveled straight to the bottom of the light shield. I told you to fly high. Big brother. It was too late. Amid Meng Ziyu's screams, the farm shoveled into the sea. Its collar tightened, and Zhang De pulled it back by the collar. A burst of crackling flashes of lightning broke out in front. The lightning was like a long dragon, piercing straight from the edge of the farm and blasting through the wall. Zhang De kept walking, pulling Meng Ziyu to dodge. crossing the high wall, and chasing the lightning all the way inside in a parallel route. Just when Meng Ziyu thought the lightning was about to split the farm in two, it suddenly stopped after spreading to the pond. The water in the pond caused the lightning to disperse suddenly, and it suddenly went out after a flash. But the straight gullies drawn by the lightning along the way were still faintly blue, and the crackling sound continued. The huge farm was like a piece of cake, cut from the edge to the center. Zhang De also stopped and let Meng Ziyu fall to the ground. Meng Ziyu then realized that the ground temperature under his feet was rising rapidly. The smell of burnt flesh and skin, along with the temperature of the soil, came out of the ground. Nearby, the neon lights on the second street and the first alley flickered violently, and the shaking of the tables and chairs in the house woke up a group of sleeping residents. What's wrong? What happened? Has the dawn fallen? All the lights went out at the same time, and the night outside the window was darker than before, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Fortunately, the darkness only lasted for a short moment, and lights of various colors in the distance and near lit up at the same time and stopped flickering. With the help of the light, Meng Ziyu finally saw the scene in front of him clearly. In the low sky, two figures fell separately. It recognized that one was Enro and the other was Pao Pao. The moment they touched the ground, they were swallowed by the dark crack in the ground. On the other side, something was also spinning and falling. It looked like a strange ship. The ship fell along the edge of the sauerkraut building. A figure jumped out from it, broke through the window, and disappeared into the building. Just 1 second later, the ship brushed past the building and rushed into the pond, exploding suddenly. The strong light of the explosion illuminated the center of the pond again. There was a dark column, and on the column, there was a person. Baofu was attacking that person. Bone blades and bone knives were as fast as lightning, protruding from all directions, and the remaining light and shadows weaved into a deadly cage, wrapping that person in it. No, that was not a person. It suffered countless heavy blows in an instant, but it was still stubbornly resisting Baofu's attack. Meng Ziyu asked himself, even if he changed into the parasite of the Destiny Man, he would not be able to hold out for a second under Baofu's unreserved attack. The one in the cage is its kind, and its level and strength are far superior to its kind. The terrifying self-healing ability is very likely to be an SSS-level ghoul like Baofu. Meng Ziyu suddenly noticed the fragmentary voices coming from the street. Don't come out! The sharp voice of the boy was so penetrating that all the residents retreated back into the house. Meng Ziyu didn't know why he did this. It was a subconscious reaction. A hand suddenly pressed its head and rubbed it. Well done. It was Enro's annoying voice. But for some reason, Meng Ziyu's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. It looked up at her. Her face was covered in blood, and the exposed skin was very pale, the most miserable it had ever seen. But her eyes were still calm. As usual. Help me go see my dad? Tell him to wait in the room. Don't worry. I can't run fast. Why do you want me to run errands? Meng Ziyu muttered, and ran towards the courtyard with his short legs. Enro squatted down to feel the temperature of the ground, and then carefully smelled the smell in the air. The ground was warm, not hot, and no residents were injured. The burning smell should be because Baofu was injured by the high-voltage electricity in the seawater. When she was taken into the void by Baofu, she clearly noticed that the soul light on the void tentacles was not as bright as before. Bao Bao was seriously injured. However, Anri did not expect that Baofu's injury gave her and the entire farm a chance to breathe. Under the guidance of Kylie and Jincha, Giant Wit had crossed most of the archipelago and was not far from Black Market Island number 7. But Jincha suddenly stopped, holding the Wanhua stick and moving half a circle, but failed to catch the stench of corpses. They stood on the edge of a high-rise building on the first-level island, and the narrow street below was crowded with people. In the crowded crowd, a person was spinning in circles with his orchid fingers raised. Make way. Make way. Make way for me. Stubble. Red lips. Thick powder. Colorful eyeshadow. Red nails. Purple tight leather jacket and black leather shorts. There are not too many features to identify this person. The Philistin Guild, ranked 11th on the Destiny list. The Super God Orchid Cannon. People retreated in a rush, leaving a circle of empty space on the crowded street. Orchid Cannon turned around in satisfaction, looked at the giant wit in the sky, and pulled out his gun. His gun was also very distinctive, with diamonds embedded from the muzzle to the handle, blinding people's eyes. Orchid Cannon's eyes were obsessed, So burly. I like it so much. Pull the trigger. The diamond pistol suddenly enlarged 100 times. And with a bang from the black muzzle, a diamond bullet jumped out and floated in the air. The orchid cannon turned over and rode on the diamond bullet. Darling, here I come! The bullet then exploded with the proper impact, carrying him and his charming and flamboyant laughter, rushing into the night at high speed. A bright meteor appeared in the night sky, stopped in front of Wit, just hovering below his eyebrows. The bright diamond turned into a crystal-clear orchid, and the heavily made-up man knelt in the center of the orchid. He held his hands together, gently supported his chin, and looked up into its eyes, like a pious girl looking up to a majestic god. But the tone of Lan Hua Pao's words was tantamount to blasphemy. Dear, are you here to see me? You stole my mission a few days ago. And you feel guilty? Wit looked at him quietly. When he found out that Ollie failed the exam, he happened to kill an SS-level ghoul near the spirit realm. Lan Hua Pao, who was ambushing at the scene, suddenly jumped out and accused him of stealing his mission. Wit had no time to explain at that time, so he hurried to Lingbing City. Unexpectedly, Orchid Cannon also returned to Ghost Island. Orchid Cannon raised his chin. You must apologize sincerely. Otherwise I will not forgive you. Darling. Before he finished speaking, his movements had changed, and the diamond pistol was pointed at the center of Wit's brow. The sound of breaking through the air came from behind, and Orchid Cannon fired a shot without looking back, knocking the double-edged sword away. On. He waved his index finger, and the sound was not small. Short dwarfs are not my type. Open the belly. Don't make yourself bored. I like this type of Ivy. Kylie exploded immediately. King say that again? I said. Lan Hua Pao leaned over and smiled shyly. You can't trespass into Ghost Island, even if you are Long Yen. I'm King trespassing. Kylie raised his double-edged knife, but was pulled by Jincha beside him. A large number of black shadows appeared silently on the rooftops around, and countless guns were aimed at him. Kylie gritted his teeth. Am I King afraid of him? Jincha didn't let go, and his nervous expression revealed a bit of frustration. The target has lost track. Maybe it was because the distance was too far, or maybe the ghoul finally discovered and removed the corpse fluid, so the Wanhua stick could no longer capture the smell. Boss, it's done. Pao Pao pointed at the black hill behind him. Baofu arrived in time and saved his dying life. After drinking the life potion, the palpitation still did not dissipate, and he spoke with a slight wheeze. The hill was black rubber. When Andrew gave it to him, it was only the size of a palm. It took 8 million gold to reshape it to this size. Fully opened, it was enough to cover the entire farm. It was not used to cover the farm, but to cushion Baofu's body to isolate the high-voltage electricity in the seawater. And Ro looked at the center of the pond, and the traitor was still trapped in the cage woven by the bone blades. It could not break through Baofu's siege, and had been tortured for 5 minutes. It was not enough. Bao Bao. And Ro called softly. In the nocturnal state, the farm was Baofu's territory, and he could do many things at the same time. And Ro stepped into the crack that appeared on the ground, and the crack also swallowed up the rubber hill. After entering the void, and Ro stood on the tentacles, and the rubber hill was swallowed up little by the tentacles. It will unfold little by little, and spread under the entire farm. Take me in. I want to see you. And Ro said to the dim soul light. After a while, the void tentacles surrounded her, and entered the depths of the void. The rich soul was already waiting, and in Ro's eyes sank. After swallowing the mad knife, its soul has taken on a three-dimensional human form, and Ro guessed that if it devoured a few more high-level players, it would be able to evolve into a lifelike person with clear features. But this time, what appeared in front of her was just a human figure, just like the white figure reflected on the wall when they first met. Was it the injury that caused the light of Baofu's soul to dim, and then caused the soul to regress? And Ro couldn't be sure if this was the reason, because Baofu was unable to answer complex words. But it keenly sensed that its master was in a bad mood. The tentacles around it shrank and expanded at the same time, and many things gushed out bit by bit. Rocks, building debris, a lot of gold coins and props, and charred corpses. And Ro was stunned and laughed angrily. You are injured, and you still want to swallow these things? Master, I like it. The soul light spot said softly, and Ro was silent. And she began to suspect that Baofu was so badly injured because he swallowed too much seawater with high voltage electricity. Enro returned to the ground. Zhang De and Pao Pao were waiting there. Since Enro was out of danger, Zhang Da's face turned back to being old-fashioned and dull, while Pao Pao was anxious and couldn't even stand. Enro knew what he was panicking about, so she motioned him to be patient and asked, "How long has it been?" Pao Pao glanced at the screen. "About 10 minutes. This is the time since the sudden rich landing. Is there any movement in the forum?" Pao Pao shook his head. "No. Boss, don't you think it's strange? Thousands of people died on the island. They all know that a ghoul wave broke out on the island. How could there be no splash in the forum?" Pao Pao thought it was strange, which was normal because he didn't know about Jia Xian's existence. The Ghost King not only has the ability to block player communications, but also has the ability to manipulate posts in the forum. And Ro has never figured this out. Which monster boss in a game can interfere with the player forum? However, there are too many strange things about the soul calling song, so this can only be regarded as nothing strange. Don't think about that for now. And Ro said, "The current situation is that Black Market Island number 7 has been sunk for 10 minutes. But people outside the island don't seem to notice. And it's not even 10 o'clock now, which is not the time for the Black Market Island to close. But no players come in to trade. Considering the recent popularity of Black Market Island number 7, this is obviously abnormal. And," she paused and frowned, "the joint team is clearly chasing us. And they are chasing us very closely. But they haven't appeared yet. And Bao Bao can't smell their scent. Boss is saying." Pao Pao was puzzled. "This island seems to be isolated from the world? Because of the ghost magic of the rich brother? From the signs?" "Yes." And Rose suddenly looked at his side. "Zhang De, what do you want to say?" Zhang De said in a serious tone. "Stint of its transformation into a giant may divert attention. When we got here, there were many ships around the island, all of which had crashed." "Crash? Did Bao Bao do it?" "Yes." Zhang De gave two very important clues. And Ro frowned and pondered for a while, then asked Pao Pao, "Ghost Island has a rule that after nightfall, only people can leave but not enter. Even the Dragon Flame Guild is not allowed?" Pao Pao nodded. "Yes. No matter who comes, they have to wait until dawn. Large guilds like Dragon Flame Gal, maybe they can get in through diplomatic means. But the joint team was chasing people. And from what Zhang De said, they rushed into Ghost Island after the farm. In such a short time, it is unlikely that the so-called diplomatic means could be used. In this way, the reason why the joint team failed to catch up can be explained. Breaking into the light shield of Oni Island will trigger the alarm. The giant transformed by Sventivit will definitely attract the attention of the entire island at the first time and divert the attention from this Black Market Island. Presumably, the joint team has been intercepted by Oni Island. As for the players surrounding the Black Market Island, from the outbreak of the Ghoul Tide to the sinking of the Black Market Island, the process was not long. At most only 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, the thermal ship could not fly away from the Ghost Island. And it is estimated that the ships outside could not enter. Those players should be the ones who wanted to trade on the island. Maybe they posted in the forum after discovering the abnormality. But the posts were blocked by Jia Xian and failed to attract attention. When the rich arrived, they naturally regarded them as enemies, as the Destiny ones, and killed them instantly. No one could speak. And the abnormal situation of the Black Market Island naturally could not be spread. No! Someone came 10 minutes ago. But no one came now. There are still 10 minutes before the market closes. Bao Bao. Is there anyone outside now? Bao Fu's big face appeared and grumbled. Pao Pao couldn't understand the meaning of grumble and asked, "Is there anyone or not?" "Yes." Bao Bao smelled it. Andrew said, "Pao Pao, use the Silver Wind Mace to take me up to have a look." Pao Pao activated the Silver Wind Mace skill and took Andrew into the air. He didn't dare to fly too fast. After all, the tragic scene of the thermal ship crash was still vivid in his mind. Andrew also raised an arm to touch the invisible barrier that blocked the player's escape. But I never touched it. Instead, my eyes suddenly lit up, and my vision was filled with bright blue light. It was a light shield. The Black Market Island had sunk, but the light shield was still there. All I could see was a blue sky, and I couldn't tell the spherical arc of the light shield. But Enro heard a sound, the whirring engine of the thermal ship, and the voice of people. "What's going on? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Why can't I get in? Is it because there are too many people inside, and they are limiting the flow of people? What a joke. How can that be? Damn. No one has replied to my post, and I'm still rushing to sell some equipment to recover. They probably all went to see Svintovit. I heard that Lan Huapao and his men have captured them. Everyone wants to see them fight. Rank 9 versus Rank 11. TSK. Stop making trouble. Come early tomorrow, and we'll go and watch. The conversation was behind. Fortunately, and Ro and Pao Pao only showed their heads, and were not discovered. The two retreated into the light shield, and the sound disappeared immediately. It seems that the light shield not only prevents peeping, but also blocks sound. And Ro immediately connected with the consciousness of sudden wealth. Below, the farm lights illuminated a large area of white. At the edge of the farm, the figure of Baofu slowly emerged, with bone knives standing at the four corners, supporting his huge body to rise up little by little. The ghost art lied down, and its back penetrated the farm building without any hindrance. The bone knives of the deformed limbs were much longer than the bone blades, and when fully stretched out, the length was far more than 100 meters. However, the light shield was hemispherical, like a bowl on the ground. The higher the position, the narrower the cross-section, and Ro was worried that Baofu's broad back would be exposed to the light shield. So she didn't let it stand up completely. There was one missing bone knife among the four below. It appeared on the back of Baofu, slashing at the sky, as fast as lightning. One broken ship after another fell down, exploding into balls of fire on the light shield. Along with it, there were also puffs of blood. However, no player could make a scream, as they were all dead before the ship was destroyed. There were more than one thermal ship staying outside the light shield, but not many. Although the souls of these low-level and mid-level players were weak, they could more or less replenish Baofu's energy. However, there were no scars on Baofu's back. It seemed that the injuries caused by the high-voltage electricity had healed themselves. That was a good thing. And Ro asked Pao Pao to fly upwards and looked outside the light shield. It was empty, and there was no trace of the thermal ship. The bright blue light passed through her and Pao Pao's chests, and both of them were safe and sound. And Ro was sure that it was the work of Jia Xian. This light shield looked the same as the light shields in other places on Ghost Island. But there were several huge differences. First, she and Pao Pao could enter and exit without any hindrance, but other players could not. Second, the anti-peeping function of the single lens has become a two-way anti-peeping function. People outside can only see the blue light cover, and the night sky seen by people inside is also fake. Otherwise, and Ro would have discovered several thermal ships floating above her head. And Ro sneered silently. The Ghost King has made so much effort. It seems that the trip to the Ghost Island has a second half, as she speculated. The owner of the second half is undoubtedly the joint team. Bao Bao cut off its hands and feet. As Baofu sank, the bone knife of his limb suddenly retracted. It was virtual when it passed the farm building, but it became real when it reached the center of the pond. The toughness and attack power of its bone knife have always been stronger than the bone blade formed by the deformed ribs. On the black cylinder, the traitor was covered in blood and his movements suddenly stopped. At the shoulders and thighs, his limbs separated from his body at the same time and fell into the pond. Plop! Plop! The disgusting sound rang in its mind. The severe headache made the traitor clench his teeth, and blood flowed out from between his teeth. Plop plop. The sound was transferred to the outside world and entered the ears. But the headache did not disappear. And Rose stood on the broad forehead of the rich man. And below her was a white neck that was several times thicker than the black cylinder. The traitor understood at a glance that this was the same kind that attacked it endlessly. For some reason, it was willing to be driven by humans. A lowly kind. The anger and pain made it speechless. And it could only stare at Ro with its bloodshot eyes. And Ro turned a blind eye and ignored it. A human pig, oh, just a ghost pig. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the cylinder carefully. The cylinder was very thick, with a diameter about enough to hold 3 or 4 ghost pigs. It was dark and, apart from the blood stains on it, it looked no different from a metal pillar painted black. But Enro had reason to suspect that the light shield covering the island was most likely due to the existence of this pillar. Pao Pao wiped the blood off. Pao Pao was also beside Enro. The traitor had a strong self-healing ability. A bunch of physiological fibers had already emerged from his severed hands and feet, which looked very creepy. With the rich guy around, Pao Pao was not afraid at all and jumped onto the cylinder. He sprinkled a handful of gold coins on the cylinder. But the gold coins did not disappear, and the blood stains could not be cleaned. Boss, it's not a living prop. Of course not. And Rose said, so I asked you to wipe it. Oh. Pow Pow kicked the traitor, making it roll over. Let it go. He looked at the prop column, touched his body, and couldn't find anything to wipe the blood. His eyes fell on the traitor's back, and an idea flashed. Got it. Sprinkled a handful of gold coins on the traitor, reshaped and cleaned his tattered and blood-soaked clothes, then lifted his collar and dragged him back and forth on the cylinder. Clean. Several dim numbers appeared on the cylinder. 007. The number of the number 7 Black Market Island? And Ro was thinking about it, and heard Pow Pow say, Boss, it's like this. Why don't you just kill it? And Ro laughed and scolded, don't talk nonsense. What if you scare people? We have to cooperate again next. Chapter 120. Having been with Ro for so long, Pow Pow is probably the most ghoul-friendly player. This doesn't mean he is a saint. From discovering the identity of the traitor to the outbreak of the ghoul tide, and finally the fall of the island, this SSS-level ghoul almost killed him 3 times, as well as the boss. After drinking the life potion, Peopeo's health was restored a lot, but his back and internal organs are still in great pain. Being hit by such a large thermal ship, it is conceivable that the bones and internal organs must have been injured. And Ro waved him back, patted his shoulder, and said soothingly, no fight, no acquaintance. The eyes said, we need it. Pow Pow put down his hatred for the traitor for the time being, and Ro also wanted Pow Pow to kill the traitor. With Bao Fu's help, there was no need to worry about the traitor's crazy transformation. Peopeo's experience of eating SSS-level ghouls will definitely greatly improve his level. But considering Jia Xian and Chu Mo hiding in the dark, he had to give up. How do you want to cooperate with it? Boss? Pow Pow finally asked the question that he hadn't had time to ask before. Is it related to Jia Xian? And Ro nodded. Jia Xian knew that the joint team would come after us. And he also knew that Spinovit and Kairi would join forces. And Bao Bao would not be a match. So we asked him to help us. Peopeo's focus was a little off. Jia Xian? Boss, are you sure it's Jia Xian and not Chu Mo? John Xingsa only has gold. How can he find a top-level ghoul? And Ro cast a speechless look. Jia Xian was regarded as a half-rival by Pow Pow, and it was understandable that he subconsciously suppressed and slandered his rival. She didn't explain. In the matter of causing trouble for the farm, Jia Xian and Chu Mo were on the same side. So Pow Pow was not wrong to say Chu Mo was the one. Pow Pow was seen through, scratched his head embarrassedly, and began to think. I don't quite understand. First, the traitor was originally on this Black Market Island. There are 8 Black Market Islands in total. We came here by chance, right? How could it be that Jia Xian sent us here? Second, this ghoul has tried to kill us several times. He is just an enemy. How could he be a helper? And Ro, let's talk about the first question first. Who brought us to Black Market Island number 7? CG. Was he arranged by Jia Xian? It doesn't seem like an arrangement, but more like a parasite. And Ro thought to herself and nodded. Pow Pow turned around suddenly and looked at the dark water. The thermal boat driven by CG exploded in the pond. And Ro said, he is not dead. He is in the business. I said John did to control him. Pow Pow snorted, severe torture. And Ro couldn't help laughing and found a random excuse to perfunctorily answer, I didn't get anything out of him. I guess he was used by someone, and he doesn't know it yet. As for your second question, like CG, the traitors are clueless and can be understood as being used without realizing it. Ghouls are naturally opposed to humans, so it's normal for them to attack them. However, Pow Pow still doesn't understand. It's SSS level, and Brother Baofu wasn't there at the beginning. Isn't Chumo afraid that he'll kill us? It's SSS level, but it's just a new SSS level 1, and its strength is far inferior to Bao Bao. Just promoted? How did the boss know? And Rose sorted it out and laid out a list of reasons. First, his willpower was not strong enough. He was almost completely controlled by me. He was not even as good as Meng Ziyu. Second, he was not proficient in using ghost arts. It has 3 ghost arts in total: Golden Delusion, Controlling Objects, and Alien Creation. The last one may not have been used, so I don't know what it is used for. If it is proficient, it will use Golden Delusion to force you to lose your combat power, and then use Controlling Objects to kill us. It's easy. It is obvious that it has no experience in using ghost arts to defend against enemies. It is further speculated that the time for the awakening of these 3 ghost hearts will not be too early, and it is likely to be in these 2 days. Pow Pow looked at the light screen in front of him that could identify the ghoul, and his mouth opened wide little by little. The boss had no combat skills, but his brain was much more useful than his gold-level high-level player. According to the second point, we can infer the third point, the time and conditions for it to be upgraded to SSS level. CG said that the official recycling price of the number 7 trading island has only been raised in recent days, so it has attracted a large number of players. To be able to come up with such attention, the ghoul's level at that time was at least A. It disguised itself as a trader and devoured the player's soul unexpectedly during the transaction process. It was too convenient. Think about it. How many players are on the island tonight? How many players are there in the past few days? At least tens of thousands. But how many ghouls did it differentiate? Pow Pow followed up, not counting itself. 453. Boss, are you saying that it ate SSS level ghouls on the island? And Ro, that's right. With Baofu's current strength, it doesn't need to replenish energy to differentiate hundreds of ghouls. But the trader can't. It is a ghoul that has just been upgraded to SSS. It must keep eating while differentiating, which further slows down the differentiation speed. Pow Pow showed his usual admiration. Could it be that becoming an NPC would give him an IQ comparable to that of AI? I felt a little moved. Actually, there is one more thing. And Ro's eyes fell on the cylinder. Ghoul Boss has a territory restriction. Once it leaves the mission site, it will be recycled by the system. Of course, this point alone is not enough to be a strong evidence of judgment, because not all high-level ghouls are confined to one place. According to the forum posts and the analysis data found by Pow Pow, if a ghoul wants to hang up, boss, title, 2 conditions must be met, S level or above, triggered a ghoul tide. After these 2 points are met, the place where the ghoul tide is located becomes the territory of the imprisoned boss. If the ghoul tide is eliminated by the player, the boss will die no matter whether it leaves or stays. If you want to survive, you can only let the ghoul tide continue. If you want to leave or expand the territory, you can only let the ghoul tide spread outward. To understand it from another perspective, once the ghoul tide is formed, the boss will awaken the hidden program, and a deep cognition like genes will appear. Leaving the territory will lead to death. If we attribute the culprit of the ghoul tide on Black Market Island number 7 to Jia Xian, we will get another detail. The Ghost King has screened which ghouls to serve as traders. It can't be a ghoul who just wants to fill his stomach. There are too many ghouls who run away after eating a soul. And Mengziyu is a typical example. It is best to be a ghoul who has a deep hatred for humans in addition to instinct, and can't wait to destroy all mankind. Only in this way can he be patient and disguised, and lay out everything until everything is ready, and then suddenly explode, destroying the entire ghost island with a devastating force. The traitor in front of him did exactly that. Its hatred for humans is exactly what Enro will use in the next negotiation. After listening to this, Pow Pow raised a rare question. Boss, the setting of territorial restrictions does not seem to be 100% accurate. Didn't you say that the Bloodwing Ghoul in the T-21 mission was teleported to another place and then killed by someone, not recovered by the system? And Ro asked back, what does the system look like? Have you seen it? It is very likely that the handsome and well-mannered Jia Xian is the system. Pow Pow was speechless and scratched his head. That's right. He suddenly became excited. Boss, you have seen the system. Maybe you are the first in the whole server. And Ro blinked and held back the words on her lips. Well, you are the second in the whole server. Oh, if you count GMO, that's the third in the whole server. As always, the farm is high in the sky, standing far above the light shield. The light shield's anti-peeping function and the rich night camouflage could not block Jia Xian's eyes and ears. His white robe faded. His figure was erratic, and he blended perfectly into the night. He looked aside and said self-deprecatingly, she has figured out every step. What can I do? Chu Mo said coldly, she is you. You are her. What you want? She naturally wants. Jia Xian smiled dumbly, and suddenly pretended to be sad. If so, aren't you also me? You want to kill her, but you still want to kill me? Alas, I have been handing you the knife. Chu Mo was too lazy to watch him act, and stepped on the Yochi sword and sank straight into the sky. Jia Xian raised his head. His smile faded, revealing a trace of melancholy. I don't know whether I was looking at the ink removal or the sky. Trinity, he said faintly. Since we are of the same origin, why are we so anxious to fight each other? Under Jia Xion's feet, the only void that he could not see or hear, the soul light points gathered into a snow-white figure. Just like Jia Xion, the figure made a posture of looking up. Countless soul light points flickered slowly, making the same repeated word sounds. Really? Really? Disguise the farm as a black market island? Yes. They will help us recruit helpers. And we will take this opportunity to eat up the joint group. Pow Pow was stunned. With his brain, he could not imagine such an outrageous and bold idea. As expected of the boss. And Ro, have you noticed that the black market island is only a circle larger than the farm? This pillar is the center point supporting the entire island. The center of our farm is in the pond. And the two center points overlap. With the pillar, the light shield covers the entire farm. When players see the light shield, they will have a preconceived idea that the black market island is still the black market island. We just need to change the layout of the buildings and decorate it a little. It will be even harder to recognize it when it gets dark. But it costs a lot of money. Pow Pow said. That insulating rubber mat basically took all the money we had. Simple. And Ru looked down and called out. Bao Bao. Baofu carried the two to the edge of the pond. And then returned to the pond. He opened his mouth and spit out a lot of construction waste, almost forming a garbage island in the pond. Pow Pow was stunned to see Baofu swimming to the shore of the pond, and spit out a yellow mountain of gold, a colorful mountain of props, and a black mountain of corpses that smelled like burnt. The gold mountain was the smallest, followed by the prop mountain, and the corpse mountain was the highest, exceeding the 5-meter-high gate of the villa. The three small mountains filled the square in front of the villa. These were the harvests of more than 400 ghouls and thousands of players who fell into the sea. And Ro thought that the reason why there were so many props was probably that most of them came from the official trading area counter. The ghoul employees appeared quietly, picked up the corpses from the corpse mountain, and carried them to the pickled cabbage building. They didn't even look at their pitiful counterparts on the pond column. I only swallowed a big mouthful when Bao Bao came down. Otherwise the harvest would definitely be more than this. And Ro smiled and touched Bao Fu's forehead. The bottom of the Guidao Sea is really a treasure trove. I heard that there is a team specializing in salvaging in the Guidao camp. And I guess they are all rich. Pow Pow didn't hear in Ro's voiceover, and stared at Jin Shan. He was a man who had seen the world, and he could see the experience in Jin Shan. He frowned and said, Boss, this money is probably less than 10 million. And it may not be enough to rebuild the farm. Aren't there so many props? Props are not gold coins. They can't be used to reshape. Pow Pow paused. He saw Anro walk to the prop mountain and lift a heavy tablet with great effort. Trading platform? He was stunned. Anro put the tablet on the ground and picked up a prop and threw it on it. Well, Han Wu, the recycling price is only 5,000 gold. The official is really cruel. Anru laughed and complained, put her hand on the tablet, and was stunned. Why don't you pay? Is it because I'm not a player? Pow Pow. Come here. Pow Pow walked over with numb hands and feet and pressed his hand. The red weapon disappeared, and 5,000 gold was credited. Fuck. He quickly became excited. It really works. Pow Pow was in high spirits and grabbed another item and put it on. But the tablet didn't light up. What's going on? How can the item's properties be displayed? He picked up the tablet and looked at it over and over again. Boss, is it broken? And Ro's attention moved to the pond. On the cylinder, the trader stood up quietly without saying a word. His arms and legs had grown back, but his palms and soles had not yet taken shape. Why are you so quiet? Are you trying to sneak attack? And Ro sneered. Violent. The bone knife was like a sickle from hell, and it flashed past. The trader's newly grown hands and feet were broken at the root again, and he fell down with a scream. Pow Pow gasped when he saw it. As a top ghoul, it was too miserable to fall to this point. What? You wanted to pull out its tendons and skin just now, but now you can't bear it? Will it wait for it to grow hands and strangle you to death with ghost magic? The trader's ghost magic requires the cooperation of both hands. Pow Pow shook his head repeatedly. No. No. Boss, this seems to be broken. And Ro pressed her hand on the tablet, and the tablet lit up again, showing the prop attributes. Peopeo's eyes widened. It's weird. It's not weird. It's probably because it restricts the user. And Ro said, only NPCs can activate this official prop, and players can collect money from the prop. to complete a transaction. We need the cooperation of both of us. The two tried a few more times. And it was true. And Ro was quite emotional. She had handled a lot of props. But this was the first time she found a prop that required an NPC identity to use. The fact that the trader disguised as a ghoul could use it just confirmed the setting that the ghoul was also an NPC. Try to sell some more, she said to Pow Pow. According to Enro's earlier guess, this trading tablet may have its own storage space and gold coin account. The fear is that the space is limited, and trading will be restricted after the props are filled, or the account balance is limited, and trading cannot be carried out once it is emptied. However, she and Pow Pow sold hundreds of props in a row, and the transactions were all carried out normally. Pow Pow's eyes lit up. Isn't it an unlimited balance? And Ro did not respond. He looked up and found that the boss was distracted. He stretched out his hand and shook. Boss? And Ro came back to her senses. With a look of regret. If I had known that the official store had such treasures, I should have pawned it in Jiangsu. Boss. We went to the pawn shop, and there was no tablet on the counter. Oh, it seems so. The pawn shop owner quoted the price of the props after checking them out. And there was no such thing as a tablet. Ghost Island has advanced technology, and the transaction process seems to be much fairer. When the mountain of props shrank a circle, Pepeo's account balance finally collected 20 million gold, which was estimated to be enough for the reconstruction. The two stopped. The employees had just finished moving the bodies and started moving the props. The trading tablet could not be put into the player's prop column, so Enro could only ask the staff to take care of it and send it to the warehouse together with the props. She finally put the gold mountain into her balance and turned around to transfer some money to Pow Pow. You have a sharp eye. The gold coins are almost 9 million gold, plus the props sold. A total of 29 million gold. We agreed before that the dividend will be increased to 10%, giving you 2.9 million gold. The remaining props will be put together with the original ones in the warehouse. And when they are needed, I will sell one and give you one. Pow Pow didn't know what to say. With mixed feelings. Up to now, the original intention of making money has been thrown out of his mind. Many things are more important than money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have contributed 4 million gold from his own pocket to repair the buildings of the trial town. It's only been a few days, and more than half of the investment has been recovered. Pow Pow knew very well that with the boss's personality of being decisive, he couldn't refuse. He could only accept it first, and then contribute it when he needed it in an emergency. After finishing one thing, Enro finally put her attention back on the trader. This poor SSS-level ghoul had his limbs cut off countless times during this period. By the way, I see there are a lot of potions in the props. We just need them. Go pick them out for later use. After sending Pow Pow away, Enro stood on Baofu's forehead and returned to the cylinder. The trader's miserable face pressed against the metal cylinder, and the fierceness in his eyes faded a lot compared to before. Enro squatted down, held her chin to look at it, and smiled. I know that you ghouls have very sharp ears. You may not hear some of what we said just now, but with your brain, you should have roughly understood it. Right? You've seen it. With my methods, I don't even need to consider whether you agree or not. The reason why I persuaded you to cooperate in a nice way is because I'm thinking about you. Now, let me make a summary for you in the end. And Rose slowed down her speech. If you agree to cooperate, it's good for both of us. If you don't agree, I'll saw this pillar right now. You should have a deep understanding of how fast the violent bone knife is. The trader's bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. Since the island collapsed, there has been a voice in the depths of its consciousness reminding it, if it leaves this pillar, it will die. Poof. Like many of its kind it had seen. It turned into a pool of water and disappeared completely. After rescuing the joint team from the nightmare forest, Shishijin returned to the offline and was busy all day. The trial area was leaked. No matter what the reason, he, as the president, could not escape the blame. Fortunately, it was related to Shinchi, and the higher-ups also valued his good cooperative relationship with Chomo. On the surface, they spoke harshly, but in fact, they just let it go. As for the Gal Guild, they were also subdued by the carrot and stick. The roots of the soul-guiding song are in China. Long Yen has a crushing force in the game, and everyone on Gal's side is smart. In this way, perhaps with surrender, was also tacitly approved by the other party. Sure, she was thinking and returned to the office. and inadvertently saw the clean insulated lunch box on the table. It was just past 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky outside the window was already dark. Counting it all, he hasn't been home for more than half a week. The secretary picked up the lunch box and walked over considerately. President, the joint team hasn't replied yet. Why don't you go home and rest first? Shishijing took the lunch box and put it back. The most urgent task is the Yong'an mission, so he should finish commanding this operation first. After going online, he still dealt with a lot of backlogged work in the central city office, including membership applications, member assessments, and mission information collected by major camps recently, while waiting for the progress of the joint team. Unexpectedly, a team member reported tremblingly. Zhu Shuang, President. They chased into the Ghost Island. LV, who? Zhu Shuang, we found the target. The target ran into the Ghost Island, and team leader Wit followed him with the disembowelment minister Anjinsha. The message was sent in the team channel. Shishijing waited for a minute, but did not receive a reply from Wit and the other two. He decisively logged off and called his secretary over. Send a virtual diplomatic visit application to Yatan and the Philistine Guild immediately. The Ghost Island was too far away, and he could not rush there in time. He could only visit through holographic means to prevent the situation from escalating. While waiting, Shishijing did not return to the game, but logged into the forum in the game cabin. There was indeed a stir on the forum. Spintabit broke into Ghost Island at night. The giants came to the island. Rank 11 beats rank 8 and rank 9. Lan Hua Cannon is so manly. Sister Hua mocked Kaikai as a dwarf. Have you heard of that rumor? Kaikai is short everywhere. The more he looked, the darker Shishijing's face became, with Huagui and Longyan as his backers. It was not a big deal to break into Ghost Island. Even if Kaikai had a bad temper and fought on Ghost Island, it would not be difficult to deal with him. The tricky part is Yong'an Farm. What did Yong'an do on Ghost Island? Ghost Island is small and crowded with players. With Yong'an's cunning and the powerful strength of the SSS-level ghoul, it is very easy to muddy the waters. If Yong'an makes a fuss on Ghost Island, Yatan and Fei Li will inevitably be involved. Wouldn't there be more people who know that this mission is related to divine revelation? Could it be that the joint group should be further expanded to include the two major guilds on Ghost Island? In this case, what is the meaning of secret operations? It would be better to directly disclose the details of the Yong'an mission and let the capable people take on the task. Spintabit is also disappointing. The Ghost Island is not as lively as described in the forum. A Tan guild, after Khan, who ranked 10th on the destiny list, arrived, Kyrie had to hold his nose and give up on forcing his way in. Would also put away his skills, dispersed the giant illusion, and fell to the street. The crowd dispersed and stayed not far away to continue eating melons. After a while, Lan Hua Pao and others also arrived. Kyrie, ranked 8th. Wit, ranked 9th. Khan, ranked 10th. And Lan Hua Pao, ranked 11th. What a coincidence. The four top players with consecutive rankings gathered together, which was an unprecedented event. Anyone who has a little knowledge of the soul guiding song knows that the destiny ranking is the destiny ranking, which represents the player's luck, not the strength in hand. As long as the ranking is not too different, no one will foolishly think that the 11th place can't beat the 8th place. Everyone is waiting to see the excitement. But tonight's excitement was anticlimactic, ending with the four people boarding the thermal ship together. The thermal ship flew to the central island, the headquarters of the Philippines. This was the request of the Orchid Cannon. Khan arrived a step late and did not object. Orchid Cannon flipped through the forum and saw the description of himself. Mighty man? Post. Snorted. Who wants to be a man? Is this game short of men? He flirted with Wit for the nth time. There is still a shortage of good men as tall and mighty as Weiwei. Kylie secretly gritted his teeth, thinking about finding an opportunity to snatch the pistol from Lan Hua Pao's waist and then pull out the diamonds one by one. The process must be very stress-relieving. Lan Hua Pao rolled his eyes. Little Kylie, don't get it wrong. I want to keep Weiwei. As for you, when you meet our president later, we will have someone throw you out. Big fool. This mission is given to you. No objection? Khan did not comment. However, Lan Hua Pao's plan failed as soon as he met his own president. You are not mistaken, President. They are the 8th and 9th on the list. Let them move freely on Ghost Island. President Fei Li, or else use your diamond pistol to shoot all the Chinese high-level officials to death. Lan Huapao was speechless. After leaving the house, he turned his back to the president and muttered, "Soft egg man." After he left, a man came out of the president's office. The man looked at the closed door and said uncertainly, "President, are you sure you don't want to tell him about the mission on Black Market Island number 7? Why would you use him when you are here?" President Faley sternly reprimanded, "Well, Liza, don't forget that we are an alliance. And there is competition within the alliance.